Very excited to be getting stuck into this with you guys. I know we've started earlier than maybe some were expecting, but as we said, we've got so much to go through, so much to talk about, so much to break down that I wanted to make sure that we had that time. What we're going to be doing tonight, or today I should say, is we are going to be talking about all of the fights on the card. We're going to go through all of the fights. We're going to have a look and see on Tapology who is the favorite. So thousands of people have been voting over on Tapology as to who they think is going to be the person that's going to pick up the win in each fight, including, of course, our co-main event, which is Logan Paul against Dillan Danis, and our main event, KSI, who is taking on Tommy Fury. So people have been voting all week, past few weeks actually, as to who they think is going to win. And we've got the results. So we've got which way people are voting for all the main cards and the undercard as well. So we're going to go through those matches. We're going to go through those fights. We're going to talk about each fight. We're going to talk about each fighter. And we're going to break down and have a look as well as who is the favorite. And also, as we go along, we haven't actually done any predictions. So we'll give our predictions as we go along as well. So we've got all of that coming up. There's obviously plenty of fights on the card tonight. We're looking at about 11 fights tonight, which is quite a lot for Misfits. Normally, we get around about 7-ish. Probably like 5 on the main card, 2 or 3 on the undercards. We've got 11 fights here, and it is stacked. It is so stacked. It's such an incredible card. I was saying yesterday, I think this might be the best cards that I've seen for any event, potentially ever. We are looking at 11 fights. One of them is KSI against Tommy Fury, and we all remember how big Tommy Fury Jake Paul was. Well, KSI Tommy Fury is going to be just as big. So even if we had nothing else, even if it was just that one fight, this is one of the biggest cards of the year. So we've got KSI against Tommy Fury. Then, of course, the Bad Bloods. And actually, do you know what? I think that would be a really interesting question to ask you guys. I was trying to think of like a really fun question. And this is the question we're going to ask. Do you think Dillan Danis took things too far? That, I think, is a really interesting question. Do you think Dillan Danis took things too far? So we'll put that in the chat right now for you lot to vote on. But second fight that we've got is going to be Logan Paul against Dillan Danis. Who hasn't heard about that fight? Dillan Danis on his own, just by himself, has had, over the past couple of months, 2 billion views on his social media as he's been promoting this fight, talking, obviously, the smack talk that he's been talking. He's been getting 2 billion views, which, you know, considering there's, what, about 7 point some billion people in the world, and he got 2 billion views, that is pretty incredible. That is the size of the event that we are dealing with here, right? It is big. It is seriously big. Like, everyone's going to be talking about this today. This really is where the eyes of the world are going to be watching on this event. So yeah, we've got those 2 big fights. And then, of course, we've got 5 championship fights as well. So we've got the middleweight championship, which is going to be up for grabs between Salt Papi and Slim. We've also got the lightweight championship that's up for grabs between Dean the Great and Waleed Sharks. We've got the light heavyweight championship between King Kenny and Anthony Taylor. We've got the women's flyweight championship between Astrid Wett and Alexia Grace. And then, of course, and I must admit, I'm a bit surprised this is as low down the card as what it is, but then part of me can kind of understand as well. But the heavyweight championship is up for grabs between Chase Damore and Tempo Arts. And the reason why I say that I'm surprised that that's as low down as what it is because, like, that is the heavyweight championship. Normally, the heavyweight championship is the biggest prize in whatever sport, you know, the heavyweight championship in boxing. We all know Tyson Fury. We all know Muhammad Ali, right? If you think about UFC, we all know Brock Lesnar. We all know John Jones, right? We all know Daniel Cormier. Like, we all know when it comes to the heavyweights, they are the big stars. They are the big names. It's weird that in Misfits, that's just not how it's working. And I think it's because these two are not really expected to be champs for long. Obviously, Tempo Arts is young, very young. Chase Damore he looks amazing, but he doesn't really have much in the way of fighting skill, doesn't have much in the way of fighting ability. So far, his record is no wins, 3 losses, and 1 draw. So Chase Damore is someone that you look at him and you just want to look like him. I'd love to look like him. He is absolutely shredded. But actually fighting ability, boxing ability, seems to be limited, and that's being kind. So I think the reason that that is as low down the card as what it is because of the fact that it is not this monster battle between these two incredible heavyweights. I think these two are both seen as quite new, quite raw, works in progress. Tempo Arts, though, 2-0 at the age of, 18, 19. I think you've got something quite exciting there. I would really be getting behind Tempo Arts. If I was Misfits, I'd be looking at Tempo Arts. I'd be looking at this youngster who's got loads of time to improve, who's got a good size to him, who's coming in at 273 pounds, right? You've got yourself an absolute bona fide monster. I would be doing video packages. I'd be pushing Tempo Arts in front of as many cameras as I could. And I'd be making sure I've got him locked down for at least the next 5 fights. And I would be trying my best to really build him up as a killing machine, as a wrecker. Because, do you know, one of the interesting questions at the moment about Misfits is if you take Logan away and you take KSI away and you take away Jake Paul, but he's not in Misfits, where are the big stars? Where are the stars that really, really do grab attention? Yeah, we can talk about Dean the Great. Yeah, we can talk about Salt Pappy. Yeah, we can talk about Slim. But they're a different level, aren't they, to Logan and to KSI? They are always like main eventing much smaller cards, for example. You know, I'd love to see KSI give an opportunity to one of these guys. I would love to see KSI take on, and maybe he will, but I would love to see him take on some of these great up-and-coming talents that have really shown themselves to be the backbone of Misfits. Because we do need to build some big stars. We do need to find a way of getting some of this other talent coming through. Because honestly, who knows how long KSI plans on fighting for? KSI has always been very, very clear, very honest, very open that he is only interested in fighting until he gets that Jake Paul fight. And once he gets that Jake Paul fight, he's done. I mean, like, he's said that he's not interested in anything else. He just wants to show he is the best influencer boxer. And the way that he does that, the way that he works and cements his legacy is by beating Jake Paul, who many regard as the best influencer boxer. But what I would say is he has got an incredible challenge tonight because he is taking on Tommy Fury, the guy that beats Jake Paul. The guy that beat Jake Paul. He is beating on the guy that beat Jake Paul. If he gets a victory tonight, that is such a dub, such a massive dub for all of those KSI fans and all of those fans of Misfits and what KSI has been doing and what he's been building. Because you know there's a lot of tribalism in this space. There's a lot of people that only support KSI because they love KSI. And there's a lot of people that only support Jake because they love Jake. Or they only support Logan because they love Logan. When it comes to people actually looking at fights and predicting honestly which way it's going to go, I would say that they are they in the minority? They could be. Those kind of people that watch the fights and want to try and predict which way it's going to go and don't have a loyalty. I think those people may be in the minority. I think there's a lot of tribalism in this space. That's not a bad thing. You can use that to your advantage. But yeah, KSI, if he can beat Tommy tonight, that tribalism is going to be super fired up. All those KSI stands, all those KSI fans are going to be very, very vocal. Like, social media will be juicy, man. It'll be juicy. It'll be popping off if he gets a win over Tommy. And in all fairness, if KSI loses, it depends how he loses. But if he gets, like, knocked out by Tommy, then obviously you're going to have all the Jake fans being very vocal. You'll have all the Jake stands, like, out in force. So this is high risk, high rewards. I think if KSI was to lose, but lose by decision, then there's not really anything that anyone can say. That would probably be the most flat outcome if he loses, and he loses by decision, because he can't really brag at being better than Jake if he's lost, because Jake lost by decision and Jake's was quite close. It was a split decision. So KSI, if he loses by decision, there's not really anything to brag about. If he gets knocked out, though, then, you know, that is going to be a problem for KSI fans, because Jake fans will say, we went up against Tommy, we did, you know, our guy didn't get knocked out. So this is a big main event, man. It's a big main event. I don't think it really affects much. If he loses, for example, I don't think it'll affect the Jake Paul fight. I think what it might affect is it might affect the negotiations for that fight. Because I think if he gets knocked out, then Jake could say, well, clearly I'm the A-side, because I went up against Tommy and I, you know, got robbed, or it was really close. A lot of people thought I won, and I should have had my hand raised. You've gone up against him and you've got knocked Spark out. So if you want this fight with me, you need to make it worth my time, because right now I haven't seen anything to suggest that you're worth my time. And so from a negotiation point of view, I think that a loss here for KSI might financially hurt him, but I don't think it would stop the fight with Jake from happening. There's too many people that want that fight. There's too much money involved in that fight for it to get derailed by a loss. And Jake lost anyway. You know, Jake lost to Tommy anyway. If KSI loses, it's not the end of that fight, right? It's just, it depends how he loses. So what's really interesting about this is someone's O is going to go. So far, KSI is undefeated. So is Tommy Fury, right? Unless it's going to be a draw, someone's O is going to go. And we could see some big, big bragging rights tonight. If KSI knocks out Tommy, let's look at it the other way. If KSI knocks out Tommy, that would be incredible. That would be absolutely incredible. Like, Tommy is a boxer. He is someone that's been doing this since a young age. I know he's had distractions, but his dad, his family, will never have allowed him to stray too far from boxing. He will always have been around boxers, around the gym, around working out, around sparring. And even if there were periods where he weren't taking it as intensely as he could have, he's still going to have been around it his whole life. You know, his brother is the heavyweight boxing champion of the world. There's no way you're not going to be around boxing. And so I think that for him to lose to KSI would be an embarrassment for Tommy. You know, this is what he was saying about if he lost to Jake, it would be an embarrassment. The same rules apply if he loses to KSI. Maybe even more so, because KSI has not had the kind of fights that Jake had. You know, no disrespect to KSI, but he has faced Pineda, right? Who's a legend, amazing, but I think we can all see not the greatest boxer in the world. He's been facing Swarms, who I think had 20 weeks of boxing experience by that point. Like, it's basically a guy off the street. Then he took on FaZe Temper, who had some good size to him, in all fairness, provided a more physical challenge, but was easily dealt with, right? Because KSI has took this serious. And then Joe Fournier. I mean, Fournier, you didn't know what you was going to get from him, because he has had boxing fights. He has been in there. He is like a real step up from these other guys. But oh my God, he was slow. He was really showing his age. Whatever he had in the past, it doesn't look like he has now. This was a payday for him. Like, the level of competition that KSI has faced is is low. Right, it's low compared to Jake, who's been in there with Anderson Silva, who had done boxing throughout his life, is just one of the greatest fighters of all time. My favorite mixed martial artist of all time, Anderson Silva. You know, he's been in there with Tyron Woodley, who had some striking ability, not the best, but I would say miles above Face Temper, and definitely better than Joe Fournier. If Joe Fournier and Tyron Woodley had a fight, I would expect Tyron Woodley to win. So this is what we're saying. Like, by the time that Jake and Tommy had fought, Jake had a little bit more high-level fights than I think what KSI has had. If KSI can beat Tommy, it will sort of come from nowhere. KSI has kind of gone into this saying, you don't know what I'm about. You don't know what I've got, but you're going to find out. You're going to find out. You're all going to find out. He comes in as the underdog. But he does keep saying, you're going to find out. And you know what? That's actually the story of this card. There is a lot of unknowns. Certainly when we get lower down the cards. I mean, I was actually, the way we started this conversation, we were talking about how stacked the card was. And we was talking about the fact that there's 11 fights, 5 of them are for titles. 2 of them are the KSI and Logan Paul fights. So there's 7 fights, which I'm sure you're not going to want to miss, right? Add into the mix that we've got a tag team fight in there as well, which if you've never seen the tag team fights, I feel like we could do a whole hour just talking about the tag team fights, but there's a tag team fight in there. So if you've never seen that, all of a sudden, I think we're looking at, 8 out of the 11 fights, which might have your interest. Then we've got Whindersson Nunes taking on my mate Nate, which if you haven't heard, Nunes is one of the biggest social media stars in Brazil. He's got 60 million Instagram followers. He's taken on my mate Nate, who is kind of seen as like a Mr. Beast type personality. He's got 13 million YouTube subscribers and has done a video with Mr. Beast. So that is a big fight between 2 light heavyweight, 2 pretty big guys as well. Not heavyweights, light heavyweights, but even so, they've got good size to them. And it should be a really interesting contest. I've seen people go back and forth as to who they think's going to win that. So I think that's super, super interesting. I think that's really, really interesting. So I would say that's 9 out of 11 that I'm personally excited for. 11 fights on this card, 9 of them that I genuinely want to watch. The 2 that I am not so fussed about, right? And there's only 2, and actually even one of them I would watch. SX against DTG, I just don't think belongs on this card. I just don't think it's anywhere near strong enough to be on this card. We're talking about SX, who's making his debut. This is his first fight. He's taking on DTG, who's 0-1, lost to Halal Ham. I saw a face-to-face interview between these two because I was trying to learn more about them, and they were awful. They were really bad. They didn't say much at all. You know when you see those face-to-face interviews and they're sat there and they're like, what can we expect from this fight? And they're like, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just going to go in there and do what I do. You know, and they don't give you anything, right? They seemingly have got nothing going on behind the eyes. It's just like, yeah, you know, I'm just going to be me and all this. And it's just like, come on, man. Come on. This is influencer boxing. If you're gonna have this platform, then say something, do something with it, right? I think that if you're going to sit there and just be like, not offer much up, then that should be instant removal from the cards. It should be that once they watch the face-to-face interview back, if it doesn't reach a certain level of entertainment, then you're done. You're off. Thanks a lot. So SX against DTG, that is a heavyweight fight, and that is, I think, the first fight of the night. And to be honest, it's not a fight that I'm massively engaged with. It's not a fight that I really care about. So I'd say that's the worst fight on the cards. Then we've got Swarms against Ed Matthews. Now, what's really unfortunate about this is it was meant to be a rematch between Swarms and Ryan Taylor, and it was heated, man. It was heated. Did you see the face-to-face between these two. So Swarms was in the face-to-face, and he started asking about Ryan Taylor's kid that he doesn't see anymore. Taylor snapped, man, stood up, flipped the table over. Security had to come in. The guy that was hosting had to try and separate them, but wasn't succeeding. And the video ends after a couple of minutes with this absolute carnage of tables flying and security trying to pull people apart. I mean, it is done. There is no way of setting that back up, right? I mean, they want to rip each other apart. Ryan Taylor in particular. Unfortunately, he got arrested earlier this week, which, to be honest, I haven't even seen what for. I don't know what he got arrested for. If anyone knows, drop it in the chat. But that fight's off. So now it Swarms against Ed Matthews. Ed Matthews coming in from Kingpin. Not a bad little fighter, actually. I kind of like him as a fighter. I think he's got some promise, some potential. But all of a sudden, there's no intrigue to this fight now. It's just Swarms against Ed Matthews. I suppose the fact Ed Matthews is coming in on 48 hours notice is interesting, because that means that we're going to look at him and not quite know what to expect. Same with Swarms as well. So, yeah, you know, I suppose there's still something to that fight. I'd watch that fight. I'm into that fight. But I would say, other than that, an SXDTG, everything else is juicy, man. Everything else here is juicy. We're talking at least 9 of these 11 fights are must watch, with a good chunk of them being some of the biggest fights of the year. I mean, Logan Paul against Dillan Danis is one of the biggest fights of the year. KSI against Tommy Fury, playing into that story of him wanting to get at Jake Paul and him wanting to better himself, do it for his legacy, be the best influencer boxer. And now potentially the biggest challenge is ahead of him, which is the guy that beat Jake Paul. And that goes down on the same cards. Then you've got 2 of the very best on the influencer boxing scene. For many people, the top 2, Salt Pappy against Slim, right? They're going to go up against each other. That is going to be incredible fight. Then you've got the bad blood of Dean the Great against Waleed Sharks, because Waleed lost to Dean the Great, even though he was winning the fight. And he is the better boxer. But Dean has got this ability to just create magic moments. And he caught Waleed and he got the win. And now there's just been bad blood, man. And this has been going for a long time. And we've seen them at press conferences going at each other. That fight could main event any Misfits cards. It could main event tonight. But instead it finds itself being like 4th on the cards. And then you've got King Kenny against Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor, one of the best talkers, maybe the best talker in all of Misfits. He's got plenty of victories to his name as well, including a win last time out against Salt Pappy. He's taking on King Kenny, who a lot of people think could be the best influencer boxer, might be the top of the tree. If you wanted to just pick one that wasn't KSI, Logan Paul, Jake Paul, King Kenny would be on a lot of people's minds. He is going up against Anthony Taylor in a very, very close fight. Very close fight. Main card-wise, incredible. Absolutely incredible. Then the tag match. Then the heavyweight championship match. Then the women with the flyweight, which has got a whole story to that as well. And then the Nunes, my mate Nate. It is sick, man. It is sick. There is so much to get our teeth into. There is so much to talk about. Hence why my plan was to start this stream at 3 o'clock, which would have been about 10 o'clock Eastern time. But I'm ready to go, man. I'm sat here. I'm ready to go. I'm pumped. I'm excited. We're going to go straight the way through for the next few hours, breaking these fights down. I've got lots of different graphics that we can take a look at. I've got, like, you know, all the graphics for the different various fights that we can take a look at. Not only that, though, I've also got, like, if we use this as an example, there's SX against DTG. I've also got what Tapology, the people on Tapology, think which way this is going to go. So we've got all that information as well. So I can show you this first one, which is 60-40. 60% of people on Tapology think that SX is going to pick up the victory tonight. 40% think it's going to be DTG. This is really interesting because this is actually SX's first fight. So you can see that there's more confidence coming in on the debut fighter who hasn't said much. Been a bit of footage. He's looked all right. He's actually, even though he looks like he's the heavier guy, he's coming in at 212 pounds. He's coming in at like 5 pounds, 6 pound lighter than DTG. DTG has improved. He did look lethargic last time. And to be honest, I think the reason why people have gone with SX is more to do with DTG's poor performance last time out. But we can get into that, and we've got breakdowns for that for every single fight. I've got all that information that we can put up on screen. So, yeah, it's going to be good, man. It is going to be a hell of a show. I do want to get into the chat. See what people are saying. Kian says, hope you are well and you have a great stream. Thank you, my friends. How is your day? Are you excited for tonight? My day is, well, you're watching it. I mean, I literally went to bed straight after wrestling finished last night, SmackDown. We did the stream for that because for people that don't normally join us, we are really a pro wrestling channel, but we do watch influencer boxing and we do UFC on a regular basis as well. So, yeah, we did SmackDown last night. Great show. Really enjoyed it. Went to bed straight after that, and then boom, up. I already had all this set up. I did it yesterday. So, yeah, this is my day right now. But, no, feeling really, really good. What would your reaction be when Tommy wins tonight? And if they rob Tommy, then KSI will be a joke. Well, do you know what? It's a really interesting point because I'm not going to say they could rob Tommy because obviously the judges are going to be independent. They're not judges, I believe, that are hired by Misfits. I would imagine they're proper judges that are brought in, although you do make a really good point there. I don't think they're like Misfits employees. I'm pretty sure that, but because this is an exhibition, like, I think they could potentially get away with that. But I think that it'll be above board. I don't think Tommy would have agreed to it otherwise. So I expect them to be external people. Interesting because it's a Misfits promotion and this is KSI's promotion. And we've seen that before where the fighter that's associated with the promotion can just get a little bit of love, maybe more than they deserve from their actual fighting ability. It's the same when a hometown fighter is fighting as well. So this is a real interesting one because technically Tommy is the hometown fighter, what we've been from Manchester, but we know that it's KSI's promotion. So I don't know, kind of, we'll get a read early on as to how the judging is going to go. I would like to think it's just going to be impartial. I would like to think it's just going to be called down the middle. But if you are new to boxing, there is endless examples. I mean, endless examples from the Olympics to like local boxing halls to big world title fights where, you know, there's been dodgy judging decisions. And we know judges that have taken bribes as well. We know that that's something that's happened in the past. I don't think KSI would be looking to win that way. I think the work that he's put in is genuine. And I think that he is doing this for legacy. I think this is doing this to prove to himself and everyone that he can win against some of the very best in this space. And I not for a second think that he would engage in anything like that. I think the only thing I would question is if the judges feel pressure, because we've seen it before where, say, the judges go to Brazil and the crowd are right behind a Brazilian fighter. If you are, it's human nature. If you are like, oh, I'm not sure, and you know that the crowd are going to appreciate you leaning more to the local fighter, it's human nature to be like, if it's that close and you're like, oh, I don't know. Like, I could see why a judge would fall on the side of the hometown person. Would just, if I've got to make a call and it is that close, I'll go this way. And we've seen that so many times. So many times. But as I said, a little bit different today because technically Tommy is the hometown fighter, but there were boos for him at the weigh-in. I mean, I think if this crowd was going to be unanimously behind Tommy, then the judges could be swayed. But because Tommy is going to be hometown fighter, KSI is going to be the fighter who obviously owns the promotion. I don't think that there'll be any pressure on the judges from that. I think this will all be above boards. I think there'll be plenty of noise if the result doesn't go the way people want, but I think it'll be above boards. And I would like to think that it's going to be a fair outcome. But, you know, any kind of judging decision normally results in some sort of controversy. Days the show doesn't start for another 6.5 hours. Get some rest, said Rickaril. Don't need to, but done it. Did it last night. JB said Salt Pappy versus Slim, followed by Logan versus Dillan Danis, followed by KSI versus Tommy Fury. What a lineup. I am sold. It's amazing, isn't it? It is amazing. It's a really great card, as we've been saying. I think, you know, I'm really looking forward to breaking it down. I do want to just talk to like people in the chat because I am a big believer in not ignoring the chat. We do these streams all the time for like Raw, SmackDown, NXT, big UFC cards, big boxing cards and whatever. And so I love getting people's thoughts and jumping into the chat. So before we like get stuck into breaking fights down and giving predictions and everything, I'd much rather just jump in the chat for a bit and kind of get your thoughts. So maybe we'll do the chat for like 20 odd minutes. And then we'll start like working our way through some of these fights. David said, I hope your day is going well. I think KSI will win by knockout or Tommy by decision. Gotta go for one, buds. Gotta go for one. But I can't wait to see KSI and Paul get destroyed tonight. I'm buying it just to see that. Millsy movement, do you, this is a question for you, do you think, and anyone can answer this, that the cut that Logan sustained is going to be a problem? Because to be perfectly honest, if the cut's not a problem, I think Logan wins. Logan comes in as a minus 600 favorite. Dillan Danis is plus 400. So Logan is coming in as a firm, heavy favorite. And to be honest, I think that Logan will be able to get the victory. The only doubt that I have now is the cut. And the reason why the cut is the doubt is because we haven't seen how bad it is, because he covered it up at the press conference, the weigh-in. He had the balaclava on, so we couldn't actually see it, right? And that was clever from Logan. Very clever, because he knows the world wants to see that cut. The world wants to see how bad that cut is. The world saw Dillan Danis hurl the microphone at his face, cut the side of his face, blood pouring down, right? So we saw the cut. We know how big the cut is. We don't quite know how deep the cut is. I don't think it was that deep, but it looked like it had a good size to it. And so everyone wants to see like how it's healing up now, because everyone wants to know how bad it was, right? I mean, can you imagine if it needed stitches or something? Like, I don't think it was that bad at all, right? But this is the point. People want to see it for themselves. And he covered it up at the weigh-in, and so we never got a chance to see it. Clever, because people want to see it. That speculation is only going to improve pay-per-view numbers, because people are going to tune in to like see the fight, obviously see the cuts, like, you know, it's all part of the story. And that part of the story has been hidden from us, right? So good, clever. But what I would say is I'm not sure as to how bad that's going to be. If it was here, right? Massive problem, huge problem, right? Because if that opens up, where's the blood going? It's going down here. It's going into the eye. It's going to make things very difficult. This here, where's the blood going? It's not really going anywhere. It's just going down your face, right? That ain't going to really get in the way of anything. The only way this is going to be a problem is if it gets so big that like the ref's like, nah, mate, your face is falling apart, right? You can't continue. And you know, and I know that Dillan Danis is going to be dirty, right? Is going to be rough. He's going to be a brawler. He's going to be jabbing fingers at it. He's going to be rubbing his glove against it. Anything that can make this bigger, anything that's going to make this worse, Dillan Danis will do, right? And I would be the same. If I was in there as well, I would be the same. This is get the win at any cost. Get the victory at any cost. Could you imagine if Dillan Danis does win tonight, right? He has just been given an absolute gift, because it's the reason why it's a gift is because I think if this was a proper boxing, just normal straight up boxing fight, Dillan Danis loses like 10 times out of 10. But if he now can make this worse and open it up and start getting doctors to look at it, right? And start, like, you know, targeting it and giving the referee something to think about. This could be Dillan Danis wins by doctor stoppage. Easy. It's just how bad can he make that? I mean, he's going to get his glove. He's going to be grating against it. Every time they're clinching up, like, he'll get on the inside. They'll clinch. The glove will go right up here, like, grating against his face. He's going to be trying to open it all up, trying to make it a lot worse. Oh, man, it's going to be so good. It's going to be so good because all of a sudden now, I could not find a path to victory for Dillan Danis. Dillan Danis is a MMA fighter, and we've seen time and time again, you can be a great MMA fighter. It doesn't mean that you're going to be a great boxer. Like, they're different skill sets. They're different stances, right? So the way that you stand in MMA is slightly different to how you stand in boxing. In MMA, you're having to be a lot more aware of being took down, right? Potentially taken down to the ground. You don't have to worry about that in boxing. No one's going to lunge at you and try to get a double leg takedown or a single leg takedown or try and drive you up against the cage and, like, smash elbows in your face. Like, there's a lot more other considerations that have to come in when you're doing MMA compared to when you're doing boxing. So it's a little bit like saying that you're amazing at, I don't know, Connect Four or tic-tac-toe, right? And now all of a sudden you're going to try and take on, like, the champion of chess. Like, they're different things. They might both be on a board, but they're different games. And that's the same with MMA and boxing, right? There may be a lot of similarity and there may be a lot of crossover, but they're different sports. So for me, Dillan Danis is someone that I really thought was going to struggle, but all of a sudden now, I'm really interested. I'm really interested to see how this is going to play out and if that cut is going to, like, open up. David said, do you actually sleep? I was on your SmackDown stream. Yeah, I was asleep. Liam said Anthony Taylor versus King Kenny should be decent. And Taylor against King Kenny is going to be a lot of fun, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. I really like Anthony Taylor. I think that he's got fantastic fight IQ. I think that he is someone that is going to really try and control the fight. I think he's someone that's going to try and, like, manage the fight. He's going to keep really good distance. He's going to work at the pace and the range that he wants to work at. He's going to try and dictate the fight. Now, King Kenny is a very good fighter who can stamp his own authority on this, but Anthony Taylor has just got that experience advantage for me. I really think that Taylor I'm leaning to Taylor. I feel like the odds have been about right for this. Anthony Taylor, about 48 hours ago, was minus 140 favorite. King Kenny was plus 100s. What we can do, actually, is just have a look and see where we are with those odds right now. So if we open up if we open up the window capture, so there we go. These are the latest odds on this fight. So King Kenny, you can see betting odds minus 120, and Anthony Taylor minus 110. The bigger the minus number, the more that you are favorite. So King Kenny minus 120, Anthony Taylor minus 110, and so that means that King Kenny at the moment has just gone into the lead. just got ahead on the odds. But as I said, about 48 hours ago, it was actually minus 140 Anthony Taylor, plus 100 King Kenny. So there's been a fair bit of money coming on King Kenny in the past 48 hours. I am leaning Anthony Taylor on this one. I think that he is someone that knows how to control a fight. He just got a monstrous victory over Salt Pappy. Monstrous victory over Salt Pappy. And, you know, don't forget, he's been in there with Tommy Fury as well. And he looked okay against Tommy Fury. He didn't look completely smashed or outgunned. And that was a little while ago now. So he's stood in a ring opposite Tommy Fury, right? Think of the experience he gained from that. And not only that, you know, he's had, I think, about 9 fights, won 4, lost 4, drawn 1. Let's have a little look, actually, if we click on Anthony Taylor again. Just have a little rundown of the pretty boy. So if we go down, we can see that was Salt Pappy that he got a victory against back in May. He did lose to Idris Virgo, but that was by unanimous decision. He's never been stopped. He's never been stopped. Look, you can see Chris Avila. He lost here by majority. He's lost here by unanimous. So he's picked up a few losses. He's won against Tommy as well. That was on the undercard to Jake Paul against Tyron Woodley. He lost that by unanimous decision. So he went the distance with Tommy Fury back in 2021. So he is someone, for me, that has got a fair bit of experience here. And that win over Salt Pappy, that is a serious win coming back in May. He is coming in with some great momentum. And he could definitely lose this by decision. He could definitely lose this by decision. King Kenny is legit, but I just think Anthony Taylor's experience might just get him the decision. Might just be enough. King Kenny, though, has looked very, very good himself in recent times. Again, let's just have a little look at King Kenny. He's got a 2-fight win streak. Obviously beating Nunes last time out, and he looks so good in that. But Nunes, you know, we're talking Kingpin. So it's hard to know the level of these fighters, these Kingpin fighters. I don't think Nunes is all that great. I don't think Nunes is anywhere near Anthony Taylor's level. So, you know, he got a win back in July, but I don't know how much you can kind of put into that. And Bartlin as well, he managed to get a win. Stoppage, actually, 30-odd seconds into round 2. He's dangerous, man. He is definitely dangerous. He is definitely someone that deserves respect and someone that deserves to be appreciated. And I think this is going to be a great fight. I'm just leaning Anthony Taylor on it. Just saw we got a super chat that came in, so I want to get over to that. Let's see if we can get over and see what people are saying. Boom, let's go down. Off Tom, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Welcome. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us as we continue to work our way towards the card, which we've already been live for about 40-odd minutes. The actual undercard kickoff show doesn't start until, I think it's like another 4 hours, but we haven't even started going through the fights yet. So, and as we said, we've got loads of stuff to go through. We've got like all these graphics to take a look at, including all the odds as to who's going to be victorious. So we can have a look at all of those. Right. Days finished SmackDown same time as we left. This was a solid 9.5 hours ago. He has no travel to work. That is true. Liam said, anyone know any UK betting sites that you can bet on the fights? No, but I would imagine that there are. I mean, just I would look at the usual, you know, like your William Hills, your Paddy Powers, your Bet365s. I'd just have a little venture around and see if you can find any. Johnny said, good morning from America. I hope that Danis beats the brakes out of Logan Paul. Just so you know, everyone hates Paul in America unless you're like 10. Yeah, I know. I know from wrestling because when he is heading down to the ring, he is being booed out the building, so much so that he's actually a heel in WWE. He's one of the bad guys in WWE. Even though they tried to make him one of the good guys, the crowd just weren't taken to it. The crowd weren't having it. So yeah, I was aware that he was not liked and appreciated. This is why I think the question is quite interesting in the chat. Like, do you think Dillan Danis took things too far? It's closer than I thought. It's 58-42. And I do wonder if part of that is because it's Logan that he was doing it against. You know, if it was someone really nice that we all liked, I've got a feeling that would be wider. But because it's Logan and we know that Logan has been giving it out in the past, I think the general consensus, and I must admit this is how I feel as well, I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered. I feel sorry for her because she is just innocent in this. To my knowledge, she hasn't took any shots or done anything, you know. But the problem is these influencers have been working towards this. It's been heading towards this. You know, this is it's all fun and games, like when they're doing those press conferences and they're doing their bets and saying stuff about, you know, each other's girls and all this kind of stuff. But you know that someone's going to come along and take that further. And someone has now come along and took it further. And now they're posting pictures on social media to like take it to another level, right? The scary thing is, I think we can go beyond this as well. You know, because these are just images that are being posted. What we haven't seen, or that I'm not aware of, is we haven't seen like interactions. Like, could you imagine, for example, if Dillan Danis phoned up her parents and spoke to her parents and was saying, like, you know, telling her parents about some of the things that she'd been up to, or something along those lines. Like, I was talking about this last night. We saw something like that in the UK about 10, 15 years ago. It was with Russell Brand. Basically, he was on a radio show and they were talking about, like, I think girls he had slept with. And he revealed that he had slept with the granddaughter of a famous actor. And they knew this actor. And so they called him. And he didn't answer, so they left a voicemail. And Russell Brand basically left a voicemail saying that he'd slept with his granddaughter. And, like, the country was absolutely outraged because, you know, you're talking about an old man. Yeah, for me, I don't know that this has gone too far because I think that it will go further. And I suppose everyone's got a line that they draw. I just find it hard to have sympathy for Logan. And I also find it hard to have sympathy for the influencers that opened up this can of worms. You opened this up. You allowed it to, like, start. You got this ball rolling. So now all of a sudden you can't really cry when it gets to a level that you're not comfortable with because you started this ball. You didn't need to go down this road, but you did it because it got you views and it got you engagement and it got you likes. And now it's starting to get a little out of control and now you don't like it. And it's like, well, tough, to be honest, tough. But I do feel sorry for her. I do feel sorry for her. I think, you know, she is an innocent in all of this. But I don't have any sympathy for Logan. I don't have any sympathy for Logan whatsoever. But I do have sympathy for her. So, yeah, you know, there's a lot to get your teeth into there. At the moment, over 300 votes. 58% of people have said that things did get taken too far. And 42% of people say, no, things didn't go too far yet. But as we said, I think these things can go even further. But it's 7 a.m. here in Wisconsin, streaming the best in the world, Specialty Automotive. Shout out to you. JB said Logan Paul versus Dillon Danis is the biggest heel versus heel boxing match of the modern era. Two prolific bellends going head to head. Yeah, I don't think Dillan Danis has really made too many friends here. Logan is also, as we said, heavily unpopular. It would be interesting to know which way people want this to go. Because you're right, it is a battle between two people that are not really liked. I think, though, that As I said, Logan is definitely someone that's more athletic. I think he's going to have the better boxing skills. I think, him going 8 rounds with Floyd, it's hard to know how long Floyd carried him. It's hard to know, like, if he could have stopped Logan. I think he could if he had really gone for it. But I think Floyd was quite happy just giving the people a bit of a show. I think Logan maybe was a bit better than what he was expecting. But I have little doubt that if Floyd really wanted to get Logan out of there, he could have got Logan out of there. I did see that clip from Impulsive where, like, Paul was making out that he had won at least, like, so many rounds. And his mates are like, no, I don't think you won a single round. And he was, like, shocked by that, because I would imagine he probably is surrounded by people that just tell him how great he is. So, yeah, that was an interesting episode. I think he is probably under the impression that his skills are maybe a bit better than what they are, but I certainly think they're good enough to get past Dillan Danis, who is a great fighter. I mean, he's 2-0 in Bellator, but he's not got any. This is his debut in boxing. So, we haven't seen a great deal from him. His last fight as well was 4 years ago. He hasn't fought in 4 years. I mean, it's really hard to pick Dillan Danis here because he hasn't fought in 4 years. When he did fight, it was an MMA fight. And actually, boxing-wise, he doesn't have experience. Even if you look at the footage that's come out, the footage that's come out is footage of him, like, basically MMA boxing, MMA training. Like, it still doesn't feel like he's training in, like, an MMA gym. He's not training in a boxing gym. And so it doesn't feel like he's quite took it serious. It doesn't feel like he has done enough. I mean, to my knowledge, he doesn't have a coach. To my knowledge, he doesn't have a team. To my knowledge, there's no one, there's people that he's sparred with and trained with, but I don't know that there's anyone that's kind of steering the ship. And, I mean, that just can't be good, can it? That just can't be healthy. So, yeah, I am a little bit worried for Dillan Danis here, but that is why the cut is so interesting, because they really could look to target that. I think Tommy will jab KSI. Very good. I think Tommy's movement will be a lot better from the Jake fight. This is Pete Tommy Fury that KSI will fight. California Love said, are you doing UFC today? No, bud. No, we are fully on board with this event today, but we are back with UFC next week. So there's a big card next week. Murray said, does anyone know when the proper card starts? So the proper card will start at 7, which is 2. So we are still a long way away from that. But, I mean, before that, there's like a 2-hour kickoff show. So, it'll soon come around. And we haven't even started going through the fights. We haven't even started breaking the fights down. So we've still got to do all of that as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a bit of a long one today, but plenty for us to get our teeth into. I hope I will see him in the crowds. Who are you hoping to see in the crowd, Hodgepodge? Who are you hoping to see? LA Dark Knight said, Days, my only issue with the Misfits boxing is whether they are mentally stable enough. A lot of people take embarrassment badly, and they're not built to deal with it. Bad things will happen. I can see that point. I think that that is definitely something that Misfits need to take into consideration, is the aftercare, the after support, because some of these fighters will need that. I think fighters that have had a few fights, had a few losses, that have tasted defeat and have kind of already tasted that embarrassment, if you will, I think they have hopefully built up a resilience to it. But you are absolutely right. There's going to be someone that's going to come along who's going to lose, and he's going to be ridiculed, and they're not going to deal with it very well. And that could be a big problem for the space, because not only is it obviously going to be a problem for the person that's took that ridicule the wrong way, but a little bit like with Jeremy Kyle. Jeremy Kyle was a TV show, one of those TV shows where he talks to real people and tries to solve their problems, right? But did it in a way that he was like berating them at the same time. The kind of Jerry Springer type shows. But they did a lie detector test, and this guy failed it, and then he ended up like going home and killing himself, and then the show was cancelled. You know, if Misfits has a situation where a fighter, and, you know, hopefully does not, we don't find ourselves in this situation, but if they have a fighter where they go back and something terrible like that happens, there will be serious heat on the space. There will be a lot of focus on the space, and a lot of focus primarily on the aftercare, on the after support, and if the fighters are really being supported afterwards. So I would be interested to know. That would be a fantastic question for MAMS and for KSI. Like, what procedures have you got in place? What support is there in place for helping fighters deal with a defeat, certainly their first defeat or a high-profile defeat? What have you got in place? Because, to be honest, the answer could be nothing. And that could be a problem because, as we said, if something does happen, that could be something that would be like a nuclear bomb going off in the space. You know, that could be enough to, I don't want to say shut it down, but there would be some serious repercussions, and there would be some serious questions, and there would also be some serious changes. So, yeah, it's a really good point. It's a really, really good point. I mean, that's not something that bothers me because I think, you know, we're all adults. We're not bringing in like kids. I know that we do have like some 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, but, you know, there has to come a point where these people have to make decisions for themselves, and they have to be accountable for their own actions. Like, you have to be a grown-up in a grown-up world. Doesn't mean that there shouldn't be support. There absolutely should be support. But yeah, you know, I don't know how far you would get in life if that was going to be something that was going to prevent you from watching something, you know? Like, you know, you could say the same with UFC. Like, what happens if you've got a young fighter that loses in UFC, and they like obviously might struggle with that and the embarrassment of that. But it comes back to, you know, I think the UFC would have a better support system and would reach out and have advisors and have counselors and whatever is needed. I think that the UFC and other organizations would have a better support system than I think Misfits probably have. So what I would advise would be for them to have a look at their support system for fighters that lose their first fight or fighters that lose high-profile fights, to make sure that they are in a good mental place, or if they're not, that they know they can call, they know that they can have support, they know that there'll be a team that rallies around them, you know. But yeah, I think that it's a really good point. It's a really good point. It's something that doesn't get discussed or really ever mentioned, so I love it. Right. Michael Jackson said, I think Tommy head's movement will be good. To be fair, people realize Tommy has a lot of ability in the fight. I think KSI will have lots of trouble with Tommy. What do you think? Do you agree? I do agree. I do think that Tommy is the favorite, and rightfully so. I mean, we can just have a quick look at the KSI info. So KSI against Tommy Fury. This is an interesting one, obviously. And for me, this is one that's going to come down to, can KSI land that lucky punch? I think KSI has got skills, right? And definitely has got skills. He's been able to put people away. I think he's got a degree of power. I think it's hard to know what his power actually is, because I think that his power, it looks good against people that are bang average. But against fighters that are used to being hit and sparring, I mean, Tommy said, like, he's been getting hit by his brother Tyson his whole life. And KSI was like, what, really hit, properly hit? And I don't know if he has been really getting smashed around by Tyson. But even so, he's been around gyms of boxers, right? It's not like it's just him and Tyson sat at home. Like, they bring in other boxers. Tommy has been around these people. He will have sparred with these people. He would have had these kind of interactions. And obviously sparring himself as well with other people. So I think that, KSI's power is good against, dare we say, influencer boxers. But what's it like when you go up that next level? And this is definitely going up a level. This is definitely going up a level. So he is now taking on Tommy. And Tommy, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what happens when KSI throws that big overhand. It clips Tommy on the chin, right? And it's going to be really interesting to see how Tommy reacts. If Tommy just shakes it off, KSI is in big trouble. Because in my mind, that's his only chance. That's his only chance, is that big overhand that connects. And if Tommy's going to just shake it off, KSI is going to be instantly dejected. Because all I've heard from KSI in the build to this fight is, you can't cope with my power. You don't realize the power I've got. You don't know the power. You're going to find out about the power. Like, all we keep hearing about is about KSI's power, right? And if it lands, if he can get that shot to connect on Tommy, right? If that power is not what KSI thinks it is against a proper fighter, he is in big trouble. He is in big trouble, right? Now, I don't know what his power's like. No one really knows, right? Because we've not seen him in there with a proper fighter. And we've not seen him, if that power is going to translate to that level. Equally, I'll tell you the other thing we've not seen from KSI, and that's a defense. Because what defense did he need against Swarms? What defense did he need against Pineda? What defense did he need as he stepped in to took on FaZe Temper? I mean, he didn't even need much in the way of a defense to Joe Fournier, because he came forward and he tried to overwhelm. Tommy has said, do that against me and you're getting knocked spark out. Because it's true, if KSI is going to come forward with a big shot, Tommy's going to slip it, bang, right? He's gonna have that head movement. He's going to have that ability to get out the way and throw in a counter. And that counter could absolutely turn the lights off for KSI. I think Tommy has got a few different paths to victory here. I think KSI has got one. And I think we don't know about that power. I am worried for KSI tonight. I know there's a lot of people. I've seen a lot of people going, oh, I don't know. I feel like KSI, he can create those moments of magic. We know that he's got power. We've seen him put these other people away. But then Tommy did well against Jake and all this kind of stuff. I'm not conflicted. I don't have any problem about this fight whatsoever. I think this is pretty straightforward. Tommy wins. I feel really confident. Tommy wins. He's the better boxer. You hear people saying about, oh, how's he going to deal with the awkwardness of KSI? Like it's some sort of big factor. Like, I really don't think that's a big factor. I really don't think that's going to be a big deal. I really don't think Tommy's going to be in there going, oh my God, what's this? I don't think he's going to be thinking that at all. Tommy's going to use his jab. He's going to jab away at KSI. He's going to keep KSI at bay. If KSI wants to get a bit reckless and try and come forwards, then Tommy's going to look to slip and throw in a counter. He's just going to keep it really, really simple. Whatever KSI wants to do, he can do. If KSI wants to come lunging forward with these big overhands, just spamming overhands, you know, as Tommy said, that's the kind of thing that people see in the gym when someone is starting out and they aren't really like setting things up with the jab. Instead, they're just, oh, I know this shot, if it lands, will. It's a bit like a video game, right? If you're playing a video game and you know the big shot is what can put people away, you're just going to keep spamming the big shot, right? And you're just going to keep going for that, because if it does land, then you should win. So you like keep spamming that. The actual art of boxing, of like jabbing, footwork, like, you know, pacing yourself, having that cardio, having that ring IQ, looking for openings, setting little traps, having feints. I have not seen that from KSI. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it from KSI. So all I can think is if he throws this big overhand and it connects, then I think KSI has got an opportunity to have a puncher's chance at winning. Otherwise, it feels a very comfortable win for Tommy Fury. So I might as well show it now whilst we're talking about it. This is what people on Tapology have got, and it seems like a lot of people are feeling the same. So Tapology, we've had loads and loads of votes over the past couple of weeks, and it is 70% of people that are picking Tommy Fury, 30% are with KSI. And I don't think that, to be honest, I don't think that the people that go onto Tapology are KSI fans or Jake Paul fans. Tapology is like to fighters, kind of. Do you know what I mean? We use it for UFC. We use it for big boxing. I think you need to be into your fighting and know like about that world to even know that Tapology exists and that you've got this database of previous fights and statistics and all this kind of stuff. So I would say that this is probably not from the fans. My guess is this is probably from those that are like watch quite a bit of boxing, that have looked at it and gone, yeah, this is the way we think it's going to go. Now, whether those people have actually watched KSI before, I'm not sure. Don't know, because these might be people that don't really interact with the influencer space, right? But I gotta be honest, I don't think that's unfair. 70-30 in favor of Tommy. I don't think that's unfair. Tommy is actually coming in as minus 400 favorite as well. As we said, the bigger the number, the bigger the minus number, the more of a favorite you are. Tommy Fury comes in as minus 400, KSI plus 300. I think I'm right in saying that, and this might surprise a few people. Yeah. KSI is going to be the second biggest underdog on the whole cards. Looking at the whole cards, Dillan Danis is the biggest underdog on the cards, right? He is coming in at plus 400, right? There's no other fighters on the card that are as big of an underdog as Dillan Danis. Second biggest underdog on this card, according to the odds, what the bookies have got out there at the moment, right? According to the numbers, not me, right? If anyone wants to have a pop at me, not me. We're talking about the actual odds, the actual numbers. The biggest underdog is Dillan Danis. The second biggest underdog is KSI. That should put it into perspective. Across this whole 11 fight card, those are the two biggest underdogs. So I don't think it's unfair to say that Tommy is the favorite. I don't think it's unfair to say that KSI has got a chance, a puncher's chance. But yeah, I think it's good that everyone is on the same page, or should be on the same page, as to how big of a challenge this is going to be for KSI. I can see Owen said, what do you think your round prediction is? To be honest, Tommy is not a finisher. So I think he's had like 9 fights and like 4 finishes, which, you know, for the level of competition that he's faced is not good enough. And I'm sure he would be the first to admit that as well. He said that last time he was trying to outbox Jake, and he's not going to try and do that this time. He said, and he said it with a lot of confidence, but they always do, that he is going to look to finish KSI within 3 rounds. So Tommy's prediction is, I will finish you in 3 rounds. KSI is also someone that finishes. KSI is someone that wants, you know, he is just constantly looking for that big overhand shot, right? We don't see loads of jabs out of KSI. We don't see lots of lovely footwork and movement and feints and all of that stuff. He is all about coming forward and throwing that big overhand, right? Throwing that big, big shot. And so I think that we should see a finish here. I think that KSI will get caught. I think that he'll get put down. If Tommy is saying that it's going to be within the first 3 rounds, then I think it'll be towards the end of that. So maybe like around 4, you know, Tommy not quite being able to get it done in the first 3 like he wanted, but he still got it done. That seems to be like the story of Tommy's life. Like, it's never quite what he's looking for, but he sort of gets it done. Just like against Jake Paul. You know, he said that he would get a knockout there, never did. It went to decision, but he still got the win. So Tommy is someone that, you know, I think has got a lot of confidence in himself, but his skill doesn't always back that up. So for me, I think that I can see him jabbing jabbing KSI, throwing out that jab, keeping KSI at bay, putting in that work, and really just like getting the rounds in the bank and just getting to the point where he is so far ahead in the fight that KSI is going to need a finish. He's going to need a finish to pick up the victory. And then that's where KSI could get even more reckless. So, yeah, maybe it's going to be one of those where this is going to be really in the later rounds. Maybe even round 4 might be too optimistic. Maybe it goes to decision. But I don't know. Both of them want the finish. Tommy said it'll be in the first 3. You know that KSI is going to be looking for a finish. Normally, when you've got 2 fighters looking for a finish is found. So I think I'm leaning to like round 4. I'm leaning to round 4. Edward said, you don't want to doubt KSI. He'll prove you wrong. He has proved everyone wrong time and time again. What has he proved people wrong about? Were people doubting that he was going to beat Swarms? Because I don't remember doubting he was beat Swarms. But did people doubt he was going to beat Pineda? Because I didn't know anything about Pineda. But the fact that he was fighting twice on the same night suggested to me that they'd gone and found a fighter that KSI was going to get a win against, right? Because that was his first big fight back. He was fighting 2 people on the same night. I don't think they were going to go out and get a killer of a professional boxer. And so it proved. I mean, when we saw him, you know, he's got the physique of like a 12-year-old. So who was doubting him in that? And were people doubting him against FaZe Temper? Because I didn't doubt him against FaZe Temper. I think there may have been some questions against Joe Fournier. I will give him that. But the notion that he's always being doubted, who's doubting him? Where's this doubt coming from? Where's this coming from? He's being doubted now. If he gets the victory here, then yes, he's been doubted. What I would say is, like, I don't know what KSI fans are basing this on. I really don't. I don't see it. I don't know what KSI fans are seeing that is convincing them that he is going to win this fight. What have you seen that has convinced you? Because if you're going to say power, you know what my reaction's going to be. My reaction's going to be, who has he fought? He's fought YouTubers and a washed-up fighter that was never that great anyway, right? Who has he fought? Who can we point at and go, yeah, he's got skills? I mean, I've heard people talk about the Logan fight, but the Logan fight was a long time ago. So I don't even know if we can even like reference that. Plus, he went up against Logan and they drew that first one. And then, yeah, he got the victory in the second one. Good win. But I think both of them are vastly improved from that time now. I think they would both admit that neither of them were that great around that time. I'm sure KSI looks back on that fight and cringes now as to like where he was boxing ability wise compared to where he is now. So I don't know. I don't see. I'm struggling to see. I'm struggling to look at what KSI brings to the party. The only thing I can think is that Tommy is going to be a bit too safe, a bit too cautious, a bit too conservative. He's not slow out the gate, but is it going to be a case that KSI is just going to be that bit more explosive at the start and he's going to catch him? He's going to, you know, Tommy's going to still be in the process of warming up and KSI is going to land one of those shots and he's going to catch Tommy. I mean, I really don't think that's going to happen. And even if it does, I'm not sold on KSI's power. I'm not sold that this power is as great as what KSI says. I think that it's, I think there's a lot of hype. There's a lot of hype in this space. So we're going to find out, aren't we? We're going to find out which way this is going to go. But yeah, very much I'm with the masses on this. I think the majority of people are leaning towards Tommy. I can understand why. and I am very excited for the fight. Very, very excited. I do think KSI has a chance. I'm not saying he doesn't have any chance, but I'm saying it's a puncher's chance, because I certainly don't see him dominating rounds. I don't see him jabbing and outworking Tommy. Like, Tommy, to me, is going to look the better fighter, and KSI is just going to try and land that big punch, and that's going to be the story of the main event. But he's got 6 rounds to land it. Will he land it within that time? Plus, also, what the flip is KSI going to look like in round 4? Right? I have no idea. Certainly, if he comes out hot. Can you imagine if KSI comes out and he's throwing these big overhands and he's winging in these shots and he's been jabbed a few times? Like, all of a sudden, quite quickly, the gas tank goes from that to that. And come round 4, it'll be really interesting to see what KSI looks like, because he could have cardio, incredible cardio, and he could go the full 6 rounds at an amazing pace. But because he's been fighting influencers, I mean, like, the Swarms fight was only 3 rounds. I think we got to the start of round 2 and it was done. Pineda was only 3 rounds and that didn't go the distance. The fight against FaZe Temper finished in the first round. I think it was a first round finish. And then the fight against Joe Fournier, I think, was like the second, maybe. In fact, I don't even know why I'm doing it. I've got all the stats here on screen. We can jump over and take a look. But that's the point, is that he is taking on someone who I think is going to take him into some deep waters. And there's a lot of unknown questions. So even if KSI fans have got a lot of confidence in something, there's plenty of stuff that you can't have confidence in because we haven't seen it. Here we go. So he's been round 2. Pineda was round 3, early round 3, but he was dominating that fight. Round 1 against FaZe. Joe Fournier is classed as a no contest, but I think that was done in the first round. So we're talking round 2, round 3, round 1, round 1. What's he going to do in round 4 when he's been worked hard? In that round as well, like, you know, in that fight against Tommy, and he's been worked hard. How's he going to look then? I don't know, is the answer. I don't know, because we haven't seen it. But this is why I think if you are a KSI fan, you can, you know, God bless you. I love the fact you've got confidence in your guy, and I love the fact you'll ride or die. I love that. But I don't know what it is that you can say to me that's going to convince me that KSI is the right pick for tonight. I think he's going to be outgunned. Everyone thought he would lose to Joe Weller and Logan. Oh, that was so long ago, and that was I think before people knew about this kind of space. So I mean, I can't comment as to what people thought about him against Joe Weller. I could believe people expecting him to lose to Logan. I could believe that. So, you know, but that was, you're talking a different level and a different time. So all I know is that since he came back with Misfits, he's took fairly easy fights, and I have not seen him being doubted in these fights. There were rumblings around the Fournier one because that was a step up for him, but Fournier was just washed. I mean, if we knew then what we knew now, I don't think those same doubts would have existed, because Fournier just looks slow, plodding, well past his best. So I would agree with the Fournier one, but the FaZe Temper one, the Pineda Swarms one, I don't think there was any doubts for that. So since he's come back, it's been pretty plain sailing for him. So now, yeah, I mean, look, this is serious doubts. He comes in as the second biggest underdog on the card. But what I would say is that he has got it all to prove, isn't he? So KSI is going to come in, and if he gets the win, this is a monster win. I mean, it's kind of well, it's not all or nothing, but it is big risk, big reward, because if he wins, he beats the person that beat Jake. He could retire then, because he doesn't even need the Jake fight, because he beat the guy that beat the guy. And so he could walk away. He'll have all the aces up his sleeve. He'll be the king of the influencer scene. because he'll be undefeated and he beat the guy that beat the guy. So, you know, a win here would be massive, would be monstrous. And KSI fans, I'm sure, will party into the night if he picks up the victory. I'm sure KSI fans will absolutely love it and lap it up, and so they should. If he wins, it's a big upset. It's a big underdog victory, and it will mean a lot. It will mean a lot. So it's high risk, high rewards, but he knows that, and I think to give him some props and credit, I think he thrives on that. I think he enjoys going in as the underdog. I think he enjoys going in as the person that's not favored. I think that's something that he enjoys. So good, because that's exactly what he's coming in as. Michael said, it depends how KSI will fight if he just does the same thing each time. Wrestling is Art said, I'm not confident in either, but I have more hope in KSI because Tommy couldn't finish guys with 100 losses. Sumo85 said, who have you seen Tommy fight? You seem to have seen a lot of his boxing matches. Yeah, I've seen quite a few of them, actually. I saw him against Anthony Taylor. That fight was on the undercard to Jake Paul. We saw him in that exhibition fight as well, but that was just atrocious. Obviously, we saw the Jake Paul fights. We saw him... What was the undercard that he was on as well? He was on another undercard that we saw. Have a little look. I want to get the name right. It is... Boom. So Rolly Lambert was the person on the Mayweather Deji undercards. So that was before the Jake Paul fights. This is the one when we watch Fury. Daniel Bosianski. Fury white undercard. So we saw him taking on this Daniel Bosianski. But we've seen him on this Anthony Taylor one as well. I think I saw him on another one earlier. It might have been this Dubois cards. So he's got a few stoppages kind of early in his career, right? Taking on, but you know, as has been pointed out, a lot of these here do not have great records, right? But I think Anthony Taylor is quite respected in this space, and he's got a victory over Anthony Taylor. This fight against Bosianski was actually not too bad. So he got a hard-fought like points decision there back in 2022. So that wasn't too bad of a result. Hard work, hard graft. He's not a finisher. He's not someone that really goes in there and puts people away. But he is someone that doesn't often fight fighters like KSI, who I think is going to present as many openings as what KSI does. You've got to remember that a lot of these fighters here, these are proper boxers that train in boxing and go around, and even if they're journeymen that go around fighting other fighters, they're still people that work on their defense and work on their boxing skills, and they're still people that put up some degree of challenge. Whereas KSI, we have no idea what kind of challenge he is going to present, because what he's been doing against the low-level influencer boxers, we don't know how that's going to translate to professional boxing. It could be that KSI might struggle against some of these names. We have not seen KSI against these people. I have no idea how KSI would do against Anthony Taylor. Right? I think Anthony Taylor's got a decent fighting brain on him. He's got a good, decent fighting style. I think he would be a tougher challenge than anyone that KSI has faced so far. And Tommy's got a victory over him back in 2021, which was like a couple of years ago now. Tommy, don't forget as well, is still relatively young. He's 24 years old. So, you know, we're talking about him fighting people 3 years ago when he was 21. And picking up victories. So he's got a couple of wins. That is obviously the big one, though, isn't it? That is the big one. This was just a flipping joke, but it was only an exhibition. If you saw it, it was absolutely atrocious. It was like both guys said, we're not bothered, and they just didn't do anything. But this one here, like against Jake, that was obviously massive. And people have to put stock in this. They have to agree that this is a big, big victory for him, because this is the person that KSI is working towards trying to be able to beat. Well, Tommy's done it. He's done it. He's achieved the goal that KSI wants to achieve. The one thing that KSI is hoping to achieve, Tommy's already done it. He's had a camp. He's been through that whole experience. He seems way more confident this time around. I think if there were any nerves against Jake, I think they'll be greatly reduced this time. I think this is why I feel even more confident for him, because I think last time it was the pressure was serious. He was going up against Jake. Don't forget, they were like betting their purses, and there was like all this extra stuff. There was a lot of noise. There was a lot of people doubting that Tommy was good enough to be in there. Like, he's not really a boxer and all this kind of stuff. And he said, it was a weight. It was a real weight. I don't look at Tommy now as having a weight on him. And I look at the face-to-faces that he's done. He looks so comfortable. He looks so collected. He looks so cool. He looks ready. He looks free. Free, I think, is a really good word. And I've got to think that that's only going to help him. He said that he's prepared for this fight as well, as good as any fight is prepared for. He's not looked past KSI. He's properly put the work in. So I like what he's saying in that regard. I like the fact that he is looking a bit more relaxed and confident, because of, I think that experience with Jake was a massive experience for him. And as we said, he's 24. He's 24 years old. KSI is considerably older. KSI is 6 years older. KSI is 30. Whereas Tommy Fury is 24. So I think, if we look back at his record and you see that he struggled against some of these other fighters going back like 3 years or so, he was 21. He was 21. It was like, yeah, I don't know that Tommy's going to go on to be a world champion. I don't think he will. I know it's something that he would like to try and achieve, but I don't know that that's, I think even he is saying like it needs to be the right fights at the right time. I think even he knows there's levels to this game, and we're not talking about one of the all-time greats, right? But has he got enough boxing fundamentals to be confident that he can control the fight and can get past KSI? The answer to me is yes. So this one, to me, I'm looking at it. I think the odds are fair. I think the majority of people are looking at the same thing I'm looking at. 70% of people on Tapology have gone with Tommy. 30% have gone with KSI. But what I would say is that if you are a KSI fan and you are KSI ride or die, that is your guy, right? You won't hear a word said against him, right? You're going to put a curse on anyone that does. What I would say to you is, he is coming in as a big underdog. No one is going to be able to say anything if KSI can get the job done. You're only winning, aren't you? If you're a KSI fan, you are only winning right now. Because if you're a KSI fan, you are so confident in your guy, right? You just can't even understand how anyone could pick against him, right? Because that's your guy, and you've seen his videos, and you've seen him working out, and you've seen his power, and it's unfathomable why other people don't see the same thing, right? So you are confident in your guy, right? So you're picking him to win, and the rest of the world are doubting him, going, nah, I don't think he's going to do it. I think Tommy's the better fighter. If you're right and your guy wins, you're laughing, man. You're laughing. You can go around on social media having a fantastic night tonight, because think of all the Jake Paul fans that are going to get trolled if KSI does win, right? So I'd say if you're a KSI fan, sit back, relax, and just soak it up and enjoy it, because if you're so confident your guy's going to win, and then he does go on to do that, you're going to have a great evening. You're going to have a great evening. Because it's going to be a proper celebration, isn't it? The party is going to go late into the night, and no one will be able to say this was not a good victory. No one will be able to say that this wasn't a good win, because this is the guy that beat Jake. Simple as that. If KSI gets tired, his power doesn't work, I think there may be a stoppage, said Michael. Edward said, to be honest, I do understand where you're coming from. The boxing brain in me does think Tommy wins, but my normal brain thinks KSI. I have to go with my boy. I understand that. I think if you are like a big supporter of someone, that support is, you know, that's going to override a lot of things. So I totally get it. It's not something that I have any issue with whatsoever. I totally get it. But I don't have that because I'm not someone that watches KSI. I'm not a KSI hater. I'm not a KSI supporter. I'm a KSI neutral. So for me, I've got the advantage of looking at each fight and not really having a preference or a priority. I mean, as I've watched, there are fighters that I like and there are people that I would like to see win. But it not to the point where it would skew what my actual thoughts are when it comes to predicting the fights. So I've got no problem with KSI fans just like rooting for KSI and like that being their guy, ride or die. Like, God bless you. Same thing with like Jake Paul fans, nothing but respect. Same thing with Logan fans, nothing but respect. You ride for your guy. That kind of support is, you know, what this space is built on, to be honest. It's what the space is built on. It's built on this kind of tribalism. My guy's going up against your guy. You don't stand a chance. So, you know, that's a big part of influencer boxing. So I get it. Totally get it. But I think for this space, like where we are right now, kind of tucked away in the corner, doing like a super early watch along, so I've got so much I want to talk about and I want to get to talk with you guys. I think in this space, we're just going to talk like honestly and neutral and just like this is what we think's going to happen. And maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it'll be a case that KSI will come out and has massively developed and improved on his fundamentals, or had them, but because his fights have been ending early, hasn't been able to show them. You know, the level of competition has been a problem for KSI because he's got him wins, but it hasn't really tested him and it hasn't really shown what he can do. And the reason why that's a problem is because I think KSI is going to have a good idea as to what he can do from his training camps and his sparring. But in the heat of the moment, in the heat of battle, it's like being an amazing archer and then getting to the Olympics, not quite knowing, like, are you going to deliver your best when it really counts? Can you deliver your best when it really counts? And if KSI knows that he has got so much more than what is shown, and he knows, he feels confident, because, you know, these influencers are very, very cool under these hot lights, you know, these thousands of eyes. They can walk out there and just ice in their veins. So I wouldn't have much doubt that he could go out there if he does have those abilities and put them into effect. I think that he could definitely do that. But the question is, has he got that? We haven't seen it. Doesn't mean he might not have it, but we haven't necessarily been seeing it because the level of competition he's been facing has been too low, to be honest, too low. I don't know that KSI has kind of worked his way up as effectively as what Jake Paul had managed to do. I think Jake Paul has done a much better job of kind of building up his level of opposition than what they've been doing with KSI. It feels to me like we've been pretty low. Little jump for Fournier. The gap between Fournier and Tommy Fury to me feels quite substantial, and I've got big concerns over that as well. I would like to have seen the Woodley fight. I know there was rumors that we were going to get Tyron Woodley. I'd like to have seen the Woodley fight first. And I'd like to have seen KSI get in there with Woodley, because I think that would have been a test for him. Certainly a bigger test than anything he's faced up until this point. So I you know, if tonight was KSI against Woodley, that would have made a bit more sense. And if KSI came through that, then I think we would have had something we could have like hung our hat on. But we don't really necessarily have that data, unfortunately. So, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. Going to have to see how it plays out. There's obviously a lot of guesswork and, you know, speculation and I think this, I think that, blah, 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 blah. But, yeah, I wish him all the best. I wish him all the best. I hope that he definitely does himself proud, and I hope we get a banging main event. I'm a big KSI fan, but I think he will lose, says Please 200s. At the end of the day, it's Tommy Fury. His brother is Tyson. He's better than KSI. I believe he will win. Kian said, what are your thoughts on the face-to-face between Roman and Cody and Solo and Jimmy and Jay last night SmackDown? Do you see Karrion looking at Roman after it went off air? I don't know, dude. We'll probably focus on that tomorrow. I'm probably moving wrestling talk to tomorrow because we talk a lot about wrestling all the time. And I think there's so much to talk about with tonight's card with Misfits that I probably don't want to deviate too far from that on this one. Khalid said, who is the main event? Is it KSI, Tommy Fury? It is, yes. That is the main event, yes. Days, name one person who can make content on TikTok or anything that you would like to see fight in a boxing match. I don't have one. I don't have one because I don't watch anyone like that. I don't watch anyone. The content that I watch are more information videos. So the content I watch is more, here's the history of this territory. Or here is some top 10 wrestling botches, or I don't know, whatever it might be. You know, like Botchamania or whatever it might be. I don't watch personalities. I don't watch people to see how they are getting on with their lives or whatever. So I don't have anyone. Don't have anyone. Who's that guy that likes trains on TikTok? Him. I've seen some of his videos. He seems cool. Seems a nice guy. I think he'd be completely lost in a boxing ring, but that would only make it more hilarious. Adam said, this should be added to Crown Jewel. Jimmy and Solo versus John Cena on a 2-on-1 handicap match. Zachariah said, what time does it start in New York, US time? Well, New York is 5 hours behind the UK, so that would mean that we are starting the main card at 7, which means it starts in New York at 2 p.m. So always just take 5 hours off. So kickoff show starts at 5, so that means it'll be midday. The New York time for that midday, and then, as we said, main card will be 2 o'clock. We're going to go through a few comments for about 17 minutes or so. Once we get to the next hour, we're then going to start working our way through the fights. I know we've already spoke a lot about certainly the KSI fight, but we need to have a look at some of the other fights that are on the card as well. Zachariah said, I hope KSI gets humbled and knocked out. Rourke said, what are the top 3 YouTube boxers? Well, I think you would say Jake and KSI. I think they would definitely be in the mix. And maybe you would put Logan in there because of his fight with Floyd. But I think Logan is a great unknown because other than the Floyd fight, you've got to go back to the KSI fights. And that was all so long ago. I mean, it was so long ago. There's been so much change in the world that I just don't know how much you can take out of that. I don't know how much you can take from those fights. In fact, how long ago were they? They were like forever ago. Let's have a little look. KSI against Logan was 2018, the first one. 2018 and 2019. We're talking 5 years ago and 4 years ago, right? Now, that's a considerable amount of time. So Logan has done those 2 fights against KSI, and he has had that 8 rounds against Floyd, and we don't know if Floyd wasn't carrying him, right? So I think Logan is tricky to put into that conversation, but I think he is certainly someone that is in the running. I really like, well, the other names that would come to mind would be Salt Pappy, of course, but his loss to Anthony Taylor, I think, definitely hurt his stand-ins. Slim is still undefeated. That's why Slim against Salt Pappy is such a great fight, right? I think Anthony Taylor definitely is in with a shout. I think Anthony Taylor is someone that deserves a shout, and so does King Kenny, hence why that match makes a lot of sense. Walid Sharks, I think he'll get the win against Dean the Great today. I expect him to pick up the victory, but I genuinely think we're looking at the top end. Outside of Jake Paul, I think pretty much the top end of influencer boxing is on this card tonight. KSI, Logan, Salt Pappy, Slim, King Kenny, Anthony Taylor. I think those are kind of the names I would have kind of in the conversation. I think Walid Sharks is someone that definitely deserves respect. He's a former Iraqi Golden Gloves champion. He knows what he's doing. Like, I think when you talk about influencer boxing, you know, the standard is actually at a really good place at the moment. You know, we're talking about people that are Golden Gloves winners. We're talking about like Salt Pappy, who's got previous boxing experience. Anthony Taylor, former fighter, who's got boxing experience. You know, we're talking about people that have got ability and skill. I think the influencer boxing scene, I hope that it's a lot more respected now than it was. It should be a lot more respected because I think they've shown that the level is so much higher than I think where people thought it was or where it was. You know, back before it would be a lot of trash talking, then the bell would sound, and what you actually got in the ring was a bit of a scrap, but from a technical point of view was underwhelming. It was not very impressive. You know, you couldn't compare it to like actual boxers. Whereas now we're starting to see that standard actually get to somewhere fairly decent. Like, you can actually watch, certainly like Dean the Great and Walid Shark, like you can actually see them fighting and you can actually see like the level of skill and it be a decent level. We're not talking like professional boxing level, but we're talking about a level that deserves respect. Like, I don't think influencer boxing sometimes doesn't do itself some favors. Like, you can definitely there are definitely some things that can happen in this space that people can take like shots at, that can ridicule it, right? I think if you're a fan of this space, you're not going to be bothered about that and you're not going to care about that. I think that, you know, things like Boogie having that fight, you know, that kind of went around and people were like, look at this mess, right? This is what influencer boxing is in, like, you know, the modern day. But it's not. That's not really what influencer boxing is. Influencer boxing is a lot of skill and deserves to be respected. I watch it. I enjoy it. Some of the best cards I've seen have been influencer boxer cards as well. But I think what Misfits do is fantastic. I think they've got a really good business model. I think that there is a good level of the fighters in regards to like support and aftercare and fix a bit of lag. There we go. Lovely. Matthew, shout out to you, my friend, said, Days, do you think influencer boxing and professional boxing will eventually merge if influencer boxing continues to develop? No, I don't think they'll merge, only because, you know, proper boxing is trying to find the next champions. It's trying to find people that are coming through, that are trying to get into the rankings. You know, there's a system that's there for fighters to try and work their way. Like, I don't know why you would have that and then go to two people that are trying to squash a beef, right? I sort of feel like they're different audiences. And to be honest, if you've got two people that have got like an online beef, I sort of feel like there's no guarantee as to what their level is gonna be. Like, I think you could. I can't see any reason why, say, Salt Pappy, right? If Salt Pappy was to go on a win streak or whatever, right? Get himself undeniably the top of the influencer scene. and Tommy wanted to fight him, there is no problem whatsoever with Tyson taking on Usyk in the main event, and the co-main event being Salt Pappy against Tommy Fury. I mean, if we're talking about that, I can totally see that. And I don't think we're far from that at all. At all, right? Tommy against Salt Pappy being the undercard to Tyson against Usyk, or like, you know, a proper fight. Yeah, I could totally see that. But if we're talking like two people that are arguing, that want to settle their differences in the ring, and then they're going to make it onto a card. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm struggling with that. I don't see us doing Slim versus Dean the Great, right? I don't see that fight for a Misfits belt sitting on the same card as like a WBA thing. Like, the reason why Tommy would be on that card is because he's the brother of Tyson. That's the real reason. That's the real reason why he would make it onto that card. But, you know, we could totally see something like that happening. So you can't say, no, never, we're never going to get that, because there's an example of how we could get that. But in regards to, like, could we see Misfits titles being, like, defended alongside, like, WBA and all this kind of stuff? Not on a boxing card. Maybe you could see the reverse, where you actually get fighters that want to be seen in front of a new audience. You know, you've got two young fighters that are fighting, say, the British title. Like, maybe we want the British title or the Commonwealth title, and we actually bring that to Misfits. So the main event of Misfits could be for the Commonwealth title between two proper fighters, and the undercard is all influencer stuff. I could see that. Because, to be honest, a lot of those fights for, like, British titles, Commonwealth titles, European titles, so you know, that is still a relatively low level. The public are looking at world titles. Your casual fans are interested in big world championships. There's only probably a limited appeal for, like, smaller belts, like the British Championship, whatever. So even though they're proper fighters, they're not going to have the same eyes on them as the influencers have. So I could see those kind of fights coming to Misfits. I could see the reverse, where some of them fights, where you've got a fighter and you want to get them in front of more fans, like new, fresh eyes. Some of them fights coming to Misfits. That would be an interesting avenue for Misfits to have a look at. You need to make sure you're balancing it. Because I think this is the kind of card that Misfits fans want. I don't think they necessarily want to watch two proper boxers going after a title. But if you was to put this on the cards, I don't think that would be offensive to people. I think that people would watch it and, you know, they might be impressed by it. And who knows, two of them fighters or some of those fighters might get some extra supporters, which would only be great for British boxing, you know. We've got a great young heavyweight who was at the conference. I saw him at the weigh-in. He was... Let's bring up his name. Keep remembering it. Is it John? Oh, I can't remember his name. He's a British boxer. He's only in his early 20s. He's a heavyweight. And I saw that he was actually at the weigh-in. And I did wonder if he was just there as a fan, or if it was going to be a case that he was Johnny Fisher. Johnny Fisher is won the 2023 Best Young Boxer of the World Awards. And he is someone that, like, sells a lot of tickets. He's got a lot of support. Johnny Fisher is definitely someone that's coming through that people in Britain are very excited about. He is heavyweight. He is had 10 fights, 9 wins. 10 fights, 10 wins, 9 knockouts. He is, I want to say, like 24, something around that age. He was at the weigh-in. He was at the weigh-in, and I did wonder if he was just there as, like, you know, a fan, or if he was going to actually get, like, you know, involved in a fight. Because if he was to step in and have, like, one of his future fights on the Misfits cards, I think that would be fantastic. Because he is someone that really does seem to engage with young people, and he seems to really, I think he would be a good fighter to kind of come into this space. Not that he would face, like, Slim or anyone like this. I think he'd have a proper fight. But I think there's potential for a proper fighter to be, like, accepted by the Misfits crowds and kind of taken in as one of their own, you know? That not for him to come in and try and smash some of the Misfits people. Come in, be the kind of adopted professional fighter, if that makes sense. So, like, you know, Johnny Fisher could come in, he could have a fight on Misfits against another professional fighter and talk about how much he loves Misfits, how much he loves KSI, how much he loves the fans. Like, I'm doing this for you guys. Thank you for the support. Blah, 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 blah. And, you know, that would build up his fan base. It would expose him to a load more people. When he goes off onto non-Misfits cards, some of those people may check out his fight and follow him and be a fan of him. And I see potential in Misfits for something along those lines. And I saw that Johnny Fisher was at the weigh-in, the ceremonial weigh-in yesterday. I thought it was very interesting. Very interesting. And I thought it'd be a great shout if we did something like that with him. Days, there was a 6-man tag match after SmackDown last night. Imperium versus Dragon Lee, Sammy and United States Champ Ray as the dark match main event in Tulsa. Adam, shout out to you. Logan wins. What do you think, says Mini Venom? I think that we are going to see Logan win, but I am very interested to know what the cut is going to do. I think the cut is very, very interesting. That cut right there that can be easily opened up, I think that is going to be very, very interesting. Because if I'm Dillan Danis, and I said this earlier, if I'm Dillan Danis, I'm coming in, I'm smashing that, right? I am clinching and I am grinding my glove, the edge of my glove, anything that I can do to make that worse. Because where it is below the eye. And if it starts bleeding, it's going to bleed down the side of his face. It's not going to do much, right? If it was here, it would go into his eye and that would be a big problem. But because it's here, if it bleeds, it's going to go down the side of his face and it's not going to do much unless you really open it. If that wound gets so bad that the ref's like, no. We need to, for your own safety, for the sake of your face, we need to call this. Like, if we're going to get to that point, then Danis could win by doctor stoppage, all because of that microphone that got thrown at the press conference. And do you know who will be to blame for that? Logan. Because it looked to me like Logan threw the first shot there. It looked to me like he threw and then he got smacked in the face with that microphone. So Logan might have just played himself. He might have just played himself. He might now have himself in a real... Logan needs to go in there. He needs to dominate. Because to be honest, if he goes in there and even allows Dillan just an opportunity to clinch up and start working on that, if I'm Dillan, that is my sole focus. My sole focus is to go in there, try and get into the pocket, try and get close, clinch, and then I am grating my glove against his face. I am smashing into that. I'm rubbing my head against it. I'm grinding my glove against it. Yeah, whatever I can do to open that up. That is just an absolute beacon of opportunity. It is glaring me in the face. I know that if I can forget trying to knock him out, forget trying to get through the rounds, forget trying to jab and survive and all this kind of stuff, I know if I can open that up, I'm winning the fight through doctor stoppage. Because if this thing is going to really start opening, The ref ain't going to allow it to continue. Plus, also, the other thing it does is it makes Logan get a bit desperate because he will also know that the doctor is going to stop the fight. And he is not going to want that fight to be stopped by a doctor. And so he will then start coming forward. He will start being more reckless. If he's more reckless, it's going to present more openings. Working on that cut would open up this whole fight. It changes everything. So I know a lot of people might look at that cut and just think like, oh, it wasn't anything that serious, you know, whatever. You're right, but it could become something serious if you make it somewhat serious. So I think Logan wins. I think he's the better fighter. I think that he has been really putting in the work. I expect him to go in there and dominate the fight, to be honest. I don't think Dillan really stands much of a chance, but there is all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a path to victory for Dillan Danis. All of a sudden now, Dillan Danis there is something that he can go in there and do. Whether he can do it, you know, we're going to have to wait and see, but there is now a path to victory for him, and I think that's really interesting. Really, really interesting. Nate, Nick, LMAO, and Alex Wasabi versus Pineda and B-Dave. How will that go, said Bonkers. Yeah, so the tag match, I've got the graphic for the tag match. So the tag match is really interesting. There's no Tapology odds for this one because Tapology is not set up for tag matches. So they haven't really been able to do it. But I do have the odds. So this is interesting. If you've not seen a tag match before, what I would say about the tag matches is I really like them, but I do have a problem with them as well. The problem I have with them is the tag, right? So I have no problem with there being two fighters and then them being able to tag out and change over, right? I understand that when the changeover's happening, the referee tells the other fighter to back away. You can't hit when the change is happening, right? So I don't have a problem with that. The fresh fighter coming in, or the more fresh fighter coming in, some people have said if you've got one fighter that's a bit tired and he, like, you know, now all of a sudden his opponent is fresh, like that's dangerous or all this. It's no more dangerous than being in a fight where your opponent is battering you and you're struggling and they're winning. Like, it's no more dangerous than that. So I don't see that argument whatsoever, right? I don't see any argument, actually. I don't see any sort of problem with the concept. The only problem I have is that if I'm a boxer and I'm backing up to my corner because I want to tag out, right? That process, so I'm still fighting. That process, I've got to have my full attention on my opponent. I can't afford to be like tagging or because I'm going to get smacked, right? That is a perfect opportunity for me to leave myself open and get smacked, right? I'm at a disadvantage there, right? Now, you can say, well, tough luck. If you want to tag out, that's the risk that you're going to take, right? But this is the bit that's just a little bit sloppy to me because I've seen someone trying to tag and the other person not quite ready to tag in or not seeing them or not, like, you know, tagging. And so they're trying to tag. The other person's not coming in. And there's just this little miscommunication. And I just think that looks awkward. It doesn't look professional. That to me is where I've got a slight issue with it. I've said before, I don't know if it would be better if there was like the corner, you know, the corner of the ring. If you had a little circle on the floor, little semicircle, whereas if you backed into that, if you were fighting and you backed into that, it's basically an automatic tag. If you go into that little semicircle, your semicircle, it's an automatic tag. And there is no physical tag like that. The fact you've gone into that space, it's not a big space. It's literally in the corner, right? If you back into it, it's automatic. The ref comes in, separates both fighters. The two fighters change over. Boom. That to me would be a lot more seamless. There would be no miscommunication. the ref would be in control of that because he's just waiting for that person to get into that spot. You may get a moment where someone's backed into their corner they didn't realize, but the referee will have been separating both fighters by that point. And as soon as they go, why, and they go, oh, okay, all right, silly me. Out they go. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't really see there being much confusion there, or I don't see it being unprofessional or anything along those lines. For me, the problem comes from like trying to tag, trying to get over to the ropes, trying to figure out where you are, trying to make that tag. Like that to me is where you're leaving yourself a bit too vulnerable. So outside of the actual tagging process, I think that the concept is great. I really like it. I think, like, you know, you start thinking about, could you imagine if it was in the professionals and we had the Klitschko brothers like teaming together and like boxing together or something along those lines. You know, I start to think about like some of the fun combinations like Deji and KSI. Like amazing, how amazing that would be, and like having tag team titles and all this kind of stuff. Like I don't have a problem with it. I think like there are people that do, but they're just people that are traditionalists that don't like envisage this being in boxing. Like they can't figure why we would be doing this. Isn't a boxing thing. Like it's disrespectful to boxing in some way that this is being introduced. But I don't feel that way. I've grown up with tag wrestling. Tag wrestling is a lot of fun. I like it. But this is interesting, yeah, different, somewhat different. And to be honest, a lot of people, I've heard so many people saying, when I first heard it, I thought it was garbage. When I first heard it, I thought it was rubbish. But now that I've seen it, I think it's great. I'm all for it. I think that AD guy, you know, the presenter, he said that. And I was quite surprised he said it, actually, because, you know, for him to admit that when he first heard about it, he wasn't keen. He thought, no, not for me. No, I'm not interested in this. I thought for him to say that and admit that was quite interesting. But then, like he said, as soon as I saw it, I absolutely loved it. And I thought it worked really well. And I have to admit, I enjoyed it as well. So, yeah, as to who's going to win, I think Nick LMAO and Alex Wasabi are the better pairing. And they made a really good point as well. They said that they train together. So they train together, whereas obviously Pineda, who's from Mexico, and B. Dave don't train together. So they meet up and they go through strategies and all that kind of stuff when they meet up. But it's probably not the same as Nick and Alex that have been training and working together and really been like working towards this. But this is probably the one fight where we don't have much in the way of information because there's just, I mean, what tag matches can you go and watch? Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't really go back and watch much in the way of tag matches. It's such an interesting matchup, such a different matchup. It's a harder one to predict. So what we've got is we've got the odds. You can see that Nick LMAO and Alex Wasabi is minus 200 favorite. Luis Pineda and B. Dave plus 150. So I'm going to go with the favorites. They're not favorites by much, but I think it's probably about right. I think B. Dave is good, but I think he is limited. Pineda, I think, is a lot of fun as well. But again, you know, I think both of these, if pressured, definitely could find themselves on the wrong end of a decision. So I'd probably be looking at something like that. I think if your opponent is tiring, if your opponent is hurting, they can tag out. So that means that it's probably hard to get a finish, because unless you can just catch someone with something, if someone is really feeling the strain, they can tag out and then have a breather. So as much fun as these tag matches are, I don't know they're going to result in that many finishes, because you really can't wear your opponent down because they'll just tag out. So I think a decision is probably likely here, and I'll be leaning towards Wasabi LMAO. Brinley said, Days, I apologize for bringing this up in a boxing live chat. No worries. I wanted to ask if you saw the news on Randy possibly returning at Survivor Series. Hope you're having a lovely weekend. I did, but yeah, I saw. So very good. Randy Orton, one of the all-time greats. He has been out of action since last May. Picked up an injury, like back injury. We didn't know how serious it was, but fast forwards, well, 16, 17, 18 months, still not back. And so a lot of concern, but he has been seen at the Performance Center. And I said at the time, like, we don't know what that means, because it doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be returning to the ring, because it could be that he's actually getting tests and checks and working with the Performance Center recruits. It might not mean that he's actually getting ready for a return. But we did get an update on it, and apparently they are looking at a return for Survivor Series. So, brilliant. Yeah, I felt confident that he would come back, because we hadn't heard of him retiring. So at the moment, it was just all up in the air. And until I hear that he's actually going to retire, I'm going to keep that hope that he is going to return. So I felt like, yeah, there was a good chance that he could return. But I didn't know when. Certainly didn't know that this was going to be the start of it. But some encouraging news. Yeah, some really, really good news. So it looks like Randy Orton should be back at Survivor Series, which is the end of November. I still feel like there's something about it, though, that doesn't make it feel like it's a done deal. So apparently they were targeting a Survivor Series return. And so that would suggest to me that they've set that as a goal. And I don't know if that's a goal that they're going to achieve, or if it's a goal that's just going to be slightly too hard to get. So I would say it's still not confirmed, but it seems like that's their target. If they don't hit that target, perhaps you have to wait for the Rumble. But I don't mind him coming back at the Rumble. As long as he comes back, I mean, you know, that'd be great. So, yeah, good news, positive news. Michael said Tommy had nerves when he fought Jake, and he was hitting Jake so much. Just imagine Tommy with no nerves and being the better boxer. He's trained about 50 times harder. Off Tom said, do you think Roman will go to AEW? No. And Toys R Us are in WH Smith's. It's been reported on BBC News. Oh, that's good. That's good. Anything that's going to bring Toys R Us back, lovely. Do you think sooner or later that KSI will go too far? Calls Tyson out for a match? No. Do you think Tyson will destroy KSI if he fought him? Yes. I think KSI will go too far. He's mentioned Tommy's child. I don't think he'll go too far in calling out Tyson because, for example, for starters, KSI is quite small for a cruiserweight. There is a size difference between Tommy and KSI. And KSI has weighed in at 181 pounds. Heavyweights, you're looking at like well over 205, 210. I mean, I don't know what Tyson's walking around at the moment, but it'll be a healthy 230, I would imagine. It's about 50. Well, actually, right now it's probably more like 250. But like for a fight, you're probably looking more like 235. I think his last fight was around 250, though. Now I'm thinking about it. 230, 250, that kind of ballpark for Tyson Fury, right? Right now, So yeah, I think I don't know that he'll go too far. I don't know what too far would look like. Adam said, The Undertaker and Shawn Michaels talked and hugged before NXT went live last Tuesday. The dead man said to HBK, I brought my wrestling gear, and he said, I lied, I didn't bring it. Edward said, you wouldn't like to see me in a boxing match. I wouldn't like to see you in a boxing match. Yeah, you could go in a boxing match. I'd watch you if you was in a Misfits match. Of course I would. When did he mention Tommy's child, says Edwards. No, I don't think he did. I think what Kian was saying was, you know, what if he took things too far like Dillan Danis and then mentioned like Tommy's kid? But to be honest, that wouldn't change anything because it wouldn't cancel the fight. It would just probably fire Tommy up a bit more. you know? And then we'd just have another conversation of, did KSI take things too far? But he hasn't done that. Tyson Fury would walk around at about 260, said Jono. The dude is 6'8". I'm 6'5", 225. He dwarfs me, says Jono. Jono, shout out to you. 260. Respect. That is... Yeah, I totally believe that. I totally believe that. I think we have seen him obviously coming in at a few different weights throughout his fights, but there's something in my head telling me that when he fought last time, which I think was the... What was the last fight? Was it Chisora? Or was it... I think it might have been Chisora. I think he was at the 250 mark. So him walking around at 260, I can believe that. Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, I mean, look, him and KSI is a no-go, right? But I don't think KSI's got no desire for that fight. That is... He wants Jake. That's what he wants. He wants Jake. So... right, imagine it ends up in a draw, said Snyder. That would suck. That would seriously suck. I mean, what I would say is, even if it does end in a draw, the KSI Tommy Fury fight, what I would say is that, well, at least there's enough on the card that would not mean that I'd feel cheated. There's so much good stuff on this card, like Logan against Dillon Danis, and Salt Pappy against Slim, Dean the Great against Walid Sharks. Like, there is so much good stuff on this card that I wouldn't feel cheated at all if that was happening. Mr. Dow Jr. said, what are your predictions for the fights? Right, well, I tell you what, should we start going through them and start just breaking them down? I've got loads of notes on each fight. I don't want to just bombard people with like loads of information, but what we'll do is we'll go through the cards and I'll give my thoughts, and we'll literally just take it like a step at a time. So this first one, SX against DTG. This is my least hyped fight on the card. It's the first fight on the card. It's literally the appetizer. It's the show opener. It's the fight that I'm really not bothered about. But SX against DTG. SX is first fight, fighting out of Wolverhampton, which is only down the road from me. He trains at Shoot Fighters Gym, which is a good gym. He's staying very quiet. He's coming in as a -165 favorite. 60% of people have gone with him, but I don't think they've gone with him because of anything they've seen of him. I think it's more to do with DTG and how poor he looked last time. He took on Halal Ham, who is a jobber. He's someone that's there to be beaten, and DGG lost to him. He couldn't get the win. He looked very lethargic in that fight as well. That fight was a year ago. DTG said that he's really improved. He's looking for redemption. He is coming in slightly heavier as well. DTG is actually 5 pounds heavier. So for me, this is hard. I'm leaning towards SX because he's working at a good gym. We haven't seen him before. DTG we have seen, and he was not very good. So DTG may have improved, but we don't know where SX is. We don't know how good SX is. There's really not much footage on these two. We're talking about someone that's 0 and 0 and someone who's 0 and 1. Across both of these fighters, there's one fight that we can watch, and it was rubbish. Right, so this is just absolutely the great unknown. It's the great unknown. Hence why no one's got a great read in it. 60-40, people are like, I don't know. So it's a real tough one. I suppose it's quite interesting from that point of view, though. But yeah, this is our open match. This is our first fight, and I am leaning to SX, the complete unknown entity. Next up, we've got the girls. Right now, this is juicy. We haven't actually spoke about this fight. We've been live for like 2 hours, 16 minutes, and we haven't spoke about this fight. This is an interesting fight because it is two women that really, really, really do not like each other. And I don't know if you saw, but there was a lot of controversy here. So they were meant to fight on Astrid's promotion, Wet Promotions, and Astrid came out because Alexia had stolen her belt. So Alexia came out with the belt. That wound up Astrid, really annoyed her. She said, like, I know I shouldn't have done it. I know I should have just, like, stayed cool. But basically, they ended up getting into this pushing and shoving. And then Astrid went through a table, and that was the fight was off, basically. So this fight was meant to happen before, but because Astrid went through the table in a spot that a lot of people believe was fake, right? A lot of people asking why was the table there and all this kind of stuff. They did show a picture of her in the ambulance, right? Could that have been staged? Potentially. But I think it was King Kenny who was there who said that it was real. He said, no, I was there, it was legit. And as Astrid said, like, he doesn't have any reason to lie. There's no reason to make that up. So I would say that's definitely one of the big talking points was these two, the table, was it real? Was it fake? These two have been, like, doing little back and forth things for a while now. As we said, Alexia actually stole the championship and she was dragging it on the floor. She was chucking it into trash cans. She was, like, eating yogurt off it at one point and all this kind of stuff. But this has got a lot of, like, backstory to it. And it should be a heated little fight, this. I think Astrid wins. I think she wins because she's got the experience. She is someone that has had 2 fights and won them. She doesn't look brilliant in the fights, but she's not completely useless. Like, she does get into a boxing stance. She does cover up. She does work the jab. You can tell that she's been told the right things to do. What she is in the process of learning is, like, how to perfect them and then go to that next level. If there's a girl that was to come along that could pick it up a bit quicker or had a bit more of a natural ability, she would own this division. We watched this card before, and I said, if you're a girl, if you're a female and you're young and you are really inspired by what you're seeing, I would say really get involved in boxing. Get involved in boxing. Really, like, put that work in. Like, read about it. Watch fights. Like, really do what you can. Go to a gym. Like, you know, work with the trainers there. Really put that work in, because I think this women's division is there for the taking. I think that if you're a girl that's young, that's coming through, that's an influencer, that feels that they would love to get into this, go for it. Definitely go for it, because I think that it's there for the taking. I do not look at Astrid's or Elle Brooke or any of the women that I've seen so far and think that we are dealing with someone that's going to dominate this space for the foreseeable future. They all feel like they are women that are beatable. That their skill level is of a certain standard that's good enough for now, but as soon as some killers arrive, they're done, man. They're out of there. They're yesterday's news. So I'm going with Astrid. I think she's got the experience advantage. I know that she at least will get into a boxing stance, throw a jab, set a few shots up. I don't know what to expect from Alexia Grace, because this is her debut. She is training with a proper boxing trainer. She looks all right from some of the footage that we've seen. I'll tell you what is a bit of a concern, though, was that Astrid a few times has kind of gone for Alexia, and Alexia has, like, got upset. I remember a moment where she, like, burst into tears and she was like, why is this girl always going for me? And, like, walked off. And you do look at that and you're like, have I really just seen a fighter cry and walk off saying, why is this girl, like, going for me? Like, Alexia just doesn't seem to have that dog in her. Like, I think if Astrid was to have a big first round, I think Alexia would just not come off the stool. I think Alexia would be like, no, do you know what? I don't fancy this. She doesn't strike me as someone that's going to really bite down on the mouthpiece and ride through any kind of a storm. If it gets pretty hot in there, I think she's done. So I think that Astrid, I don't know about skill-wise, but because we haven't seen Alexia, but I think that Astrid is definitely of a certain level. That level may be above Alexia, and I think that Astrid is someone that is going to put the pressure on Alexia, and I don't know that Alexia is going to deal with it. Looking at Tapology, 93% of people have gone with Astrid, 7% of people have gone with Alexia. So at the moment, Astrid minus 350 and Alexia plus 250. So that's where we are in regards to the odds. Everything's pointing towards Astrid. This is actually the first of our title fights today. So this is for the Misfits Women's Flyweight Championship. So this is the first of our title fights. As we said, big builds on this one. Big builds. She has been training twice a day, Astrid. The only thing I would say is that table moment apparently resulted in a concussion. It was only a few months ago. I don't think there should be any long-lasting effects that are going to affect this, but it is just worth mentioning that she suffered concussion 2 months ago. So could that play a factor? I don't think it will. But yeah, I feel pretty good that Astrid gets the win in this one. Next up, we've got Chase Damore against Tempo Arts. This is our next fight, and this is for title fight, and this is for the heavyweight championship. And I said this earlier, it's kind of surprising how this heavyweight title fight is so low down the cards. I think it's because we have not done much to build up either of these fighters, and these two, I think, are kind of both starting out, if you will. I know that Tempo has had a couple of fights and has won both. Chase Damore has had 4 fights, lost 3, so he's really not coming in with great form. I've got Tempo winning it, and so do many of others. Tempo is minus 350 favourite. Chase Damore is plus 250. Tempo, 85% of people on Tapology have gone for him. 15% of people have gone with Chase Damore. For me, the reason I'd go Tempo is because I think he's got good power. He knocked out Godson. He looked good. He's lost a lot of weight. He seems to have some decent boxing. Lots of room to improve. He's only about 18 or 19. Even though he doesn't look as great as Chase Damore, we've seen that body physique don't mean nothing. If you're ripped and shredded, like that means that you're putting the work in the gym, you're lifting weights, whatever. That does nothing for your speeds. It does nothing like for your timing. It does nothing for your accuracy. Like, it may help a little with the power, but actually even power doesn't come just from your muscle mass. It's not like the bigger your muscles, the more powerful you get necessarily. It does help, but it's not the be-all and end-all. You know, a lot of power comes from the legs. So I kind of feel like he is someone that looks incredible, but his boxing ability is very limited. Very, very limited. He's had 4 fights, lost 3, drawn 1. Like, it's hard to get excited about Chase Damore. So Tempo, for me, if he wins this and he becomes the heavyweight champion of Misfits should go mental in promoting this guy. This guy should be on Sidemen videos. He should be put in front of on talk shows, like, I don't know, interviews in magazines. He should be paraded around as the killer in this influencer space. Tempo Arts at the age of like 19 would be 3-0. He would be the Misfits champion. He would be ever improving. And for me, he should be like really regarded as the end boss when it comes to this, because as he's a heavyweight. He's a heavyweight. He's coming in at 273 pounds. Put that into perspective. That would be like 20 pounds heavier than Tyson Fury, right? He is nearly 100 pounds heavier than KSI. right? KSI is about 181. Tempo Arts is 273, right? This guy is a wrecking machine. He is a killer. And he's 18, 19, right? I'm not saying he's God's gift to boxing, but he could be God's gift to influencer boxing if he's young. He's already got fights. He's taking it serious. Like, you look at him and you go, man, they could have something really special here. They could have something really special. We watch a lot of pro wrestling and we're always looking for those next big stars. We're always looking for, like, where's the next John Cena? Where's the next Roman Reigns? Where's the next Stone Cold, right? We're always looking to see if they're out there. And I really think if he wins the title, Tempo Arts, I think you've got a star, man. I think you've got a star. You've got a young kid taking this serious, 3-0. He is the champ, the heavyweight champ as well. You don't have this kid on the back burner. Don't just have him as the third fight on the cards. Like, this should be a guy that's, you know, comes out and does interviews even if he's not on the show. And you, do you know what I mean? Like, you find ways of getting him in front of people and getting him in front of fans that haven't seen him yet, fans of influencer boxing. I'm really excited for Tempo Arts. I really hope he wins. I hope he wins, and I hope that they really get behind him and they really start to push him, because I think you could have something quite fun there. So yeah, I've got Tempo Arts winning, and I really hope it goes that way. Next up, then, we've got Swarms against Ed Matthews. So Swarms against Ed Matthews. This was meant to be Swarms against Ryan Taylor. Ryan Taylor got arrested, but I actually don't know what for. So I can't comment as to why he got arrested. But it was enough for this fight to be cancelled. So now Ed Matthews, who's coming in from Kingpin, he is coming in on 48 hours notice. So, you know, we don't have loads to go off. What I can tell you is I watched his fight against Blueface from Kingpin. He was quite explosive. He had decent movement. He definitely looked like he'd had some boxing training. He did get backed up and get hit a bit. He went on to lose that fight, but he showed enough that made me think, do you know what? He doesn't look out of place in this world. I'm looking at someone here that definitely looks like they've got a bit of something about them. You know, I'm definitely looking at someone here who I would say kind of an average influencer boxer, right? If you think about some of those influencer boxers that are cringe, some of those influencer boxers that come in and they just look completely out their depth, that's not Ed Matthews. Ed Matthews is someone that's got a bit of skill about him. He's got some decent footwork, decent head movement, can set up a few shots, seems to be quite explosive, looking to go for the kill. I like him. I like him. I think you've definitely got a late replacement here that's quite exciting, actually. And he's taken on Swarms, who we've seen making lots of improvements since that first fight against KSI, where he only had 20 days training or something. He's improved a lot. He's got decent speeds. He's got a decent jab. His conditioning is improving. You know, he's someone that's really got himself into a much better physical shape, and you know, his physique is looking better. He's looking a lot more athletic. The only thing I would say is last-minute replacements can be a nightmare. 48 hours, I mean, Swarms won't have been preparing for Ed Matthews. But Ed Matthews won't have had a camp. He won't have been preparing at all. So I don't know quite what shape Ed Matthews is going to be coming in at. I don't know quite how Swarms is going to react to this. I would say this is probably the second fight that I am least interested in. Right, there's only two fights that I'm not too fussed about. The first one is SX against DTG. The second one is this Swarms against Ed Matthews. And this one, as we said, I just think that it's last minute replacement. Whoever wins can't really brag too much about it. I mean, it'd be great for Ed Matthews to come in and get a win. But if Swarms wins, I mean, what's he going to do? Brag about beating someone that didn't even know he was fighting 48 hours ago? It's not really much to take from it. So I think had it have stayed Swarms Ryan Taylor, that could have been really good because there was a big backstory to all of that. So had it have stayed that would have been quite juicy. This one, even though I think it'll be a fun little fight, doesn't have any kind of story attached to it. So yeah, I'm going to go here with Swarms. To be honest, I think people just don't really know what Ed Matthews is going to be able to bring. And without having a training camp as well, it is hard to pick him, isn't it? So 94% of people going with Swarms. Only 6% going with Ed Matthews. Then we've got the tag match, and we did talk about this earlier. I think it's really hard to go with this or pick something on this because we just don't have many tag matches to go off. I mean, we can talk about each individual fighter. We've seen each person have a boxing fight, like have a match. They've all got like little skills, little advantages, little disadvantages. But to be honest, in a tag team match, all of that sort of goes out the window because if you are getting clipped and caught, you just get tagged out. Potentially we would be getting like B Dave against Alex Wasabi, B Dave against Nick LMAO. For me, Nick LMAO and Wasabi would both win those. I don't see B Dave winning those. Luis Pineda, I think that would be interesting. I think Pineda has got a little bit more boxing ability about him than B Dave. But I still think that Alex Wasabi would be able to get it done. I mean, for me, I think Nick LMAO, Alex Wasabi, I think they're a stronger team and they train together. So I would be definitely leaning that way. The odds have got them winning as well. So at the moment, it is minus 200s for those guys. The team called Wasabi LMAO, whereas Los Pinada Coladas, they are plus 150. So again, if you don't know how the odds work, if you're not used to betting odds, then the way it works is the bigger the minus number, the more favorite you are, right? So you want if you're a big plus number, you're an underdog. If you're a big minus number, you're a favorite. So you can see that Wasabi LMAO is the favorites here, whereas Los Pinadas Coladas, they are slight underdogs. But it's a tag team match. It's just going to be a lot of fun, isn't it? It's just going to be a big mess, a lot of fun. And I don't think anyone's going to take it all that serious. Then we've got this one here. So this is really interesting because this is two fighters coming in from Kingpin, I believe. Now, if you haven't been watching Kingpin, they're basically like an alternative to Misfits. And I know that Misfits have kind of had a bit of a weird relationship with them. But they've brought these people in. They've brought in a few Kingpin fighters, actually. And these two are big names, man. They are big, big names. These two are big, big names. These two are, one of them, Nunes, has got 60 million Instagram followers. 60 million Instagram followers. Whereas my mate Nate, he has got 13 million YouTube subscribers. So we are talking about people here that have got some big numbers, big numbers on social media, both across like Instagram and YouTube. My mate Nate lost to King Kenny. In fact, both of these have lost to King Kenny. Both of them, as we said, Kingpin fighters. My mate Nate has got some decent movement, stays in a boxing stance. He's very disciplined, doesn't get sloppy, seems to really stay focused. He's got a nice little uppercut as well. Nunes, pretty flat, to be honest, on his last performance. He can be a bit slow, plodding, predictable. I am leaning towards my mate Nate here, you know. I'm leaning towards my mate Nate. Let's bring him up. 84% have gone Nunes. 16% have gone my mate Nate. I do just wonder if there is a little bit at play here at the fact that Nunes looks like a beast. I mean, if you go off looks, Nunes looks like he should win. And also, I believe he's got a lot more social media followers. So I do wonder if that's at play, because my mate Nate, to me, looks like he's got some boxing ability. He looks like a fighter. He looks like someone that knows what he's doing in there. Whereas Nunes, his performance against King Kenny was so bad. he honestly just covered up and was just a punching bag. He was like covering, coming forward, and King Kenny was just bang, 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 just like throwing in these combos, throwing in these jabs, and all Nunes could do is reset and then come forward again. It was really flat. It was really, really flat. It was really flat. It was really disappointing. I think if my mate Nate can do some work in making sure that Nunes just can't get going, just can't get started. If he can frustrate Nunes, I think that he can win this fight, because I think that he does have some good movement. Jab looks okay, keeps things tight, doesn't get sloppy, looks like he knows what he's doing. He's got a nice little uppercut as well. If he can just control the fight, which might be a big ask, I mean, honestly, if Nunes gets going, then my mate Nate could be in big, big trouble. Could be in big, big trouble. But we saw King Kenny had the ability to control Nunes. Nunes can be controlled. If my mate Nate can do that exact same thing, watch the King Kenny fight. Do what King Kenny was doing, which is easier said than done, because King Kenny is a very good fighter. But if he could do that, and I saw enough boxing ability to think that he has a chance of being able to do that, I think he could pick up the victory here. So I am looking at my mate Nate. I am really going against the grain on this one. I've found a little underdog here that I don't mind a little sprinkle on. I don't mind a little dabble with. He's quite athletic. He's got a 3-1 record as well. He's got 3 wins to his name. And he did lose to King Kenny as well. Both of these have, as we said. But yeah, I'm excited to see this one. I think this is going to be a really interesting fight. I'll tell you the other reason that I've gone with my mate Nate, and that is that I think that Nunes has got some big question marks around his gas tank. I think his gas tank, his conditioning, his cardio, I think there's some big question marks around that. I think that is definitely a potential area of weakness. So, yeah, I'm leaning that way, but could easily go the other way. It's a hard one to know. Next up, we got King Kenny against Anthony Taylor. So this is for the light heavyweight championship. And you've just heard about 2 fighters that have lost to King Kenny. We know that King Kenny is a fantastic fighter. He's got a big left hook. He's athletic. He's got fast hands. He's got great head movement. He's very confident, good footwork. There's so much to like about King Kenny. He really is someone that likes to interrupt the rhythm of his opponents. He's very good range. Is very good getting in close. One thing we haven't seen him do a lot of is really work a lot of volume when he gets in close. Like when he gets in close, we haven't seen him like really unload when he gets in close. But he is capable of doing work on the inside. He's capable of working on the outside as well. I really like it. I think this is such a great fight. He's going up against Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor coming in off a win against Salt Pappy. Salt Pappy is regarded as a GOAT of this space. People didn't expect Anthony Taylor to be able to get the win against Salt Pappy, but he did. And I think, to be honest, Anthony Taylor is being overlooked. I think he's got a lot of experience. I think that he is someone that knows how to control a fight. I think he is someone that knows what his strengths are, what his weaknesses are. He will prepare for this. He'll know his opponents. He's very confident. I don't think that he necessarily has got the explosiveness or the dynamic ability that King Kenny has got. But I think what he does have is a level head, a wise head, experience, and the ability to manage the fight. And I think for that reason, I'm leaning Anthony Taylor. I think King Kenny is going to work hard, try a lot of things, and I think that he will just get a bit frustrated, because I think Anthony Taylor is going to be very, very good at ensuring this fight stays exactly where he wants. I think King Kenny is someone that if he can stop the opponent from like getting into their rhythm, he's very good at doing that. But I think that it's going to be very hard for him to do that against Anthony Taylor. I think Anthony Taylor, with a really close decision win, is what I'm leaning towards. I think Anthony Taylor's interesting because he's never been stopped, right? He's never been put away. All of his wins and losses are by decision. So he's someone that's never been stopped. But I sort of feel that the time will come where someone will stop him, right? And I don't know that King Kenny is that person. He could be that person, but I don't know that he's that person. I don't know that the time is right for someone to come in and stop Anthony Taylor. So I'm leaning to Anthony Taylor on this. I think it's close, and I think it's closer than the Tapology have got it as well. I can tell you that Tapology, 71% of people went with King Kenny, 29% went with Anthony Taylor. 48 hours ago, the odds were minus 140 for Anthony Taylor. They were plus 100 for King Kenny. It meant that Anthony Taylor, 48 hours ago, was the favorite. So that's out of line with this Tapology thing. In the past 48 hours, a lot of money has come in on King Kenny, and I think King Kenny goes into the fight now as the slight favorite, right? He goes into the fight as the slight favorite, but there's really not much in it. There's really not much in it. I think this is way closer than 71-29. Way closer. That's what people on Tapology think. They think this is going to be relatively comfortable for King Kenny. I think that you are severely overlooking Anthony Taylor if you think this is going to be comfortable for King Kenny. Anthony Taylor is the guy that beats Salt Pappy, right? Someone that many people didn't think could be beaten. Not unless it's a KSI or a Logan, but he managed to get past him. And so it shows that he's got a fighting ability, a fighting experience, fighting knowledge. He knows how to control a fight. So, yeah, I'm leaning towards Anthony Taylor. I think he's a big talker, and I think he's underrated. So that's that fight we're getting down, actually. We're really working our way through these. Our next one, Dean the Great against Walid Sharks. So Dean the Great won his last two fights by unanimous decision. He does have power, but the fact he's won his last two fights by decision would suggest that he doesn't always utilize that power. He's got good experience. He's won twice this year. He sits down on his shots. He'll take risks. Always in a fight, he's kill or be killed. He's undefeated as well. These two have fought before. Walid Sharks was looking the better fighter, and then Dean the Great caught him, basically. We could get an absolute replay of that. But I think the truth is that if these two fight 10 times, Dean the Great ain't winning 10 times. If we were to do this fight for the next 10 days, do people really think that Dean the Great would win 10 out of 10? Like, I don't. I think that it would probably be like 6-4 in favor of Walid. Maybe 5-5, but I feel pretty good that Walid would get the advantage. He's coming in with... He's a Golden Gloves winner. He was winning the last fight. It reminds me a bit of... some of the fights we've seen previous. It's a bit like Anthony Joshua when he was fighting against the Andy Ruiz. He was like a heavy favorite to win that fight. He came in, everyone expected him to win, and then he ended up getting caught and he ended up losing, right? In the rematch, he came in and he just boxed clever. He boxed clever. He didn't take any risks. He kept things relatively simple, ended up getting his belts back. I sort of feel like this is going to be a bit similar in the sense of Walid was winning that last fight and then got caught, lost, and now he's got his rematch. And I think, he can take a leaf out of Anthony Joshua's book, and that is go in there, stick to the basics, use your jab, frustrate Dean the Great. Dean the Great's last two wins have been by decision. So this idea that Dean the Great's going to go in and catch Walid again, I don't know. That's a little bit, it's hard to go with puncher's chance. You know, I kind of feel that Walid is a former Iraqi Golden Gloves champion. Like, this is someone with serious boxing ability. This is a problem for Dean the Great. Dean the Great got a win last time. This is his chance to prove it wasn't a fluke. But Walid is hell-bent on getting revenge and showing that he is the better fighter. I think that Walid will get it done here. I think he is. He's got good head movement, good technique, fast hands. I think that he will be the better fighter. Whatever it was that caught him last time, he'll be prepared for this time. So I think unless Dean can spring a different surprise, I don't think he's going to catch him again like he did before. And so Walid, I would think, will dominate this match like he did the last match, only this time not get caught and take it on decision. So decision win for Walid is what I'm leaning to. And looking at the odds, 58% of people, as we said, really, really close. So it seems like even Tapology are thinking if these two fight 10 times, nearly 6 times, it'll be Walid that picks up the win. So 58% to 42%. That's what we're looking at in regards to the percentages. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Walid on this one. I got to tell you, I think the hardest fight to call on this whole cards, the hardest one to call, I think, is King Kenny Anthony Taylor. I think that's the hardest fight. I don't think any fight on this card is harder to predict than that one. I think Anthony Taylor takes it, but I think King Kenny absolutely could win that fight as well. So if there's one fight that I've got the least confidence in, it's Anthony Taylor, King Kenny. Walid against Dean the Great, I feel pretty good for Walid. All the other ones that we've gone through, I feel pretty good for. This next one, I would say, is probably the second hardest to predict, but I don't think it's as hard as Anthony Taylor against King Kenny. This next one is our Coco main event, and it is Slim versus Salt Papi. So Slim against Salt Papi. Now, for me, I think that Salt Papi is, he's got power, he's got boxing ability. I think that he is someone that can land those big shots. I think that Slim is really good as well. I think that he is someone that's got a little bit more to his game. Like, Slim can fight on the inside and on the outside, whereas Salt Papi, he really can just throw those big counter punches. He's a really good counter puncher, right? And so he waits for his opponents to throw the shots, and then he, like, once they've thrown, he responds and, like, you know, takes advantage of the openings. I think if this goes to decision, Slim wins, right? If this goes the distance, Slim wins, because that would suggest to me that Salt Papi has not caught Slim. But I think actually my predictions will be a Salt Papi stoppage, because I think that Slim is going to land some shots, probably look the better fighter as well, like land, like getting on the inside, doing some good work. But I just think he's going to get caught. I think that Salt Papi is going to catch him. I think that Slim is going to leave an opening, and I think that he's going to get caught. He likes to engage, Slim does. Slim is not... If Slim's going to be clever and he's going to stay on the outside and he's just going to jab and he's just going to, like, win the rounds, then I think that he can win the fight. As I said, if it's going to go decision, I think Slim wins. But I think Slim is going to be his own worst enemy, because Slim likes to try and entertain, is an entertainer. He likes to try and put on a show. He likes to show that he is the best in this space, and he wants everyone to be talking glowingly about him. He's not about winning ugly. He doesn't know how to do that. And I think if you're going to step in against someone like Salt Papi, this is one of those occasions where you need to accept that the win is more important than the showcase knockout finish. The win here, whoever wins this, really puts themselves in the shop window, right? We're talking about two of the absolute best in this space. We're talking about the winner of this potentially getting a Logan or a KSI if the Jake Paul fight can't be made later this year. KSI may look over at like the winner of King Kenny, Anthony Taylor, right? Maybe Salt Pappy and Slim are a bit too low down because, you know, their weights are around about like the 165 kind of area, whereas KSI is 180. So maybe they're a bit too small for KSI. But to be honest, I think KSI is only just making cruiserweights. You know, he could probably go down to light heavyweights. So I don't know. Maybe it would be hard for them to get a KSI or a Logan, but I think that these two would really be putting themselves in the shop window for a big, juicy fight for main events kind of status. It is for the middleweight championship. So it is for one of the belts. We should have said, actually, King Kenny against Anthony Taylor. That's for the light heavyweight championship. Dean the Great against Waleed Sharks. That is for the lightweight championship. Salt Pappy against Slim. That is for the middleweight championship. So 3 big fights, really close fights, all for championships. There's a lot at stake here. And I think this is where I do just worry that Slim is going to be his own worst enemy. And I do just worry that he's going to go for the kill. He's going to go big. He's going to get caught. And I don't know that he makes it. If this fight goes the distance, I think Slim wins, right? I think Slim wins. So I'm going to go with Salt Pappy for this one. And I can tell you 77% of people on Tapology have done the same. Salt Pappy is actually minus 330 favorite. Slim is plus 240. So Salt Pappy minus 330. Heavy favorite, to be honest. Heavy favorite. And people are leaning to him on Tapology as well. So as I said, for me, this might be the second hardest to pick because I do think Slim is being underrated here. I think Slim is a much better fighter than that says. And the odds say I think Slim is much better. But I do just worry that he is going to be his own worst enemy. He likes to engage with people, which is going to be dangerous. He likes a war. He does present openings. He can be overly aggressive at times. And I just think all of that plays into Salt Pappy's hands. If Slim's going to come in and show a maturity in his fight game, fight IQ that we haven't seen before, that could be really interesting. That could be really interesting. But I just don't have much confidence that's going to happen. So I am leaning towards it being a case that Salt Pappy picks up the win. And then, to be honest, we're up to our final 2, and these are the 2 fights that we've spoke about the most. So these are the 2 that are going to be the least surprising if you've been joining us. We've been live so far for nearly 3 hours now, already clocking in close to 3 hours. So, you know, we've been chatting away and we've been kind of talking about the fights and like really breaking this whole card down, answering questions, talking about the weigh-in, talking about Logan's cut, talking about how big this card is, the fights we're most excited for, the fighters we're most excited for. We've attacked this thing from all sorts of angles. We are now less than 2 hours away from the kickoff show. Kickoff show starts in less than 2 hours time. So this thing is just absolutely fun. We've already done 3 hours. In 2 hours, we will be less than 2 hours. We will be at the start of the kickoff show. Then another 2 hours and we get to the main card, right? So much to look forward to coming up very, very soon. But we are at the point now where we're at the co-main and we are at the main. So Logan Paul against Dillan Danis. This is going to be the co-main event. I've got Logan winning. The only way I see Dillan Danis winning, as we've been saying, is if he targets the cut. I think the cut is such an interesting development because even though the cut is just a thing that's here, it doesn't look that big. It doesn't look like it's going to be that much of a problem. It's not like it's here and it's massive. Do you know what? It's a perfect cut, really, because it's here and it's not deep enough to cancel the fight. If it was here and it was deep, the fight would be off. the fight would be off, right? Logan is not going to go into a fight with a big, deep cut here because the blood will go into his eye. If he gets clipped a few times, like, we're really looking at doctor stoppage. But because it's here and it's not that big, Logan's still going ahead with the fight. But the reason why that's perfect is because it is a cut that only happened yesterday and can be opened up easily, right? It won't have had enough time to heal. So there'll be a mark. It won't have healed properly. It can be opened and it can be made worse, right? I said, if I'm Dillan Danis, I am grinding my glove against it. I'm rubbing my face into it. I'm getting my elbow into it, right? I am doing everything I can, just short of being disqualified, to really open that thing up. I mean, I am doing everything I can to open that thing up, because if I can get that really starting to open, if I can really start to see that is starting to open, we're starting to get to doctor stoppage territory, because the doctors are going to have to come and have a look at it. There will come a point where, if you've got this big open wound, they're not going to allow Logan to keep fighting with that. It's just how quickly can he open it to that level? It's got to be really opened up, right? I'm talking ugly boxing, dirty boxing, like clinching and real, like getting in there, headbutts driving his head into it, elbows going into it, like the kind of part of the wrist strap being like grinded against it, trying to like catch it and open it. And it's dirty, but I don't see any other way that Dillan Danis gets the win. Dillan Danis is not a boxer. He's not a boxer. His boxing ability is going to be very limited. He's a fighter, but Ben Askren was a fighter. Ben Askren was someone that had got plenty of wins in MMA, but because he was a wrestler and not a striker, we all saw what happened when he stepped in against Jake. A very early stages Jake as well. He got knocked out. Spark knocked out. Round 1, right? That was Ben Askren. Dillon Danis is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu fighter who's not known for his striking. Not known for his striking at all. This is Jake Ben Askren. We've seen what happened in Jake Ben Askren, right? This is Jake against Ben Askren, but only this time Logan Dillon Danis. Like, Dillan Danis has been very vocal. I think part of that is to make this fight bigger. I think part of that is to get out of it what he can. Maybe to get in the head of Logan and throw Logan off his game plan. I think there's a few reasons as to why you do it. And I don't think it's been unwise. You can make the argument it's gone too far, but I don't think it's been unwise. But I think that he has said those things for that reason, not because he's confident, not because he really believes he's got this one and now he's just showboating. It's, there's strategy to this. And I think it's to get into Logan's head, get him fighting off emotion rather than skill. So for me, Logan wins this, but the big question mark is what happens with that cut? Can that cut come into play? And I really hope it does. I'd love the added drama of the cut being brought in. But this is where we are on Tapology. 83% of people have gone with Logan. 17% of people have gone with Dillan Danis. So it doesn't seem like many are giving him a chance. I can tell you that Dillan Danis is the biggest underdog on the card. There is no one else on this card that is as big an underdog as Dillan Danis is. So it seems like a lot of people on the same page with this one. So, yeah, I'm expecting Logan to get the win, but that cut has made things interesting. And then our main event, KSI taking on Tommy Fury. We've spoke about this fight more than any other fight. I think Tommy wins. I mean, there's no point going over it. That's where people are on Tapology. 70% of people are with Tommy. 30% are with KSI. I think that KSI is explosive. I think that he is quite wild and unpredictable, and that can be used to his advantage. I think that he is someone that has achieved a lot in this space. I mean, for example, just setting up Misfits alone is incredible. I think someone needed to do it, and he did it, right? So I think that what he has created is amazing. I think that if he loses, he can still do the fight with Jake. They both will have lost to Tommy, and that's not a problem. But I just think I'm struggling to find what KSI does that Tommy should be concerned about. And the one thing that keeps getting mentioned is KSI's power, KSI's power, KSI's power. But Tommy will have been against people that have got big, serious power. I mean, Tommy has said, you haven't got greater power than Tyson Fury. And I've been sparring with Tyson Fury. And Tyson has been hitting me. I am at times a punching bag for Tyson. And do you really think the Fury family go easy on each other? I am used to being in the gym with people that can hit. I'm used to being in there with heavyweights. I'm used to being in there with people that have got big power. So it's great that you think you've got big power, but compared to what I've been around, it's going to be average at best. At best, it's going to be average compared to what I'm used to. And I thought that was a very compelling argument, to be honest. KSI has been facing YouTubers, influencers, and an old man in Joe Fournier. So I know that he might have confidence from his power from his sparring and his training and what people have been telling him. But it's very, very different sparring and training compared to a real fight. Very, very different, right? I'm sure there'll be respect after. But I think if you're pinning your hopes on KSI winning this just because of the power thing, my answer to that would be, well, we don't know that it's that great. And it's one thing having power like Deontay Wilder, but you've got to land it, right? You've got to be able to land it. And I think Tommy's chin is okay. Tommy's chin has been clipped a few times, like Jake Paul hit Tommy quite a few times, and Tommy's chin would seem to stand up to it. So, what's going to happen if KSI lands clean on Tommy and Tommy doesn't budge? Like that, if KSI has put so much stock into his power, if he lands on Tommy and Tommy just doesn't budge, doesn't move, just like, this is the shot that put FaZe Temper away, and he lands that on Tommy, and Tommy just, that's it. He doesn't move, doesn't flinch. Like, KSI is going to be in trouble. He's going to really be in a dark place, because that is going to be a problem for him, because I think he's put a lot of stock in this power thing. I think he really, really genuinely believes he's going to go in there and knock Tommy out. I think he genuinely believes he's going to do that. And I think Tommy is like, do it, bring it. Because if you go for that, I've seen the openings. I know what I need to do. So I feel quite comfortable with this. KSI is actually the second biggest underdog on this card, according to the bookmakers, the odds makers. He's the second biggest underdog. And I said this earlier, if you're a KSI fan, you should love this. This is perfect for you. You don't want KSI to be coming in as the favorite, because if KSI comes in as the favorite and he wins, everyone's going to say, oh, well, he was meant to win. He was the favorite. Of course he's won, right? If he loses, everyone is going to laugh at KSI. KSI is going to be a big joke, right? Because he lost a fight that he was meant to win, right? This is perfect for KSI fans. There shouldn't be a single KSI fan that is disappointed at KSI coming in as an underdog and being unfancied, because it plays right into your hands. If he loses, everyone expected him to lose. We expect him to lose, and he lost. Big whoop, right? No one's going to really care. He lost. I expect him to lose. But if he wins, he shocks the world. I do not expect him to win. If he wins, it is huge. It is huge. It is going to be a big, big win for KSI. It will be a big statement. He will have beaten the person that beat Jake Paul. So this is what I'm saying. Like, if you're a KSI fan, you really shouldn't be looking at this, getting frustrated or upset or angry or anything along those lines, because it is win-win for you. It is win-win. If he does win, he shocks the world. If he loses, we all thought he was going to lose. So, like, there's no shades. Like, yeah, he lost to Tommy Fury. So did Jake Paul. So it doesn't matter, does it? So I think this is perfect for... And maybe this is why KSI has took it. Maybe that is the mentality that his team have got as well. Like, if we lose, it doesn't matter because Jake lost. As long as we don't get knocked out. As long as we don't get knocked out. But Tommy's not really known for knocking people out. You know, he's had 9 fights, 4 KOs, and they were early in his career. So, you know, as long as KSI can survive, because that would be the worst. If he lost by knockout, and then, you know, that was doing the rounds, that would be a problem. But I think they've looked at it, and they've gone, all right, we might not win, but it'll be a big fight. It'll generate a lot of money. We have got a chance. We could win, and we're going to try and win. But if we don't win, well, Jake didn't win either. As long as there's not a finish, as long as we don't get knocked out. And they've made sure, I think this is like 6 rounds. So KSI should have enough in the tank to get him to 6 rounds. If it was 8 rounds, don't know. I don't know what KSI would look like in an 8th round. But this thing is 6. He should have enough to get through 6. And, yeah, you know, it could be that's the exact same thing his team are thinking as well. So, as I said, as long as he doesn't get knocked out, I don't think it would be a massive, massive problem for him tonight. But, yeah, it's a great fight. It's a great card. It's one of the best cards for any event I have ever seen. I'm not just saying that. I genuinely think this card looks amazing. I think it's one of the best cards I've ever seen for any event. I mean, we broke it down earlier, and we were saying there's 11 fights. 5 of those 11 fights are for titles, right? So straight away, those 5 fights are going to be interesting because there's a title on the line. Then you've got Logan, Dillan Danis, and KSI against Tommy. There's no titles on the line for that. So without breaking a sweat, 7 of the 11 fights are going to be interesting. And then you've got that Nunes against my mate Nate. So you're talking about someone with 60 million Instagram followers taking on someone with 13 million YouTube subscribers. Like, we're talking big numbers. We're not talking about some people that have got a few 100,000. We're talking about some people that have got millions and millions. We're talking big players in the social media scene. They're going up against each other, right? I mean, that's going to be an intriguing little contest. So I would say that's 8 out of 11 fights that are interesting. And then the tag match, which if you've never seen a tag match, you're going to want to see it. And if you have seen a tag match, I'm guessing you enjoyed it because it was a lot of fun last time. So I'm guessing you enjoyed it. So, yeah, Wasabi LMAO, Los Piñada Coladas, them 2 teams going up against each other. And, of course, you've got Piñada, who people just flipping love anyway, gets a great reaction whenever he comes out. So you know that that's going to be a lot of fun. So, as I said, I reckon without even trying, there's 9 of the 11 fights that look really interesting tonight. It's such a stacked card. So, yeah, that was the rundown of the event. We can obviously go back to that and kind of touch on it throughout the evening. But main card-wise, this thing is just, it's really as good as it gets. I think you would really, unless you could get Jake, I think you'd be really hard-pressed to make this even better. Maybe if you could have got, like, Deji on. Maybe if Deji was on, or if you'd managed to get, like, Jake on the card, certainly. But, you know, just looking at, like, the Misfits boxing scene, this feels about as good as you can make it. It is absolutely rammed. It is rammed. Wrestle with Andy, shout out to you. Who do you think wins out of Danis and Logan? I think it'll be Logan. I think the cut is very, very interesting. I think the cut definitely is something that we need to keep an eye on because that is a situation that can get worse very quickly. That is a situation that I think we could see really opening up. And, you know, if a doctor, like at the end of round 2, starts looking at that cut, I don't think Danis will be able to do enough work to really open it up in just a round. But after a couple of rounds of like really working on it, clinching, grinding his head against it, you know, that kind of stuff, I think if we can get that cut open, I think Danis's only chance is really that cut. I don't see him like landing a lucky shot. I don't see him rocking Logan or anything along those. I think Logan's going to keep it tight. I think Logan's been doing a lot of boxing. I don't know that Logan has ever really stepped away from his boxing. So I think that this is a winnable fight for Logan, definitely. And, you know, it's not like we've going 12 rounds and it's going to go super deep or anything like that. I think it's only like 6. So 6 rounds. I don't even know if it's going to go that far. There's every chance that he wears Dillan down and then puts Dillan away. Dillan's got little to no striking. If you've seen like some of his like workouts and everything, they look atrocious. The only question mark is if that's just him trying to throw us off the scent. Maybe he's a lot better than we have seen. You know, perhaps he's been trolling us. But if I'm just going from what I've seen, he looks horrific. He looks like he's going to be out of there in round 1. The comparison would be Jake Paul, Ben Askren. It'd be Jake Paul, Ben Askren. So that would be what this feels like to me. So I think Logan wins. I think the cut has made things interesting, but I don't know that the cut is even going to be enough. I think it's going to need even more than just that cut, to be honest. Logan is going to get up close and aggressive. He will knock out Dillan Danis in the first round, 13 seconds before the bell said Sky the Spider. Brian said, why are we on so early? Oh, dude, there's so much to talk about. So much to talk about. I mean, the kickoff show starts at 5 UK time. Right now, it's 3:20. And we haven't stopped to take a breath. We've only literally just gone through all the predictions. And so now we've got, what, an hour and a half. And you know, as soon as that kickoff countdown show starts, I mean, it's just going to be bananas, fighters arriving, like, you know, little interviews. So as soon as we get to like 5 o'clock, which is an hour and 40 minutes away, I mean, that's it. I mean, the show started, innit? We'll be doing fights and all sorts of things. So, yeah, it's just, there's so much to talk about. Did you see the video of Dillan Danis putting Elle Brooke to sleep? Apparently she wanted to be choked out. It's a crazy world we're living in, said Brinley. Do you know, I did see that. I didn't know she wanted to be choked out, but I did see him putting her to sleep, and she was like convulsing momentarily, wasn't she? She was like she was proper shaking and everything. Yeah, I did see that, yeah. Quite scary, weren't it, actually, seeing, like, you know, the fact that she was like gone and was like starting to convulse and everything. Like, pretty scary to think that that's something that people are capable of doing, you know. But yeah, I saw it. It was quite the video. I saw a lot of people that thought that he'd just done it to her, that was saying like, this guy's out of control and everything. So I'm glad she at least requested it. Weirdo. John Fury has been so funny, said Edwards, saying bum squads and that he'll bum KSI. John Fury is just so entertaining, full stop. I mean, did you see him when he got in that cage and he was like smashing that plexiglass? I was stunned that it didn't give. I didn't think it would break because that stuff is strong, man. You know, I mean, it can withstand hell of a battering, but I think I was more surprised that it just didn't fall off whatever was holding it up. I really thought he was gonna like just break it away from whatever was holding it, because he was like proper banging into it, wasn't he? He was really going at it, and like when he smashed at the press conference as well, and he was like booting the tables, and it like really like kicked off into a riot. I mean, people love John Fury. He is out of control. But I would imagine he's an absolute nightmare to work with. I mean, can you imagine, like, if you was in charge of Misfits and you've got John chucking stuff around? Like, if someone hits someone in the crowd, you've got a whole world of like problems, you know, got a whole world of like people suing you and all this kind of stuff. Like you do need, and also you want carnage, but you want it to sort of be controlled, because you don't want anyone to get hurt, because obviously you want fights to take place. And you know, if John's just going to be doing what John's doing, I mean, can you imagine if John had like smashed through that plexiglass and it had like gone at KSI and something had happened? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, we will get ourselves to the point. We almost got there with the cut to Logan. You know, we are going to get to the point where these explosive press conferences, these explosive weigh-ins, we are going to get to the point where this is going to result in fights being cancelled, because fighters will take it too far. And we're seeing that with Dillan Danis' comments. Dillan Danis is, you know, the question that we're asking, and of course we're going to change the question as we get to the fights, but the question that we're asking right now is, do you think Dillan Danis went too far? And we're seeing that even the trash talking now is being taken to a different level. So I sort of feel like in this influencer space, people are always trying to outdo each other. People are always trying to create controversy. And the way that you create controversy is really by pushing boundaries. Well, the problem is, if those boundaries keep getting pushed, you're going to get to a very uncomfortable point. You're going to get to a point where if you do push that boundary much further, we're getting into some dark territory, or we're getting into some dangerous territory. So I would say that is a bit of a concern. I would say that like the John Fury stuff is fun, but thankfully hasn't resulted in any kind of damage or fights being cancelled. But it is something that needs to just be kept an eye on, because it could result in some issues in the future. But I don't know, man. I think John is a bit unhinged anyway. But I think that when he's looking at a load of kids that are just faffing around, I think he gets frustrated. I think like he likes to be in a professional environment. He is a bit like a chameleon. He will take on whatever is around him. So, you know, like how a chameleon, if it's on the leaf, will turn its color to green, or if it's on the sand, it will go sand color. I think John Fury is like that. If he's around professionals, he will be professional, and he will, you know, talk about how much he loves Saudi Arabia, because that's what he's been told to do. And he'll be very respectful and professional. But if he's around a load of kids and he's around a load of influencers that are talking trash and bringing out cakes and just faffing around, John doesn't have that ability to be the adult in the room and say, can we just settle this down, right? I mean, I'm an old man. I'm here to talk about the fight game, right? He doesn't have the ability to do that. John goes, oh, we're going to F around, are we? I enjoy effing around. Boom! Off we go. Kicking tables, chucking stuff in the air. I'm the king of the world! He just takes on whatever atmosphere is in. Yeah? I sort of feel like if John's at a karaoke bar, he's up there singing at the Copacabana. He's having a great time, you know, singing away. Just like if you put him in like a bar that had transvestites, like people cross-dressing, I'd have no doubt if you came back in half an hour, John would be up there in a dress. I'd have no doubt in my mind whatsoever, right? No doubt he'd be there in a dress. He'd be entering the competitions. It'd be like, what do you think, lads? Do you reckon this fits? Is it my colour? Like, he just seems to adapt to whatever the surroundings are. He just seems to like take on board wherever he is. So yeah, he's a riot, man. He's a riot. He's a lot of fun, but he's also quite dangerous. He's also got the ability to really take things a little bit too far. Peter Fury is the only one that has got class, said Babies627. Next time I have a boxing match scheduled, I'm going to get Tony Khan to do the trash talking for me. Rani said, I really don't want to miss these fights, man. Do you know what? You really don't want to miss these fights. These fights are going to be a lot of fun. It's a big night tonight. Big night tonight. It's such a great card, and I know we keep saying that, but it is a really great card. It's the biggest influencer boxing event of all time. I know that we potentially have had bigger matches. I don't know why, but I think the Jake Tommy match felt bigger than this one, right? I think the reason is because this card is so big that like Logan and Dillan have really stole some of the spotlight. And I think that if you're into Misfits, like some of these other fights have just took a little bit of that spotlight. Whereas when it was Tommy against Jake, they had all of the spotlight. Whereas I don't think KSI Tommy has got all the spotlight this time. But this is as big as Tommy against Jake. This means just as much because it's Tommy once again coming into this influencer world. It's another influencer trying to take Tommy down. It's another influencer saying that they're going to do it. It's another influencer that would be an embarrassing loss for Tommy. So it's just as big. It's just as big. But as I said, I think it maybe doesn't feel quite as big because I think a lot of people are looking at Logan Dillan as being the real main event because of the drama that's happened online. 2 billion views. Dillan Danis has got 2 billion views on social media. Engagement, like people reading his tweets and looking at the images and everything. 2 billion in the past few months. It's incredible. It's incredible. The size of this event, the size of these fights is incredible. Sky the Spider said, dub for Tommy, L for KSI, dub for Logan, and an L for Dillan. What time does the card start in Cali, said Chris. I honestly don't know Cali time. So I think it's like, is it like 8 hours behind? I don't know. I know that Eastern time is going to be 5 hours behind the UK. So the main card starts at 7. 5 hours behind would mean that it's starting at 2 in New York. But California, I think it's probably 8. So I'm guessing like 11 in the morning, something like that. Days, not MMA, but did you hear rumors about Randy? I did, yes. Very exciting if it comes off. Andy said, will you do Crown Jewel predictions? Yes, but closer to the event. Daniel said, it's such a great card. The only 2 fights that anyone really needs to give a shiz about is KSI and Logan. No one gives a shiz about the other fights. I disagree with that. I think there's a lot of people that care about the other fights. I think if you're talking about the general public, then I could agree with that. But I think if you're someone that watches the influencer boxing space anyway, I think if you've been watching some of those other Misfits cards, these are dream matches. These are fights that we have wanted to see. These are fights that could main event the Misfits cards. Like King Kenny against Anthony Taylor could main event at any Misfits cards. Dean the Great against Waleed Sharks could main event any Misfits card. And Salt Pappy against Slim. So those 3 fights are absolutely huge. But I don't disagree that if you are someone that doesn't watch this space, these are not going to be names that you're necessarily going to know. You're going to know Logan and you're going to know KSI and you're going to have seen the hype around their fights. And maybe you just don't know the others. But I assure you that if you know anything about this space, if you know anything about this Misfits boxing world, and not even Misfits, but just influencer boxing in general, this is stacked. There is plenty on this card, more than just those 2 main fights. Nearly the quarterfinal time. Who do you think will win today, said Carnes. I actually don't know the rugby matches today. I think, is it Ireland, New Zealand today? That's a real tough one. New Zealand lost to France, didn't they? So I think it might. I'd love to think it's Ireland's time. They've never won it, and so I'd love to think it's their time. New Zealand have won it enough times, so I would like to think that it would be Ireland's time. But New Zealand just have that way, don't they? So it could be heartbreak for Ireland. It could be heartbreak. I think Wales will get through. I think they got Argentina, so I think Wales will get through. I think if I'm a betting man, I would go... Oh, that's so hard. If I'm a betting man, I think I would go Ireland. I'm going to say it is their time. I think everyone will want to see the fights because they're all main events to me, said Rani. Isn't the KSI Tommy fight for the Misfits cruiserweight title, says Owen. I don't think so. That's a really good question. I don't remember seeing it being listed as being for a championship. Let's have a little look. Let's go back on the thing and bring it up so we can look together. No, there's nothing listed here. I remember them saying there was five title fights. So you can see the flyweight title for Astrid Wet against Alexia Grace. That you can see just above where it says prelim. Misfits flyweight title. Then we've got Chase in action. He's taking on my mate Dave. He's taking on Tempo Arts. That's for the heavyweight title. Then up here, we've got the light heavyweight title. Then we've got the lightweight title. Then we've got the middleweight title. But nothing listed for these top two here. So it's a really good point, though. Really good point, because I think that cruiserweight belt is with KSI. But it doesn't look like it's actually on the line. It doesn't actually look like that is being defended. Maybe it's one of those where it is and it just hasn't, the detail hasn't made it over to Tapology or something. But no, at the moment, I'm not under the impression that it is. But you're spot on. I don't know of any others, to be honest. The only reason that it's got me watching is because of those two fights, says Daniel. Yeah, no, I don't think you're wrong. I think if you're someone that doesn't watch this space, and if that is you, I mean, no shade whatsoever, because this is such a big card that it's bigger than any card they've put on previous. So if you've looked at it and gone, I'm not bothered, I could totally understand that. Whereas if you've looked at this one and gone, yeah, man, I'm really interested in the Logan Dillon Danis thing. I'm really interested in KSI Tommy Fury. Like, if that has grabbed your attention, I totally can understand why you'd look at the rest of the card and go, I ain't bothered by it. I don't know who these people are. But just know that I think if you have been watching this and you are someone that has been engaging with this, these three are big fights. Right, Aubrey said, Tommy is trending number 12 in Cambodia. They know what's up. We love you, Cambodia. Cambodia are always there for the good times, aren't they? God bless those people. They were trending the other day. They had the two wrestling shows that were on Tuesday. They were trending in Cambodia as well. We were checking the trends. We'll have a look, actually, throughout the event and see what's trending. As this event progresses, we'll have a little look at that as well. We can do that throughout the show. Edward said, if I thought on Misfits, would you support me? Would you want me to win? Yeah, we would support you, Edward. Edward's been in our community for a long time. He is a boxer. I know that he's reached out to Misfits. I think they've said you need to have a certain level of following. And that's always going to be the barrier, isn't it? Because, to be honest, Misfits aren't really looking for great boxers because there's loads of great boxers out there. They are looking for influencers that are interested in doing this boxing, but it's big influencers first. Because this is a business, isn't it? If you've got a few million subscribers and you quite fancy giving this a go, they are going to be interested because, of course, you can tell your couple of million of subscribers that you're going to be fighting and they may tune in to watch you fight. And that's going to make this event a bigger event. So they're all about eyes, bringing in engagement. This is part of the current world that I really, don't like. I don't like. You hear all the time people bragging about how many likes they get, how many views they get, how many subscribers they get. I'm not into that world. Like that doesn't. It's not an interest to me. Like people arguing over I've got more followers than you. Like it's weird, isn't it? It's like some of the best albums, music albums that have ever been made were not commercial successes. They weren't like, they didn't do great in the charts, but like Velvet Underground, for example. The Velvet Underground's one of the most famous albums. If you get any of those top albums you should own books, the Velvet Underground, the one with the white cover with the banana on it, that is always listed, but it was not a commercial success. There's loads of other albums that were just not really appreciated during their time that have, subsequently been looked back on as being like fantastic. So I sort of feel like just because something is popular doesn't mean that it's good. Just because there's plenty of pop songs, plenty of you look back on what was in the pop charts in the 70s. You look at what was in the charts, in the music charts. There's a lot of just horrible puppy love type love songs and all this when you've got flipping Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd and all these great bands around. Some of the stuff that's in the pop charts is just horrible. Rubbish. So the idea of bragging that you're getting all these views and engagement is no sign of the quality of the content that you're making. Sometimes it is. Sometimes great work can be recognized, but not always. So I don't know, man. I just find all that stuff really petty. I find all that stuff really it reminds me a lot of back when in hip hop when people used to brag about having cars and chains and gold and money and all that kind of stuff. I sort of felt the same about that as well. They're just things, man. They're just things. It's great that you've got those things. I'm pleased for you, but imagine having those things and then bragging about having those things. What sort of life is that? I don't know. It's just seems weird, doesn't it? It seems a weird, do you really want to be that person? Is that the person that you want to be? I don't know, man. It's, that's the side of this that I just think it can turn a few people off, I don't really have any respect for that. But that seems to be how this game gets played, isn't it? That seems to be part of the rules of this game, is that you come in and you brag about that stuff. And if you've got more than someone else, does that mean that T-Series can come in and just own everyone? Could you imagine if T-Series was a fighter, came in and was just mic drop, because they've got I don't know how many hundreds of millions now of YouTube subscribers. I think they are the most subscribed to channel, this flipping Indian Bollywood film studio. Yeah, shut up, T-Series. T-Series is better than all of you. That's how doesn't that put into focus how petty this is? The fact that the biggest YouTube channel is some sort of Hollywood Bollywood studio. It's just then people are arguing over if they've got 700,000 subscribers or 1 million subscribers, or their videos get 1 million views, or they get 900,000 views. Who gives a flip? Honestly, who gives a flip? So yeah, part of that I think is a bit petty, to be honest. Carlin 1985 Gareth, shout out to you, says have a great stream, Days. I'm looking forward to tonight. Shout out to you, man. Really appreciate the support. Yeah, we're just kind of chatting about the fights. We've actually only got an hour and 20 minutes to go until the event starts. The kickoff show kicks off and everything. So I remember thinking when I started the stream, I was like, oh, are we going to have enough stuff to talk about for a few hours? I ever need to worry, because talking is just easy for us to do. We've broken the fights down. We've gone through a full predictions thing. We've shared our thoughts on the main event, the co-main event. We've spoken about some of the fighters we would like to see get pushed. We've answered a few questions. And we've got just over an hour and 20 minutes, and then we're at the countdown show. So we're in a good place, man. Yeah, we're in a good place. Appreciate the support, dudes. And if you've got any thoughts on any of the fights, put it into the chats. I want to try and get down some of these comments and get your comments. And get your thoughts as to who you want to see win, why you think certain people are going to win. Daniel said, KSI is an Arsenal fan, so I want him to lose for that reason, says Daniel. That's fair enough, man. I hear you. You're absolutely fine. N4CR said, Top G and The Undertaker are going to come out and they're going to throw Logan and Danis off the top rope. Hassan said, KSI is going to win 100%. Andrew Tate would clap nobody, said Rani. I love Andrew Tate, said Tor. Mr. Meme said, who do you think would handle Tommy Fury loss better, Jake or KSI? I think Jake, said Mr. Meme. That's a great question. Who handles a Tommy Fury loss better? To be honest, I think it depends how they lose. I think if KSI loses by split decision like Jake, I think he will handle it okay, actually, because I think that he was not expected to win. I think he'll see it as a missed opportunity. I think he'll be frustrated because he had an opportunity there to show he's better than Jake, and he couldn't do it. But all that'll do is it'll just set up their fight to be just as juicy. You know, they both faced Tommy, they both lost. This fight tonight is so important because I think that fight will happen between KSI and Jake. And I think that they are going to talk about this is the only opponent they've both faced. So I think they're going to talk about the results. So, you know, Jake is in a great position because he lost, but he only just lost. It was like split decision. It was really close. Really close. As close as a loss can get. So really, KSI has either got to lose by split decision, which is, as he said, as close as a loss can be, or he's got to get the win. So KSI needs to make sure that he doesn't get finished. If he loses by decision, right? If he loses by decision, then, you know, fine. I don't think it's going to be too bad. But if it's a stoppage, then I think it is going to be hard for him. So, yeah, I think the answer is it depends how they lose. Tariq said, are you watching the Cricket World Cup? Are you happy with England's performance? I am watching the Cricket World Cup. I don't know what happened between India and Pakistan, but India certainly looked like they were doing better at the start. And it looked like they were going to go on to win. So if Pakistan have won that or are winning that, I would be surprised. But yeah, I have been checking in with it. Who did we watch the other day? I think we watched, was it India, Australia? I think that was the game we watched. We've watched both of England's games as well. I thought they were abysmal against New Zealand. I thought they did much better against Bangladesh. They play Afghanistan tomorrow. To be honest, I want us to go up against a good team and for us to put in a good performance. Bangladesh, we should be beating them. Afghanistan, we should be beating them. I want to see us get a win over like Australia, or I want to see us get a win over like Pakistan. I want to see us get a win against the team that we should be beating, because I've still got a bad taste in my mouth about the New Zealand result. So yeah, so far not brilliant would be my response. But I might feel a bit better once we've got some wins over some credible teams. Days, are you doing any live streams for the Cricket World Cup if England make the Final Four, said Thruka? No, I just don't think we have the community for that. So, no. I don't even think we would do the final, to be honest. We have done the final before. We did do cricket on the second channel, and I love cricket, but I think I learned a bit of a lesson that just because I love something doesn't mean that we've got the community that feels the same. So sadly not, no. India just won by 7 wickets. Boom. Okay, thank you. Felt like it was going that way. How many rounds do you think will it go for in both fights? I think the first fight will not get... I don't think the first fight will go to the distance. I think if it does, Tommy wins. I think KSI is looking for a finish. I think Tommy is going to look for a finish as well. He said he will finish within the first three rounds. I think if both guys are looking for a finish is normally found. So for that reason, I am definitely looking at that being a finish. I think that it will go to Tommy, unfortunately. I think if KSI can get a decision, I think that would be a good result for him, to be honest. I think if he can get a decision, I think it'd be a really good decision loss. I think that would be a good result for KSI. I know he would want the win. I know he would be disappointed, but I think losing to Tommy by decision, I think you've gone all 6 rounds. I think that you've hung in there. You've not been put away. Tommy said he was going to put you away within the first 3. You've made it 6. You've got a result very similar to what Jake got. Jake got a split decision. You've got a decision, whatever, right? I think that would be acceptable for KSI. I really do. So I think that I'd be surprised if those two that are looking for finishes, if we don't get a finish there, though. So I'm going to say Tommy by finish. But Tommy by decision, I think, is absolutely on the table as well. And then Logan, Dillan, I just don't think Dillan's going to make it. I don't think Dillan will make it 6 rounds. The question is, can Logan because of the cut? So I'm going to say Logan wins by stoppage in like round 4, maybe 5. I think the cut is going to have opened. I think that there will be a bit of drama around the cut, but I don't think the cut will open up enough for the fight to be stopped. And I think that Logan will be able to go about his work, and I fully expect him to get the better of Dillan Danis. So I'm going to say Logan, Tommy. I'm going to say both by finish. So, yeah. But it's that's harder, to be honest. That's harder. I think predicting who's going to win, I feel a lot more confident than trying to figure out how it's going to and who's going to get it. But, yeah, Tommy and Logan both by finish. John Fury loves the Kingdom of Saudi. I love Saudi. Oh, big shout out to Saudi. He loves it, he does. If you saw that press conference after Tommy beats Jake, it was just Big John going on for about half an hour about how much he loves Saudi Arabia. It was a joy to watch, to be honest. Should be some good fights tonight, said Christopher. Christopher, shout out to you. What's more boring, golf or cricket, says Daniel. I honestly think both are awful. I think cricket is worse. I love cricket. I love cricket. I think, for me, golf is worse. Cricket, to me, is really interesting because anything can happen at any time. Plus, also, the thing with cricket is there's always little milestones. There's always little things that keep the day interesting. So if a batsman can get to 50, that's an achievement. If a partnership can get to 50, that's an achievement. If a batsman can get to 100, that's an achievement. If a partnership can get to 100, that's an achievement. If the team can get to 100, that's an achievement. 200, that's an achievement. 300, that's an achievement. So you've got all these little moments that are like dotted throughout the day. So I'll be watching the cricket and it'll be like, oh, he's only 7 away from his 50. You only need 7 runs. So, you know, someone that maybe doesn't watch cricket will come in and be like, I don't know what's happening. But if you do watch cricket, you'll look at it and be like, he's pretty close to his 50 there, or he's pretty close to his 100. Or, yeah, that's not too bad. We could do with picking up the pace a little bit here. So you're kind of looking at where the game is and you're always analysing, like, I think we need a little bit more right now. We could do with a few more runs. Or like, oh, I don't like how aggressive we're being. Like, we need to calm this down a little bit. So, you know, I think cricket is a great game to have on sort of in the background. So you can watch it. I mean, I can sit and watch cricket quite happily for hours on end. Or you can, like, go off, like, do a few bits, glance at the score, look at a few moments, go back to the work that you're doing. Like, you know, it's just there in the background. And if it's good and tense and there's like loads happening, wickets are falling, people are getting out, Like, you know, sixes are being smashed, fours are being hit, and it's like there's loads going on. Then you find yourself going, oh my God, look at all this. And like you get drawn into it, you know. I'd imagine golf is probably similar if like you've got loads of great drama that's happening. But the thing with cricket is you can have spells where there's not much happening. That is true. Where people are bowling and the batsman just can't get anything going, you know. So there are times in cricket where you're watching it and it's like, no run, no run, no run, and it's a bit slow, right? You definitely get that, but I would counter it by saying you get that in football. You know, England against Australia, they played each other last night, and the game was awful. It's boring. All I saw online were people complaining about how dull the game was. So, like, in all sports, you get, like, dull moments. I'm sure there's been many American football games that have been dull. I'm sure there's been like basketball games that have been a bit dull, that have been a bit, you know, I've seen better. And you can get that with cricket, but the thing with cricket is you can have some incredible moments as well. So, no, I'm a big cricket fan. I like it. Anytime I hear people talk about cricket, it's not the actual cricket, it's getting peed, and that makes the cricket fun, apparently. Yeah, definitely going to the cricket and having a drink definitely is part of the experience. You know, if you go to the cricket and watch it, I think watching the cricket, I enjoy anyway, but going to the cricket is a whole different experience because people get dressed up. There was this guy that I saw that was dressed as a chip, you know, chips, fries, French fries. He was dressed as a French fry and his mates were dressed as pigeons, seagulls. And he was running around the stands and he kept turning around as these seagulls were like chasing after him. And that's the kind of atmosphere that you'll get at the cricket, believe it or not. A lot of people would think the cricket would be dull, just people like, you know, in ties. And you can get that. But there's, you know, there's a real party atmosphere as well when you go to like certain events and like big drinking and all this kind of stuff. It's a lot of fun, man. It's a lot of fun. So I'll quite happily watch the cricket at home, have a great time. But if I go, yeah, it takes it to another level because it's just a whole experience. It's Anarchy said, Days, I'm clearly late. Can I get a rundown of what we've spoken so far? You want me to summarize 3 hours 48? Wild. Yeah, I mean, look, we've spoken about the fights. So predictions wise, let's do a quick blast, shall we? Just quick blast. So SG against SX against DTG. So this one is the fight that's going to open the cards. They're both musicians, both very limited with their experience. SX has got no fights. DTG has had one fight and he lost it and he didn't look very good. I'm going with SX. It seems like most other people are as well. I think, though, that we haven't seen much of either. This is the great unknown. It's the first fight of the evening. It's the fight that's got the least hype around it. But I'm going to go SX just because DTG really didn't look very good when we did get a chance to see him. Then we've got Astrid Wet against Alexia Grace. This fight is an interesting one because they were meant to fight on Astrid's promotion. She got put through a table. She banged her head. She got a concussion. There's been loads of drama. Alexia stole the belt. She dragged it along the floor. We've seen so much stuff going on in this little match up that it's going to be a grudge match. There's a bit of bad blood there. I'm sure they'll make up after, as most fighters tend to. But there's a bit of bad blood there. It makes things a little bit interesting. So I'm quite excited to see how this is going to play out. We've never seen Alexia Grace before. That is unfortunately a bit of a theme of these cards. The fact that when you get down to the low end of the card, there's a lot of inexperience. There's a lot of people having their first fights. It's the same with UFC. When you get down to the low end of a UFC card, you get the same sort of thing. But yeah, this is going to be sloppy. It's not going to be a technical masterpiece. I said earlier, I think if you're a woman, a girl, young girl that's like, I don't know, 17, 18, that wants to get into this and you are an influencer, I think you can own this division. I don't think there's anything scary here whatsoever. So, but I think Astrid will get the win. She's got the experience advantage. Then we've got the heavyweight championship on the line in our third match, right? This is Chase Damore taking on Tempo Arts. I have no idea how Chase Damore is in this position. Chase Damore has got no wins, 3 losses, 1 draw, taking on Tempo Arts, who is 2-0. To be honest, Chase is got an incredible physique. He looks amazing. And to be honest, this could just be a really great fight for Tempo. If Tempo can get the win here, and he is expected to, people do think Tempo will get the victory. If he can, then he is the champ. And I said, push him, man. Push him to the flipping moon. I don't care what you've got to do, but you get behind this guy, because you have got your heavyweight champion sorted now. He's 18 or 19 years old. He's only going to be improving. I mean, can you imagine this guy? He'll be 3-0, right? Can you imagine what this guy's going to be like when he's 26? He's 19 now. Like, he won't be 26 for 7 years. Can you imagine the experience he'll have by then? And some of the fights he will have had by then. So I think that this is someone that you build him as a killer, you build him as a destroyer, help him with his training, you get him where he needs to be, you put him in touch with people, you put him on Sidemen videos, you do get him onto other channels, you get him onto Logan's Impulsive show. I don't know what you do, but do it. This is someone you get behind. There's a kid here, a young kid, who's already off his own back picked up 2 wins. He's got a big size to him, and he might be leaving as your heavyweight champ tonight. So I am so excited for this. I think if there was one fighter that I was really rooting for on this whole card, if there was one fighter that I really want to get behind and I really want to see win, it'd be Tempo Arts. It would be Tempo Arts. If they did, and I don't think they do, but if they did Misfits merch, which they really should, if they did Misfits merch for all the different fighters, t-shirts, caps, stuff like that, I'd get a Tempo Arts shirt. Tempo Arts is my dog. That's my guy. That's the person I'm rooting for. He's someone that, as I said, he's young. He's just a kid. Already picked up a couple of wins. I think he's got a really bright future as well. But little test this, because Chase Damore is someone that is athletic. He is improving. He does lack boxing ability, but I mean, he's had 4 fights now. So it's not like Tempo is taking on Chase in his very first fight. This is someone that's been in there, that's had some training camps, that's going to be of a certain level. So this is going to be a little ask. It's going to be a little challenge, definitely. So, yeah, Chase Damore against Tempo Arts. I'm hoping Tempo gets it. I do not want to miss this fight. Then we got Swarms against Ed Matthews. As we said, Swarms is someone that has been in this scene since the beginning. He had a fight with KSI. He wasn't very good. He's improved. He's definitely someone that has taken to this. And I think he's a great example of taking an embarrassing loss and making something of it. He got battered by KSI in that first fight, and he looked at it and he went, nah, that is not going to define me. That is not who I am. And he knuckled down and he has put the work in. And you got to respect that. You got to respect that grind. So he is someone that I've got respect for. I've got respect for Swarms. I like this Ed Matthews as well, though. I like both of these guys. I think this Ed Matthews is someone that I've seen him in Kingpin, and he looks like a decent little fighter. Nothing amazing, nothing mind-blowing. I don't think we've got a new superstar. But he's someone that I think tries to box, tries to do things the right way, seems to have a bit of skill. I like him. Yeah, I'm on board with him. So I'm not crazy about this fight. It's been thrown together. It was meant to be Swarms against Ryan Taylor, but Ryan Taylor got arrested. So now that fight's cancelled, and we've got this fight instead. But I like both guys. I think Swarms wins. But I hope Ed Matthews does enough to be called back, brought back, and gets a proper camp and a fight proper fight, if you know what I mean. Like, this is a proper fight, but it's one that he's had 48 hours to prepare for. I kind of feel a bit for him, you know. Then we've got the tag match. This is really hard to predict because tag team wrestling is just really hard to predict. But because we haven't seen much of it. It could go any which way because it is the great unknown, really, when it comes to tag team wrestling. So I'm going to lean towards this being a win for Alex Wasabi. I think that Alex Wasabi and Nick LMAO are two really good fighters. I think they're two fighters that have been around the top end of cards. I think that B-Dave is okay. I don't think he's amazing. I think he's okay. I think he's got some limitations. I don't think B-Dave is better than Nick LMAO or Alex Wasabi. I think Pineda can definitely hold his own, but I just think that those guys are going to be struggling. I think they're going to struggle. I think they're going to struggle against these two. I think part of the reason as well is that B-Dave and Pineda don't train together. They can't train together. But Nick LMAO and Alex Wasabi do train together. So that's another little advantage that they've got. So I'm going with those guys. But as I said, hard to predict because you never quite know what you're going to get when it comes to the tag team matches. Then we've got this next one. This is two massive influencers going up against each other. This is Nunes against my mate Nate. Nunes, 60 million followers apparently on Instagram. My mate Nate, about 19 million YouTube subscribers. This is a battle of two big influencers. And so this is going to have a lot of intrigue to it. I am going with my mate Nate, which is a big underdog. The reason why is because I saw one of his fights against, I think the guy was called Blueface. And I don't know how good Blueface is. He might be super rubbish and limited. But my mate Nate actually was constantly boxing, constantly keeping it tight, good footwork. He definitely can box. He definitely has got some ability. He was trying to get into range. He was trying to go about he won the fight as well. But he was trying to get in, like, slip the shots and get uppercuts. And he's got boxing ability. He can do some stuff in there. Nunes, I don't know if you saw his fight against King Kenny, but he just got absolutely shut down. On Kingpin, like, Nunes was just cancelled. He just got cancelled. He just couldn't get going. He just got shut down. So Nunes definitely struggled. And I think there's a blueprint there for shutting him down. I think you've just got to stay in his face. You just got to keep jabbing. Don't allow him to get going. Don't allow him to if he gets going and he gets momentum, then Nunes could get the job done. But I think my mate Nate, from what I've seen of the tape I watched, has got enough about him to frustrate Nunes. And that's why I'm leaning towards my mate Nate. But Nunes is heavy favourite. So it could just be that the tape I've watched. You know, it's always hard to know, like, how good some of these fighters are because it's just we're talking about the great unknown here, you know. We don't have, like, long records to look at. A lot of these have not faced the same opponents. Thankfully, these two have. They both faced King Kenny, and Nunes just looked awful in that fight. So I'm leaning towards my mate Nate. But if you've got Nunes, I wouldn't argue, you know. I wouldn't argue. I think this next one is the hardest fight to predict. I think this fight right here is the hardest fight on the whole card. I don't think there's any fight that's harder than this because I can see strengths and weaknesses in both. I don't like sitting on the fence, so at no point am I going to sit here and go, oh, I don't know which way this goes. So my pick is Anthony Taylor. My pick is Anthony Taylor, and the reason is because I think his experience means that he is not going to allow himself to get over overawed. I don't think that King Kenny is going to be able to control Anthony Taylor the way that he controls other fighters. I think Anthony Taylor is someone that likes to dictate the fight himself. I think Anthony Taylor is someone that likes to manage and control the fight. And I think he's someone that's very hard to manage. I think that if you try to put him in the corner, try to control the range, like Anthony Taylor will just change the game. He's very good at, making things uncomfortable for you, going into spaces that you don't want him to go into. He's had many fights, including against Tommy. You know, he's faced some decent level of competition, and don't forget, he's coming off a win against Salt Pappy, a victory that I don't think many people thought he would get. So he's coming in off a win against Salt Pappy. That's a big, big win. It's a big win. You've got to take that serious. Now, King Kenny is going to prove a very different challenge because King Kenny can really box. And I think that King Kenny definitely deserves respect and definitely can get the win. But I'm going with the experience of Anthony Taylor. So, as I said, if you've got King Kenny, nothing but respect. But for me, I'm going with Anthony Taylor to just at this stage have too much in regards to ring generalship. That's what I'm putting it down to. I think, you know, he's got a decent jab. He's got a decent defense. He's got a good heart. He's got a decent chin. Good fight IQ. Likes to move forwards. His main shot is an overhand right. I don't think there's going to be a stoppage here. I think this is going the distance, and I think it's going to come down to who's won the most rounds. And I am going to look towards Anthony Taylor for that. But as I said, this is the hardest fight. It's like 51% to 49%. So there's really not much in it. Then we've got Dean the Great against Walid Sharks. I got Walid's Sharks winning this. I feel quite good about it as well. And Walid was winning that last fight and lost because he got caught. I think that can happen. We spoke earlier about the Anthony Joshua fight when he took on Andy Ruiz. You know, I know Joshua wasn't necessarily winning that fight, but he got smashed, he got caught, he got beat. And then in the rematch, he kept it tight, he kept it tidy, he worked his jab, he stayed behind the jab, he won rounds, he won the fight. And I think that Walid just needs to do something similar. I think Walid is the better boxer, and he's shown that. He's the better fighter. So all he's got to do is stick to that game plan of being the better fighter. So stick behind the jab, throw the jab, work the jab, do the work that needs to be done. And that's it. Boom. You know, I think he picks up the decision victory. I think Dean has got potential for moments of magic. I think if Walid is going to get caught again in a similar way as he did last time, well, shame on him, to be honest. Shame on him, because he should have learned from that. I'm sure he's watched that back. I know he's hungry for this fight. I hope he's not going to be overly aggressive. I don't think he will. He's an Iraqi Golden Gloves champion. So, you know, he's got crazy boxing experience. Really, on paper, this should be Walid. On paper, it should be Walid. But I think that the fact they faced before and Dean the Great came out victorious just means that people are maybe leaning towards him. And Dean the Great as well, he did have, I don't know if he still has, but he did have a lot of respect. I'm starting to see people turning a little bit on him now, though. But yeah, I've got Walid on this, and I feel pretty good about it as well. I don't really have much like doubt or anything. I'm not like, you know, I just said about how it could be King Kenny, it could be Anthony Taylor. I think it's really close. I don't really feel that way about this one. I feel like Walid's going to get the victory here. And I think Dean is a really good fighter. I just think that there are levels to this game. And if you've got someone that's the Iraqi Golden Gloves champion, right? And not only that, his only loss was that loss to Dean when he got caught. You know, we're talking about someone that got caught. And that can happen in boxing. Can happen. But is lightning going to strike twice in the same place? Like, don't know, man. I'm going Walid on that one. Then we got Slim against Salt Pappy. I've got Salt Pappy. I think this is another little tricky one because I think both can win. I would say this is the second hardest fight to predict. Second hardest fight to predict. I think King Kenny Anthony Taylor's the hardest, and then I think this is the second hardest. So for me here, I've got Salt Pappy winning. I think Salt Pappy is someone that is very good at timing his counter shots. I think that Slim can enjoy getting involved in a war. I think he gets a bit overly aggressive. I think he can enjoy getting sucked into the action a little bit too much, and I think he will pay if that happens. And I think that Slim will catch him with something. So if Slim is going to come in and he's going to be more disciplined, if he's going to come in and he's going to be a bit more like work from distance, then I think we've got something interesting. Then I'm interested. But I don't expect that from Slim. I don't think he's going to come in and show that level of maturity, fight maturity. I think he's going to come in, he's going to keep it tight at the start. I think he's going to get a little bit too excited. He's going to then start like really putting the pressure on, and I think eventually he's going to get caught with a counter, and I think that is either going to rock him and change the course of the fight or potentially put him away. But I do like Slim. I do like Slim a lot, and he is undefeated. But he does present openings, and he can be overly aggressive, and he does love getting in fighting, like in a war. And you just don't want to do that against Salt Pappy. You don't want to do it. The way that Anthony Taylor got past Salt Pappy was by keeping it tight, jabbing away, like doing the work that needed to be done, not allowing Salt Pappy to fight the game that he likes to fight. Like really, if Slim can work the same game plan as Anthony Taylor, he could get the win. But I have to just ask myself, have I got confidence that Slim is going to do that? Because Slim is a natural entertainer. I don't think he can cope with a dirty win, with a uninspired win. I think he likes to be the talk of the town. He likes to have the spotlight on him. He doesn't like to just grind out a victory. He wants to get the finish. He wants to please the fans. And you got to applaud that. You got to say, do you know what? Fair play. You know, I'm paying my money. I want to be entertained. And he's going to deliver that for you. He's going to try. And you got to say, respect. But when it comes to a fight like this, where you've got a counterpuncher that's looking to take your head off, that's when it starts to get a little bit tricky. Because all of a sudden now, we've got someone that really can do some damage. We've got someone here that's regarded as one of the best in this space. So if you're not going to do the fight you need to fight, and you're going to be a little bit too over aggressive, I think you're going to get caught. So I'm going to go with Salt Pappy on that. Do I feel good on it? I think it's the second hardest fight to predict. I think Slim has definitely got past the victory. If Slim wins this, it's not going to be a big shocker to me. But in regards to making a prediction right now, I'm leaning to Salt Pappy. Then we've got Logan against Dillan Danis. I'm not going to spend long on this because we've spoke about this for ages. I think Logan wins. I feel really good about it. I don't think it's really in doubt. I think the only thing that's a wrinkle is the cut. I think if Dillan can make the cut worse and open that cut up, things get real interesting real quick. But I don't know that he can. I don't know that he's going to be able to open that cut up because that cut is not big. And it is something that is going to take time to open as a result. And I think by the time he's opened it and got anywhere, I think Logan will have pieced him up. I look at this as Jake Paul against Ben Askren. And if you remember, Jake got Ben Askren out in the first round. So Dillan might not even have time to open that cut. So I'm leaning towards Logan on that. And then our main event, Tommy against KSI. I feel pretty good about this. I've got Tommy winning. I think Tommy is the better boxer. I think KSI is wild and unpredictable. That can work in his favor. But I just think that Tommy is very confident. I think that he is looking at KSI as someone that presents openings. Someone who is, we haven't seen his defense. We haven't seen what KSI is like when pressure is being put on him. He could be a great hammer, but a horrible nail. So I think that if Tommy is going to put that pressure on and ask some questions, you know, throw some jabs, stick his hand in KSI's face, make things a bit uncomfortable, KSI is going to be involved in a fight that he has not been involved in since the Logan fights. Going back to the Logan fights. And that was years ago. So I think this is going to be, well, it's a test, isn't it? It's definitely a test. It's a test that KSI is confident about. It's a test that Tommy is confident about. But I think looking on ability and skill, you would go Tommy. And I think that KSI has a chance. It's a puncher's chance. I think that and if he does it, I mean, I've said, if you're a KSI fan, and I keep saying this because I know that a lot of people will tune in that will be KSI fans, and they won't want to hear that Tommy is the pick, right? But if that is you, I keep saying this, you should be over the moon. You should be so happy that KSI is the underdog, because it is a win-win situation. Because if KSI loses, we all expect him to lose. We don't expect him to beat Tommy. Jake couldn't beat Tommy. So if KSI can't beat Tommy, what does it matter, right? It just means that Tommy has beaten KSI and Jake. Okay, fine. That's probably what should happen because Tommy is a proper professional boxer, right? So that's probably what should happen. So we're expecting that to happen. So if it happens, it's not the end of the world. But if KSI wins, that is massive for KSI. It is huge for KSI. So that's why it's like, it really doesn't matter that KSI is coming in as the underdog, or that people are doubting him, because it's just win-win-win if you're a KSI fan. And if you're not a KSI fan, well, you know, I'm sure if he does lose, you'll be celebrating tonight. But as I've just said, like, how much can you celebrate? He's the underdog. He's not expected to win this fight. So, yeah, I've got Tommy winning. I think Tommy picks up the victory. And I don't think that's going to derail the Jake Paul fight. I don't think that's going to derail any plans that KSI has got. The only way that there'll be a problem is if he gets knocked out. If he gets knocked out, then that could be a problem, because obviously Jake went to a decision, whereas KSI has just been knocked out. So that would be a little concern. Let's put it that way. It'd be a little concern that his defeat was heavier, more dramatic, and you know it would be all over social media. So that's the only thing I think KSI fans need to just be a bit worried about, is if he gets knocked out. If KSI gets knocked out, that's going to be hard to, you know, live down. But I think there's a chance of it, but I also think there's a chance that Tommy wins by decision. Mams Taylor is trying to add one last fight to the card. It's looking like it might be the Mike Perry Idris Virgo fight. To be honest, I wouldn't do that, because I don't know if you saw, but at the end of the weigh-in, they got in each other's face. I suppose it's a way of thanking Mike Perry because he was on standby. So in a way, it's a way of thanking him for, like, thank you for being the understudy, you know? We really appreciate it. You know, we're going to give you a little moment. Like, we'll give you the fight. But I think that Mike Perry, Idris Virgo would be good on another card, because Idris Virgo was doing the announcing during the weigh-in. And I don't know if you saw at the end of that weigh-in, there was a big brawl between Idris Virgo and Mike Perry. So you've kind of set up that fight now where you could put it on the next card. So I don't think it needs to be. I don't think this card needs anything else added to it. I really don't think this card needs anything else added to it. I'm sure both of those fighters want to fight. I'm sure they're both down for fighting. I know you've got this big event and you could chuck it on, but you could chuck it on the next card. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'd do it if I was Mams, but I could understand the pressure that he's under, because both fighters are there. Both fighters are ready. Both fighters want it. You've got this massive cards. You could spring another surprise of here's another fight, you know? So I could understand why he's looking at to do it, but I wouldn't do it. I would try and build it up for the next cards. Amy Jobson said, I honestly don't see a way that KSI wins. People remark about his unorthodox style, but that's not a good thing, because in reality, it's predictable. His only hope is landing the overhand right, says A. Jobson. The fight card is going to start at 1:05 PST, 5:05 Eastern, and 10:05 UK time. No. The fight card, so the undercard starts in 40 minutes, the countdown show, the celebrity countdown show. I don't know if they've said what celebrities are on it, actually, but I know that, like, is it Big Zoo is on it and a few other people. So that starts in about 39 minutes. And then we go into the card itself. I believe the card starts at 7, which is 2 p.m. So, yeah, the main event, the KSI fight, might be around about 10, which could be about 5 Eastern. But we've still got a long way to go till we get to that. JJ is more confident than Jake was. He's even tattooed legacy on his back. Jake wasn't memed when he lost, but JJ will, said Mr. Meme. When is Astrid's fight? So time-wise, it's hard to say, but I can tell you that Astrid is looking likely to be the second fight on the cards. So I think fights should be on the countdown show. I don't think all the fights start from 7. So I think the 2-hour countdown show is having fights on it. So we could be seeing some of these fights starting in like 38 minutes time. But obviously there's going to be an intro, there's going to be video packages. They're not going to go straight to fights. So we're probably looking at a good hour at least to our first fight. Edward said, if KSI loses by knockout or decision, do you think he'll ask Tommy for a rematch? That's a good question. I think if he... That's a good question. I think if he loses by knockout, he might want to, because he really might want to avenge that. That will sting. That will sting. If it's a decision, I don't know that he will, because Jake lost by decision. So if he loses by decision, it's, you know, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. If he loses by decision, I really don't think it's a problem. I'm sure he would look at it a different way, and I'm sure he would be super disappointed, but I wouldn't view it as a problem, because I think that that's not a bad situation to find yourself in. You lose to Tommy by decision. Well, so did Jake. So what? His goal isn't really to beat Tommy. Well, it is, but his ultimate goal is to beat Jake. The reason why he wants to beat Tommy is because Tommy beat Jake. So if he can beat Tommy, he's done something that Jake hasn't done. But it doesn't change the fact that KSI's biggest goal, his biggest target, is to beat Jake Paul, right? So that's why the fight tonight is important, but is not the be-all and end-all. This is not the end boss. This is not something that's necessarily going to be in the way. If he loses by decision tonight, I just don't see it as a big drama. I don't see it as a problem. If anything, I think he can take some encouragement from that, because he will have gone 6 rounds. He would not have been finished like Tommy said he was going to get finished. He, I'm sure, will have shown plenty to have made it that far. He would at least would have shown he's got cardio. So if he's, you know, I think that there will be plenty of positives to take out of a KSI decision loss if it goes that way. And I think, you know, he should move on then. For me personally, if he loses by decision, just move on. Because the real fight you want is the Jake fight. So turn your attention to that. Turn your attention to that, and don't worry about the rematch. If you get knocked out, that's a bit of a problem, because Jake didn't get knocked out. And all of a sudden then that becomes a little bit of an issue, because Jake might turn around and like start trolling, might start saying like, you know, you got knocked out, I didn't get knocked out, blah 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 blah, and so that could be a bit of a pill to swallow. That could be a tough one to take. So I think yeah, that's where he might want to try and get that back, try and get a win, or at least lose by decision. But I don't know. I don't think he should really get too bogged down with Tommy. Tommy's not his real focus. You might disagree, but Roman is the biggest crybaby in wrestling, says Joe. But I'll be watching this and New Japan Royal Quest at the same time, said Millennial. Millennial, hello. Hope you're well. When is Dillan against Paul going to start? Honestly, don't know. I mean, we're talking many, many hours. We're talking a long, long way away into the future, because the main card doesn't start till 7. And then you've got all the undercard fights and everything. Like, by the time we get into the main fights, we're probably looking a good, I think you're looking an easy 5 hours from now. You know, we've still got a long way to go to get to those fights. Right. When does the event start? Kickoff show starts in 34 minutes. Would you like to see a WWE pay-per-view at the AO Arena, said Millennial. I am not bothered, because I think the O2 Arena is perfectly acceptable. I think I'll tell you what is fun about the AO Arena, which is that the Wembley one in London. Is that what it's called now? Don't know. Whatever Wembley Arena is called. Wembley Arena is an arena by Wembley Stadium, and I believe I'm right in saying that's where WWE had their first UK event, was in Wembley Arena in 1989. So if that wouldn't mind WWE going to Wembley Arena and doing a little show there, certainly if they were to pay some respect to that original 89 show. But I don't know, the O2 Arena's pretty sick, isn't it? I'd like to see a wrestling event inside that sphere in not Madison Square Garden. It is Madison Square Garden that own it, I believe. But the one in Las Vegas, I'd love to see a wrestling event in that space. I don't know even if it's possible. I don't know if you can fit a wrestling ring in there, but my guess is you certainly could. I've got to think the stage that the performers perform on is big enough for a wrestling ring. So, or even a boxing event. Imagine that inside that sphere. Imagine how sick that would be, and like what the entrances would look like and everything. So I'd love to see something like that in there. Have you seen rumors that Jake wants to fight Matt Riddle? I did, but I think it's rubbish, to be honest. Matt Riddle's not really known for his striking. Certainly not known for his boxing. Just think that'd be a waste of time. I think I'm really disappointed in Jake, because Jake is someone that I had serious doubts about when he started his boxing. I mean, like, didn't expect him to get to where he got. He's achieved way more than I expected him to. And, you know, he's spoken about trying to win a world title. And I feel like I've seen him step up in competition and try to get to that level. And I'm not hearing talk about world titles anymore. Like, since he lost to Tommy, he is stopped talking about that now. And now he's getting distracted with, like, PFL and MMA fighting. And I think that because of who he is, he gets a lot of opportunities, and a lot of people knock on his door going, would you like to do this? Would you like to do that? Here's a load of money. Would you like to do this? And I think that he's got sidetracked. I think that he's got distracted. And now all of a sudden he's talking about MMA fights. He's talking, like, he had his fight with Nate Diaz. Now he's talking about fighting Nate Diaz in MMA. Now there's rumors of him taking on Matt Riddle. You know, this was a kid that was really seemingly improving and making some progress with boxing. And I know that he's still putting in that work. But I don't know, man. What happened to him trying to, you know, achieve the most he could? All of a sudden now he's just getting too distracted. So it feels like the wheels are kind of coming off now. So I'm really disappointed in that. I don't think he would have won a world title. I don't think he would have got to that level, but I was really interested because, to be honest, his loss to Tommy was really close. There wasn't much in it. There wasn't much in it at all. And it was a split decision. You know, I remember people saying it could be a draw. Like, honestly, they might have had 6 rounds each. So, you know, it was really close. And I think that he has shown that he is at that sort of professional boxing, like low-level professional boxing standards. And I don't know if he's looked at it and gone, I don't know that I can get there. I mean, maybe he's looked at it and thought to himself, I can't do it. Maybe he's come to the realization it's just not the life for him. I genuinely don't know. But I am disappointed that he's seemingly not kicking on, you know, seemingly not trying to keep progressing and go down that road. Instead, we're just doing MMA stuff, rumors of him facing Matt Riddle. If he faces KSI, what's that going to achieve? So, yeah, for me personally, I'd love to see him getting in there with some proper fighters, proper boxers, and trying to climb that ladder and trying to be a fighter. I think he's got the ability to fight names that maybe aren't the biggest names, but are good tests and good fighters. And he's got the ability to stack the undercards. And he's got the ability to get live bands to play. Like, he could have flipping whoever he wants to, like, you know, perform before, like, the main event. Like, he did that before. We saw, like, Doja Cat, and we saw all these people that were performing. I think it was on the card when he fought Ben Askren. So, you know, there's lots of things that they can look to do to make a card exciting, and to build up a fight and hype up a fight, even if the opponent isn't like the strongest, most well-known name. I'd much rather him explore how do I take the fights that I need to take and go down the path I need to go down, but make it as compelling as possible from a pay-per-view point of view. Because even if it's just a bit short-term, your numbers aren't going to be that great. You might look at the pay-per-view numbers and they're not the strongest numbers. If you are improving and you are climbing that ladder, you're going to start getting to the big names. You're going to start getting to some names that are going to give you some big numbers, and you're going to be of a certain standard where there should be a few fights available to you. But the thing is, he's kind of just taking the easy money now whilst being at this level, rather than putting in that work to get to that next level, you know? And I'm just a bit disappointed he hasn't gone down that road, but, you know, it's easy for me to sit here and say that he's the one that's being offered like millions and millions of dollars that's having to make the best decisions for him. So, you know, it is what it is. I'm looking up the card for that 89 WWF Wembley show. Hogan and Macho are in the main event. Do you know what? I've got it. I've got the show. I heard about that it was shown on Sky, apparently. And so it was broadcast. And I got in touch with someone. I put a message out saying, has anyone got this show? Because I believe it to be the first time they came over to the UK. And has anyone got it? Because I would love to see it. And someone got in touch and said, I've got a digital recording of it. It's actually got all the adverts and everything from the original broadcast. Would you like me to send it over? And I was like, yes, please. And I gave him some money for it. I PayPal'd him like a bit of money over. So yeah, I've got like a digital copy of it, and I still haven't sat down and watched it yet. So it's on my other computer, actually. It's not on this computer. I need to try and find it, actually, because now I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I haven't seen it in a hot minute. But it was on my older computer. So it is out there. It is available. It is, but it's not on the network. That's why I didn't feel bothered about asking someone for it, because it's not on the network. It's a show that I've never seen, and I don't believe. I think there might have been a match that had been added. Like, I think the Hulk Hogan Macho Man match is on a like a wrestle tape, you know, super tape, one of those old Coliseum tapes. I think the match made it onto one of those, but not the full cards. So, but it is out there. To be honest, I would rather support Dillan than Logan. Dillan is calm and funny. Logan is just that kid, said George. Is it true the fight between KSI and Tommy begins in 2.5 hours? No, not true. Mr. Meme said, must be good for Tommy. He will beat KSI and then go for a rematch with Jake in February and probably beat him again. Which Golden Gloves fighters have succeeded in pro wrestling, says Not JPEG. I actually don't have a list of Golden Gloves fighters, so I'm not sure. I mean, obviously Baron Corbin is a name that comes to mind. Golden Gloves champions. I'd imagine there's a lot though, isn't there? Because you've got all the different weights. So you've got like heavyweight, super heavyweight. There's a lot. Don't know. We'd have to like Mike Tyson won Golden Gloves in '84. That's interesting, isn't it? So Deontay Wilder in 2007. So, super heavyweight. Who are some of these names? Who's won some of the super heavyweights? Jermaine Franklin. There's a few names I recognize, but not big names. Let's have a look at middleweight. Do any of the names stick out at middleweight? Sean Porter. Definitely sticks out. Byron Mitchell. Yeah, a couple of names stick out. But I don't know who out of that who's made it to WWE. Right, KSI beating Tommy Fury seems a bit challenging, said Tashar. Being a Golden Gloves champion only means something if you've got a decent professional career as well, says Daniel. What's your main card prediction, said AAA. We've gone through it a few times. We are just 23 minutes away from the start of the countdown show. But very quickly, main card predictions. I'm going Anthony Taylor, Walid Shark, Salt Pappy, Logan Paul, and Tommy Fury. Those are my main card predictions. I feel pretty good about them, except I think King Kenny could get the better of Anthony Taylor, but we'll wait and see. We'll wait and find out. Right. Do the fight start in 2 hours, says Ahmad. Well, the countdown show is going to start. I don't know if some of the fights are going to be on that. I would imagine some will. I don't think all 11 fights are going to start from 7. So I would imagine that we will be starting with some of the fights on that countdown show. So countdown show starts in 22 minutes. 22 minutes. If you haven't left a like as well, leave a like. I think those likes do make a difference. We've had over 10,000 views on the stream already. That's probably more views than we would normally get on a Saturday for the small fight night UFCs. We've already achieved that so far. So, but we're only at like less than 300 likes. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, hit the like. It is greatly appreciated as we are working our way towards the start of the show. We have been live for 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours streaming done already today. And we haven't even got to the countdown show yet. Countdown show starts in 20 minutes time. 20 minutes time. We've had over 2,600 votes. We are going to change the poll as we get to each fight, and we'll get your thoughts for each fight as we go through. So at the moment, do you think Dillan Danis took things too far? And you know what? I think this is really interesting, because if you was to look on social media, I think a lot of people are saying yes, he took it too far. But if you actually just ask people yes or no, it seems to come out a lot closer. So do you think Dillan Danis took things too far? Yes, 57%. No, 43%. It's hard, actually, because I don't think he took things too far, but I do feel sorry for the girl. I do feel sorry for her. She feels a bit like an innocent party in this. So I think I think him going after Logan's partner and, you know, going after his brother and going after his family, all that kind of stuff, I think it was inevitable that we were going to get there. I think that we've opened that can of worms. And I think that it was only a matter of time until someone went to this level, right? And I do feel sorry for her. I do. But I think it was inevitable we were going to get here. So it's really hard. It's really hard to like feel sorry for Logan and have sympathy for Logan. Like I'm really struggling to feel that way. Plus also, did you hear that they're going to sue him and they're going to look to take like a part of his wages from like going forwards and all this kind of stuff? Like even all of that, just even the response doesn't like sit very well with me that Logan has come up with and whatever. Like, I don't know. For me, I think I feel sorry for her. I wish that she wasn't involved in it. I don't think she's done anything to deserve being involved in it. But I think going after Logan's family and like making comments and all that kind of stuff, I sort of feel like these influencers have just brought it on themselves. I think they've brought it on themselves. I think it was inevitable that it was going to get here. And you know what? I think it's going to get worse. I think it's going to go further. And we've said that a few times. I think that you can think of things that you could do to take things further, you know? So, yeah, I think that this is very interesting because I think the lawsuit is going to really decide as to if people will go this far again. If that lawsuit is successful against Dillan Danis, I think that will curb people going this far. But if that lawsuit fails, then I think people will look at that and have a bit more confidence that they can go that far without legal repercussions. So actually, this lawsuit now could be key as to helping influencers figure out where the line is. And you know what? It's interesting, isn't it, that people are really split as to whether we've got to that line or not. 56% to 44%. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. 56% to 44% suggests that maybe we still haven't quite got to the line for the majority. It's just about there, isn't it? Like 56-44. It's still really close. Really, really close. Tianjo said, I hate Logan, but I still want Dillan to lose, only because he went after someone that wasn't fighting, especially with all the ammo and the stuff that Logan has pulled. Yeah, but I think if he was to go after Logan, if he was to go after Logan and he was to go after, like, you know, the suicide forest, the crypto stuff, all that, I don't think Logan would be that bothered. I don't think he'd be that bothered because I genuinely don't think he's bothered about those things. I mean, there has not been like a big apology. There's not been a big correction. There's not been like, I mean, like maybe there has and I just haven't seen it. But it feels like these things have happened and we've just moved on from them, you know? I know that he did put an apology video out after the suicide forest thing, but I didn't buy it. I didn't believe it. It felt like it was to ensure that his brand didn't... I think he was more upset for the damage. I think he was more upset because it felt at the time like it could be the end of him, you know? And the end of him being an influencer. I think he was more upset for that. So I wasn't really buying that, to be honest. So I think if Dillan had gone after that stuff, I don't think he would have got a reaction. I think that would be quite easy for Logan to shrug off. So I think he's gone after something that is not as easy for Logan to shrug off. I think, yeah, dragging in like an innocent person that's not involved is hard. I feel sorry for her, but I think if you're going to go into a fight with someone as outspoken, as controversial as Dillan Danis, you are going into a fight with someone that is going to go to those lengths. It would be a bit like getting into a fight with Andrew Tate. If you get into a fight with Andrew Tate, he is going... I don't think anything's off the table. If you get into a fight with Andrew Tate, do you think he's going to play nice by the rules? Or do you think things are going to get really personal? Like, I think things would get really personal. So I think that if you're going to get involved, in a fight with someone like this, I think you have to go in with a level of understanding and expectation that things are going to get really, really personal and that things are going to get out of control. So, in a way, did he invite this on himself? You know? Because he didn't have to take this fight. He could have gone up against someone that wouldn't have took things to this extreme. But part of the appeal of this fight was the fact that it could get a bit dirty and nasty and personal, because at the end of the day, that's only made it a bigger fight, hasn't it? So it's difficult. It's a tricky one. I understand why the poll is where it is, because I agree. I feel sorry for her. She's an innocent party in this. So there is no defense I can have of, like, her. But I do think that if you're going to get into a fight with Dillan Danis or a fight with Andrew Tate or someone of that ilk, it's going to get nasty. Comments are going to be made, and it is going to get nasty. So it's just hard. It's hard, isn't it? I think it's hard to... Kervin said, I feel sorry for no one. Everything's on the internet. It's fair game. Yeah. Mr. Dow Jr. said, read this. 7 p.m. UK time. 2 p.m. is when the card starts. 10:50 UK. 5:50 is when the main event will start on DAZN. She's not that innocent. She's still a carnival ride, said Cardoso. Well, not my words, but yeah, there's definitely mixed feelings, shall we say, about her. But she didn't invite this, you know. She hasn't gone looking for this. Right. When does the fight start? That seems to be the big question at the moment, doesn't it? WWE figure content, shout out to you. Daniel said, Dylan had a role which was to sell the fight, and he succeeded. That's true as well. That is true as well. Yep. They're all good points. They're all valid points. Whether you think he went far enough or he was the right side of promoting, either way, he has made this. He has played a big part in this being a massive, massive deal. And it is a massive deal, and he's done a great job of promoting this event. So, yeah, it's a bigger fight as a result of his antics. Whether those antics were the right thing to do or not is obviously debatable, but either way, it is a big, big fight. I think it even overshadows the main event. I think it even overshadows the KSI Tommy Fury fight. I think a lot of people are looking at Logan and Dillon Danis as being like the people's main event, because it really has captured imagination. Over 2 billion views on his tweets and what he's been putting out. 2 billion. And that's just within the past like month or so. So crazy numbers, crazy engagement. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of people that are very interested in the result of that. And I think Logan wins. Logan is the pick there. Once we start getting to the fights, though, as we said, we will start getting stuck into changing the poll over. At the moment, we are still asking the question and about Dillan Danis, and did it go too far? And at the moment, we have got quite a close poll result at the moment. Jobson said, I'm American. I like Logan. India have beaten Pakistan, said Surya. India undefeated against Pakistan, 8-0 in the World Cup. David said 2 title fights happening around the same time later. Showtime and ESPN are showing some title fights. Do you think CM Punk should come back to WWE? Not bothered. If he does, brilliant. If he doesn't, I don't mind. There's enough in WWE anyway. If CM Punk comes in, great, but we don't need him. If he comes in, cool. Life must be good for Tommy. He is going to beat KSI and then go on to a rematch, Jake, in February, and he'll probably beat him again. Edward said 2 billion is like 25% of the world's population. This fight is monstrous, man. Honestly, this is why I know there's a lot of excitement for KSI and Tommy, but Logan and Dillan just keep finding ways of like grabbing attention. Not only have they dominated social media thanks to Dillan, but look at the press conference with the microphone and the cut and the bottles being thrown. I know John Fury definitely played his part to get attention as well, but Logan and Dillan Danis, I mean, that is just one of the biggest fights of the year. It's just so many people are hyped for that. What a card this is tonight. I know we've been saying it for like 5 hours now, but what an incredible card. James said, how cool was it seeing Nick Aldis? Amazing, yeah. Amazing. I'm really pleased for him. Alfie said, if KSI was going to have a WWE match, who would you want to see him face? Logan. I'm not a fan of celebrities coming into WWE. I think it sends the wrong message. I think WWE is something that struggles for respect. I think there's a lot of people out there that don't have time for WWE. They don't respect WWE. Seeing celebrities go in and goof around and just faff around and just like, oh, I'm in WWE now. Like, you know, I'm beating the wrestlers and all that kind of stuff. I think it sends a horrible message. Horrible message. I think it'd be a much better message if people were going in and were getting smashed, you know? I think that part of the problem is that back in the day, a lot of the wrestlers were big, you know? A lot of the wrestlers had some size to them, like Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, like British Bulldog. You know, there was some big guys around. Whereas wrestling now, you don't get like as many of the big guys coming in. So, you know, Logan can now go into the ring and just look bigger than a lot of the wrestlers, which I think to the casual fan doesn't look brilliant, right? Doesn't look great. Like, Logan just looks like he could smash a load of the wrestlers because he's bigger and he's got, you know, he's more ripped. He looks the part, you know? So I think that's a bit of a problem, to be honest. So I'm not a fan of celebrities coming in and just like smashing the wrestlers or faffing around with the wrestlers. So if I was to KSOs to have a fight, I'd put him in there with Logan. And do you know what? I think that would probably do bigger numbers than if it was KSI against any of the wrestlers. I think KSI against Logan in a WWE match would probably grab attention. But the problem is it's hard, isn't it? Because like WWE now is just seen as, I think, fake, scripted. It's not, I don't think people appreciate the athleticism in WWE. I don't think people appreciate the skill in WWE. And I think people just look at it as fake and scripted, which is a real shame because when you go to the cinema and you watch a film, that's obviously fake and it's scripted, but people still find a way of enjoying the story and they find a way of enjoying the camera work or the cinematography or the dialogue or the acting, or they'll find a way of enjoying summer. Even though it's scripted, you don't get people sitting in the cinema going, oh, this is rubbish, man. It's not a documentary. This isn't real. I thought this was going to be like a documentary. I thought it was going to be real. People go and they enjoy the special effects, or, you know, they enjoy some element of it. And that's the same with WWE, you know? WWE, there's moves that you can enjoy. There's athleticism you can enjoy. There's characters that you can enjoy. But it's just got this bad reputation of, like, it's fake, it's scripted. So, yeah, I wouldn't be really eager to see KSI come in and start hanging with one of the proper wrestlers. So put him in there with Logan. Days, who are you rooting for, KSI or Logan? Well, they're not facing each other. So they're actually going up against different people. So I don't have a dog in the fight. I've just looked at it and gone with who I think is going to win. And I'm leaning towards Tommy and Logan. I actually would like Dillan Danis to win because the reason for that is because I think Dillan Danis has got a lot more to lose. I think Dillan Danis is someone that struggles for credibility anyway. I think that if he was to get a win here, he could be a monster heel. He could be like a big player in this space. I think Logan is always going to be a big player in this space, but I think that Dillan could be a big player. If he gets smashed here, like I think a lot of people are expecting him to get smashed, he's probably not going to be sticking around very long, is he? I mean, like, where would he go after this if he gets destroyed by Logan? So I think a win for Dillan Danis would be interesting for the long term, but I expect him to lose. So I think it would actually be better if Dillan won, because that just creates a load more drama. If Logan wins, Dillan's gone, Logan moves on to the next thing. If Dillan wins, do we get the rematch? Does KSI try to get Dillan? Does Dillan stick around in this space? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think it's a lot more interesting if Dillan wins. So if I had to pick who I wanted to win, it would be Dillan for that reason. But I think Logan wins. In regards to the main event, if I had to pick who I wanted, I would pick Tommy. And the reason why is because I think Tommy's got more to lose. Tommy is a proper boxer who still talks of trying to win a world title. He's a fury. He's someone that, you know, wants to like do well in this space, but also go up against proper boxers. Like KSI, if this doesn't work out for him, he's got his rapping, he's could be in like films, he's got his sidemen projects, he's got his charity football matches. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is not the everything for him. This is important, but it's not everything. Whereas I feel like this is pretty much everything for Tommy. So I think Tommy needs this more. I think Tommy needs it more than KSI. So yeah, I'm looking for. I'd like Tommy to win, but if it's KSI, fine. I know there's a lot of KSI fans that want KSI to get the victory. So I'd like Tommy to win. I think he does win. I'd like Dillan to win, but I think Logan wins. But it's not about not liking KSI, or it's not about not liking Logan Paul or whatever. It's just about, like, as I said, I think Tommy needs it more. When KSI knocks out Tommy, do you think he'll retire or will he fight Jake? So if KSI knocks out Tommy, I don't think he would retire, because I think that fight against Jake is a massive fight. I mean, it is serious money. There is serious money at play in that fight. So yeah, I don't think he would retire. I know he said that would be a fun thing to do, because, you know, he would have proven that he's better by beating the person that beat Jake, but it doesn't work that way. That's not how fighting works. There's plenty of people that have got wins over certain people, but then they lose to other people. Like, I mean, it just doesn't work that way. So I know that he would make out that it worked that way, and his fans would make out it works that way. But listen, the only way to sort it out is by putting them both in a ring and sorting it out. And there would be so much interest in that fight. That's the biggest fight you can make in influencer boxing. It always has been. It's always been the biggest fight that you can make in influencer boxing. If he was to retire, there would be enough people saying that he was running scared, right? There'd be, and that would, you know, he wants to talk about legacy, and then he wants to retire and not actually do the fight that everyone's waiting for. That would be a horrible look for him. Horrible look. So I can't say what he would do, but I know what he should do, and that is take the fight. Take the fight against Jake. Because if he was to retire, it would be a bad look for him. It would be a real bad look for him. I am going for a Jake Paul win, says Andy. Days, it's Wales 10, Argentina 6. Shout out to you, James. I think Wales get that. Anyone watching the Rugby League Super League? I mean, it's great for him, massive for him, but there's no argument to say that he can then retire and leave with his head held high, because everyone will say that he's ducking Jake. He'll say, I beat the man that beat Jake, but that doesn't mean anything in fighting. It doesn't mean anything. Fighting doesn't work that way. So just because you've managed to beat someone, it doesn't, that doesn't work. So it would honestly look like he was ducking. It would honestly look like he was running away from Jake. It would be a bad look. It would not be advisable. He needs that fight with Jake. But the chat is moving mad. It's crazy how people are asking the same question. Right, here we go. Big Zoo. Big Zoo and Roman Kemp are on the countdown show. So we've been live for 5 hours, and now we have just started the countdown show. I don't know if we are getting to our first fight soon. I believe we should be. Deji is in the house as well. Bugsy Malone. Don't know who that is. Okay, so we've got a few people that are backstage as we're starting with the kickoff show. It is a massive, massive night tonight. We'll keep an eye on this. My favourite Hall of Famer is Londra Blaze, says Andy. Andy, shout out to you, my friends. Mr. Dell Jr. said Tony's words on Twitter is embarrassing himself. Let's end this poll, because I think we've got the votes that we wanted there. I think we've got the read of the situation. Let's ask the next question then. This, I believe, is going to be our first fight. So who wins? Is it going to be SX or is it going to be DTG? There we go. We got there. Boom. Right, let's close that down. Asim said, please claim the schedule of fighting again. Well, we believe it's SX against DTG first. Then I think it's Astrid Wet against Alexia Grace. Then I think it's Chase Demore against Tempo Arts. Then I think it's Swarms against Ed Matthews, but that may get moved because of it being a late replacement. It was originally looking like it was going to be like 4th on the list, but as we said now, it may have got switched around. Then I think it's the tag match. And then I believe the main event of this undercard is Nunes against my mate Nate. That should be the main event. And then we go to the main card, which is King Kenny against Anthony Taylor, Dean the Great against Wellid Sharks. I believe Salt Pappy against Slim is going to be like the co main event. Then co-main event is Logan Paul, Dillon Danis. And main event is KSI against Tommy Fury. Do you keep up with MMA? Who is your favorite fighter, says Noah? I only keep up with UFC. I just don't have time to be watching other MMA promotions. And sometimes that upsets MMA community. That we're not like engaging more with Bellator and PFL and Cage Fury and all that. But there's only so long, so many hours in the day, you know, trying to keep up with what's happening with influencer boxing, trying to keep up with what's happening in boxing, trying to keep up with what's happening in wrestling, trying to keep up with what's happening in UFC. That is more than enough for me. And then on top of that, cricket and Man United and all this kind of stuff. So, yeah, no, that's my plate is full. So, in regards to UFC, I think there's some great fighters that are coming through. I would say my favorite female fighter would be Thug Rose. I love watching Thug Rose. I think male fighter is interesting. Men's fighter. That's hard. I mean, for the longest time, it was Anderson Silva. I really enjoyed Conor, obviously, when he came through. Tony Ferguson. Great fighter, but really, oh God, heartbreaking how much he's fallen away. So, yeah, probably not him so much now. I would go with probably Volkanovski. I do have a soft spot for Max Holloway as well, though. So, yeah, Max Holloway, Volkanovski, those two. Right, we might have the prelim bouts being listed here. So SXDTG, Chase Demore Tempo Arts, Astrid Wet against Alexia, and Swarms against Ed Matthews. I don't know if that's in an order. I don't know if we're going from top to bottom or what we're looking at there. But coming up next is going to be SX against DTG. So looks like this is going to be our next fight. We've got the poll already up and running. Now, we know that SX and DTG are very inexperienced. We know that there's not much to this fight. We know that this is going to be... Let's pop that there. We know that this is going to be... A bit flat, to be honest. This is going to be two people that haven't got much skill, haven't got much experience, that are SX having his first fight. DTG had one fight so far, and he lost it. So we know that this is not going to be really anything other than two novices going up against each other. I've said before, this is probably the least exciting fight on the card. But, you know, we've got to start somewhere. Heavyweight fight. I've got SX winning, but that's just really based on the fact that DTG was really not very good in this last fight. Looked very slow, plodding, lethargic. Lost to Halal Ham, which is someone that you don't want to lose against because he's not seen as a high-level player in this space. So, yeah, I've got SX picking up the victory. We are seeing inside the arena for the first time. Okay, we got our commentary team. Leon Wills, BJ Flores, and Riley Osborne are the commentators for these early fights. We're inside, I believe we're in Manchester. So we're inside Manchester Arena, which is one of the biggest arenas in the UK. We are seeing people getting into the venue. Apparently tickets, very expensive, but obviously very popular as well. We are just seeing a lot of excitement amongst the commentary team. It's going to be mad. It's going to be exciting. Has it started yet? No, we're just with the commentators at the moment. Feel free to put in your thoughts. Get your votes coming in as to which way you think this is going to go. Get your votes into the poll. Put in your votes in the chat. Who do you think's going to win out of SX and DTG? Which way do you think this is going to go? So we are on the Celebrity Countdown show. We're 10 minutes into it. We may be going to our first fight very, very soon. We have got the ring announcer, who is Hus Ragip, Master of Ceremonies. So first fight about to get underway were 11 fights. And this is going to be the first one. I should put that at the start, actually, so that people know what number this is. Let's go. Right. Liverpool are taking on Everton tomorrow, said Bonkers. Is Logan still fighting? Yes. Thoughts on my mate Nate, says Pep. I like him. I've got him winning. I think he looks like a proper boxer. He's got a nice little uppercut. He doesn't seem to get too sloppy. He keeps in his boxing stance. I think he's got some boxing ability, some decent movement. I saw his fight against Blueface, where I thought he looked pretty good. I don't think Blueface was the highest level of opposition, but equally, I don't think Nunes is the highest level of opposition. So I actually think my mate Nate has got a better chance than people are giving him. I've got him winning. I don't feel brilliant about it. It's one of the picks that's a proper gamble, but Nunes' performance against King Kenny, he looked really poor. Really poor. Here is DTG making his way down. DTG, as we said, losing to Halal Ham. Mouthpiece, mouth guard being put in. Right. Oh, we're just seeing a lovely shot inside the arena. Still very quiet in there. SX fighting out of Wolverhampton. He's going to make his way down. So still plenty of people filing their way into the arena. SX has made his way out. If you're not aware of these two, apparently both of them are musicians. I believe SX has done work with KSI. So SX has made his way out. And he is going to be taking on DTG. And he's just sort of pacing around in the entranceway, taking his time. And here we go, SX about to make his way down to the ring. Days, who do you think would be the best boxer in wrestling history? Who would be your champion? Best boxer in wrestling history? Trying to think if there was any boxers that came into wrestling. Can't think of any boxers that transitioned into wrestling. I mean, obviously you've got like Corbin, who was a Golden Gloves winner. We know that the Brawl for All was won by Bart Gunn. So, I mean, we actually did a boxing tournament, proper boxing tournament. And we put a load of big names in and we came out with Bart Gunn being the best out of all of them. So we know around that period. To be honest, I'm trying to think. I don't think there was anyone in the 90s. I think Godfather had some previous boxing experience, if I remember correctly. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I don't think there's ever really been much of a crossover between boxing and professional wrestling. It's a good question. I'd have to look into it. Butterbean. Yeah, but Butterbean was just he wasn't a wrestler, was he? He came in at WrestleMania 15 and had that boxing match. He came in as a boxer to be a boxer. I don't know, would you count Tyson Fury? He had a wrestling match, didn't he? He took on Braun. Floyd's. Yeah, Floyd's. R-Truth, says Michael. Who do you think would win if Deji and Wasabi had a rematch? I think Deji has kicked on. I think he has kicked on. I think he's really put the work in. I think, though, it was a bad showing against Mayweather. I think it'd be a good rematch, that, you know. I think it'd be a really good rematch. I would like to think that Deji has closed the gap. I'd like to think he's closed the gap. I think he's definitely improved. So I would be leaning Deji. Bart was dropped by Butterbean, said Blake. He was. Drake bet 850 for Logan to knock out Danis. Okay, here we go then. About to get underway. So, first fight, first round, about to get going. I like Tyson, but that was an awful WWE match. It was awful. Right, here we go. About to get underway. Round number 1. Bell sounded, and we are underway. So, straight away, we've got DTG going straight into the middle. His shorts are black with a little bit of red highlight on. We've got SX trying to stay in a boxing stance. I think he's got caught on the nose already by the look of it there, SX. Jab coming in by SX. This is can go 3 rounds, this one. And we are seeing SX getting clipped a little bit. DTG is the one that's putting the pressure on. He's jabbing away there. SX trying to keep up a high guards. You can see that SX has got very limited boxing ability here, just from his stance. He's getting backed up against the ropes a little bit. He's not really working the jab. He's kind of allowing DTG way too much space. DTG closing that gap. He's got SX in full retreat mode. SX trying to throw some shots in. He's getting clipped, though. This is looking good for DTG. DTG, better head movement there. Again, trying to... That stance is really wide from DTG, but jabbing away. We're not seeing much of a defense here by SX. SX, I think, has really got caught into the kind of brawl of the fight. The fight is kind of dictating him rather than he dictating the fight. Jabs coming in by DTG. DTG is certainly landing the bigger shots here. Again, 1-2 straight down the middle, and SX is taking some shots, and he's just took a deep breath there. He keeps getting tagged up. He goes back against the ropes. He's got to be careful there. Ref has called it. Ref has seen enough, and it's a win for DTG. Yeah, so SX was turning his back there. He was getting smashed. Referee jumps in quite quick, but to be honest, you could see that there was a big difference between the two guys. DTG was not good against Halal. He's redeemed himself here. He's looked a lot better, and you know, SX, we really didn't know what to expect. He just got completely overruled. I don't think at any point he was in that fight. As I said, I think rather than him dictating the fight, I think the fight was dictating him. And you could just see that where he needed to stop, stand his ground, work the jab, and really try to like get into the fight. Instead, he's just got DTG like coming onto him. He's getting backed up. As he's getting backed up, his arms are all over the place. He's kind of leaving himself open. DTG is throwing in shots straight down the middle. He's then getting like, you know, all flustered. It's like a bad situation that just continually just gets worse and worse and worse. So, yeah, that was a bit one-sided, to be honest. It's a win for DTG, but a win over someone that has proved to be quite low-level opposition. So we said that was the one fight out of this card that I was least looking forward to. The other fight that I'm least looking forward to is actually going to be Swarms against Ed Matthews. Once we're past those, every other fight is interesting. Every other fight has got something about it. So DTG wins TKO round 1. We'll jot that down because I'm sure people will come in wanting to know the results so far. That white boy got smashed, said Sakilla. That white boy did. Amy Jobson said, I am going with Tommy Fury at minus 350. He has got a lame triangle choke. Fury won't manipulate the underdog. SX looked amateur AF, said Cardoso. Edward said, I should be on this card. Yeah, but you know that you got to have a large following. That's what they're looking for. Stephen said the pay-per-view was also supposed to be on YouTube, but that's been buried, probably because DAZN can make more money through their website. Is that true? I did see that it was going to be on YouTube, but it's not on YouTube now. That's a shame. That's a shame. That's, it'd be good to make this as accessible as possible, but you are right. You know, DAZN are definitely going to want to get this through their platform. This is a big thing for them. What are you watching on? I've got it on DAZN, yeah. I've got it on DAZN. So if you are just joining us, first match down, first match done, and sadly, it was not anything to write home about. It was a victory. Let's see if you guys called it. 59% of you said SX, 40% said DTG. So community got that slightly wrong, but to be honest, it was two fighters that we really didn't know a great deal about. It was a low-level fight, and it was the least hyped fight on this card. So, you know, done. Lovely. Reese said Mayweather is getting hate by his own people because he was helping Israel but not helping black people in America. I've sent you James Drake's tweet. It's a video. Grizzled Young Veterans are back. What? Back in where? WWE. DAZN have upped their prices. It's now $19.99 for the pay-per-view plus subscription. Everything used to be included in the early days, said JB. That is true, actually. I noticed that. I don't mind $19.99 for this show. I really don't mind that. But having to pay it on top of a subscription fee of like $19.99 as well, that's like £40 for this show, which I know in America might not seem like much, but this is way above what we're used to spending. It's a lot of money. We are backstage with Idris Virgo. Idris Virgo is just saying, talking about KSI, talking about the main event coming up tonight. Not in WWE, just back in general. They could show up anywhere, says James. Sakilla said, I want KSI to win, but I feel like Tommy is going to get that dub. Tommy Fury is now trending number 13 in Azerbaijan. Let's go. Lane said, in the US, it's $54.99. It's probably not too dissimilar, actually, because I think $54.99 is probably about 40-odd somewhat pounds. So actually, we're starting to see this not be too dissimilar. To be honest, there's only this kind of a show that they could really pay, like, you know, charge that kind of price for. It's expensive. This is an expensive one. Normally for Tyson Fury, you would spend about 25 quids. Technically, this is only $19.99, but you do have to pay for that subscription on the top. The viewer will come when all the prelims are over, says the Butcher. Tommy got a Dusty Rhodes Hard Times promo if he wins. Who would support a YouTuber over a boxer, said Beneficial Learning. Well, hello, that's a nice space, isn't it? Classy little space. So is this the VIP bar that we're seeing at the moment? Okay, I think this is like the celebrity kind of area that we're just seeing backstage. Looks all right. Right. KSI gets his false confidence from. Viewers will all come over after the prelims. I want KSI to win, said Sakilla, but I feel like Tommy is going to get that dub. What time does the main card start? Do you know what? Not that far away. We're looking about an hour and a half. About an hour and a half. And we're underway. Oh, yes. Coming up next. A fight that I am genuinely looking forward to. A fight that I'm really excited for. Who wins? Let's go, man. This is the first one. This is for the championship. This is for the heavyweight championship. Chase Demore taking on Tempo Arts. Tempo Arts is my boy. Tempo Arts is my guy. I want Tempo Arts to win this. I want Tempo Arts to win this. Tempo Arts is about 18, 19. He's a big guy. He's young. He's got loads of potential. He's had 2 fights. He's won them both. He's now fighting for the heavyweight championship. He's not the most skilled of fighters by any means. Like, he's a bit scrappy. There's loads of room for improvement. This is why I'm desperate for, like, you know, Misfits to really give him some training. Put him in contact with some people that can really bring him along. Because it's in Misfits' benefit as well. If they can get Tempo Arts to be like a killer, to really build him up and make him like the final boss, that could be a lot of fun, man. That could be a lot of fun. You know that heavyweights people always look at the heavyweight division. Always is the division that's going to get eyes. Maybe not the most eyes, but people are always interested in that division because it's the heavyweights. It's the top division. So, yeah, we've just seen, oh, hello, Astrid against Alexia. Okay, they're just talking about Astrid and Alexia. They have already said, though, that the next fight is going to be that Tempo Arts one, so I don't know why we're doing this. Days, I'm looking now. There's a deal for £5 for the first month subscription and then 20 for the pay-per-view. There's a deal for £5 for the first month subscription, then 20 for the pay-per-view. That's not bad, but I think if you've already been subscribed for a while, I think it goes to like 20 and 20. I don't watch the stuff, but I am here, said AJG. Also, anyone else, hello. AJG, shout out to you, my friend. I really appreciate the support. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. It's a big, big show today. Obviously, we're building towards that main card, and it is going to be an exciting one. We're just seeing some of the antics that... I think there's been a lot of fake stuff that's gone on between these two. I think there's a lot of this, I think, has been really cringe between Astrid and Alexia Grace. I think a lot of this has been manufactured and fake, and I don't know, I'm sure it's appealed to someone out there. I mean, I will say it's made it a bigger fight. It's made it a bigger fight, but it feels like really bad WWE. I'm going to go for Tempo Arts as well, said Joe. Have I missed any fights? You missed one fight. I've had one fight. And it was won by DTG. Racism and homophobia will not be tolerated. You will receive an immediate ban. Please make me aware of it, don't I? Well said. Breaking news, KSI is going to shock the world, says Edwards. Right, we are just with the pundits backstage at the moment. We should be going to that second fight. Chase Demore is 0-3. He's had one draw as well, so he's lost 3 fights. One of those losses was a retirement. One of them was his opponent refused to fight, basically retired. Another one was, he refused to fight. He basically retired. So 2 are basically he retired. One of them was that he punched a downed opponent. The opponent was down and he punched them whilst they were down. A lot of people lost a lot of respect for him over that. He is quite athletic. He is going to have a big advantage. He is lighter. He is taller. He is, as we said, a good athlete, but he lacks boxing ability. Oh, they messed up, man. They messed up. They've gone to the women's fight next, which is a real shame. That's all right. I don't mind this fight. I don't mind the women's fight. We'll leave the poll where it is. Keep your votes coming in as to who you think's going to win out of Chase Demore and Tempo Arts. So we've got Alexia making her way down. This girl is just the actual living embodiment of cringe, isn't she? She's coming down. She's got a picture of Astrid lying in an ambulance. This is the kind of nonsense that doesn't give Misfits a great name. But either way, she's in there. She's waving around a picture of Astrid in an ambulance. Right, I've got Astrid winning this. It'll be a massive shock if Alexia picks up the victory here. It'll be a massive shock. It'll be a genuine big surprise. Here is Astrid Wet. So this is first championship fight. This is for the Women's Flyweight Championship. Flyweight Championship on the line. Astrid making her way down. She's got a QR code on her robe. I'd be scared to scan it. Right, here we go. Astrid making her way down. This should be straightforward for Astrid. She does look a bit amateurish at times. She's got some big winging shots. Her shots aren't really the cleanest. I've said before, if there's a female influencer out there that's got a bit of a following that fancies giving this a go, I think the women's division is there for the taking. I think a lot of these women play around at this, to be honest. I think if you were someone that was really going to take this serious, really going to dial into this, instead we see a lot of these kind of silly antics, silly games. The quality in the ring just doesn't seem to kind of back up what we keep being told about. Astrid says she trains twice a day, and to be honest, that hasn't shown itself in her fights. Maybe it will today. Maybe this will be where, like, we start to see some quality coming through. But up until this point, it's been a bit wild and a little bit uninspiring. We don't know what to get from Alexia Gray. She has been training with the WBO trainer, but everything about this girl just looks timid, weak. It just looks very uninspiring. So, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to get excited about either fighter. But what I will say is they've done a lot to build this fight up. There's been a lot of things that have been said. So And it is for a championship as well. And I think I'm right in saying this is the only female fight on the card as well. So the only female fight on the cards. So these two need to show that women's influencer boxing is taking some steps forwards. Let's just hope for a first round knockout to end our pain, said Stephen. The arena is empty. Just get it over with, said Sakilla. When will the rest of the crowd arrive, said Miss Clown. Yeah, I must admit, I'm surprised that they're not already in there. Like, there's been a lot of fights here that have been really hyped. So I am surprised that not more seats are filled. There's a lot of empty seats. There's a whole section there that's empty. Here we go, though. About to get underway with our second fight. Keep voting as to who you think is going to win in the heavyweight contest. I'm rooting for Tempo Arts, man. That's my guy. That's my dog. Right, here we go. About to get underway. First round, and the bell has sounded. So, these two coming straight into the middle and flailing away in the middle. Not much in the way of defense there by Alexia. She's getting tagged up straight down the middle by Astrid. Alexia, though, trying to... she kind of got turned over to the side there. Couple of shots coming in. What I will say is that she's willing to get in there and engage. Both women are settled down now. Both women are keeping the guards. Definitely, Astrid definitely is connecting. I think Alexia maybe is surprising Astrid here with the fact that she's a little better than was expected. But there's some marks on Alexia's face already. We know that Astrid has been getting through. You can see a few marks on the face of Astrid's. I would say Astrid has done more damage. She's trying to get down the middle. It's very wild, man. There is very little. Oh, she wobbles. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. He's ruled it as a knockdown. So Alexia just getting clipped. She kind of went down to one knee. She's been counted there. So, again, shots coming in. She's trying to throw these shots forward, and she's very much doing it like this, but she just leaves herself completely open. You can see that, she's pouring it onto Astrid, though. That was a good little spell there by Alexia. So, Alexia, again, having a little head movement, but sadly that head movement doesn't seem to be in existence when Astrid's actually throwing. Again, jab, heavy jab going straight down the middle there by Astrid's. And again, it's easily an Astrid round. Easily an Astrid round. She gets that knockdown as well. What I would say is that Alexia is not as bad as what we thought she was going to be. Defenses are pretty horrible, close to non-existent. But what I would say is better than what we just saw from SX. So I would say this is a higher level than what we just saw. But if you think this is for the title, this is where the this is a women's championship fight. It really shows like how low level we're talking about when it comes to the women's side of things at the moment. But you can see that at least they're trying to get into a boxing stance. They're trying to think about a defense. They're trying to keep hands up. They're trying to work jabs, like real fundamentals. They are trying to put those things into play. Right, okay, here we go. We are underway with round number 2. Still might only draw the fight. She's trying to come forward. She kind of pushes with her right hand there. Again, getting in close. There was a hook shot. There doesn't seem to be... The problem is that she's kind of like barging forwards. She's barging forwards, Alexia. And as she's barging forward, she's not really looking where she's throwing. These shots are... There's a lot of shots that are pushing rather than punching. Like there, she just seems to, like, in the heat of the moment, not... Oh, it's scrappy, man. It's really scrappy. It's really, really scrappy. Look at these two at the moment as Alexia tries to come forward. She's constantly moving forward. The problem is she's getting hit as she moves forward, but she is taking shots to deliver some shots. She's definitely giving Astrid a tougher challenge than I think Astrid has had before. She's also eating a lot of punishment. She takes a big shot there. You can see that neither have really got much in the way of power. Shots again coming in as Alexia trying to find a way forward. They're swinging away at the moment. These two right in the middle. There's no juicy shots coming in. It's all just wilds, straight down the middle, just like jabs. They're both just throwing in like shots, jabs at the same time. End of the round, and honestly, not loads in that, but I feel like you'd probably give it to Astrid again. I don't think that we're seeing enough coming out of Alexia. It's very wild. It's like a drunk pub fight, said JB. I see girls fight like this outside the pub all the time. It's that level. That's what we're talking about. There's been a lot of work that's been put in to get to the standard of average pub fight. But what I'm gonna say is that they are thinking about keeping hands. I mean, they could just be doing this, right? But there is some thought of keeping hands up. There is thought of jabbing. There is thought of like trying to keep some sort of boxing stance, but in fairness, that goes out the window at times as well. Both fighters into the center. You can see Astrid looking behind her guard there. Again, they're straight back into it. They're trying to move forwards whilst keeping in a stance. But again, straight down the middle. It's very wild. What I will say is Astrid's power is like close to non-existent because she's throwing shots and Alexia just keeps coming forwards. Astrid, I think, is finding out here that she is not got the power or the ability that I think she thought that she had or brags to have. You hear these girls like talking about their power and all this kind of nonsense. And, Alexia just moving forward, just throwing in these shots. But the thing is, I think Astrid is getting more through as Alexia comes forwards. But some of these shots by Astrid, they are very pushing. Straight down the middle. Alexia doesn't have a great deal behind her shots either. You can see that a lot of these shots are just like push him rather than punch him. Again, trying to come forward. Both girls in the center. Alexia is the one that's on the front foot. You don't get points for being the aggressor. It's about landing more than your opponent. In that regard, it's a bit of a nightmare to score. It's scrappy. It's sloppy. I would say that Alexia is definitely getting through. We're seeing that Astrid is taking some punishment, but just neither person has got any degree of power. It doesn't feel like a finish is close. Again, they're just swinging away. Astrid putting a bit more behind her shots now. That's better. That's actually better by Astrid there. Astrid, towards the end of that, started to stand her ground. And as Alexia was coming on, she needed to do more of that. As Alexia was coming forward, Astrid was starting to really throw, rather than engaging in this stupid little squabble. She actually was standing her ground there. And, Alexia was doing what you would want. She was coming forward and being quite reckless. Astrid needed to stand her ground and just throw these big shots, Throw these big shots. Don't get involved in that little squabble. Stand your ground. Find the opening. Bang! But instead, she got sucked into this horrible little debacle. It was a debacle. Right, the commentators are saying they don't know which way this thing has gone. I think that definitely Alexia was the one that was taking the fight, but it's all about who landed more. And I really think that Alexia was getting tagged a lot as she was coming in. She was landing, but I think she ate more. So for me, I've got Astrid winning this. How do you think you would fare against Wet or Grace in a boxing fight, says J14. Well, the money would need to be right, but if the money was right, I'd mess them both up at the same time. But, you know, the money needs to be right, let's put it that way. I really don't want to be mean, but the lack of actual power is annoying. It's like they're caressing each other's faces. Right, they're saying it was competitive, so Killer said easy money. Right, here we go. Let's get a result on this. I think it's Astrid, but we'll find out. If it goes to Alexia, who cares? To be brutally honest, who cares? Okay. $28-28 by one judge. $30-26 to another judge. 30-26. Well, there we go. It's got to be Astrid. So two judges scored it 30-26, and another judge went 28-28. Well, there we go. I thought Astrid had done it. I didn't think there was much. Yeah, I think you are off. Sneak said, me and my family are going to be watching the main fight, said Sneak. Sneaks, enjoy it, my friends. I mean, look, you can only beat what's in front of you. But this is where, like, you know, the women now will gloat about picking up a victory like that. And I'm waiting for some female to come along that's going to take this division. I would love to see a female come in that could actually do some stuff and really take this division and really move it forward, you know. Alexia just kept walking into fists, said Miss Clown. The fighting issues here aren't gender-based. Female boxers are technical. The men and women on the cards lack technicality. Did Astrid lose? No, Astrid picked up the victory. Biggest result of the year. So, Astrid wins by, I think that was majority decision, wasn't it? Right. Next fight coming up. I think it should be the heavyweights, and I am genuinely excited for this one. Really looking forward to this. We are working our way towards Chase Demore against Tempo Arts. And I really, really like Tempo Arts. I really like Tempo Arts. As I said, he's like 19 years old. He's a kid. He's already had a couple of fights. He's won those fights. He's 2-0. He's now fighting for the title. He's taking on someone who looks like a beast. I mean, you would look at this guy and think he was just a killer. But he just really lacks boxing ability. So if Tempo can pick up the victory here and become the new heavyweight champion, as I said, I'd love to see Misfits like really get behind him. Homer Simpson versus Dredrick Tatum was better than this, said Blake. Wrestle Andy said Paige Van Zandt could join and take it to the next level. Yeah, I don't know how people would feel, though, about that, what with her having that kind of previous experience, but it is true, she could. That would be an amazing fight. Astrid Wet against Paige Van Zandt would be amazing, just because of how horrific it would be for Astrid. And I would definitely love to see that fight. But yeah, it does need someone like that to come along. Prelims are on YouTube now, said Bonkers. Looks like Grace's title reign slipped on a wet spot, said Gerald's. Right, we are just seeing them at the moment, just having a bit of fun with a boxing machine backstage. Astrid Wet won, she did. Jay said, I'm really surprised they brought Chase back after he hit his opponent after he was already on the ground. Yeah, a lot of people were, to be honest. A lot of people were. But to be honest, Chase, I think, is someone that doesn't have loads of boxing experience, doesn't have loads of boxing ability. I think he looks great, and I think he is beatable. And so if this is someone that can be brought in for tempo to get a victory over, it might just serve a purpose. But obviously the nightmare scenario would be if Chase was to become the new Misfits heavyweight champion. So I think a lot of people are rooting for tempo on this one. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Paige is more invested in her OnlyFans, said Brony. Could Mandy Rose box for Misfits? Don't think so. Don't think she's interested. Susie Swanson would crush Wet in a 1-on-1, said Gerald. Astrid Wet against Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano in a triple threat. Yeah, I would love to see. I think Paige Van Zandt is a really good shout. Do you know what would be amazing? Holly Holm. Holly Holm, the preacher's daughter. Get her over, man. That'd be sick. Because she's won loads of boxing championships. So she'd dominate this scene, man. Dominate. But a lot of people might be a bit down on the fact that, she's not like an influencer. There are, look at Anthony Taylor. Look at Dillon Danis. We are seeing like ex-MMA people coming into this space because there's money in this space. So, it is difficult because, like, this space could be dominated by washed-up fighters, Here we go. Chase Demore, Tempo Arts. Let's go. I don't need to see them testing strength, said Miss Clown. No, I agree. I don't mind a little bit of backstage fun. Just breaks up the fights a little bit. That's all right. Days, what did you get it on? It says on Sky if you buy it, you can't watch it. I don't know. I got it on DAZN. I bought it on DAZN. I went onto the website and went to DAZN and purchased it there. Deji has the strongest punch, says Mark. If Chase wins, he could have Dominic level heat, said Gerald. All the homies are boxing presenters now, says Nocto. What fight is after Chase versus Tempo Arts? I think it's Swarms against Ed Matthews. So I think it's Chase against Tempo. After this, we've got Swarms against Ed Matthews. After that should be the tag match of Wasabi LMAO against Los Pinada Coladas. And then we've got Nunez against my mate, Nate. Yeah, so My Phenomenal Figures. If you go onto like a laptop or a computer and go to the DAZN website, you should be able to purchase it on there. I didn't buy it through Sky. I don't have Sky. Right, here we go. Tempo Arts making his way down. Let's go, mates. Tempo Arts, could he become the heavyweight champion. He is fast. He is explosive. It's his time. It's his time. Come on, Tempo. So Tempo has made his way down. He's stepping inside the ring. Wales are 17-24. Game is still on. Really? If Wales go out, that would be a massive Layla Ali comeback. How old is Layla Ali now? How old is she? She's 45. Well, I mean, she would beat Astrid Wet. I feel pretty confident about that. I feel pretty confident that she would beat Astrid Wet. 24 wins, 21 by knockout, no losses. Her last fight was in 2007. But there wasn't really much going on in women's fighting really around that time. So I'll tell you what, it'd be a good payday for her, wouldn't it? Tag match, boxing tag match. Yes, boxing tag match. Right, we've got some woman that's doing some firework stuff. She's spinning fire around whilst the Star Wars music plays. This is pretty random, isn't it? And he's coming out with a lightsaber. Okay, well, here we go. Making his way down. I mean, he looks incredible, doesn't he? He looks absolutely incredible. So, Chase making his way down to the ring. Chase Damore shredded, but we know that that's no indicator of boxing ability. Steps over the top rope into the ring. Goes over to the corner. So Chase is inside. He is a bit limited with his boxing, but because of his size, he's definitely a threat still. But Tempo Arts should be able to pick up the victory here. So fight number 3. Chase Damore against Tempo Arts. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Wales are out. They've lost. It's an upset, man. That is a big upset. I was expecting Wales to get through that. I saw an interview earlier. They said that they knew that people were saying that they should be able to easily get through this, but they're not going to take it for granted and blah, blah, blah. Well, shocker. He's got a lightsaber. He did have a lightsaber. Layla Ali is 45. Where did that time go? Breadmaster said, surely Swarms can't beat Ryan even faster than last time. Well, it's... but Ryan beat himself. He got arrested. Dumb. LA Dark Knight said, Star Wars is cool. Looks like a boxer, but that don't mean shiz, said Daz. Right. This might be the longest intro ever, said Stephen. Okay, we're about to get underway. Both of these fighters just getting their intros. This is fight number 3. We're about to get up and running with this one. The self-proclaimed greatest of all time steps into the ring with 3 losses to his name. So, Chase Damore from Long Beach, USA. Right, here we go. Both fighters stepping into the middle. Gloves have been touched. This is for the heavyweight championship. Tempo Arts against Chase Damore. I would love for Tempo to get this. Here we go. Bell has sounded. Round number 1. Both fighters into the center. So we've got Chase going into the middle. We've got Tempo throwing out a jab there. Chase again trying to stay into that boxing stance there. You can see that both guys have got a bit of boxing understanding. Head movement there by Tempo. Chase trying to come forward. Tempo up against the ropes. Big swinging shots there by Tempo. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. It's going to get them back underway as Tempo tries to find a way forward. Jab coming in there by Tempo. Good early start by Chase, though, putting the pressure on Tempo. Tempo, again, he's been caught with a couple of shots. That jab just misses. Tempo, again, on the outside, trying to find a way forward. I'd say it's a Chase round within that first minute or so. Couple of shots coming in there by Chase. Chase, again, throwing in a jab. Tempo on the outside. A bit of a harder task here than I think Tempo thought it was going to be. Tempo again going to the body. Jab coming in there by Tempo. Tempo again. Coming in. Lovely exit. Jab coming in there by Chase. Snaps back Tempo's head. Again, Tempo trying to come in. He's going to the body. Looks like he wants to work that body. Chase again trying to throw in some shots and Tempo eating those shots. Tell you what, this is proving to be a much more difficult task than Tempo thought it was going to be. Tempo going down to the body. Chase backing up a little bit as a jab comes in there by Tempo. And again, Chase swinging away. He's got Tempo up against the ropes. Big shots coming in by Chase. Tempo with some really good head movement. And he tries to throw some counters. But again, he's up against the ropes. He bounces off the rope. He's in the corner. He's being smashed. But there's a lovely counters. Oh, he's rocked Chase. Tempo really hurt Chase. That was brilliant. Tempo was in the corner. He was being completely... Oh, big overhand and again. Connecting. He's got Chase rocked. Tell you what, man. We got a barn burner. Barn burner. These two jabbing away at each other. Great early stage in this fight for Chase. Has Tempo done enough to get the round? He's had Chase rocked. Both of these guys have been rocked. Who wants it more? Who's going to dig deeper? Jab coming in. Hard round to score that. Hard round to score. I think you would go with Chase. He was completely overwhelming Tempo at one moment. Tempo really didn't have much that he could do other than spam that big overhand. So he started throwing this big overhand, started throwing it in, and it landed. And he managed to get it to land a couple of times. And that really did start to rock Chase Damore. And from there, it was all Tempo. Sadly, there wasn't long left in the round, so Tempo couldn't capitalize on it. But I've got to think up until that point, it was a Chase round. So I'm going to go with Chase. But yeah, fun, man. Fun rounds. We're going to round number 2. Round number 2, jab coming in. Was that Chase's best opportunity, that first round? Tempo knows that he can get those big right hands to land now. The two clinching up. Referee coming in, separating both fighters apart. We've got Tempo again throwing that big right hand into a clinch. Referee coming in, going to look to separate them again. So we've got Tempo in the center. Chase Chase definitely knows he's in a fight now. Bit of damage on his nose. Tempo again in the center, trying to throw a right hand. There's a bit of blood coming down the nose there of Tempo. Tempo switching stances as well, you know. Switching stances. His nose has got blood coming down it, though. Again, going to the body. This is a better round so far by Tempo, but a couple of shots coming back. Chase looks like he might be gassed here. He's just took a pretty deep breath. Pretty deep breath there by Chase. We're looking to see if Chase is not offering anywhere near as much as he was in that first round. Tempo throwing these big shots, missing with them though. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Jab coming in there by Chase. Tempo's going to need to make sure that he does a little bit more to take this round. I think this round is there for Tempo, but again, shot coming in there by Chase. Jab coming in by Chase. And then Tempo throwing those big winging shots. But he can't quite get them to connect. We're in a clinch at the moment. Shots coming into the side of the body. Good work here by Tempo. Again, putting that pressure on. Driving Chase back. Definitely feels like Chase is gassed. Definitely feels like he's not got anywhere near as much to offer as he did in the first. He's managed to put a couple of shots together. He's driven Tempo back against the ropes. Even Tempo, I think, is tiring here. But we've got Chase in the center. Tempo. Referee just coming in. He's just separating both fighters momentarily. Tempo going over to the corner. It's a mouthpiece that has come out. Who won first round, said Sir Scotty? I think Chase took the first round. I think Tempo came back at the end, but I don't think that there was enough there. He's trying to get his head out the way. They're into clinch. I think I would just give this to Tempo, but there's really not much in it. Really not much in it, but Chase is not offering anywhere near as much as he was in the first. But has Tempo done enough to take the round? A couple of jabs coming in, couple of shots coming back into a clinch. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Feels like a close little fight. It feels like 1-1 going into the thirds would be fair. And these two just jabbing away at each other. It's been a couple of big shots that Tempo has gone for. Not a bad little end to that round by Chase. Throwing in a couple of counter shots. I'm gonna say it's 1-1 at the end of that round. I'm gonna say that Tempo just did enough to take that round. But if you've got it 2-0 to Chase, then I wouldn't disagree. I like Tempo Arts. I want Tempo Arts to win. I can't make an argument for this being 2-0 to him. I think that Chase takes the first. I think Tempo takes the second. It feels like a close fight. I think 1-1 going into the third feels fair. I think this is all to play for. I think Chase definitely looks to me like he's tiring. Tempo is tiring as well, though. Who wants it? Who wants it more? Who's going to take this third round? It's for the championship. The heavyweight Misfits championship is on the line. Both fighters come out. They touch gloves. Who wants it? Jabs coming in by both guys. Chase backing up a little bit. Tempo that's putting that pressure on. Jab into the body. Right hand comes back there by Tempo. Tempo. Oh, that's a lovely hook shot that I believe got through. It's just a jab that Chase has got. Chase is trying to keep Tempo back with that jab. He's got Tempo. He's got him up against the ropes at the moment. It's a good little spell, this, for Chase. Into a clinch. Referee coming in, separating both fighters apart. Tempo again trying to go to the body. Chase has got a clinch on Tempo. They're over by the ropes. Right now, I would say that Chase has done enough to take this, but Tempo has got plenty of time to still take the round. He's going to the body. He's still the aggressor. He's still coming forwards. Jab, switching of stances there by Chase. I like the jabs from Chase. The jab has been fairly effective for Chase. He's not doing anything too spectacular. I think his game plan was to go quite big in the first round and then just use that jab to kind of see out the other rounds. It's debatable as to whether he's managed to get tempo down, but I think the ref is saying it's a slip. Referee coming over. I don't think he's going to count. It was just a slip there. I think he's actually saying it might have been a push from Chase. Both fighters coming into the middle. Jab coming into the midsection. Tempo looking for that big right hand, but he's not been able to connect it. Chase has done a really good job of ensuring that that big winging overhand right doesn't connect. Tempo moving forward. Chase backing away a little bit. We got just over a minute to go. This is 4 rounds in this one, so we do have another round actually after this. I thought this one was just 3 as well, but right now Tempo over against the ropes. Chase again putting the pressure on. Tempo just complaining about some shots to the back of the head. Tempo trying to move forward, trying to go to the body. Chase taking a few deep breaths here as Tempo continues to try and move forward, but he gets caught by Chase. Couple of shots coming in. Tempo in trouble, unfortunately. And referee, again, not counting anything. Tempo trying to go to the body. This feels like a Chase round to me. Feels like a Chase round. It feels like Tempo's getting tired. It feels like Chase is getting tired. Tempo again trying to find a way forward. Big heavy shots coming back by Chase into a clinch. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. And end of the round. I think it's a Chase round. I'd like to give that to Tempo, but I think the jab was just too effective for Chase. And I think that that was a Chase round. I've got it 2-1 Chase. Let me know in the chat how you're seeing it. I would love for Tempo to be doing better here. I would love for him to be more successful in this. But to be honest, he seems to have his head down. He seems to be trying to move forwards. He seems to be getting jabbed a lot. That big overhand right is just not connecting. And by the time he lands something, he's already eaten a couple of shots by the time he's closed that distance. For me, I think this is 2-1 for Chase. But yeah, I mean, it could even be 3. I mean, I think that second round was close, but I've got it 2-1 at the moment. Here we go. Next round, round number 4. Chase in the center, touching gloves with Tempo. Let's see what Tempo can do. Tempo coming forward, Chase backing away, again using that jab. Trying to drive Tempo back, and he does. Tempo's over by the ropes. Referee coming in, separating both fighters right now. Tempo edging forward, going to the body. Jab coming in again there by Tempo. He's putting the pressure on. I don't think he necessarily needs a finish, but I think that he definitely needs this round. He's going big. He's going for broke. But Chase has got him up against the ropes at the moment. He's using that size, using that reach. But Tempo edging forwards, going to the body. Chase is backing away as Tempo continues to move forward. Jab coming in there by Tempo. Big overhand coming in by Tempo as well. They're clinching up. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. And we've got Tempo moving forwards. Jab coming in there by Chase. And again, Tempo backing away a little bit. Tries to throw out a straight shot. Time ticking away. There's only 1 minute 40 odd on the clock. Time, unfortunately, wild stuff. But yeah, that didn't connect. It didn't connect. We are still underway. We got a minute left to go on this one. It's pretty fun action. Been a pretty fun fight. Both guys gassed, though, very, very early into the fight. Both guys real struggled with their conditioning. But it feels like it's going to be Chase that's going to pick up the victory. Right now, they're up against the ropes. Tempo again trying to come into the middle. Jab coming into the midsection. Again, he goes for that big shot. Going for broke. There's only 30-odd seconds left to go. He's got Tempo over by the ropes. The referee again just having a word there with Chase. They're saying that, so the commentators are saying that Chase needs to put his stamp on this. I think he's done a good job of frustrating Tempo in this round. Tempo, again, just looking for that big shot. But the problem is when he misses with that big shot, when that big overhand right misses, then obviously he's in a really bad position. Chase can come in. It's the end of the fight, and I think Chase is going to be the heavyweight champ. I think it's going to be 3 rounds to 1 for Chase. There's no technique in these fights, said Bunkers. JB said Tempo has got some real power behind the punches, but the accuracy is not there. Yeah, he just could not land that big overhand, could he? He could not land that big overhand. I think the jab of Chase really caused some problems. And I think Chase is going to be awarded the title here. It's disappointing. I really wanted Tempo. Tempo is like 19, you know? He's in there with someone that's 27. Tempo is 19. He's won his last 2 fights. If he was to win this fight, then he would have gone 3-0 at the age of 19. You could have really put him in there with some people that could have really worked with him, trained him up, really got him somewhere, you know? And maybe he'll still get there, but it feels like he's staring at an L. It feels like he's staring at a loss here, doesn't it? Days, I really love Misfits. I've watched every event live. KSI and his manager have built up so many people. They've made the card so big. I'm telling you, Walid versus Dean will be fight of the night, says Switchblade. Switchblade, shout out to you. Chase has been using his weight in the clinch really well to wear Tempo out, said Chiango. Chase had a very Floyd Money Mayweather approach to the fight. Just keep jabbing, body shots to tire the opponent out and avoid the big hits. Winford said, will CM Punk return? I don't think so. Both of them look really exhausted. They do. They do. I mean, it looked to me like Chase got pretty tired in the second round. Tempo, I think, still had a little more, but I think he got tired not long after. And I think the last 2.5 rounds were just 2 guys that were pretty gassed. Here we go, though. Someone's going to be crowned heavyweight champion. We have gone the distance. Let's see what the judges scored it. We are already, wow, we're only 40 minutes away from the main cards. Okay, here we go. $39.37. $39.37 Chase. $39.37 Tempo. Split at the moment. 39.37. Split. Wow. Tempo's done it, man. Tempo's done it. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Not what I saw. I agree with the I'm not bothered. I love it. I love it. So 39.37 for Chase. And then 39-37 tempo, 39-37 tempo. I tell you what, that makes me think. I wanted tempo. So this isn't me being like a bitter Chase fan. It's actually the opposite. I wanted tempo to win, but I don't agree with that result. It is making me just wonder if the judging is gonna be impartial tonight, because Chase Damore is someone that was 0-3. He's 27 years old, which isn't old, right? But he's 0-3. He punched a downed opponent. There was a lot of people asking why has he been given an opportunity. And he was taking on someone that was 2-0, 19, really popular. I think Misfits wanted tempo to get the victory here. And I'm not saying that they've just given him the victory, because we all know that judging can go the way that judging goes. So I'm certainly not saying robbery or any of this kind of malarkey, right? But I do just look at that and wonder how we got to those scores. I felt very comfortable about, and what I agree with the way one of the judges scored it. But I don't know, man. What does that mean for later? What does that mean for when we get in, like, I don't know, KSI Tommy? What if KSI Tommy goes to the judges? And we feel pretty confident that Tommy has done enough, you know? I saw a lot of big overhands that were being thrown there that were not connecting. I saw a lot of jabs from Chase that were connecting. I saw a lot of shots from Chase that were getting through, and big eye-catching shots from tempo that weren't connecting. They weren't getting through. Boxing is very simple. It's about landing more shots than your opponent. And, like, Chase definitely did that for me, so... Yeah, I don't know, man. Pretty wild. I wasn't expecting it. I'm pleased. I've got no complaints. I wanted tempo to do it. But, yeah. Right, Wrestle with Andy says, I'm putting on my ACCA. I've got Dean the Great, Salt Pappy, Anthony Taylor, Logan, and Tommy. Well, good luck. I wish you all the best. If anyone's having a little gamble, hope it goes well. Moldy Spoon, shout out to you. Ozzy said, long time. I'm currently sat in the copper box for Royal Quest 3. Ospreay against Zack Sabre Jr. is the main event. Sanada against Naito. Okada against Ibushi. 15,000 sellout. Try catch it back. Ozzy B, enjoy the show, my friends. Hope, I didn't even know you could get 15,000 in the copper box. Yeah, 15,000 in the copper box. Can you? I was in the copper box. I went to the copper box for the Olympics. Copper box. It says 7,000. To be honest, even that's more than I thought it could hold. Yeah, even that's more than I thought. 7,400 for concerts, 6,000 for basketball. I went to the copper box for the Olympics in 2012. It was handball, the sport of champions. So back in the Olympics, Aussie, have fun, by the way. But yeah, back at the Olympics, and it probably works for most Olympics. If you, what you do is you kind of put down the sports you would be interested in going to, like, oh, I don't mind that, I don't mind that, I don't mind that. The days that you're free, I can do that, I can do that, I can do that. And then basically you just find out what you got. So I put myself down for as much as I could, because I mean, like, the Olympics were coming to London in 2012, and you know, I don't know if we'll ever get the Olympics again in my lifetime. So I was like, definitely want to do that. I definitely want to have the experience of going to an Olympic Games. So I put myself down for like all the athletics, cycling, swimming, handball, hockey, boxing, all this kind of stuff. Football, whatever I could. And ended up getting a few different things, you know. Ended up going to a fair bit because I did all right in the draw. So I did go to some athletics, and I did go to handball, and I did go to hockey, and I did go to boxing, and I did go to basketball. And I ended up doing all right. Spent a ton of money, though. Ton of money. I mean, thousands. It was horrible. Because I did not have thousands. But it was a once-in-a-lifetime type thing, you know? But so, yeah, I went to the Copper Box for handball. A couple of countries that I can't remember who they were now. It was like South Korea against Singapore or something like that. Right, next fight. It's Swarms taking on Ed Matthews. That's our next one. Swarms versus Ed Matthews. Who wins? So, not much to this one, unfortunately, because it is... Ed Matthews, a late replacement. It's meant to be Ryan Taylor, but it's not, because he got arrested. I would have said the same thing about the judges for the event. They had the same 4 refs at every event. 3 of them would be judges, but this event is under pro boxing with real judges, so I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't like to think those things go on. I don't like to think those things go on. But I think Chase has got a real argument there for saying that he doesn't agree with the judge's decision. But then saying that, you know, pretty much any time we go to the judges, someone's gonna be upset, you know. I was going to pick Swarms over Taylor. Taylor is better than Ed, especially on 3 days' notice. Swarms should make this look easy. Edward said he's got £100 on KSI round 4. I am sniffing Brandon Scott at -350. He has a poignant Indian deathlock. Scott will violate the previous pitfalls. Right, here we go. About to get underway with fight number 4 then. Fight number 4. We're working our way through this cards. And now... Okay, so Ed, if you haven't seen Ed, he has competed over on Kingpin, and he did pretty well, but he's coming in super late notice here. So Ed Matthews fighting out of Essex in the UK. Even New Japan are exaggerating ticket gates. They have more people than seats. People must be sat in the aisles, leg crossed like school. Where's the orange segment, said Miss Clown. That would be refreshing. Are you following the Cricket World Cup, said Winfords. I am, yeah. Been watching England. I had India on earlier. It looked like they were going to beat Pakistan. I mean, I'm not watching every game, obviously, but I think England play tomorrow against Afghanistan, so we'll certainly have that on. Right, Swarms against Ed Matthews. Swarms looking in really great shape, considering when we first saw him, he's really put that work in. You gotta respect the grind. Here we go. About to get underway. Boom. Swarms straight into the middle. Swarms has got he looks a little bit bigger here. Swarms keeping a high guard and staying in a boxing stance and again trying to throw in some hook shots. Oh, Swarms gets caught. Swarms gets caught by Matthews. Swarms came charging in. It's over, man. Swarms has just got caught by Matthews, who's come in on 48 hours notice. Look, he is all over the place. He's trying to stand on the top ropes. He does a backflip. Swarms loses in the first round. So, Tempo Arts wins. I tell you what, that was so crazy. It was so explosive. It was so fast. So, he is all over the place, man. He seems to really want to... He wanted to get at Swarms. Swarms had been knocked down, and Matthews was like trying to get over to him as the ref was still dealing with the situation. He's very aggressive. He's very rash, Matthews. That might work against him. Like, as he progresses, he might need to try and control that. Let's have a little look at a replay here. So he came forwards. He managed to get Swarms up against the ropes. I don't know what he caught him with. I think he just got caught with like a hook thing, but the camera angle was horrible. Camera angle was horrible. Rigged, said Kieran. I'd love to see a different angle. I think they were both just sort of swinging away, and I think Swarms has just got caught with a hook shot, but as he said, not brilliant. Bit too aggressive. Swarms loses first round. I mean, I feel a bit sorry for Swarms because he's taking on someone here who is... He's taking on someone here who is a 48-hour notice replacement. He's very fast, quick, explosive. It's a harder challenge than Ryan Taylor. There's a lot of shock. There's a lot of shock. There's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of surprise. If you are just joining us, Ed Matthews knocking out Swarms. Round one, early in round one as well. Early in round one. So, amazing. Tempo won, but Chase was robbed, said Bonkers. KSI can't do that. It proves KSI is overrated, said Trevor. That was fast. It was fast. Simple Simon lasted longer than Swarms, says Edwards. He's going to be disappointed, man. He's complaining of his leg. Look, he's actually... Has he twisted his ankle or something, Swarms? He's on one leg. Look, he's kind of hobbling now, Swarms is. I really want to see that shot because I can't see what actually got thrown by Matthews. I still haven't seen. I'm presuming it's a hook. But now we're seeing that there's an ankle injury. Is there a chance that Swarm's ankle just gave out or something? Did he, like, twist it himself and go down and no shot was thrown from Matthews? I would love a replay. We're officially screwed. The Glazers have rejected Sheikh Hassim's latest offer, which was double what the club is worth. As a result, he's now withdrawing buying from United's. Right, we are seeing inside the arena, and the arena is filling up. Of course, we're only 24 minutes away from the main cards. Is that the prelims done? Yeah, okay, well, we've still got the tag match, and we've still got Winderson Nunes. Perhaps that's going to be on the main cards. I mean, it is going to be hard to squeeze in another fight. We've only got 20-odd minutes. So there we go. Ed has got a big smile on his face. I don't know that we're going to get a replay. That's a disappointing loss, isn't it, for Swarms? Let's get the decision. Winner. Knockout. So it is classed as knockout. It is classed as knockout. I'd love to see a replay of it. I still can't see exactly what landed, exactly what put him down. Guinness World Record fastest knockout, says A.B. Jobson. Swarms was awake the whole time and looked there, couldn't get it up because of an ankle injury. Swarms lost his title to One Punch. It's One Punch Ed now, said Ghost. Okay, so we've just got shots of Ed in the ring celebrate him. So, done. That was fight number 4. I think our next fight should be the tag team match. So the tag team match should be coming up, but we've only got just over 20 minutes left to go until we get to that main cards. That's what people are excited about. So who wins? Wasabi LMAO or Los Piñadas Peladas. There we go. Right, tag match, I believe, is coming up next. We could try a triple threat if we're getting a tag, said Wrestle with Andy. Switchblade, I still can't believe we get tag team boxing championships. Nothing is like Misfits. A.B. Jobson said, I tap Nunes at -350. Swarms lost his title. This was knockout by sprained ankle. They seriously not have another angle of that punch. I know, but I'm right there with you, but I am right there with you. I don't know what that finish was. Okay, we're getting it now. Here we go. I still can't see it. I mean, like, he is so fast. If he's hit him so quick. He is just, honestly, I mean, like, I've never seen that. I don't think I've ever seen a fighter down and another fighter come running over. He's just like this ball of energy, isn't he? Yeah, they're saying, can you show a slower replay? I would like to see a slower replay as well. I'd like to see a slower replay. Because they were saying it looks like there's not a shot that actually lands, but they're saying that there is. It's a horrible angle. Oh, hell, here we go, here we go, here we go. He froze that, right? But you can't see any shot. Yeah, like the pundits, even the backstage pundits are debating as to whether a shot actually connected. There is a shot that's thrown, and the way that Swarms goes down certainly suggests that a shot did connect. The way that Swarms went down, he kind of really did like seem out of it. So, but yeah, I mean, it would be great if there was a different flipping angle. It would be great if there was a different angle. Right. Tommy has to win. He'll lose everything if he loses. He's only got money to gain, says Shane. I've sent you the Romano tweet, says James. Thank you. Tanjo said, oh, we read that one. I saw it on Insta. His leg buckled. The ankle fully bent, said Switchblades. Ooh. Right, keep getting in your thoughts. We're moving on. We've got the tag match coming up next. Tag match coming up next. That's what we're working towards. So let's have a look and see where we're going with this. I don't think we've got another fight coming up on the prelims. Because as we said, we've only got 18 minutes. I think it's the tag match next. Then we got Nunes against my mate Nate. Then we're building towards King Kenny against Anthony Taylor. Then we got Dean the Great against Walid Sharks. Then we got Salt Pappy against Slim. Then we got Logan Paul against Dillon Danis. Then we got KSI against Tommy Fury. Everything we've just had so far, it's all just starter. It's all just to get the excitement level going. But the real stuff is obviously still to come. Main card starting in 17 minutes. 17 minutes. We've been streaming already for like over 6.5 hours. And as we said, you know, we are moving towards the main cards, which should be on for a little while as well. Although we are getting through these fights quite quick because, in all fairness, they're not many rounds, are they? Like a lot of these fights are just like 3-4 rounds. That's all. Looks like it connected near the ear and not the chin, said Steven. Right, we've just got commercial break at the moment, so we are just at commercial. Joe said the tag match is going to be epic. Little advert for Burger King. That is the spots. Right, who do you think's going to win in the tag match? Who is it that you're rooting for in the tag match? We've got the poll up. We've had nearly 100 votes already. And we've got plenty of people coming in, spamming as well. The bots are out in force. So, Los Pinata Coladas, 63% of you think they're going to win. Wasabi LMAO, 37%. I'm leaning to Wasabi LMAO. I'm leaning towards them. I just think B Dave, he's good. He's got heart. He's not a bad little scrapper. But I don't know that he is... I don't know that B Dave would be able to beat Alex Wasabi in a one-on-one. I don't know that B Dave would be able to get past Nick LMAO. So I kind of look at that and I think that Pinata has got a bit of something about him, but even he is quite... He's beatable, let's put it that way. I think he's got a bit of boxing ability, but... I think that it doesn't take too long to get to Pinada's level. I don't think it takes too long to get there. So, I don't know. I like them. I think they're likable. I could understand people wanting them to win. But I am leaning Wasabi LMAO. Thanks for covering this event, said Answer Me. Never would pay for this nonsense, but listening to the commentary free is quite nice. Answer Me, shout out to you, my friend. I appreciate the support. Yeah, this is one that's not for everyone, but it's a big event, and there's definitely a lot of hype around it. So, yeah, we can, you know, it's one that I know the community is going to be very engaged in. Virgil said KSI is knocked out officially. Yeah, feel free to put in your thoughts. What do you think about the main event or the co-main event? If there's any fight that's got your interest, feel free to share your thoughts. Do you think it'll be KSI? Do you think it'll be Logan? Do you think Dillan Danis is going to do it? Do you think the cut is going to be a problem? Do you think it'll be Slim? Do you think it'll be Salt Pappy? Like, this is your opportunity to get your thoughts across. We've got 14 minutes, and you know once that main card starts, it's going to be non-stop. So, got an opportunity to get your thoughts in now, as we are just moments away from that main card. Dr. Luke, shout out to you, my friends. Says, thanks for the commentary. Always watching these events. Dr. Luke, shout out to you. How long till the main? 14 minutes. 14 minutes. Edward said, can I get your DAZN details so I can watch the fight? Doesn't work that way, does it? James said, Impact Bound for Glory next week is officially a sellout. Wrestler Andy said, do you think Dillan and Logan will shake hands after the fight and make up? No. I think the beef between them is very, very real. Plus, the lawsuit is still going to be going, isn't it? So, if anything, I could see it still being quite fiery afterwards. You know, sometimes after a fight, obviously, the majority of time they make up, they show respect. But to be honest, I could see that still being quite a fiery exchange, and like both sides getting at each other. I hope they've got plenty of security for that one. Tommy Fury is getting knocked out, said Daniel. Chug said Pineda is going to have to carry B. Dave. I honestly see Tommy Fury and Logan Paul winning. It's a bit controversial. Right? Well, we are just going backstage, and we are just working our way towards that main card. As we said, 12 minutes to go. Virgil said, third round, KSI is knocked out. So, yeah, I mean, that's certainly what Tommy has predicted. Tommy has said that he would finish this within the first 3 rounds. So, yeah, I think that we're looking at a tough night tonight for KSI. But he's got belief that he can do it. His fans believe that he can do it. But, you know, and we've seen some upsets as well tonight as well. I mean, look at that last fight. You know, I think people would have expected Swarms to have got past Ed Matthews. I mean, Swarms had a full camp. Ed Matthews hasn't. And Matthews has gone in there and just overwhelmed Swarms with his aggression. And he's picked up the victory. So, you know, could it be a case that KSI could take a leaf out of Ed Matthews' book, overwhelm Tommy in the early stages and find that victory? Mr. Meme said, I'm saying it now. If the fight goes to the judges, they will rob Fury. Joe said, if you're a real champ, you need to defend your title more than twice a year, Roman. Jay said, Logan is going to want to absolutely batter Dillan. There's no way they shake hands after this. LDTV, shout out to you, says cheers, Days. And all from an Eclipse Dark SoCal. I've got Platinum Perry knocking out both Logan and Dillan in the first. Dr. Luke said, who do you think wins between KSI and Tommy Fury? I've got Tommy Fury. I think Fury is, Tommy could go in there, jab and move, and just win. by points. I think that he's good enough to keep KSI at bay for 6 rounds. Jab away, jab and move, use his head movement. Keep like circling round towards the right. If he keeps circling round towards the right, constantly moving away from that big overhand right, because that's KSI's biggest weapon, isn't it? This big overhand. So, you know, if he keeps like moving around to the right, he's constantly moving away from that big overhand right. And that's going to take a big weapon away from KSI. We know that KSI doesn't have the strongest of jabs. We don't see him using it consistently. It's not a big part of his game. But, you know, this is where I think that Tommy can jab and work, and he's got just much better boxing fundamentals for me. So I think that Tommy should have enough here, clearly, to get it done. He's minus 400 favorite. Over 70% of people on Tapology have gone with him to pick up the win. So, yeah, I'm leaning towards Tommy on this one. I feel pretty good about it. But as I keep saying to KSI fans, because I know a lot of people watching are going to be KSI fans, don't be down about the fact that your guy is not fancied, because if he loses, well, we expected him to lose, and if he wins, well, then he shocks the world. So I'd say if you're a diehard KSI fan, like, you should be loving the fact that he comes in as such an underdog. KSI has got 2 hands, not 1. That's true, but I don't think that his left hand is as effective. He's got that big overhand right. His left, I just haven't seen as much out of it, to be honest. So it's true, he does have 2 hands, but he doesn't use both hands as effectively. We know KSI is just going to throw and hope it lands, said Hawk is not an owl. What about Slim and Salt Pappy, said Dr. Luke. Brilliant fight. I'm going with Salt Pappy. I like Slim. I think he can definitely win. I think that Slim is probably the better boxer. Do you know what? It's funny, actually, because I would say that Slim and Salt Pappy is very similar to KSI, Tommy Fury. I think that Slim is the Tommy Fury, and I think Salt Pappy is the KSI. I think that Slim is the better boxer with the better fundamentals. I think he can work at range. He can work on the inside. I think that he's got different paths to victory. I think Salt Pappy is just a counter striker. Not quite the same as KSI. KSI likes to come forward and like throw those big overhands. I think Salt Pappy is a lot more calculated. He is someone that waits for you to throw, tries to slip the shot and then land the counter. So I really like Salt Pappy a lot, but I think the big difference between that fight and the main fight is I think Slim is going to get too reckless. If Tommy goes into that main event and just abandons like his kind of fundamentals and just goes chasing after KSI, if KSI could catch Tommy, right? But Tommy's not going to do that. Tommy's not going to completely throw his kind of, you know, Tommy is going to stand, he's going to have his jab, he's going to work the jab, he's going to use his movement. He's going to use everything that he's been trained to use. He's not going to chase the fight. He's not going to get reckless. He's already said, I hope you come out swinging. Because he wants KSI to come out swinging because he can slip the shot, bang. If he slips KSI's shot, KSI is go to the body, go to the side of the head. You can just pick wherever you want to go. So he is going to want KSI to come at him like a bull in a china shop because he can then counter him and he'll land and he'll cause some big trouble. So, yeah, I definitely can see Tommy being very disciplined. That's the word. I don't think Slim has got that same level of discipline. I think Slim, if he did, I would pick him to win. I think if Slim could stay disciplined, work the jab, actually stick to a game plan, I would go with Slim. But I don't think he can do that because he loves a scrap. He loves a war. He loves to show off. He's a showman. He's a showman. Tommy's not a showman. Tommy has won so many fights by decision. Tommy knows that it's about the win. Get the win. Don't matter if it's decision. Don't matter if it's knockout. It's better if it's knockout. But a win is a win is a win. And Tommy has shown that he will do it the dirty way. A win is a win, right? Slim just strikes me as someone that really wants that knockout finish. He really wants that. He wants to impress. He's desperate to impress. And I really think that's going to be his downfall. Because this fight against Salt Pappy, if he just works the jab and sticks on the outside, I would pick Slim to win. But I just think that he is going to get a little over-aggressive, or he's going to present a few too many openings. And I just think Salt Pappy has got the ability to put Slim away. So it is actually similar to the main event. Only this time I'm going for the person who has got the puncher's chance. I don't think Salt Pappy wins rounds. I think he wins moments. And I think Slim is going to present moments. The difference with the main event is I think KSI doesn't win rounds. He wins moments. I don't think Tommy is going to present those moments. I think Tommy is a lot more disciplined. So, great fight. Really great fight. Closer fight. Closer in the odds as well. But I'm going to say that Slim is going to present too many openings and Salt Pappy is going to put him away. Can you shout out my buddy Patrick? Yeah, Patrick, shout out to you. Mr. Beam said, who do you think will take the loss better in both main events? Who will take the loss better? I mean, to be honest, it's going to be... I think Logan Paul would take the loss very hard. I think Logan would take the loss hard because he's been so disrespected. If he steps in there now and loses to Dillan Danis, that would be difficult. Tommy, I think, would... He's already got the win over Jake, so he's got that in the bank, you know? But losing to KSI, I think, would be a problem for Tommy because he's meant to be the boxer. So I think it would be difficult for him, but I think he could take it. KSI is not expected to win, so he can take the loss. And Dylan's not expected to win, so he could take the loss. I think Dillan can take the loss and KSI can take the loss because they're the underdogs. Tommy, being the professional boxer, would struggle, but the person that would struggle the most would be Logan. Logan would struggle the most because it's really personal. And I really believe, I mean, there's a lawsuit and everything. I really believe this has got to him. I think this has really got to him. So if he was to now lose this fight as well, I think that'd be a difficult loss. Johnny, shout out to you. Babs said Tommy was cool, calm, and confident. Lewis said, who have you got winning, Logan or Danis? Logan. I think Logan is the better. I mean, he's got boxing experience. Danis doesn't. I think Logan has shown that he can kind of turn his hand to things and win and do well at them. I mean, he's in like professional wrestling, and I know a lot of people are like, but in professional wrestling, you do have to have athleticism. You do have to have timing. You do have to have balance. You obviously have to be safe as well when you're performing different moves and whatever. You have to have a degree of showmanship. There's a lot of things that actually get tested in professional wrestling, and he has absolutely excelled at all of them, to be honest. If he wanted to be a professional wrestler, he would be one of the best on the roster. If he would commit to it, he would be one of the best at it. And I think, like, he seems to throw himself into things and really take to them, like, really quickly. I think even though he's not had many fights, I mean, one of the fights he had was an exhibition against Floyd Mayweather, and he was all right. I mean, I think he would have lost that had it have been scored, but he was all right. You know, he didn't look like he was completely useless. I certainly think that what he got from that experience should be more than enough to get past Dillan Danis. So I think Logan is going to be, he's got money, man. Logan's got money, Jake's got money, and they're not afraid to spend that money to get the best training, the best advice, you know, the best team around them. So they, you know, I think Dillan Danis has just not had the same level of support as what Logan has had. And I think Logan is going to be better prepared. So, yeah, I think Logan picks up the victory. It's not really anything revolutionary, you know. We're talking about the guy that's minus 600 favorite winning. So, he is heavily expected to win. But the big question is, like, that cut on the side of the heads. Like, could that actually be a problem? Could that actually, like, count against... like, you know, Logan? Could it, like, get worse? Boom, there we go. Right, so we've jumped over to the main coverage. So, yeah, the cut, I mean, can Dillan go after that and open that up and make that worse? That is very much something that we're keeping an eye on. That's something that I'm very, very interested in. Can he open the cut? Can he really make that worse? Because that is a big opportunity, man. That is a big opportunity. If he can open that up, then he could really start to cause some problems, because then the doctor might have to have a look at it. And if the doctor starts looking at it, you don't know, man. It doesn't take long for a doctor to call a fight off. If that's going to really start opening up, but it's going to take a long time for it to open, unfortunately. You know? Yeah, it might take too long. By the time that has really got anywhere for Dillan, he might already have been knocked out. So I don't know that we can really put too much faith into that happening. We are seeing inside the arena, and it's certainly starting to look a lot more fuller now. The lights are down. There still looks to be some empty seats in there, though. Predictions for England, Fiji tomorrow. I don't know. I'm not brilliant when it comes to rugby. I think England might just get past them, but I think it'll be really close. I think it'll be a real close, nervy game. I think England have played some decent sides, all right, teams, and got results. So I'd like to think they'll be able to get past Fiji, but whoever they get next, I think they're out. Can't wait for MLW Slaughterhouse. Jacob Fatu against Suzuki. Eubank Jr. has come out onto the entrance stage. I think, isn't Ariel Hawani there as well? There we go. Chris Eubank Jr. has made his way out. Idris Virgo making his way out as well. When is it starting? Main card, I think, has kicked off here. We've brought out... so I think the main card has started... I didn't see any kind of big, like, opening thing. We just seemed to go over to the arena and that was it. So I think we've, like, started. I don't think there's any kind of big fanfare unless we're about to throw over to that. So Ariel Hawani being brought out. So we got Chris Eubank Jr., we got Idris Virgo, and Ariel Hawani comes out onto the stage. Ariel Hawani trying to fire up the crowds. Should be the tag match coming up next. If Dillan is smart, he does need to target the cut, says Chugs02. What time is the first fight on the undercards? Well, we've already had 4 fights on the undercards. So we're about to go over to fight number 5, which should be the tag match. So we'll change this over. Dillan will get dominated in the first round, said Fierce Agony. And in the second, Although we're just seeing some footage from when that microphone got bounced off Logan Paul's head. In the second, he will try to choke out Logan. LMAO versus Los Pineda Coladas. Okay, there we go. Dillan actually showed up. I had $100 on him not fighting, said Mr. Unfamiliar. He showed. Yeah, he showed. They asked him about that, actually. There was like, how come you showed for this, but you didn't show for KSI? And he was like, well, KSI doesn't mean anything. This matters. The KSI fight didn't matter. Right. Crowd are a bit quiet, aren't they? Like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lack of, like, do you know what I mean? Maybe there should have been some pyro, or there should have been like a great opening package or something. It just feels like there's something missing. Like everyone in the crowd are just like, they all just look a bit bored. It's like they're under the impression we're at like a commercial break, or the show starts in half an hour. That's how it feels. Watching the broadcast right now, it's like the show starts in half an hour and we're all just like having a little chat. This doesn't feel like the start of the show. I definitely want like pyro. I don't know. I don't quite know why we are having a little chat about the fights that are coming up, right? Just on the entranceway, when we've just done a whole countdown show, which was largely just talking about fights. I kind of feel like this should be graphics, video packages. Coming up next, we got this. Later on tonight, we got this. Like, do you know what I mean? Instead, we're just like, we got 4 boomers standing around talking about the fights. Omar, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. LDTV said, I'm just saying, but are we overlooking Dill's true organized combat experience in the cage over Paul's career? Are we overlooking Dillion's true organized combat experiences in the cage over Paul's career? I don't think much of that translates. You know, if you're a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu fighter, if you're an MMA fighter, it doesn't really mean much when it comes to the world of boxing. And we've seen that and learnt that many times, because look at Ben Askren against Jake Paul. You know, he was a champion in MMA, but his basis was wrestling. Whereas, you know, he stepped in there with Jake Paul, who was very early in his career, got knocked spark out. Against like a pretty low level Jake Paul as well. So I don't really put any stock. I don't really put any stock in the fact that they're former fighters, you know. I think it comes down to actual boxing experience, and Logan for me has got more of that. Rest of that, he said, I don't think the fans in the arena can hear what they're saying. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, you'd imagine that they would, if they could, like, they would give us a cheer. Who do you think? Like, you know what I mean? Interact with them a bit more. Instead, they keep cutting to the crowd, and the crowd are just very... Yeah, I agree. I don't think they can hear them. I don't think the crowds are aware that this show is even flipping live at the moment. There's no noise. There's no atmosphere. If I was to provide Misfits with some feedback, I'd be like, good work, guys, right? Love what you're doing. Keep going. But this start needs to be so much crisper, snappier, engaging. Like, do you know what I mean? We can do some graphics. We could have some stats. Having a load of people standing around on the stage just having a chinwag. I feel like we do that on the kickoff show. And like the crowd are just super, super quiet. Logan Paul against Dillon Danis is shown on the entranceway. Vamos! Ansami said boxing is a completely unique cardio as well. I think it'll be the top issue for both fighters. Baby Z627, shout out to you. Mr. Unfamiliar said it'd be hilarious if Nina came out in fight gear for Logan's entrance, as if she was going to fight. I would imagine that Logan has got something planned there. Logan, I don't know if you've seen, but when they did the sit-down face-to-face talk, he showed a picture of Dillan Danis getting choked out by a bouncer. And he said, I've got that bouncer in this room. And the guy behind him took his mask off and it was that bouncer. So Dillan Danis was like, that's good, that's funny, fair play. So, like, Logan did that for the face-to-face. Then at the first announcement press conference, he obviously had the cake made of Dillan Danis, like, knock Spark out. So he had the cake made for that. Then at the other press conference, he had the To Catch a Predator guy. So he had, was it Chris Hansen, whatever his name is? He had that guy come out. So obviously he's been calling him a predator, which I don't really get, to be honest. I don't know what that's in relation to, but he had Chris Hansen come out to catch Predator, and so that was another little surprise. So we've seen all throughout this process that Logan has had some stuff planned. It really wouldn't surprise me if there was something else that was going to be sprung on Dillan Danis for this event. For that ring walk. Just one last thing to kind of get into his head, you know? So it wouldn't surprise me. I'd imagine that Logan has been thinking of anything and everything, you know? If he could come out with, like, Dillan Danis's kids or something like this, I think he would try to do that. I think he would try and come out with, like, Dillan Danis's, like, kids. Apparently there's a kid Dillan Danis online doesn't really have much interaction with. I think if he could come out with that mom and kids just to try and get into his head. This is where we are with influencer boxing now. we you know, that line is like well behind us at this point. We've crossed it and we're running past it now. So I said I think things can only really get worse from here. They're just right. They're just backstage at the moment. We're just having a look at backstage. We are just looking at some of the people that are around. There's no reason to be fighting for an influencer bout. He's a pro fighter, not an influencer. He should win this fight. Edward said, "If I was on this card, who would you like to see me fight?" I don't know, dudes. I have no idea of your ability. Or anything. I don't know. I don't know what weight class you would be in or anything. Right, we've got Days Trey. Shout out to you. I hope you are well. Vamos, Magic Deck. Vamos in a way. Vamos! Right, they're making us wait, aren't they, man? They're making us wait for this first fight. We're already 15 minutes into this cards. Right, we are still in this backstage corridor right now. Good. Enough of the talking. First fight on the main cards coming up. It should be the tag match. There's not loads of information that we've got on this. We know that Wasabi LMAO. We know that they have been kind of really healing it up. Los Pineda Coladas, they are the fan favorites. We know that there'll be plenty of Mosin when Pineda comes out. Right, here we go. We've got different announced team now. It's going to be Coach, who used to be in WWE. Jonathan Coachman, Todd Grisham, and Roundhouse Radio. They're talking about how the energy is going to keep on building throughout the events. It's a good lineup, actually. I reckon Dillan can beat Logan by using the better clinching, kind of like what Anthony Taylor did with Salt Pappy, says Noah. Edward said, don't forget that KSI owns Misfits and picks judges and rests for the event, but not sure about his fights. LC Dub Figure Wrestling, shout out to you. I hope you are well, my friends. Appreciate the support. Appreciate you stopping by. We've done the undercards. We've been live for over 7 hours. But we are about to get over to our first fight on this main card. So Nick Lamau, Nick LMAO, he is 22. Alex Wasabi is 33. This is going to be 4 rounds, this tag team match. There's Pineda, there is B Dave. Both of these quite close in age. Both got the same reach as well, 77-inch reach. I like the tail of the tape. It's good. We never got that for the kickoff show. Whitehammer said, what are the order of the fights on this card? So it should be the tag match next. After that should be Nunes against my mate Nate. Then I believe it's King Kenny against Anthony Taylor. Then I think it's Dean the Great against Walid Sharks. We know that it's definitely Salt Pappy and Slim as the Coco main event. Then it's Logan Paul against Dillan Danis. And then it's KSI against Tommy Fury. So 7 fights, I believe, on this main card. But we know that these fights aren't going to stick around very long. They're not going to be the longest fights in the world because they are... they're just short. Even this is only 4 rounds. And I must say, I do like that about influencer boxing. I do like that because I do like the fact that we get the fight, they get stuck in. Like sometimes we see some early finishes, but nothing outstays its welcome. Like things come in, they do what they do. Boom, there we go off. I mean, sometimes we can go to decision quite regular. So, you know, you do have to weigh that up. Maybe like 6 rounds would be better than like a lot of 4 rounds. Maybe if we were to do 6 rounds. But I do like the fact that we can quite quickly get through the cards, you know. B-Dave has come out into the entranceway. He's got a big smile on his face. So B-Dave making his way down. Yeah, he is a bit of a brawler, B-Dave. He is someone that's, you know, not the most technically gifted in the world. But, you know, he can hold his own. So B-Dave making his way down. We're waiting for Luis Pineda to come out. That's when the crowd are going to pop. That's when you're going to hear a lot of vermossing. Coachman just said he's a former WWE tag champion. Has he been talking about WWE, is he? Sweet Caroline. Sweet Caroline playing as B-Dave makes his way down. But in their primes, Orton or Cena, which was your favorite? I wasn't really massively taken with either, to be honest. If I was to choose one, I'd probably go Orton. But I probably, like, at the time would have gone Undertaker over both of them. Pineda is the GOAT, said Purse talking. Slim better mess him up, said A.B. Jobson. Hello, we've got someone coming out that's doing some sort of performance. I don't know who this person is. Okay, so B-Dave is already in the ring. We've got someone that's coming out that I don't think has been introduced. Here he is, though. Luis Pineda. Making his way down to the ring. Days, don't forget KS. Oh, we read that one. I'm throwing a plug to the Days Tapology group. Sign up if you haven't. LDTV, shout out to you, my friends. Everyone hit the like button. Yeah, if you've not hit the like button, it's really appreciated. We're on 419. So, yeah, I feel like that's below where it should be, but I haven't been talking about it. In fairness, we've been streaming for over 7 hours, and I just have not been talking about it. My bad. Right, 63% of people on the Zone app have gone with Nick, LMAO, and Wasabi to pick up the victory here. So, took their time to get the two guys out there, haven't we, for this tag match? Here we go. Now we've got the other guys coming down. When is the main event? Probably a good few hours away. Probably a good few hours away. Are you doing a UFC stream? No UFC stream, no. Here we go. We've already done 7 hours, 16 today. Enjoy the fights tonight, said Christopher. Adam said KSI fight is approximately 11 p.m. UK time. Is it? Is it really? 11 p.m.? Putting in that grind, baby. Putting in that grind. I didn't realize it was going to go so late, but then I didn't realize that we were going to have so many fights go onto the main cards. So this is a 7-fight main card. Okay. Okay, so Nick has made his way down. We're just waiting for Wasabi. Tempo Arts had a bloody nose, said Matthew. He did. He did. All right, here's Wasabi making his way down. I think this is something about the tag team fights that I don't like. You know, like in WWE, when a tag team come out, we don't bring them out individually. Or if we do bring them out individually, the one will come out, stand in the entranceway, and then the next will come out, and then they both walk down to the ring together. Like, this process of them both getting full entrances just takes way too long, man. Takes way too long. I think we can definitely shave some time off this. Also, if you're a tag team, you should have matching ring gear. Otherwise, you're a disgrace. And I think we do have that, actually, on B-Dave and Pineda. We do not have that with Alex Wasabi and Nick. I'm going with New Zealand. How many fights have happened so far? We have had 4 fights so far. This is fight number 5. Miss Clown said, I love some grind. Midnight for Logan Paul, said Christopher. Oh, I don't think it'll be that late. I'm pretty sure there'll be a curfew in Manchester Arena. I mean, to be honest, I think this event will probably have to wrap up by 11. I would imagine it would have to end by then. I don't know if they've said that KSI fight is starting at 11, but you've got to think about like public transport and everything because, you know, people need to get back home from the venue and everything. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're aiming to have this show wrapped up by 11. Matthew, shout out to you. I appreciate the support, dudes. Mulga said, YouTube said it starts in 4 hours. No, it started now. Started now. We are underway with our first fight on the main cards. Okay, big cheer, big smile on the faces for Pineda. If you are just joining us and you haven't heard the results so far, I have got them written down. So DTG won the first fight against SX with a TKO in round 1. Astrid managed to get a victory over Alexia. She won by majority decision, so quite close in the end, but I had Astrid being the winner in that. Tempo Arts won by split decision, and it is controversial. And then Ed Matthews with a first round knockout, and the angle was a bit rubbish. You really can't see the shot, but yeah, he seemed to clip him with a shot and drop Swarms. So Swarms lose into Ed Matthews. Tempo Arts is the new heavyweight champ. Astrid retained her title. DTG winning the first match of the evening. So that's what we've had so far. But now our attention turns to the next match, the tag match. And it's going to be Luis Pineda. No, he's jumped out. B. Dave is going to start things. So here we go. B. Dave is starting against Nick. And we are underway round 1. So we've got B. Dave coming forward, throwing in some shots. He gets tagged there by Nick, though. Again, B. Dave moving forward. 4 rounds this can go for. B. Dave driving Nick over to the corner. He's doing all right here, B. Dave, but Nick throwing in some hook shots. B. Dave tagging out already. Here's Pineda. Pineda trying to find a way forward. So Nick has already, I think, hurt B. Dave. B. Dave was over in his corner. He's tagged in Pineda. Pineda, this is quite interesting, actually. Pineda against Nick is quite a fun little fight. Nick is backing away. He gets caught there by Pineda. Pineda, again, moving forward. Jab coming in there by Nick. Nick trying to go to the body. Pineda doing all right. He had Nick up against the ropes. Referee coming in, looking to separate these two. Referee again separates both fighters. Tag. In comes Alex. So Alex, fresh, coming forward, throwing in a jab. This is where it gets quite interesting because, of course, Alex hasn't been in there yet. Pineda hasn't been in there that long. Oh! Alex puts Pineda down. Alex puts Pineda down. Pineda getting back up. He's pointing to the ground. He's always complaining, isn't he? Do you remember when he was in there with KSI and he was talking about shots to the back of the heads and all that stuff? He's got mouthpiece in. He's tagging. Pineda wants out. B. Dave is coming in. Right, B. Dave has come in instead. It's a really good start there by Alex. Alex came in, dealt with Pineda. Pineda has tagged out. We know that B. Dave isn't quite as good. Jab coming in. Lovely work. Very explosive. B. Dave really going after it. Again, in the middle. Down goes Alex. It's a brawling, scrapping style. B. Dave goes back into the corner. Referee coming over. Having a word with both fighters. Shots coming in there by B. Dave. He's got Alex over by the ropes. Down goes Alex. Might have been a slip, though. Might have been a slip. Oh, he's counting. The referee's counting. I thought that was a slip, man. I tell you what, Alex Wasabi can't believe that there's a count there. Both teams are complaining about how slippery the floor is. Jab coming in there by Pineda. Pineda has recovered now. You know, this is where the tag matches get really quite interesting because Pineda was rocked earlier, but he's had that time to recover. And, you know, you keep getting these different matchups as well. So now we're seeing Pineda in there with Nick. That is wild, man. It's a really fun fight. It's a really fun fight. I think the tag stuff is really good. It's not what you would necessarily think would work, but it does work. We saw so much action in there. Both teams went for it. We saw 2 knockdowns. In the end, I mean, how the flip do you score that? How do you score that? Scoring it is a nightmare because you're trying to work out. I feel like it was probably the Wasabi, Nick and Wasabi, that I think looked better throughout the majority of that round. I think the knockdown of Alex Wasabi was a bit harsh. So I would lean Wasabi LMAO, but man, it's wild, isn't it? It is wild. Here we go, we're about to get underway. Pineda starting us off against Nick. Nick in there, trying to throw in a big right hand. Jabbing away, Nick getting backed up again. Trying to come forwards. Oh, lovely shot there by Pineda. It feels like Pineda has got Nick's number. But we know that Pineda struggles a little more against Alex. I mean, like, it feels like they've got the wrong combination here, but this is where strategy really comes in because, oh, B-Dave catches Alex. Alex stumbles back to the corner. Alex goes down. Yeah, I think that was a knockdown as well. I think that was a knockdown. Is the referee going to count it? He's got Alex back in his corner. Alex is complaining because, he's not happy. He's not happy because when he went down, you know, B-Dave is just like a wild man and they're just rolling around on the floor and everything. There's nothing clean about this. Now they engage. They're in a clinch at the moment. Shots coming into the body. Referee separating both fighters. B-Dave in there with Alex Wasabi right now. Jab coming in there by B-Dave. Going to the body. Alex Wasabi, though. These two standing and throwing. Wasabi getting a lot to the head of B-Dave, but B-Dave is eating a lot of these shots. B-Dave again just taking the punishment. Wasabi doing some really good work. B-Dave has had enough. In comes Pineda. Pineda wants Wasabi. Wasabi gets back out. It's Pineda in there now with Nick. Jab coming in. I thought there was some really good work there by B-Dave, but I think that we saw Wasabi coming back into the fight. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. It's non-stop action, man. Like, the pace of it is so much quicker because, like, fighters get chance to have a rest. Fighters get chance to have a break. We're seeing shots coming into the body there by Nick. Pineda and Nick. Nick complaining about some shots to the back of the heads. They touch gloves. Pineda standing, throwing out a straight left jab. We're seeing Nick coming forward. Pineda in a clinch. Shots coming into the body. Referee wants to come in and separate both fighters. Nick's coming over. He wants to tag in Alex Wasabi. This is what we want to see. Wasabi in there against Pineda. These two were in the ring in that first round. Pineda went down. Jabs coming in there by Alex Wasabi. Pineda trying to move forward, but big body shots as they're in a clinch at the moment. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Alex having a little look as Pineda edges forward. Jab coming in there by Alex. Pineda again trying to move forward. Hook shot coming into the side of the head there by Alex. Lovely work by Pineda. Catches Alex on the side of the head. Over in the corner, referee separating both fighters. And Pineda doing a little bit better here. I think Pineda wanted to send a message that what happened in that last round was nothing more than a fluke. So, difficult. How are you scoring it? How are you scoring it? I think it's a nightmare to score. Nightmare to score. I might... It might be 1-1 at the moment. It might be 1-1. I think it's really difficult to score. D-Bats was 2023. It was a slip, but Alex didn't tap his gloves to the ref. It's Test the Fallen Boxer, says Rick. There is a lot of wrestling, certainly when B-Dave is in there. You know, we are seeing it being quite reckless at times, but the pace of it is so much fun. Okay, here we go. Round number 3. So if you've not seen the tag team stuff before, I'd be very interested to get people's thoughts on it. It is pretty wild. It is a lot of fun. It is quite high pace. Fighters do get a chance to go to the outside and recover. Pineda putting that pressure onto Wasabi. Wasabi, little low dig there by Pineda. Wasabi tagging out. In comes Nick. In comes B-Dave. So that's the other thing as well, is when you get these different combinations of fighters coming in, you do get these little cheers as people are excited to see different matchups. Right, we've got the referee coming in, separating both fighters. B-Dave coming forward. Nick's in the wrong part of town. He's right in the far corner, but he's managed to get out of there. Right now, referee again coming in, separating both fighters. B-Dave getting jabbed at. He's got his guard up, but Nick landing some shots. That seemed to go to the back of the head there. Yeah, referee didn't like the look of that. B-Dave tags out, though. In comes Pineda. Pineda coming forward. Jab there by Pineda. This could be a problem for Nick. He's just been involved in a bit of a scuffle with B-Dave. Now a fresh Pineda has come in. Shots coming to the side of the head. Shots coming into the side of the body. Referee wants to separate these two. Round number 3 so far. Really close. Here's Alex Wasabi. Wasabi's in now. Wasabi coming forwards. Throwing in a jab. Lot of work being done by both sides. High pace, high octane stuff. Body shot there by Wasabi. Jab coming in by Pineda. Pineda, again, trying to find a way forward. Wasabi backing up a little bit. Heavy hands there by Wasabi. Heavy hands. And he seemed to get through with a couple of really juicy shots there. Now he's unloading on B-Dave. Wasabi doing some really good work, but B-Dave's not going to stand for it. He responds with a couple of shots back of his own. Referee separating both fighters. B-Dave going into the fire, moving forwards. And he's got Wasabi backing up. I tell you what, if Wasabi can fight the fight that he wants to fight, if he can be the aggressor, he's dangerous, man. But if someone is putting pressure on him, he doesn't cope with it as well. Now we're seeing Pineda in. He goes straight over to Nick. Nick gets tagged in as well. End of the rounds. Wild, innit? Wild. It's like the flipping Wild West in there. Tag team is fun, but it has to be a novelty. You don't want to put your boxing success in someone else's hands. I like the tag team boxing, but I think it needs some more rules. I can't believe I said that. I hate rules, said Rick. Andy said, I want them to make a Harvey Wimpleman figure. Fair play. Mohawk said, when is KSI Logan? We're a good few hours away from that yet. Rick said they should have a tag record and a singles record. Yeah, I can go with that. Definitely. I can go with that. That would be the best idea. How many hours till the KSI fight? Don't know. I don't know that they've actually announced that. A good many hours. 2 hours. Something like that. Here we go. We are underway with round number 4. So, really close, man. Really close. It really could all come down to this because I am going to say that it's 2-1 to Nick and Alex Wasabi. 2-1 to them. But really not much in it. I mean, this thing to score is a flipping nightmare. I do think that both sides have had some good chances and have had some good spells. Shot coming in there by Pineda. Nick is backed up against the ropes. He's trying to throw in a straight left. A couple of shots coming in there by Pineda. Pineda goes back and he tags in B Dave. In comes Alex Wasabi. So B-Dave and Alex Wasabi, we know that if Wasabi can get going, he can cause some trouble. What I really like about B-Dave is he doesn't have that kind of crazy boxing ability, but he is someone that can stick it to you. He is someone that will take the fight to you. Trying to throw a big right hand there, B-Dave, but some good work by Wasabi, but B-Dave with some winging hook shots. Manages to get a few shots on Alex Wasabi. I think Wasabi will be really frustrated because if he can just stand his ground and throw some jabs and do some work, like, he's pretty good, but if people are backing him up and like have got him on the back foot, he really does struggle. Here we're seeing Pineda in and he's unloading right now on Wasabi. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Another tag being made. In comes Nick. Do you know, honestly, I think we're seeing some good stuff here by B-Dave and Pineda. Pineda, again, keeping it tight. Nick trying to throw a big shot, trying to get out the way of anything that could come back, but Pineda has got him in the corner. Pineda unloading on Nick. Couple of shots, though, but Pineda goes right back to the center of the ring. Nick, again, putting in some wing-in hook shots there. Pineda trying to move around to the sides. He's looking to make the tag, and that's the bit that gets a little bit messy with the tag boxing. You could see that Pineda wanted to tag. Nick just allowed him to make that tag, but that's where it starts to get a little bit messy with the tag boxing, is like, when do you tag? When can you tag? Is your opponent going to allow you to tag? Oh, lovely shot by B-Dave. Lovely shot. He's got Nick in the corner. Another big hook shot coming in by B-Dave. It's a big end to the fight. B-Dave landing some bombs right at the end there. Alex Wasabi thinks that he's got the victory. Wasabi's putting his arms in the air. I think it's a really hard one to score. Honestly, that could be 2 rounds each. It could be 2 rounds each. Put it in the chat. Which way do you think that has gone? Which way you think that it's gone? Lewis had it 2-1 Wasabi LMAO. Jay had it 2-1 Wasabi LMAO. Sadir had it 2-1 to the Pinedas. Yeah, I honestly, whatever you've got. Whatever you've got. I ain't going to argue with you. I think it's a nightmare to score these tag matches. Honestly, I think it's really hard to say that any team like necessarily won that fight. I would have no problem with that being scored as 2 rounds each. Yeah, the commentators are saying the same. Like, if you said this team won, I'd be all right with it. If you told me that team won, I'd be all right with it. But considering it's 4 rounds, I sort of feel like 2-2. A draw might be like the fairer result here. Right. 2-2. 3-1 LMAO said MG. 4-0 to Wasabi said Drake College. 2-2 said Caleb. Draw said Lewis. 2-2 or Pineda's win said Chiango. 3-1 Pineda's said Sadir. So we got a real mixed bag here as to what people are seeing and what they're thinking, which way this is going. Yeah, pretty fun. That one going all 4 rounds. So we are just waiting them to add up the scorecards, and that's probably a nightmare, isn't it? Trying to work out which way this has gone. How has the card been? It's been good. Yeah, I think it's been pretty fun, to be honest. I think it's only going to get better. We know that the undercard was all right, but yeah, I mean, we haven't got to, like, you know, King Kenny against Anthony Taylor, Dean the Great against Walid Shark, Salt Pappy against Slim, Logan against Dillon Danis, KSI against Tommy Fury. I mean, like, it just keeps getting bigger and better and juicier. Right. So, who's going to win this next one? Will it be Nunes or my mate Nate? We'll get... oh, here we go. The announcement. Go. $39, $37 to Los Pineda Coladas. $39.37 Wasabi LMAO. It's a draw. It is a draw, so one judge scored it 39-38 for Wasabi LMAO. The other judge scored it 39-38 for Los Pineda Coladas. And the other judge scored it 38-38, meaning that this is a draw. There we go. It was a draw. I wonder if the giant X above the ring keeps people from seeing certain angles. If not, I wonder how long till WWE steals that idea, says Rick. I don't know. Maybe it would if you was, like, higher up. Right, there we go. So we are done with that match. We're moving on to Whindersson Nunes against my mate Nate. Both of these are Kingpin fighters. Both of them have lost to King Kenny as well. Nunes is from Brazil. He's got decent ability. He baits his opponents in, and he can leave his chin, like, a little bit out there to try and invite people in. He then looks to land some pretty juicy shots, but he can be a bit slow, and he can be a little bit predictable. He lacks a few feints. He's got a few gas tank question marks. I think he is someone that likes to land a shot and then build from there as well. And I think if you can, like, really prevent him from doing that, if you can just, like, jab at him and kind of really not allow him to get his momentum going, then he is definitely someone that can be neutralized. He's definitely someone that you can frustrate. So I'm looking at my mate Nate, who is very athletic. He's got a 3-1 record. His only loss is to King Kenny, and there's no shame in that. He's got decent movement. He stays in his boxing stance. Like, he's very disciplined. He's got a decent little uppercut. He doesn't get too sloppy either. I really like my mate Nate on this one. I'm taking a bit of a gamble here. If he can keep Nunes quiet, which is a hell of an ask, if he can do that, then I think he can get some success here. But Nunes is pretty big, pretty impressive looking. He very much could come in and just dominate this fight. So, yeah, this is going to be a good one. I'm looking forward to this. This is two fighters that I've not seen much of. I mean, I'm only going off a few clips that I've seen from their Kingpin fights. But I do like the look of my mate Nate. I do like the look of him. He has got some decent boxing ability. And as we said, he's got 3 wins to his name already. What time is KSI against Tommy fight? Don't know. It's going to be later. I think Nurses put him away in the... Oh, Nunes puts him away in the 4th. What is your costume choice for Halloween, says Peter. Don't celebrate Halloween. It was not a massive thing when I was a kid. It's kind of grown a lot more over the years, but not something I am bothered by. Going to be a great fight, said Lewis. Should be fun. First good decision that the judges have made, said Lewis. What the hell is with the peach with a flame coming out? It does look pretty fire, I must admit. Oh, what, his tattoo on his back? It's pretty outrageous, isn't it? Trevor said KSI is going to get KO'd in the 1st round. Switchblade said this fight is basically the ones that lost to King Kenny at the tournament. That is true. They did both lose to King Kenny. I think there's definitely like 2 decent fighters here, though. I think you could bring them over to Misfits and kind of see, you know, who's worth keeping around. Okay, Coach, once again, just talking about WWE, talking about the Animal Batista. Winderson Nunes versus my mate Nate. Next fight, our second fight on the main card. Let's change this over. We'll change this text over as well. We've got the poll up and running if you haven't voted already. So my mate Nate has got a 5-inch reach advantage. Is he going to be able to make that count? He is taller, older, lighter, 5-inch reach advantage, but he's also coming in as a pretty firm underdog. My mate Nate at plus 250, Winderson Nunes at minus 350. So Nunes is the favorite on this one. I can tell you that 84% of people on Tapology have gone with Nunes. Only 16% have gone with my mate Nate. KSI is going to get knocked out in the 1st round. I kind of want Dillan Danis to win, said Lewis. That one commentator sounds like Coachman. Yes. But are apparently close to getting a 25%. We are so screwed. Logan versus Dillon is going to be badass, says MG Colorado. Okay, we are just waiting for the start of this next one. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. Feel free to keep putting in your thoughts as to which way this is going to go. There's a lot of excitement out there. Everyone is like waiting, and we're building towards that Logan fight, of course, which is still probably a couple of hours away. I mean, we've still got Nunes against my mate Nate. After this, we've got King Kenny against Anthony Taylor. After that, we've got Dean the Great against Walid Sharks. After that, we got Salt Pappy against Slim. So, you know, we've still got 4 fights to go until we get to that Logan fight. But there's plenty of excitement out there as we are getting closer. Right, here comes my mate Nate making his way out with my mates. Don't know who's that. Natalie? Don't know. Lady? Ava. He's coming out with his girlfriend. So my mate Nate and his girlfriend Ava. She should fight. He does look about 12. It is true. He has took it seriously. He is, he's got about 19 million YouTube subscribers. He is kind of seen as Thailand's Mr. Beast and actually has done a video with Mr. Beast. So he is someone very worth keeping an eye on. Someone that is very, very successful, very popular. But so is his opponent. Nunes has got 60 million Instagram followers. One of the biggest social media stars out of Brazil. And he looks like a bad man as well, doesn't he? I mean, this really looks like a prison convict taking on a 12-year-old boy. But I'm going with the 12-year-olds. There we go. Nunes making his way down, coming off a pretty flat showing against King Kenny. But he's very excited, though. Wigan 1-10-2 in the Super League final, said Bonkers. Logan is losing, said Amir. Logan on that gas. Dylan looks out of shape. I usually watch these just to see the pools lose, says Rick. Addy said, I think my mate Nate will win. I've just got a gut feeling. Adil said, is this the longest broadcast? No. We did like 12 hours something for the Olympics. So we're coming up to 8 hours. Yeah, we've still got a good few hours to go, of course. So, I mean, this will be one of the longest, but no, the Olympics ones were longer, or some of them were. It was a draw. It was a draw. Who won the tag match? It was a draw. Okay, both fighters are inside the ring right now. So we're going to get up and running. Okay. My mate Nate fighting out of Bangkok, Thailand. What time is the fight? Well, this next one is coming up now. I mean, we've just got the announcements. We should be underway with this very, very soon. Daniel said Tommy is going to get sparked out. Okay, Whindersson Nunes fighting out of Brazil, as we said, getting his intro. You can see that the crowds are... it's a very gentle applause. I don't think this is a fight that they're necessarily here for, but it's one they're going to watch and enjoy, I'm sure, all the same. So, second fight on the main cards. You can see the size difference between these two. Can my mate Nate use that to his advantage? Here we go. We've got both fighters back in each corner. Yeah, they said this has got a good chance of being a really fun little fight, this. So, right, we are underway. We got my mate Nate, white and purple. Nunes standing his ground in the center. My mate Nate circling round on the outside. 4 rounds this can go. That is true. Enough people aren't talking about this fight. So, Nunes, I want to see my mate Nate working that jab a little bit more. He can't allow Nunes to get into the rhythm of the fight. Nunes is like standing his ground in the middle, is trying to get his head off the center line. He's using a few feints. My mate Nate, though, good jab. Solid jab there by my mate Nate. Is already landed a few more shots than Nunes. Lovely. 1-2 straight down the middle by my mate Nate. He's got to keep working that, though. Really make Nunes uncomfortable. Really find a way of neutralizing him. Do exactly what King Kenny did. Jab coming in there by Nunes. Again, trying to go upstairs, trying to go to the body. Jab coming in there by my mate Nate. 1-2 straight down the middle. Nunes again. Just always struggles to get started, doesn't he? This is what you see from Nunes. Keeps his hands up, edges forwards. But really, where's the volume? Where's the output? You just don't see loads of stuff coming out of Nunes. A real lack of volume. When he does throw, though, he does have some power. And he can throw with some serious bad intention, but this is where my mate Nate wants to keep that jab going, wants to keep shoving it in Nunes's face, and wants to make him feel as uncomfortable as possible. Don't let him get settled in the fight. Don't get backed up here. 1-2 straight down the middle. Lovely work. Again, nothing coming back by Nunes. We're seeing a lot more output here from my mate Nate. Again, circling round. 55 seconds to go in this round. Certainly feels so far like it is a my mate Nate round, but he just doesn't want to get caught with anything big here. Again, you know, it's a case of Nunes is looking to win moments, maybe not rounds. My mate Nate, again, on the outside, throws in a jab, continues to circle round as Nunes takes a step forward, shot coming into the side of the body. My mate Nate going straight down the middle as Nunes tries to find a way forward again. He is taking a few steps forwards here, more than what he did against King Kenny. Lovely head movement there by Nunes. My mate Nate throwing some stuff. I don't think any of it getting through there, but the volume is definitely with my mate Nate. Nate again, throwing his hands. You can see a bit of damage on the nose of Nunes. Good round for Nate, that. Good round for Nate. I think he definitely out-volumed Nunes. And to be honest, that's exactly how I thought the fight would go. If he can do that over the next 3 rounds, I think he wins the fight. Nate looks good, but seems panicked when he's being pushed, and that's not good. Nice to see someone giving good commentary and not just talking, says Bogdan. Bogdan, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're well. Brian said, I've never heard of Dillan Danis till tonight. AJ Rules said, this is getting me hyped. Semme said, I've got no idea who these blokes are. Yeah, well, they're big social media stars. We are just waiting to get to the second round. But Nunes has got 60 million Instagram followers. My mate Nate has got 13 million YouTube subscribers. So both of them are really big. Here we go, round number 2. Jab coming in there by Nate. So what we've seen in that first round is we've seen Nunes kind of standing in the center. He has been taking a few steps forward, but he does need to be more dynamic, and he certainly needs more volume because he was throwing very, very little there. I mean, he has started to really show some decent head movement. And again, did you see how ferocious that hook shot was there by Nunes? Little combo being thrown there by Nate. Goes to the body. Tries to throw a combo of his own. Jab coming in there by Nunes. Nunes is kind of coming forward a bit more. Straight down the middle there by Nate. Nice jab getting through the defense of Nunes. Another jab coming in there by Nate. Nunes standing his ground. Look at that. Lovely work. Going to the body. Going upstairs. Trying to throw in an uppercut as well. Nate again continuing to circle round as Nunes puts that pressure on. They're getting in close. Some body shots coming in there by Nunes. Nate takes a few steps back. Jab coming in there by Nate. 1-2 straight down the middle. And it needs to do more, man. He needs to do more. Don't just allow Nunes to walk forward. Some big body shots coming in by Nunes. I think Nate definitely felt those. Again, body shot coming in. Seeing Nate take some deep breaths here as Nunes continues to move forwards. Nate, though, still throwing his hands, still trying to keep Nunes at bay, but Nunes continues to move forwards. Nunes put in some, look at the marks on the body there of Nate. Some of the shots look really eye-catching here by Nunes, but I still don't think he's got the volume. I think that volume is still with Nate. Nunes, though, continuing to move forwards. And Nate again. Oh, lovely right hand there by Nate. That was good. That was good. Feels like a closer round this than the first round, definitely. But again, we're seeing lovely work there by Nate as Nunes. Oh, a couple of shots coming in. Nunes getting himself into a bad situation. Nate could have really punished him there. Nunes was really not well placed. And a couple of shots coming in by Nate where, like, Nunes really had got himself all kind of tied up. But Nate, unfortunately, couldn't find a way of punishing him. Nate continuing to move forwards. Throwing in some jabs. 1-2, straight down the middle. Again, throwing in a jab. Again, Nate getting backed up. I tell you what, really interesting fight, this. Really interesting fight. I think that was a much closer round, and I think it really depends what you want to score. I think the volume was with Nate, but I think some of the more eye-catching shots there were with Nunes. You can see the marks to the body. Nunes is really putting the work into the body, and you can also see that Nate is slowing down. But I think that Nate got through with a few more shots there. So I would have it 2-0 to Nate. But if you've got it 1-1, I could definitely understand that. I could understand that. Rick, shout out to you. Not sure the passive approach is going to work in a 4-round fight, says Q. If Tommy loses, does he lose the Fury family name, said Daniel. He probably should. Nate is floating like a buttery, stinging like a bee. Here we go, round number 3. So we've got Nunes coming forward. We got Nate getting backed up. Nunes is showing some decent head movement. Lovely right hand coming in there by Nate, but Nunes, I think, again, was able to evade it. Nunes edging forward, Nate backing up over by the rope. Some big body shot coming in there. Good work by Nunes, putting some more water in the basement. Going downstairs, really working that body. I do agree with what the chat was saying, though. Like, in a 4-round fight, how much is that going to help you? Like, if this was a 12-round fight, then maybe, like, you know, that would definitely take effect. But I don't know that those body shots are really going to shut Nate down in a 4-round fight. Nate throwing in some jabs. There was a beautiful uppercut there by Nate as well. Big overhand by Nunes. Again, we've got Nate throwing in those jabs, looking for the uppercut. Nunes going to the body. Got a few shots through there. Again, heavy body shot. And this just seems better by Nunes. Nunes really throwing more. And they're quite vicious-looking shots as well. We are seeing some stuff getting through by Nate. Certainly the uppercut. There's a lovely little hook to the body there. Right hook to the body by Nate. He's getting backed up against the ropes. Hook shot just misses in response by Nunes. Right hand straight down the middle. That got through. Nunes shook his head, but it did get through. We got just over a minute to go here as Nate throws out a jab. Jab coming in there by Nunes as well. And we've got 1, 2, 3 straight down the middle by Nate. And nothing coming back by Nunes. Again, uppercut, but no joy there for Nate. Uppercut misses by Nunes as well. There's a cross shot coming in. There's a hook shot, hook to the body. Couple of jabs upstairs. All by Nate. Body shot coming back there by Nunes. Again, into a clinch. I think both of these are definitely feeling the effects of the fight now. I think both of them are starting to slow down a bit. You can see that Nunes is really, his hands are down. Nate still seems to be offering something here. But Nunes trying to find a bit of a second wind. We've got 20-odd seconds left to go in this round. One more round after this. Nunes continuing to move forward. Nate looking for an uppercut. Feels like if someone can have a big final 15 seconds here. Lovely work there by Nate. Getting a couple of shots through. Nunes continuing to move forwards. And there we go. End of the round. Let me know, how are you seeing it? How are you scoring it? How do you see this fight so far? I've got Nate winning. I've got Nate winning. I honestly, it's closest to whether it's 3-0 or 2-1, but I do have Nate ahead. Just seeing a replay of some of the uppercuts that he was throwing. Has anyone been knocked down? No, they haven't, no. Daniel, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the kind words. Eli said, if Nate and Nunes keep the pace, then Nate will win. I've got it 2-1 to Nunes, said Switchblades. Daniel, I appreciate the kind words, buds. Here we go. We're about to get underway with round number 4. 2-1 Nate, maybe 3, says Eli. Well, it's difficult. It is quite close. You know, it's a little bit scrappy at times. I certainly think the volume is with Nate, but some of the more eye-catching shots are with Nunes. So it's one of those. We've actually seen quite a few examples tonight of the judges kind of, when we go to the scorecards, going in different directions. So I think it is quite easy to see, you know, if judges are going to go in different directions, then you can understand why the fans would see it in a different direction as well. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Nate going to the body, trying to go upstairs. Nunes trying to move forward. Couple of shots coming in. Nate seems to have a little bit more in the tank at the moment. Nunes again trying to come forward. Uppercut there by Nate. Nunes again trying to find a way forward, but Nate is using the jab. He's desperately trying to keep Nunes at bay. Nunes, though, he seems to be walking with confidence. He seems to have a little bit in the tank as well. Seems like both of them have saved a little bit for round 4. Big uppercuts coming in there by Nunes, but not connecting. We've got Nate in the center. He's backing up. Lovely shots going into the body by Nate. He's then going upstairs. We can see some damage on the face of Nunes. Plenty of red marks all over the body of Nate as well. Nunes putting that pressure on. He's got Nate up against the ropes at the moment, but he keeps missing with these big overhands. Uppercut just misses there by Nate. Right now it's Nunes that's against the ropes, but Nate couldn't capitalize. Both fighters right now in the center, just over a minute to go. Lovely work there by Nate. Really putting some combinations together. Going to the body, trying to go upstairs. He's mixing up his levels really well. Lovely little dig to the body there by Nate. Nunes again going to the body in a clinch. Referee separating them apart. We got just over 50 seconds left to go. And again into a clinch. Lovely work upstairs there by Nate. Nunes, though, doesn't flinch. Continues to move forwards. Big crunching blow to the body there by Nunes. Referee again coming in, separating both fighters. 30-odd seconds left on the clock as Nate goes straight down the middle. I feel like the volume once again is with Nunes, but that was a sick body shot that came in by Nunes. Sick body shot, really landed hard on Nate. But Nate continues to throw out some jabs. He's on the back foot, into a clinch. Again, some body shots coming in there by Nunes. Jab coming in by Nunes. Nunes ending the fight really well. But Nate unloading, driving Nunes against the ropes. And that is the end of the fight. I tell you what. That was fun. That was a fun fight. I would say probably, you know, the tag match had a lot of action in it as well. But from a singles match point of view, that was quite fun. I mean, the girls just sort of like, you know, were swinging at each other. It wasn't the most technical, but this one definitely felt like it had a little bit more skill about it. We were seeing some really good shots, some combinations. We were seeing some good pressure being applied. It was good. I mean, to be honest, Nunes at minus 350, that really felt like we were disrespecting my mate Nate. I didn't think this was as wide as what those odds suggested. And I did have my mate Nate winning this. I think this is going to be quite close. I would go my mate Nate 3 rounds to 1. But honestly, a flipping nightmare to score. A nightmare to score. I think you could go any which way on this. You know, there was some big blows in there by Nunes. It's going to be really interesting to see what the judges have gone with. I don't think there'll be a robbery any which way here. By far, that was the best boxing of the night, said Wrestle with Andy. Callum thinks it's 4-0 to Nate. Is a robbery possible? I don't know. I mean, I don't think Nunes did enough to take it. That's the truth. But I think when he did land it, it felt fairly significant. But I think my mate Nate got the volume. Commentators think that it could be a draw. So commentators are saying that they think it could be 2 rounds each. Let's have a look. We're about to find out. Here we go. So this is going to be the end of fight number 6. That means next is fight number 7. All 3. 40-36. Unanimous decision. My mate Nate. All the judges gave all the rounds to my mate Nate. I had it 3-1. I thought there was a round in there that was fairly close. I gave it to Nunes, but my mate Nate has done it. My mate Nate picks up the victory. The 12-year-old boy has done it. Yes. I'm really pleased for him. Yeah, Nate did a great job there. Nunes just doesn't have the volume. I mean, he's got some real ability. I think he has got the ability to cause some big problems, but he just didn't have the volume. Right, coming up next, it should be the first of our big fights. I mean, we are really getting somewhere now. We are really going to get somewhere. So I think our next fight should be King Kenny against Anthony Taylor. And I said earlier, I think this is the hardest fight to predict. We are seeing KSI arrive. KSI is in the building. We're seeing KSI arrive. So KSI is in the building. It is a big fight for him. This is a big opportunity for him to do something that Jake Paul couldn't do. Opinion on Daniel Bryan's WWE career. I thought it was very good. I thought that it was very unfortunate for him to win at WrestleMania 30 and then get such a severe injury. He came back from that and then won the Intercontinental title, and then obviously he was done after that. So He did end up coming back again, and that run was okay, but I don't think anything could recapture the magic of that time around WrestleMania 30. So, yeah, I think that the build towards, Team Hell No, all that stuff was a lot of fun. But WrestleMania 30 is obviously the pinnacle, and then really after that, just really unfortunate with injuries and everything. So, yeah, good, really, really good. A definite Hall of Famer. Definite Hall of Famer. Would you like an update on Ireland, New Zealand? Currently, Ireland 0, New Zealand 6, says Jacob. Jacob, shout out to you. I'm all right, to be honest. I'll just have a look at the score once it's all done. The 12-year-old has beaten the hardened prison convict. Let's go. Let's go. My mate wins. He did, man. He did it. I'm really pleased for him. King Kenny against Anthony Taylor, though. That is coming up next. Now, in regards to this fight, King Kenny has got a big left hook. He is athletic. He's got a decent right hand. He's got fast hands. He's got good head movement. He's very confident. He's got good footwork. He needs to try and capitalize on the jab. He's got good shot variety. He works the body well. He is someone that's got 2 wins and 1 loss in 2023. He likes to try and interrupt his opponent's rhythm. And he is a very, very credible fighter. I mean, he is someone that is right at the top of the influencer game. He really is someone that needs to be respected. This is for the light heavyweight championship, the Misfits light heavyweight championship. So King Kenny against Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor is been training with Jake Paul. He's got a peekaboo style. He's faced the likes of Tommy Fury. He has got a big overhand right of his own. He beats Salt Pappy. He's yet to be stopped in influencer boxing. He likes to move forwards. He's got excellent fight management. He's got good heart, good chin, grinds out victories. He's got 4 wins, 4 losses. He can be beaten. He's got a loud mouth. But I got to tell you, man, this is so close. This, for me, is the hardest fight to predict. It's the hardest fight to predict. So I am going with Anthony Taylor. But I don't feel brilliant about it. I think King Kenny is on a hell of a run at the moment. He's got great momentum. But I just think that Anthony Taylor might be able to manage this fight. I think that King Kenny is someone that is fun. I think he's someone that can certainly get at Anthony Taylor, but I think Anthony Taylor is also capable of controlling the fight. I think he can use that experience and to control the action and frustrate King Kenny. So I'm leaning towards Anthony Taylor. He was the favorite about 48 hours ago. He was the favorite, but I don't think he's the favorite anymore. I think King Kenny has gone into the lead now. So I think King Kenny is the new favorite. Let me know in the chat which way you think this is going to go. I'm leaning Anthony Taylor, but as we said, I think there's a lot of support for King Kenny. And actually, looking at our poll, we've had 135 votes already in just a couple of minutes. And King Kenny, 73% of you are with King Kenny, 26% with Anthony Taylor. So, yeah, we're building. We're building as we're getting closer towards that co-main and main event. This is one that if you watch Misfits, I think you will be excited for. We know that there's people from TalkSport and there's people from various organizations that are at this event. It's a big, big event. But here we go. Taylor the tape. It could steal the show. This could be one hell of a fight. So, King Kenny has got a 10-inch reach advantage. Is he going to be able to use that to his game? King Kenny, 26. Taylor, 34. The reach advantage should play into King Kenny's hands, but I just don't know that he's going to be able to keep Anthony Taylor at bay. I think Anthony Taylor might be able to slip that, get on the insides, clinch up. You know, he's coming in off a big win over Salt Pappy. It's hard, man. It's really hard. Coachman is there. He is. Just saw a film on Danis, and the intel I collected was that he gets his head struck very easily until he grounds his opponent. I've got Kenny by decision, said Hawk is not an L. If anyone could beat him, it could be Kenny. Whilst I'm picking AT, it wouldn't stun me if I get this wrong, said A.B. Jobson. I agree. Oh, hello. Here is Anthony Taylor coming out. Taylor making his way down. We've got a lot of women. There's one woman in particular that's twerking away. Anthony Taylor on the stage. There's about 4 women that are just twerking, throwing hats around. I mean, he is just living his best life, isn't he? He is living his best life. He is a showman. He was born to be in this space, wasn't he? I mean, there we go. He's coming down. He's having a good time, dancing away. Again, we've got another young lady wiggling away. God bless her. God bless Misfits. Anthony Taylor steps inside. I don't remember this part in the Barbie movie. Oh, it was after the credits. You know, like the Avengers, once the credits are finished, you get like an extra scene. This was the extra scene. Yeah, Anthony Taylor at the club with Barbie and all the other Barbies. Sick. Right, there we go. So Anthony Taylor gets into the ring, and now we're just getting King Kenny. Internet Menace said, what's going on? A lot of jiggling. A lot of jiggling. What's going on is fight number 7. That's what's going on. And it is King Kenny. King Kenny taking on Anthony Taylor. So King Kenny, he is a serious fighter, man. He can throw. He has been beaten though. His record is 4-2. So it's not that he's completely unbeatable, but he went over to Kingpin, and obviously we know that he picked up a win against Nunes and my mate Nate. I mean, in all fairness, him getting a victory over my mate Nate, that's good. That's a good win. I was quite impressed with what we just saw from Nate. Over on the DAZN app, 69% of people have gone with King Kenny. There's a lot that's going on, said Mr. Jacob Goats. Quick review of previous fights. So, DTG won with a TKO in round 1 against SX. Astrid won by majority decision, but it was quite close. Tempo Arts won by splits. That was controversial. Ed Matthews won first round knockout against Swarms. Wasabi LMAO and Los Pineda Coladas drew. And then we just had my mate Nate get a win over Nunes by unanimous decision. I think all 3 judges scored it 40-36. So those are the 6 fights that we've had so far. We're now at fight number 7. This is the first of what I would say are the seriously big fights. And then we get to the, like, biblical fights. Then we get to the The absolutely ginormous fights. This is the first of the really big fights. This is King Kenny against Anthony Taylor. After this, we got Dean the Great against Welled Sharks. After that, we got Salt Pappy against Slim. And then we've got Logan. And then we've got KSI. So, Anthony Taylor in the ring. He's looking fired up. He's looking ready. 8:30 here in the UK. So, I think we've still got a good couple of hours until we're going to get to those juicy fights. Don't think it's going to take too long, though. Big reaction. Big response for King Kenny. He certainly is one of the favorites. He's got a lot of crowd support here. I can't believe KSI lost like that. His balls dropped off, says Adam. Kumpan said, I love my mate Nates. J14 said, I hope that Taylor doesn't just clinch the whole fight. Right, here we go. Right, we're about to get underway with round number 1. This is going to be a proper fight. This is going to be a lot of fun. We're about to get underway, and as we said, this should be boxer versus brawler. Okay, here we go. Round number 1. Right, immediately Anthony Taylor goes straight over to King Kenny into a clinch. Shots coming into the side of the body. Anthony Taylor come racing over, swinging away right now. King Kenny backing up a little bit into a clinch again. And good work so far here by Taylor to get in close, close that distance. He is clinching. He is throwing in shots to the body. He doesn't want to allow King Kenny to look at that. He's just colliding into the pocket. He's really not allowing King Kenny to work that jab and use that reach advantage. He's just racing in. So again, trying to come in, Anthony Taylor. We're seeing King Kenny shoving that hand right in the face of Taylor. Taylor, though, really making this scrappy. It can go 5 rounds, this one. Taylor again, edging forwards. Both guys in the center. Jab there by King Kenny, but I don't think it connected. Again, oh, lovely work on the inside there by Kenny. Taylor, again, trying to get onto the insides. Taylor, again, edging forward, slips the jab. The problem that Anthony Taylor has got is that he is trying to make sure that he's not getting clipped with that jab. But when he gets on the inside, like, I think he's struggling to know what to do. Like, once he gets on the inside, they're clinching up. Like, once he gets on the inside, he can't quite find anything that's going to cause any problems. Like, he just went for a hook shot there, but he's so far away that it's not going to land. And when he gets in close, he goes into the clinch. So they're clinching up. He is getting some body shots in, but it's going to take a long time for those body shots to take effect. Referee again separating both fighters. Anthony again bouncing around, is a little bit out of range, comes in. You can see that King Kenny isn't very good at using the 10-inch reach advantage that he's got. You know, Anthony Taylor is just getting in quite close without being, like, you know, having anything to worry about. Jab there, but look at that. One jab. Taylor was able to just wait for that, and then he was straight in. You know, he needs to be firing that out. He needs to be keeping, giving Anthony Taylor something to be thinking about. Taylor again just explodes into the body. Again, explodes in. King Kenny covers up. Anthony Taylor again going to the body, leaning on King Kenny. Referee coming in, separating both fighters again. It's really scrappy, this. Jab coming in there by King Kenny, but Taylor explodes in. It's really messy. Really messy, really scrappy. But to be honest, I think I'd give it Taylor because I don't know what you would give. I don't know what you would give King Kenny that. Like, I don't know how you would score that for Kenny. I didn't see Kenny really connecting with much at all. But scrappy. Just really scrappy. Why is clinching even allowed in boxing? I don't know, to be honest. And they get in close. They do both kind of clinch up, just like firing shots. Referee comes in, separates them. It's just, I don't know if it's, I don't know if there's a way of like stopping it. Right, round number 2. Here we go, round number 2. Taylor again getting in close and is swinging away. He's driving Kenny back. You can see Kenny struggling here with Taylor. Taylor has got Kenny up against the ropes. Kenny is kind of trapping the arms of Anthony Taylor there. Taylor again trying to find a way forward. Kenny just really, big overhand coming in, but doesn't connect by Taylor. Kenny trying to get in some jabs, but those jabs are just not effective. Taylor is just like scrappy do. Just like constantly exploding forward, just really with reckless abandon. But because King Kenny is not firing out that jab, just not firing out the hand enough, it means that Taylor can quite comfortably get onto the inside. And then when he's on the inside, he's trying to throw in some shots to the body, trying to go upstairs, trying to land anything of significance. The whole thing, though, looks very scrappy. Again, very close. Clinching up, some shots coming into the side of the body. Referee going to look to come in and separate both fighters. King Kenny wants to use that reach, wants to use that jab, wants to keep Taylor away. But to be honest, he's been very, very unsuccessful of that. Because Taylor has just been exploding forwards, getting in close, getting into the clinch, throwing in some shots to the body. Referee again separating both fighters. Anthony Taylor coming in, throwing in some shots again, coming into the side of the body. I don't actually know like if those shots are going to be counted as scoring, like when they're getting in close, throwing in those little. They're just real little. It's not really anything to them. There's really nothing to those shots when they are in close. Again, he's got him over by the ropes. Again, I'd like to see something of more significance, you know? This is just not doing anything for me. I'd like to see if Anthony Taylor's going to get in and he's going to... I just saw Eddie Hearn is ringside. Eddie Hearn is sat at ringside watching the action right now. Yeah, I'd like to see Taylor really digging something in there, you know? Instead of this kind of a thing, you know, he's got an opportunity to really get something into the body. But again, clinching up, you can see a lot of people in the crowd are not impressed with what they're seeing so far. But I tell you what, he's doing a great job, Anthony, of really taking King Kenny's skills away. Because what can you score this round for King Kenny for? King Kenny's not being allowed to do anything. Anthony is coming forward. He might be landing the odd shot and then just doing like a bit of clinch work. But King Kenny just cannot get anything going. Taylor backing away, trying to find a way forwards. And that is the end of the round. I think that might be a second round to Anthony Taylor, you know. I just can't find a reason to score this for King Kenny. I can't find any reason as to why King Kenny should be picking up these rounds. That does feel to me like another round to Anthony Taylor, but let me know if you're seeing it different. Queen Kenny is going to go down, said Michael. William, a shout out to you. I hope you are well. Let's have a look, shall we, see how people have scored it in our poll at the moment. So, at the moment, King Kenny, 75%. People think that he is still going to be winning this one. And he certainly can. As I said, I think this is one of the hardest ones to score. What I would say, though, is that Anthony Taylor has not been stopped in influencer boxing Again, on the inside, just wailing away, just hoping that some of these are going to count as shots. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Here we go. We got Taylor edging forwards again, trying to get in close. Jab, but misses there by King Kenny. Kenny needs to be doing better here. Needs to be jabbing and getting through. But again, nice. So that was better by Kenny, actually, because as they got in close, Kenny at least got a shot into the body, but he also then clipped Taylor to the back of the head. So Anthony Taylor complaining of a low blow. I didn't see the low blow. I saw the shot to the side, and I saw what looked to be a shot to the back of the head. Yeah, it was a back of the head shot. I think he's just said there about back of the head. Commentator said it was a low blow, but I'm not sure it was. Now we've got Taylor trying to explode forward. Lovely little hook shot to the side of the head there by Taylor. Again, trying to explode forward. As he explodes forward, he's coming in with these hook shots, which he is connecting with some of them. You can see it again there as he's like exploding in with this big hook. And they are landing. King Kenny, though, not able to really get anything back in response. Lunging for a jab there. Kenny backing away. Taylor coming forwards. Again, over by the side of the ropes. This is round number 3. Round number 3. Out of 5 rounds, big overhand misses. It would be juicy if that connected, but King Kenny doing well with a couple of shots back. King Kenny needs more of that. Taylor again coming in. Some shots coming into the side of the body. Referee's going to look to separate them. What I would say is that we're not seeing much from King Kenny, but there's some questions as to what we're seeing out of Anthony Taylor here. Is he doing enough? Are we seeing enough out of Anthony Taylor? I think the first couple of rounds, I think it's really hard to give them to Kenny. I mean, I don't think there's really anything there that Kenny did. So it's hard to give him the rounds. But looking at this round here, are we seeing enough out of Taylor? Has Taylor actually landed enough to be given this round? He's got King Kenny up against the ropes. Kenny comes forward, grabs Taylor. Taylor, again, just there, throwing in some shots. Little shot to the side of the head there by Taylor. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. It feels like this round is there for whoever wants it. Whoever wants this round can still have this round with 30-odd seconds left to go. Taylor coming forward, throwing in some shots. It's really messy, really scrappy. He's got a game plan, and he is sticking to it. He's closing the distance. Referee separating both fighters. Taylor again coming forward. Lovely jab. Shots coming into the side of the body. King Kenny doing a little bit more work in the clinch now. You can see a lot of people at ringside just look bored. Really don't look that interested in the action. It's scrappy again, man. It's another example of another scrappy round. We are backstage with Dean the Great. Dean the Great coming up next. So Dean the Great fighting out of Tampa, Florida. I'm back in Taylor for the dub, said Alex. Well, let's end the poll. We'll end the poll. We'll ask the question about the next fight. Who wins? Is it going to be Dean the Great, or is it going to be Walid Sharks? Let's ask the question on that one. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We really should be looking for 1,000 tonight, and we're just sneaking up to 500. So we're going to need a big final couple of hours. But yeah, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we're going over to round number 4. I've got Anthony Taylor winning this. Here we go. We are back underway. More of the same. We're seeing Taylor exploding forwards. Taylor, again, trying to get in close, letting his hands go a little bit here. I think he's managed to catch King Kenny a couple of times there. Kenny, though, edging forwards. And Taylor grabbing a hold, referee coming in, looking to separate both fighters. King Kenny trying to get in 1-2. Oh, trying to throw in some counters. Again, clinching up. And referee again looking to separate both fighters. Oh, Taylor looking a little bit wobbly, but King Kenny slips. Oh, I tell you what, I think Taylor looked a little bit gone there. I don't know if he's just trying to be. I don't know if like these things on the floor are a problem, but Taylor was just looking at the kind of the stickers that are on the canvas, and we have heard this before that these stickers can be a bit slippery. He was just sort of looking at it, and he looked dazed, but I think he was more just looking down at what he had slipped on. But, yeah, interesting little period in this round. 1 minute 30 left to go here. 1 minute 30 left to go. I think King Kenny might have had a point deduction, has he? No, I don't think he did. Commentators just sort of implying that he may have had a point deduction there. Shot coming in by Taylor. This is a hard little round to score. I had Taylor winning the fight. This has been an interesting round, though. Crowd still looked really bored. Kenny on the outside needs to use that reach that he's got. Big overhand, just misses there by Taylor. Taylor clinching up with King Kenny. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. King Kenny standing his ground in the center. Taylor, throughout this whole fight, has just been crashing forwards. And again, lovely shots coming in there by Taylor. Don't know how much of that he got, though. Jab coming in by King Kenny. Into a clinch. Few shots coming into the side of the body there by Taylor. The decals on the ring have been a problem in this round. Don't know if that's going to affect the judges' scoring, but Taylor again trying to explode forward, trying to land some strikes, circling round on the outside. King Kenny being very watchful. That was the end of the round. Let me know how you are scoring it. Was Taylor faking that? Do you know what? That's a really interesting point, because there was a point there where he was over in the corner. He was looking down at the decals, and he really was holding onto the rope. He really seemed like wobbly. And then as soon as the referee brought them back together, he was right back into the fight. So he could have been playing a little bit of possum there, but that's a dangerous game to play, because you're subconsciously telling the judges that you was rocked when maybe you wasn't rocked. So, well, very interesting rounds. I have still got Taylor winning. I think you could give Kenny a round there. But I'm probably looking at Taylor being ahead here. Oh, is that a knockdown? No, I think the ref's saying it was a slip, so no knockdown. Taylor again trying to come forward, throwing in some shots. Final round. Final round. We are seeing both fighters really going for it, into a clinch. So 2 minutes 40 left in this fight. Taylor keeps exploding forward. Kenny, though, doing a lot better, chasing after Taylor. Tell you what, King Kenny getting a few shots through there. Anthony Taylor was in full retreat mode. King Kenny again trying to throw in a few shots there at close range. These little body shots that are coming in by Taylor, I don't know that they're scoring. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. 1-2, straight down the middle, into a clinch. It's dirty boxing, man. It's real dirty boxing. Referee coming in again, separating both fighters. Anthony Taylor having a little look, seeing if he can explode in. He tries to explode in with a big overhand right. Couldn't quite land it. King Kenny right now clinching up with Anthony Taylor. Taylor throwing in some shots to the side of the body. Digging deep as we got 1 minute 40. Both guys looking a little bit gassed at the moment. Crowd still really not into this. They look bored at ringside. But I think they were looking for or hoping for like a finish or some really nice knockdowns. This has been scrappy. It's been messy. It's been dirty. It's maybe not been beautiful boxing, but Anthony Taylor is doing what he needs to do to pick up the victory here. He's frustrating King Kenny. He's taken that reach away. And he's trying to do the work on the insides, but obviously big questions as to whether he's done enough work to pick up the victory. But the thing is, as he's exploding him, he's always landing something as he's getting into range. He'll come in with a shot and get into range. Those shots, that's more than what we're seeing King Kenny landing. Big swing and a miss there by King Kenny. Uppercut misses by King Kenny as well. Anthony Taylor again trying to come in. Some shots coming into the side of the body. 30 seconds left to go. Jab coming in. Again exploding into the pocket. Little uppercut coming in by Anthony Taylor. Shots coming into the side of the body. 15 seconds on the clock. As he comes forward, little hook shot coming in. King Kenny with a vicious uppercut. Couldn't land it, though. And right now, he's got a hold of Anthony Taylor. There we go. End of the fight. End of the fight. Wow, just a real mess. A real mess. Really scrappy. I would say that Anthony Taylor won that fight, but I honestly think the correct answer is that no one won that fight. I don't know that there was necessarily a winner and a loser. There was more a collision of two people. Right, let's... They're saying this is about entertainment as much as it is about boxing. You really have to bring both. So I don't know if the commentators are a little bit down on what they've just seen there. But, you know, Anthony Taylor is doing something that I don't know that Slim is going to be able to do later, and that is just win. Win dirty, do whatever it takes. I don't care how I do it, but as long as I get my hand raised, I've got that dub and I can move on to the next thing. So I think Taylor's going to get it. I think Taylor's going to get it, but I'll have to wait and see. Let me know in the chat what you, how you have seen it. Michael says, lol, boxing. Cord said, Kenny is going to lose a split decision. Baby said, KSI Tommy is later. Yep. We've got a couple more fights to go until we get to those fights. Admers said, it was a pile of poop. It was not the greatest fight in the world, but Anthony Taylor, if he is about to win, is not going to give a flip. Right, here we go. Here we go. Who is going to be the light heavyweight champion of Misfits? Five rounds. All three. 49-45. Unanimous decision. 49-45. Anthony Taylor's done it. Anthony Taylor has done it. Anthony Taylor is the winner by unanimous decision. 49-45, and he shakes the ropes. Anthony Taylor, the loudmouth, has beaten King Kenny. So, Anthony Taylor, it's that fight IQ, man. It's that fight IQ. It's that fight management that we were talking about. He stepped in there. He got right in King Kenny's face. He didn't allow King Kenny to fight the fight that he wanted to fight. And he got the job done. Anthony Taylor wins by unanimous decision. I think all the judges scored it the same. 49-45. Taylor is a beast, says Internet Menace. KSI knocks down Fury. Round 1. Mark my words, says Wagwan. Mr. Jacob Goat said, let's go Taylor. We all expected it, but we didn't want it, said Bogdan. Rick Shaw said his Raw sounded like when Lesnar did that. Right, well, fight number 8 coming up next. It's going to be Dean the Great against Walid Sharks. I've got Walid winning this. I think that Walid was winning that last fight. And then Dean the Great was able to find a moment of brilliance. Find a moment that just meant that he took the victory. I think that it's going to be very difficult to repeat that. It's going to be very difficult to replicate that. Dean is a great fighter, but Walid is an Iraqi Golden Gloves champion. Like, Walid can fight. Dean can fight, but he, for large parts of their last fight, was second best. I'm going with Walid to pick up the victory here. I definitely think Dean has still got a chance, though. You know, Dean, lightning could strike twice again. I certainly don't think he's a million miles away from Walid, but Walid, for me, is the better fighter. He is the better fighter. So, I've got Walid picking up the victory. Where are we with the poll, actually? Dean the Great, 61%. Walid Sharks, 39%. That's where people are. That's where people are. They've got 61-39 for Dean the Great. I can understand that. How many fights are there? Well, we've got Dean the Great against Walid Sharks. Then we've got Salt Pappy against Slim. Then it's Logan against Dylan. So I would say Logan in an hour. Logan in an hour would feel about right. We're already 2 hours into the main card. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're at 527. I mean, I'd imagine that obviously there'll be plenty of people that will be joining us when we get to Logan, when we get to KSI. But yeah, it'd be good if we could try and hit 1,000 tonight. It's one of those big shows, isn't it? It's one of those big shows. We normally hit 1,000 for UFC. And I think we've done about the same numbers that we would normally do for UFC pay-per-view. So it's certainly been a big night tonight, and we've still got a long, long way to go. But yeah, if you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. Feel free to share your thoughts as well. Want to know what people think. No way. Let's go, Tommy, said Christopher. What channel are you watching the pay-per-view on? I'm watching it on DAZN. Dean the Great will squash Walid Sharks, pal, said Vince McMahon. Slim fighting next, says Internet Mace. I believe he's on after this one, yeah. As soon as we're done with this fight, I think he's on after that. We're just seeing some of the celebrities there. Louis Theroux is in attendance. William, shout out to you. Is AJ ringside? Anthony Joshua? I don't think they've shown AJ, but AJ was used in the video package to promote KSI and Tommy. So I would imagine that he would be there. But equally, he might be prepared. I don't know if he's had a fight announced, does he? I know he was trying to get a fight over the line with Deontay Wilder. But I would imagine he's there. We haven't seen him yet, though. To be honest, they haven't even shown Tommy Fury yet. We've only seen KSI arriving. I haven't seen Tommy arrive. They haven't shown Logan. They haven't shown... I think they might have shown Dillon Danis. But, yeah, we still got a little way to go until we get to all of that. Who do you think will win, KSI or Tommy? I think Tommy will win. I think if you are a KSI fan, I keep saying it, but you should be pleased that people think Tommy's going to win. Because if KSI loses, it won't be a surprise. If KSI wins, it'll be a massive shock. And so, do you know what I mean? It's kind of the best of both worlds, really. So, yeah, if you're a KSI fan, I think Tommy being a heavy favourite is something that you should welcome. Here's KSI. Let's see what he's got to say. It's going to be a long day for Tommy. You're going to hate today. KSI said it's easy to get under people's skin. I feel calm. I feel relaxed. He said he's going to let that pressure build in Tommy. Tell you what, KSI is looking very confident. He does look very, very confident. He's looking very cool, calm, collected. Okay, Dean the Great against Walid Sharks is coming up next. The point deduction was questionable today, Jobson. AJ isn't fighting anyone yet. Herm wants an easy fight and constant bum warm-ups. Lena, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the kind words. Hope you are well. Okay, here we go. We're going to start getting ring walks now for our next fight. We are getting closer, man. We are getting closer towards that co-main and main. But you mean the old man, or was that a Tyson joke? Logan is a soldier, said A. Jobson. Hugh the Light Knight said, big shout out to Triple H and HBK. Shout out, guys. Right, here we go. Dean the Great, Walid Sharks. Walid is coming in with a 2-inch reach advantage. 4 years younger, is 1 inch taller. That 2-inch reach advantage, though, I mean, there's not really much to that, is there? Dean the Great, there's not much in it. There's like a pound in it as well, weight-wise. This is for the lightweight championship. So Anthony Taylor just won the light heavyweight championship. This is for the lightweight championship. Let's go. But John Fury is entertaining. It's hard to take anything he says seriously, said Bogdan. What time is Tommy's fight in the UK? Don't know. I don't know if they've announced all of that. KSI is going to beat Fury, said Radko Show Speeds. Cut on Logan is so small. Oh, hello. What we got going on here? Bit horror themed, is it? Here's Walid making his way down. The real fight of the night, we had one of the top influencer fights of the year earlier this year in their first match. I see us having just as much fireworks here. Unfortunately for Dean, Walid has shown that he is the real deal. If it wasn't for typical Texas refereeing, Dean would have almost certainly lost the first fight. I see it being much the same here. MMA Forever said, if Dillan wins, do you think Logan really makes Dillan his best man at his wedding? No. No, I don't. KSI isn't confident. He is delusional. Well, I think you've got to believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, no one else is going to believe in you. I think that he is coming in with, I think his corner are saying that he's ready. I think he's been sparring well. I think his sparring partners will tell him that he's good. I think there'll be a lot that will certainly make him think that he can do this. A lot of people will be telling him that he can do this. But, yeah, this is a hell of a test. I'm sure he knows it's going to be a test, but, man, that first round is going to be so exciting. That moment where the bell, for both of them, actually. I mean, Logan and Dillan. The thing with the Logan and Dillan fight is I feel like Logan is so much better that really, unless Dillan, I mean, like, it's going to be so interesting to see the cut and see how bad it is. But I think that they will do their best to protect that. I think as long as Logan can protect this cut and make sure that this doesn't come into play, I think Logan wins comfortably. So I know there's going to be a lot of excitement around Logan and Dillan. People just want to see them both in the ring at the same time and see this story play out. But to be honest, I think KSI Tommy, I think is going to be a lot more interesting because KSI, I think, is going to go big early. I don't think he's going to sit back and... KSI is not going to want to get into a boxing match with Tommy. He's not going to want to get into a boxing match because he knows he isn't going to win a boxing match with Tommy. He needs to go in and just, like, hit those big shots. He needs to do what Anthony Taylor just did. That's make it dirty, make it rough, make it scrappy. Try and get those big overhands landed. You know, I think it's going to be really interesting to see the game plan of KSI. But Logan against Dillan, I think that one, I just feel really comfortable that Logan's got that in the bag, to be honest. Right, we've got Dean the Great making his way down to the ring. Dean the Great making his way down to the ring. We are seeing some serious engagement online for this event, as you could imagine. The number 4 trend in the UK is Anthony Taylor right now. Number 7 trend is DAZN. Although, I've got to tell you, the number 1 trend is Ireland against New Zealand. The second trend is Strictly, for Strictly Come Dancing. It is a popular show. The third trend is the Glazers. So we are seeing some of the names. Like Swarms is the 13 trend. If I change this over to America, I wonder if what America's talking about. Let's go down. We're just having a look at the trends whilst we're waiting for this next contest to get going. Number 1 trend is Pulisic. Number 2 trend is Eclipse. Go Blue, Glazers, Purdue. Do you know what? United States, this thing is just not being mentioned. Some definitely in the UK, but nothing at the moment in the US. Amy Schumer is number 22 on the trends. Pulisic at number 1, Eclipse at number 2, Rutgers at 3, Bama at 4, Washington at 5, Michigan at 6, Go Blue at 7, Vandy at 8, Glazers at 9, Purdue at 10, Phoenix is 11, Keon Coleman is at 12. Can't see anything to do with this event in America. Couple of things over in the UK, though. Certainly a couple of things over in the UK. And I think as soon as we get to the Logan fight, that's when, you know, things are going to go to a whole different level. Let's have a look at Azerbaijan, because Azerbaijan are normally pretty switched on. Let's have a look at Cambodia. Becky's Angels is number 1 in Cambodia. Israel, Thailand. KSI Fury, the number 13th trend. Cambodia are watching. Number 13, KSI Fury. Tommy Fury is number 14. Anthony Taylor at number 15. God bless them. God bless Cambodia. They are the best. Cambodia are the best. I always check what Cambodia are doing. They never let me down. Right, here we go. Round number 1. Dean the Great. Walid Sharks. Let's turn it up. Let's go. Boom. Right, Dean the Great in pink shorts. Walid Sharks in blue. Oh, he's caught Dean early. Dean stumbled back there. Lovely early exchange for Walid. Walid, again, keeping his hands up, edging forward, jabbing to the body. Dean catching Walid to the side of the head there. Good work there by Dean, actually. I think both guys have caught each other. Walid needs to be careful here. Dean has definitely got some skills. But great early start there for Walid catching Dean. But Dean responding by catching Walid as well. Jab coming in there by Dean. Oh, Walid catching Dean again. Bit of blood on the nose of Dean. Tell you what, got a fun little contest here. Nice head movement there by Dean. Jab coming in by Walid. Dean responding with a jab of his own. And he's managed to get through on Walid. Walid again. Couple of shots coming in. Referee separating both fighters. Having a word there with Dean. Both fighters coming back into the middle. Couple of jabs straight down the middle. Throws in the right hand as well. Dean on the outside. Walid's trying to find an opening. You can see a few marks on the side of the face there of Walid. He's definitely took some punishment, but he's given some punishment as well. Jab coming into the body there by Walid's. Dean doing really well. Really well. Referee separating both fighters. Walid again putting that pressure on Dean on the outsides. Body shot coming in there by Walid. Going 1-2 straight down the middle. Couple of shots coming back there by Dean. Walid again standing his ground. He's got Dean up against the ropes and he's throwing in some nasty strikes. The hand speed of Walid. The power of Walid as well. But Dean doing a decent job of, some big shots coming in by Walid. Oh, Dean getting tagged up here. Oh, Dean trying to respond with a few shots of his own. But I tell you what, Dean just took some punishment there. Walid back into the center, but Dean surviving, weathering that storm. Dean definitely taking some big blows. Dean edging forwards, again trying to throw out a shot. Couple of double jabs there. Love it when they double up on the jab. Great work by Walid. Smile on the face of Dean, though. Walid, again, standing his ground in the center. Jab coming into the body. And there we go. End of the round. That is a Walid round for me. I think there was some nice early exchanges, but Walid, certainly with that stuff up against the ropes, just looked absolutely dominant, destructive. And Dean just really struggling to weather that storm. But he did. He's got a solid chin on him as Dean the Great. Nothing but respect, man. The rugby is tense. J14 said, I don't think this is going to go the distance. These dudes look good. Are they streamers or pros? Well, Walid is a... Oh, there's Jake. There's Jake. There's Logan. Can't see the side of his head. His missus is with him. Couldn't see the side of his face that's got the cut. You couldn't see it. Right. Here we go, round number 2. So, Logan has arrived. We've got to be dialed into this fight, though. We can't really be talking about that one because this has been absolutely brilliant. Great first round. Both fighters being separated. Dean edging forwards. Couple of shots coming in there by Walid. Into a clinch. Lovely little shot coming in there by Dean. Good work. But he's got Dean up against the ropes again. Dean definitely eating some shots there. You can see how ferocious the striking is from Walid. Again, he's got Dean. Shark's definitely getting... Is that going to be a count? Yeah. So Shark's actually getting clipped there by Dean the Great. So I think he was just getting a little bit too overly aggressive. Shark's has done really well. But Dean with an excellent little counter shot just had Shark's down. That's going to be a big moment in this fight for Dean. Dean coming forwards. I tell you what, Dean absolutely unloading on Sharks. Dean thinks that he can sense some blood here. He thinks his man is hurting, and he is hurting. You can see that Walid is rocked. Great hand speed by Dean the Great here. Really impressive stuff. He is absolutely dominating this round. Dean the Great is doing a great job. Walid trying to get back into the contest here. Again, trying to find a way forward. Dean the Great throwing in some shots. Walid has weathered a real storm there. A real storm. Dean the Great again over by the ropes. Walid again throwing in some shots. Referee coming in. Looking to separate both fighters. Dean the Great covering up. Body shot coming in there by Walid. This is definitely a Dean the Great round, and it's a 10-8 round as well. Oh, nasty uppercut there by Dean the Great. That looked absolutely brilliant. Brilliant work. Man, it might have took him a moment to get go. Oh, down goes Sharks. Down goes Sharks. Great work by Dean the Great. Sharks is getting back up, though. Wow. There's 20 seconds left in this round. Walid really needs to get through this round. 15 seconds left to go. He really needs to go back to his corner. There's a nasty uppercut that comes in there by Dean. Wow, wow, wow. Dean the Great with a monstrous round. Absolutely monstrous round. That is massive. That is massive. I mean, we could be looking at Walid needing a finish here. He really might need a finish. That is a massive round. I mean, that is that a 10-7 round? It's not just a case of it being one round each. I mean, we could be looking at that being like a 10-7 round. Because there's 2 knockdowns in that round. Sharks fight, man. What a round. Do you know what was crazy was that Sharks took that first round for me. Everything was fine. He was putting the pressure on Dean the Great, and then he got caught. And that just absolutely woke Dean up. So, Walid, we are underway with round number 3. This is round 3 of 5. Walid needs to really find some kill shot, man. He caught Dean early. I don't know if he's took too much punishment, to be honest, Walid. He's been down twice. The speed of Dean is just so impressive. So impressive. Looking for an uppercut. Shooting off to the side as well. He is just a real problem in there, Dean the Great. This is like one of his best performances. He's looked so good here. Dean the Great really putting a pace on Walid Sharks. Walid, I think, is really feeling the effects of that second round. It was a big second round. I think the head is a bit hazy. The legs aren't working as well as they were. I think he's probably seen 2 or 3 different Dean the Greats in there, not quite knowing which one is the correct one. But Dean really putting on a showcase now. Well, it did just manage to catch him, but oof, and he caught him again there. Walid is keeping this fight quite close, looking for a little hook shot. Dean definitely feeling the effects of a couple of little shots there by Walid. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. It's a really fun contest, this. Really fun. Jab coming in by Walid. Again, trying to find a way forwards. Referee, again, having a word. Both fighters stepping forward as... oh, lovely shot there by Walid. Feels like he might slowly be getting into this. But to be honest, it feels like Dean could go to another level. Jab coming in there by Walid. And again. Jabbing again there. So Walid getting a few shots through. Big smile on Eddie Hearn's face. Looks like Eddie's enjoying the action. And it has been a really good fight. So far, this has been a bit of a problem. You can see the blood on the face of Walid. He eats a big shot. Another big right hand coming in there by Dean the Great. Dean the Great grabbing Walid. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Walid standing his ground in the center. Oh, man. Dean the Great timing that right hand so beautifully. Again, trying to throw another right hand. Big overhand right, but end of the round. Is that the end of the round? Does the ref want the doctor to have a look? There's a bit of blood, I think. Or is it a mouthpiece? Oh, mouthpiece. Mouthpiece came out for Walid. Just beautiful work by Dean the Great. You know, Walid, for me, is at the point where he needs a finish. I think we're definitely at the point where he needs a finish. 1, 2. Shake of the head there by Dean. I think Walid was definitely getting through with a few shots there. And there we go. End of the round. End of the round. Dean the Great definitely winning this one. Massive shot from Dean. There is Tommy. And there is John. So, Tommy and John arriving. Walid in Arabic means newborn baby, said Aubrey. Dean is very good. Not popular, but he's a top fighter, said Rickshaw. He really is. He really is. Like, the speeds. This is one of the best. But I mean, like, I've always known him to be a good fighter. But this is a very, very impressive performance, what we're seeing here. It's a very impressive performance. Right, so again, we're just seeing Tommy arriving. We're going to round number 4. Here we go. Okay, Dean and Walid. Walid coming into the center. Dean has just got a bit more of a spring in his step. Couple of jabs coming in there by Walid. Dean, again, looks a lot more dynamic. Looks a lot more loose and in a rhythm. Lovely counter shots coming in there by Dean. He's trying to throw these right hands. Walid is doubling up on the jabs. Again, trying to get some shots in, but Dean circling round. He's got excellent movement, slips underneath a shot, throws a hook into the body. Couple of strikes coming back there by Walid. Dean staying on the outside, Walid having a little look. Hook shot, lovely! Lovely right hand by Walid, but that just woke Dean up. Dean now unloading on Walid. Walid seems to have really upset Dean. He's unloading on Walid. Walid driving Dean back against the ropes. Referee coming in. What have we got here? We've got a timeout. So, I think Walid stopped because of the mouthpiece. Oh, they're saying that Walid's coach is thinking of throwing the towel in. Do you know, that was funny because Walid landed a really nice shot. And then I think his mouthpiece came out as a result of it. And as a result of that, like, Dean's just, like, started to unload. And Walid had no answer. Walid is looking slow. Looks like he's moving in treacle. Oh, man, he's done. Look, he's wobbling all over the place. Dean is looking really good here. Referee separating both fighters again. There's a big right hand that comes in by Dean. Swinging away. That second round was so big in this fight for Dean the Great. Yeah, there's been some big, big shots. Dean has been the most impressive fighter I've seen so far tonight. Easily the most impressive fighter we've seen tonight. Really incredible performance here by Dean the Great. Lovely head movement. Shot coming in there by Dean. We've got 40-odd seconds left of round number 4. Duck says, wow, wow. Walid's coach is holding that towel. He needs to be throwing it. I mean, he is all kinds of battered, man. Walid has been rocked so hard in this. So hard. We are working our way towards a victory here for Dean the Great, unless Walid can find a moment of magic and drop Dean the Great. And we know that he's got the ability to do that. A couple of shots coming in here. He's got Dean right up against the ropes, but Dean responding with some big blows of his own. Walid is still in there. He's still fighting. Walid going to go back to his corner, and he needs a finish. He needs a finish. Who wins our next fight between Salt Pappy and Slim? Let's get that poll in the chat. There we go. Yeah, so the mouthpiece came out, and then Walid just sort of... So the mouthpiece came out. I don't know why he stopped. I really don't know why he stopped. So he landed a really nice shot on Dean the Great, and then Walid's mouthpiece came out, and there's this moment of like, I think it's because like he's a bit rocked and everything's just moving a bit slow. I think there was a moment of my mouthpiece has come out, but whilst he's thinking that, Dean's like, bang, 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 bang. Here we go. Round number 5. Walid needs to find a finish, putting that pressure on Dean the Great. For me, it's Walid either finds a finish here or Dean is going to win this on decision. Walid is coming forward. Dean is over against the ropes. Shots coming in there by Walid. Referee coming in. Separating both fighters. Dean's pace has slowed just a little, but in all fairness, he still looks pretty good. Still feel like he's got something to offer, but it's a bit scrappier now. Hook shot coming in there by Walid. Shake of the head there by Dean the Great. Walid, referee again looking to separate these two. So we have got just a couple of minutes left in this fight. Body shot coming in, couple of jabs coming in. Salt Pappy against Slim next. After that, Logan Paul. Shots coming in by Walid. No knockdown there. Dean was over by the ropes. Referee just pushing the two fighters apart. Big body shot there by Walid. Walid looking a little bit better in this round. Dean not really offering as much going forwards. Walid again coming forwards and throws out a jab. Oh, heavy shot there by Walid. That seemed to hurt Dean. Yeah, he's trying to hold. Dean trying to hold. I think there was a nasty body shot there. Walid really wants to get at Dean. I think he knows that he can hurt him here. He's got a minute to work. Dean actually goes through the ropes. Yeah, Dean is still hurt. Dean is still hurt. He's actually down. He went through the ropes. The referee's not going to count it as a knockdown, but smile on the face there of Dean. Walid trying to race over, trying to throw in some shots. I think he knows that he's got Dean hurt. He catches him again. He's trying to put him down. Dean holding on. I tell you what, this is amazing right now. Dean is doing whatever he can to survive. Whatever he can to survive. Walid again coming forward. He's out on his feet at the moment, Dean. He's trying to avoid. Crowd are on their feet. Dean is in a whole world of trouble at the moment. Walid, 15 seconds to go. Bang. Trying to find a big shot. Unloading big blows. Dean is holding on. He's surviving. Oh, I thought that was the end of the fight. Walid again coming forward. Big body shot. Big body shot. Dean slumped against the ropes. Walid again trying to throw a big bomb in. He's running out of time. Oh, man. Man, if that had just had another 30 seconds. Dean was having to find every trick in the book. He was having to go through the ropes. He was having to clinch. He was having to run. You can see the look on his face. He's in so much pain. That is going to be so frustrating for Walid there. That is going to be so frustrating. Because I think he's going to have lost that fight. I said earlier, like, he's going to need the finish. And if he doesn't get the finish, then I think he's lost the fight. I think he's lost the fight. But he had Dean hurt in that final round. He really had, he just could not find the kill shot. He could not find a way of putting him down. And think about everything that Walid has been through. Think about all the shots that he's had to absorb. Think of all the punishment that he's had to take. He's come through all of that. He's come through all of that and had that massive final round. Absolutely incredible. Best fight of the show so far. Really enjoyed it. And I'm fully expecting Dean the Great to pick up the victory. 2 knockdowns in 1 round. I think that second round alone is going to give this to Dean the Great. But that final round goes to Walid. The first round I gave to Walid, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. No knockdown in the end, but it's a non-zero chance. The judge gives Walid a 10-8 on a dominance that round, says Jobson. Walid showed up for round 5, said Sakila. Right, let's have a look and see what the judges saw. Don't forget, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We've got, we're at 5-7-8 right now. 5-7-8. We've got 1 more fight to go, and then we're at that Logan fight. So 1 more fight to go. We got Slim against Salt Pappy, and then we're at Logan versus Dillan Danis. Amazing, amazing, amazing. That was such a good fight. That was crazy, said 25.001 seconds in the first round. Right, here we go. Judges, but we are expecting this to be Dean the Great. Fight of the night, loved it. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Brilliant. Really good. I think Walid knows as well. He looks pretty dejected. I think he knows. I think his corner will have told him. Here we go. $49-44. 48-45. It's unanimous. Dean the Great gets it. Dean the Great gets it. So Dean the Great wins by unanimous decision. So 2 judges went 49-44. 1 judge went 48-45. Tell you what, it's a big win, that is. That is a really big win, because not only is it a big win against a really really good fighter. But it's a much better performance than when these two met last time. Like, the improvement in Dean the Great is very real. The improvement is very, very real. Ariel Helwani is actually in the ring for this one. How bad was you hurt in the 5th? Dean the Great said he had a dislocated shoulder in the past and it popped out in the 3rd, but it did go back in. You need to change this place to Deanchester. So he said that his shoulder came out in the 3rd round. It's perfectly fine, but he's a warrior. He kept battling. I tell you what, he's a good little fighter, but he showed in that 5th round that he is vulnerable, and he's gonna have some fun fights, man. There's gonna be some fun fights there for him, but whoever his next challenger is he's gonna need to have a little bit of something about them. Gonna need to have a little bit of something about him to get past him, because he, for 4 rounds, was very impressive. I think first round he was just a little bit slow getting into the fight. And then as soon as he did get into it, wow, that 2nd round was incredible. So Dean the Great picks up a big, big win there, and is the lightweight champion of Misfits. 3 fights left tonight. That's all. We've got 3 fights left. The next fight is arguably between 2 of the absolute best influencer boxers that Misfits has presented. So this is for the middleweight championship. It's Slim against Salt Pappy. For many people, Salt Pappy is the guy, but I think his star lost a little bit of shine when he lost his last fight to Anthony Taylor. But Anthony Taylor's just beat King Kenny, so I don't think there's much shame in that. I am with Salt Pappy on this. I think, is Salt Pappy still the favourite, actually? Let's have a little look at that. I know that the odds were that Salt Pappy was the favourite for this. Let's bring up the thing. Let's see where we are with the latest odds. So there we go. Salt Pappy minus 400, heavy favourites. Slim is actually a plus 300 moderate underdog. So actually there is a lot of people that are with Salt Pappy here. So yeah, he is coming in off that loss, as we said, to Anthony Taylor. I don't think that's a massive problem. I think Anthony Taylor is, showing himself and continues to show himself to be one of the best in this space. But these two just really have captured people's imagination. Putting them up against each other is an absolute dream fight for many people. And it's a brilliant warm-up for what is to come with Logan and KSI and Tommy and Dylan. So really looking forward to this one. Should be a lot of fun. This is our last kind of warm-up fight, if you will. After this one, it will be Logan against Dillan Danis. So we asked you guys, who wins? And 73% of you have gone with Salt Pappy as well. So Salt Pappy, 73%. Slim, 27%. I've got Salt Pappy picking up the victory in this one as well. Let's go down. Let's try and get to some of people's comments. Salt Pappy, I believe, generally has got better stamina than Slim. Pappy is better in almost every category. I don't see many outcomes where Slim wins this fight or even makes it to the final bell. Runners said Pappy is so buff now. Lena said minus 400. Dang. That is the same as Tommy, actually. Should we have a look at Tommy momentarily? Tommy was minus 400 favorite. I don't know if he still is, but let's click on this and we'll find out. Tommy is... a bit of money has come in on KSI, actually. So KSI 48 hours ago was plus 300. Now he's plus 260. Tommy was minus 400. Now he's minus 350. So Tommy is still a firm favorite, but not as wide as what it was 48 hours ago. Let's just have a little look at Logan and Dillan Danis as well, shall we? See where we are with the odds on that one. So, no, well, actually, a little bit of movement. I think the cut has actually moved the line a little bit on this one. So, you can see that Logan is minus 400 favorite. And you can see that Dillan Danis is plus 300 favorite. So, yeah, I would say that the cut has maybe moved that a little bit, because 48 hours ago, that was minus 600. Now it's minus 400. But either way, you can see that Logan and Tommy are both firm favorites for those two fights that are coming up. Salt Pappy is a firm favorite as well. So we've got Salt Pappy, we've got Logan, we've got Tommy. Those are the three that are expected to pick up the victories in our final three fights. And those are the three that I am going with as well. That's the three that I've got. We're backstage with Logan. Here we go. How's the cut? It was a scrape. Get closer. There it is. So the cut is here, and it looks about that big. So we have now seen it, but it is definitely... It's definitely going to open it up. He's made this so personal. Logan says he forgives Dillan. I want to fight with skill. I want to fight with mindset. Do you know what? Wow. There it is. There's the close-up of it. It's here. It's here. Oh, hello. Tyson Fury is on the stage. The champ is here. Tyson Fury saying hello to Manchester. And Manchester is all kinds of fired up. Tommy is going to knock him out, says Tyson. A few boos, a few cheers. Definitely feels like we've gone up a level now that we've got the champ. Tyson's saying that this is they've done an amazing job. Oh, he's got the belly out. He's got the belly out. Big cheer for from the fans there. So they're just having a little word there with Tyson. He's always entertaining, isn't he? What a showman. Tell you what, we'll really miss him when he does go, because he's such a personality. Not only is he a great fighter, but he's such a personality. He's so much fun. Tyson on the stage, all smiles. A little bit of a problem. It's not as big, but it certainly feels like it's like deep. Certainly feels like it could be an issue. I don't know that it's going to be, though. I don't know that he's going to be able to open it up. I don't think he's going to get chance. I think he'll probably be put away before he gets chance to actually do anything with it. But that was interesting. But the other thing that was interesting was Logan saying that he forgives Dillan. Him saying that I forgive him. You can tell that I think Logan has got himself so worked up. He's got himself so animated that I think he's, like, last night, he's kind of said to himself, I need to calm down. I need to calm down. Like, he is getting to me. Everything he has done is getting to me. I need to calm down. And I think that, I don't know if he's decided this on his own or his family have spoke to him, but someone has said to him, you need to lower the temperature. So he's basically just said, I forgive him. I forgive him. I mean, I don't think that's the end of the lawsuit or anything, but he's just basically said, I forgive Dillan. I forgive him. I want to fight with skill and not, like, emotion, you know? And so I think he's just letting it all go. He said that his biggest opponent is the microphones. He said the microphones is his biggest opponent because how sharp they are. And he was talking about the cut again. But yeah, I thought that was quite interesting. I think that shows that Dillan has really got to Logan. He's really got to Logan. And Logan is trying to make sure that that's not going to affect the fight. So yeah, that's obviously quite significant. And I think that's good by Logan, though, to address that and not allow that to get out of control. Tyson says, thank you all for turning up for this sport. God bless. Yeah, this fight promo is so good. This is so good. If you've not seen this video, it is brilliant. So you've got Ngannou, who's lying in bed and he's like asleep. And all of a sudden his room shakes and then it cuts to Tyson Fury throwing like a medicine ball against the wall. And then you've got Tyson Fury in a calf trying to have some breakfast. But his breakfast is like bouncing off the table because you've got Ngannou like working the ropes. And then like you've got Ngannou in the bath and like all his tiles start cracking. And then it shows like Fury pounding on the bag. It's just really getting across that these two are like monsters. Just destroyers of worlds that are going to be colliding. Oh, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. They just keep interrupting each other's lives with like when the other person is working out because of like how intense they work out and how powerful they are, and they're on a collision course. They're going to be going up against each other. It is like some sort of flipping Hollywood trailer, man. It's absolutely brilliant. You can find it on YouTube. It really sells the fight. Well, I wasn't all that bothered, but like it is such a good video package. And that's in 2 weeks. So next week we've got UFC, big pay-per-view. Week after that we've got Tyson Fury. I don't know what we've got after that, to be honest. We must be getting close to Crown Jewel. Got so much coming up, man. Right. KSI looks like a shadow. That is the greatest fight commercial ever. It's brilliant, isn't it? It's brilliant. Hawk is not announced. Said, I want Francis to win, but I don't think he will. Right, if you are just joining us, we've had a slight detour as we've kind of gone to some backstage interviews and had some talks and whatever. We're now getting to our next fight. Our next fight is going to be this one. It is going to be Slim against Salt Pappy. Looking forward to this. We've got a poll, and 72% of people say that Salt Pappy is going to get the victory. 28% of people says that Slim is going to get the victory. We're at nearly 600 likes as well, so leave a like if you haven't already. It's greatly appreciated as we continue to work our way towards Logan against Dillan Danis. That fight coming up after this one. And then, of course, after that, KSI takes on Tommy Fury. So, yeah, we are... time is ticking away. Right, we should be getting ring walks now for Slim and Salt Pappy. We just heard from Tyson Fury. The Internet Menace said Salt Pappy is going to take it. Carl said Crown Jewel is November 5th. Does that work? I think it does, you know. I think that does work. So that means that next week we've got UFC, which would be, what, the 21st. Then we've got Tyson Fury, which would be the 28th. Then we've got Crown Jewel, which is going to be the 5th. And then, did I just... I don't know what I just saw. Something on the 12th. Well, either way, that's our next 3 weeks planned. That's our next 3 Saturdays sorted. Right, here we go then. Slim against Salt Pappy. Slim against Salt Pappy. Tyson is already a legend in my book, says JJJ. Right. All Blacks have beat Ireland 28-24 if anyone is interested. That is heartbreak for Ireland. Heartbreak for Ireland. They are the best team in the world, aren't they? They're ranked #1. But trying to get past the All Blacks, I mean, that was always going to be an ask. Right, here we go. Salt Pappy, who just looks like a completely different person. Salt Pappy making his way out, making his way down to the ring. Let's all pray the next fight is a double KO in round 1, said Ed. Off Tom, shout out to you, my friends. Tyson is going to beat Usyk by just sitting on him, said Daz. Okay, here we go. We've got Salt Pappy making his way down. Yeah, did we talk about the likes? I can't remember. I think we did. We are on 608. So if we can find another 392 before the end of the stream, we got 3 fights. So if we can find 392, try and get to that 1,000. It would be greatly appreciated. So if you've not left a like, leave a like as we try and get to 1,000. I think it makes a difference. I don't know. I won't cry if we don't get there. Okay, here we go. Slim making his way down. So Salt Pappy out first. Here comes Slim. Right, we've got people in balaclavas doing some breakdancing. Someone with a big stick. Okay, so we've got some breakdancers on the stage. One of them twirling a stick around. Here's Slim. Is it just me, or like some of these entrances like really cringe? Like, Here we go then, Slim making his way down. I mean, like, this entrance just doesn't do anything for me whatsoever. Yeah, according to the DAZN app, 73% of people have got Salt Pappy, 27% think Slim. The Foot Clan invades DAZN, said Rick. Slim always comes out to the best music, said J14. KSI gloved up. He's got hot, nervous diarrhea. Who's going to wipe it? Is it his mom or his dad or the sidemen? All of the sidemen. Dancing's Michael Jackson. Right, he's made his way down. Salt Pappy is in the ring, so we're about to get underway with two of the biggest names in the influencer boxing space. They might be names that still a lot of casual fans might not have heard of. You know, those people that just love KSI, love Logan, love Jake, don't really engage with anything else. But if you have even a passing interest in influencer boxing, then I'm sure you've heard of Salt Pappy. And you may have heard of Slim. This is for the Middleweight World Championship. That rugby match had all the traits of what would make a great World Cup final, says LA Dort Knights. Slim, the new king of sports entertainment, let's dance, said JB. Most of them are cringe, said Miss Clown. Yeah. I liked Bianca's when she came out with that band that played her entrance music. I think that was like WrestleMania 38, was it? When she had like a full band and it looked awesome. I think it's because they just don't go big enough. You know, like Slim came out and there was like 5 dancers. Why not have like 20? Like fill the stage. Like maybe that's part of the problem. Like when Anthony Taylor came out earlier, he had like 4 girls twerking away, but the stage is big enough to hold 20. He just had like 5 breakdancers. Like maybe you can't have 20 breakdancers, but you could have, you know, you could have filled it out a bit more. So yeah, I think if you're gonna go for it, go for it. Right, Salt Pappy just getting his intro. Off Tom said, I saw you at Comic Con a few years ago, but I was not sure it was you. But then you put a video out and I realized it was you. If I know it was you, I would have asked for a photo. Yeah, you should have, yeah. I'd quite happily have had a picture, my friend. That's no problem, no drama whatsoever. I do go to a few Comic Cons every now and again. I don't always get a chance to go, but yeah, I was at a toy fair in Birmingham just the other week. So I do try to get to those kinds of things. Hope you had a good time, though. Hope you had fun. Days, those shorts look pretty full to me. Yep. Does anyone know the exact time of Logan's fight? No. It's after this one. MMA Paradise said India won today's match against Pakistan. Right, Slim getting his intro. We're about to be underway with this one. We're up to 630 likes now. 630 likes. Send this poll as well. There's no point having this poll whilst the fight is actually on. Right, both fighters going into the middle. Logan. Dillan. Boom. Right, here we go. Slim against Salt Pappy. Underway. So next fight after this is going to be Logan against Dillan Danis. After that, KSI against Tommy Fury. Serious couple of hours coming up now. serious couple of hours. Right, here we go. They're into a clinch. They're in quite close. Okay, jab coming in there by Salt Pappy, and again, Slim firing off a shot. They get in close. Couple of little shots coming in there by Salt Pappy. Slim, again, trying to jab to the body. Salt Pappy, again, getting in quite close, but referee separating them again. We're seeing Tommy Fury backstage. I think, is that Molly May in the background? Right, again, we've got Salt Pappy trying to find a way forward. Couple of shots coming in. He's got Slim back in the corner. Salt Pappy letting the hands go a little bit. Slim in trouble. Slim definitely taking some punishment here. Salt Pappy getting in quite close. Unloading on Slim. Smile on the face there of Salt Pappy. And Salt Pappy is doing a little bit of showboating. He's getting a bit loose now, isn't he, Salt Pappy? I think he just managed to get Slim up against the ropes and unload on him. This is a big fight. This is for Slim. It's a big fight for Salt Pappy as well. These two are... Salt Pappy definitely doesn't want to lose this, not considering he lost his last fight to Anthony Taylor. Right now he's got Slim again throwing in... it's scrappy, though. It's a little bit reminiscent of King Kenny against Anthony Taylor. Salt Pappy again trying to find a way forward. Lovely body shot coming in there by Salt Pappy. Slim trying to throw in a little dig to the body as well, but we're in the clinch. Little mark on the head there of Salt Pappy. I think Salt Pappy has definitely taken some punishment, but it does feel like he's had the better moments in this round. Oh my God, that is just brutal by Salt Pappy. Bang, bang, bang! With the left, just constantly firing in these shots. Slim has definitely took some punishment in this round here. Salt Pappy, again, trying to find a way forward. Jab, misses there, little uppercut. Oh, I tell you what, just is bang, bang, bang. He's so quick on the reload. Right now, Slim... Oh, look at that. Exploding in Salt Pappy. He's got Slim up against the ropes. Oh, Slim doesn't look great. He doesn't look happy. That is a Salt Pappy round for me. You could see a big smile on his face as he really was loosening up. Salt Pappy is going off. Pappy 1-0, says J14. What's your favorite WrestleMania entrance ever? Mine would be Undertaker at WrestleMania 28, says Punk Panda. It's a good question. It might be... I really like Undertaker and Shawn from 25, where you had Undertaker in black kind of coming from the bottom and you had Shawn coming down from the heavens. Like, that was a really clever kind of contrast between the two. So that is one that always comes to mind. Rusev in a tank is pretty goated from WrestleMania 31. Right, we're underway with round number 2. These two haven't engaged at the moment. Pappy again trying to get in close. Slim trying to throw some shots, but the thing is that Pappy keeps slipping those shots. Throwing in some heavy shots coming into the side of the body. Again, Pappy has got Slim over by the ropes and he's starting to unload. He's so quick on the reload. Really fast hands by Salt Pappy, look. Causing Slim all kinds of trouble. This can go 5 rounds. Slim having a little look, like you can see just behind his eyes that he is just not comfortable. He's not happy. Big shots missing there by Slim. Pappy again. Trying to go to the body. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Pappy having a look. Guard quite high there by Slim. Tries to throw a right hand, but Salt Pappy is just a little out of range. Pappy again trying to find a way forwards. Slim tries to get over by the ropes. Pappy again coming in, trying to go to the body. They're clinching up here. It's quite scrappy again. It is quite reminiscent, this, as we said. Oh, lovely shot. Great work here by Pappy. Pappy has got Slim up by the ropes. No joy, though. Again, clinching. Jay said, Slim has let me down. I feel disappointed and hurt. Right, okay, so Pappy is just staying out of range. Getting in close. Slim has got Salt Pappy there, clinching up at the moment. Referee coming in and having a word. Okay, again. Couple of shots coming in. It's really sloppy, this is, you know. Really sloppy. But nice work there by Salt Pappy. He's managed to get Slim over by the ropes, but again, before he can really do anything, before he can really put the foot on the gas, like they're clinching and he just can't capitalize. He's really struggling to find that kill shot. He's really struggling to find that blow that's going to put Slim down. There we go. End of the second round. I feel like that's another round to Salt Pappy. A little frustrating, to be honest, because we're seeing Salt Pappy do some really good work. He's got Slim up against the ropes. He's unloading. Slim is moving and trying to dodge and weave and duck and get out the way. But he's getting tagged by Salt Pappy. But Salt Pappy just cannot find that killer blow. I'm waiting for him to just find that uppercut or find that shot that really cuts across and really puts Slim down. But he just cannot find it. And then, like, they'll clinch up, referee will separate them apart. So you're watching and it feels like, here we go, here we go. It feels like, you know, so much about to land, but nothing comes in. They clinch up and that's the end of the attack. But on a more positive note, we are at round number 3. Shots coming in there by Salt Pappy. We've got Slim on the outside. Salt Pappy standing his ground in the middle. Slim coming into the center. Slim, again, firing in some shots. Salt Pappy tries to respond. We're seeing some shots coming in. Look at this, swinging away. Salt Pappy really throwing some shots into the side of the body. Salt Pappy coming forward. Jab coming in there by Salt Pappy. Really letting the hands go now. Smile on his face. Jab coming in there by Salt Pappy. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Salt Pappy really wants to get at Slim. He's got to be careful there because the referee had just separated them. He's having a little look right now. It's they're in the clinch, in the center. Smile on the face of Salt Pappy. He is quite happy with how things are going at the moment. Again, Salt Pappy having a little look, wants to, he's covering up. He's got to make sure that he doesn't allow Slim to get back into this fight. Both fighters being separated. Salt Pappy coming in, Slim again unloading. I feel like Salt Pappy is allowing Slim back into this fight a little bit. We're not seeing him like really unloading like he was in the first 2 rounds. And that just means that Slim can get more into the fight. Referee coming in, separating both fighters again. Trying to throw in a hook shot there, but this is better by Salt Pappy. Oh, Slim though. Slim responding with some big right hands. Yeah, better work there by Slim. There has been a few little warning signs in this round. A few little warning signs that Slim is getting back into the fight. Right now he's being pushed over by the ropes. Referee separating both fighters. Salt Pappy throwing out a jab. Slim coming forwards. Salt Pappy again unloading. Slim clinching up. We got 30-odd seconds left to go. Uppercut just misses there by Slim. I think Salt Pappy knows that he's in a little bit of a fight here. I think Salt Pappy has he's abandoned the game plan, to be honest. Like, all of a sudden, it's got really sloppy. Now he's got Slim up against the ropes. He needs to unload. Slim is firing in some shots of his own. Hook shot coming in there by Slim. Salt Pappy driving him back against the ropes. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. End of the rounds. Did Slim do enough to take that one? Salt is gassing out. Do you know what? He might be. He really might be. Did he just allow Slim back in, or did he just do enough to take that round? That was actually really interesting. Did Slim do enough there? 2-1, Pappy. Salt is losing energy. Right, well, round number 4. I could agree 2-1. I could agree 2-1. Yes, Slim, let's go, said JB. Salt is getting gassed, said Eli. Here we go. About to get back underway. Round number 4. Oh, Slim catching Salt Pappy there. Oh, big shots coming in. Salt Pappy in big trouble. Salt Pappy in big trouble. Wow, is he gassed? Slim catching Salt Pappy. Slim starting to come back into this. Slim trying to find a way forward. Salt Pappy is the one that's up against the ropes right now. Shots coming in by Slim. I tell you what, the momentum in this fight has completely shifted, completely changed. Slim unloading on Salt Pappy, and Salt Pappy doesn't look like he's got much to answer with. Really, really interesting moment in this fight as these two are unloading on each other. Big uppercuts coming in. Salt Pappy in big trouble. Salt Pappy shaking his head, telling Slim he's not hurting him, but he is hurting him. Shots coming in there by, wow, look at this crunching blow to the side of the head there by Slim. Salt Pappy circling rounds, coming in into the clinch. Referee coming in, looking to separate both fighters. Both guys in the center right now. Lovely jab coming in there by Slim. Definitely a Slim round. Definitely a Slim round. Salt Pappy, though, getting back into the fight. Trying to get some shots in. Slim looks like he's tiring now. Wow. What amazing, amazing action this is. Back and forth on this one. Slim going downstairs, going upstairs as well, but Salt Pappy responding. We got less than a minute to go here in this round. Shots coming in there by Salt Pappy. He's got Slim backing up against the ropes. Salt Pappy absolutely unloading at the moment, but Slim puts Pappy down! Slim puts Pappy down! Wow, Salt Pappy! 8. We got an 8 count. The fight is continuing. Jab coming in there by Slim. Smile on Slim's face. Salt Pappy in all kinds of trouble. Referee separating the fighters. Salt Pappy went down. He gets cocked again. He's in big trouble. I think the refs called it. Slim wins. Slim wins. Wow. Wow. Slim gets it done. Salt Pappy was winning that fight. And he threw it away. He gassed out. And it allowed Slim to pick up the victory. It's a stoppage for Slim. Referee stops the fight. Slim wins by TKO. And Salt Pappy absolutely loved and respected in this space has just lost his second fight in a row. Wow. Aubrey said Pappy is finished. Logan Paul, Dillan Danis coming up next, but a big shock here. A big, big shock, a big upset. There was not many that were fancying Slim. The official DAZN app had, I think it was like 80-20 or 70-30. It was around that kind of ballpark. I think Az was the same. I had Salt Pappy winning that. Yeah, I think that Salt Pappy definitely had opportunities to win this fight. He had the better of the early rounds. He was winning the fight 2-1, in my opinion. Even if he'd have lost this round, as long as he didn't get knocked down, it would have been 2-2 with a round to go. But the problem is he gassed out. He gassed out. Going forward, we've got to talk about Salt Pappy's gas tank. It is true. Salt Pappy did lose a lot of weight very quickly. Slim and Salt Pappy just exchanging a few words. Salt Pappy wants to be Manny. Sure he does. Who do you guys think will win out of KSI and Tommy? I am leaning personally towards... I'm leaning towards Tommy to pick up the victory, but I did also think that Salt Pappy would win this one. Pappy was looking faded, said Internet Menace. I knew that Slim would win from the start, even though Pappy is in such great shape, said Breadmaster. Amazing. Amazing, amazing. This is what you love to see. It was a really fun little fight. Scrappy at times as well. Salt Pappy. I feel sorry for him, man. His star has faded, but that is a big, big win for Slim, isn't it? That is a huge win. I think it showed as well that he's got a chin on him. I mean, he was getting smashed. He was getting absolutely smashed by Salt Pappy. He didn't go down. He didn't buckle. He stayed in the fight. And he got his rewards. Fair play. There was still 5 seconds left. I think he got robbed, said End to End. It's not really about how long's left in the round, because if the referee thinks that you are not defending yourself and that you are just being smashed, the refs don't really look to see how much is left in the round. Slim is dancing away. Ariel Hawani is in there having a word with Slim. Salt is out here winning easily until he decides to gets caught. How have people not learned that you can't showboat until it's over, says A.B. Jobson. Salt Pappy looked so strong in the first round. What happened? By the third, he was different. Think he gassed out? I really think he gassed out. He messed me up those first few rounds. I had to bounce back. Slim said that he adjusts to other fighters. So he like definitely got smashed in the early stages, but he started to work it out a little more, which is, you know, really interesting. So Slim said he is who he said he is. He's backed it up, and he certainly has. But the exciting thing for most people is that that fight is now done. That fight is now done, and we are working our way towards the next fight. Right, who do you think will win in Logan's fight? I think Logan will win. He did a really interesting interview earlier. Really interesting. He said that he has forgiven Dillan. And the reason why that's interesting is I think it gives us a glimpse into his mindset. And I think his mindset is that Dillan has got to him. I think Dillan has definitely got to him. And I think that that is really, really interesting. So Dillan definitely having an effect on Logan. Logan saying that he's forgiven Dillan. Doesn't want to fight on emotion. And I think that he is definitely trying to let that go now. So they're still interviewing Slim at the moment. But as soon as we're done with this, our next fight is Logan Paul against Dillan Danis. Can you give us some commentary? There's not really anything to commentate. The fight has finished. It's Logan against Dillan next. We just had an interview with Slim. But now we are in between fights. Our next fight is going to be Logan against Dillan. This is one that the people have been waiting for. This is the one that people have been hyped for. Keep getting your thoughts. I can tell you that in our poll, 67% of people think that Logan is going to win. 33% of people think that Dillan Danis is going to win. I think that's H, isn't it? So H is at ringside. Bogdan said Logan needs to lose, but will probably win. Salt Pappy needs a comeback, said end to ends. Dillan will shoot for a takedown, said JJJ. Jobson said, I trust Logan at minus 400. He has a kinky mounted elbow drop. Paul ought to guess the opposing forces. Tommy said he will not hold back like he did with Jake, and he will obliterate KSI. Lena said, I never thought I would cheer for Dillan. Sarav says, Dillan. I can't get this onto my TV, says Sarah. You can't get it onto your TV. You should be able to get a DAZN app. I predict Dillan will throw a kick, an elbow, a takedown. If he loses, he will take the option to get DQ'd, said Thomas. Ariel Hawani is Tony's best friend and in no way a fraud. Correct. Logan is snorting all the coke he can get right now, says MMA Forever. Paul with the left hook, just watch, says Hames Don. Dillan will win by knockout from microphone to the face, says Bobby. Salt Pappy is overhyped, says Ree. Logan will win. He will just frog splash off the top rope, said Harold. I can say this for sure. Tommy Fury will butcher KSI, shop him up per round, and will cut him in the ring, said Martin. So we might just have a little bit of punditry now as we're building towards the first of our two big sort of co-main events in many ways. But coming up next, Logan Paul, Dillan Danis. This is massive, absolutely huge. Over 2 billion social media impressions for Dillan Danis. I mean, I've at no point have I thought that Dillan was going to win this fight. The only thing I would say is that cut is so interesting. It's right here. It's right there. I think it's a really interesting cut because it can be opened. You can see the mark. It's certainly nowhere near healed. It could be opened up very easily as well. So I sort of think that there's a real big target here for Dillan Danis. If he opens it up, then if he opens it early, then it's going to be very interesting because we might see the doctor come into effect. If this gets opened up and it's really a problem, we might see the doctor coming in and having a little look at it. And, that might make Logan a bit more desperate. He might start chasing the finish. There's so many ways this can go. So many ways that this can go. It's a really, really interesting fight, but I still feel very confident that it's going to end up being a victory for Logan. And it seems like many of you are confident as well, although I must admit, not as confident as I thought. Not as confident as I thought. I thought there would be more people that would think Logan would get it, but I think there's probably a little bit of hope out there that he's not going to. There's plenty of people that don't want Logan to pick up the victory here. Just start the fight, says Kervin. Did Dean win? He did, actually. Yeah, he did. Logan shouldn't have thrown that water bottle. Why would he just stand there after throwing it? Is Connor in attendance tonight? He said he would be. They haven't shown him, so I genuinely don't know. Dylan by day didn't want to play anymore after it. Logan didn't want to play anymore. Yeah, do you know what? I mean, he threw that bottle. Was it a bottle that he threw or his microphone? And then, of course, Summit came back. And to be honest, Logan, I think, has really come up against someone that is willing to go even further than... I don't know if Logan wouldn't be willing to go that far, but I think Logan is choosing at this stage in his life to not go that far. I think Logan from maybe a few years ago would have gone as far as Dylan has, but I think now he's deciding... I think it's probably because, he's responsible for Prime. He's got a lot more to lose. Dylan hasn't got anything to lose, but if Logan oversteps the mark, that could hurt the Prime business. That could hurt his relationship with WWE, which, pays him very well. He's all of a sudden got responsibility. And so, Logan can't go as far as what Dylan can go. And I think this has been difficult for Logan because I think he just wants to obliterate Dylan. But he can't go as far as what Dylan can go. So he's having to be clever with what he's doing. And some of that has worked quite well for him. But as we've seen, some of it has also massively backfired as well. So, yeah, I think this has been a bit of a challenge for Logan, to be honest, the build. And I think for him to say that he forgives Dylan and that he doesn't want to fight off emotion, I think just shows how much Dylan has got to Logan. I think Dylan has done a really great job of really getting into Logan's head. But Logan seems to have just took a minute and gone, do you know what? I need to take a step back here. I can't get in there and fight off emotion. I've got to be disciplined. I've got to fight, using the skills that I've got, His relationship with KSI as well. Dillan better clinch first and open that cut immediately, says Bim. I went to a taco place in Vegas called the Pink Taco. It's exactly what you think. His relationship with KSI won't be affected. No, it won't be affected if he loses. The problem would be that if he was to start, like, you know, going a bit too far and they lose the respect of the fans. I mean, even more than he has. Like, that's the kind of thing he has to take into consideration. Right, we've got the graphics on screen. We are getting towards, if you are watching and you've not left a like, we're actually at 674. We still need over 320 odd likes. So we are really struggling on the like front this evening. But we've got over 1,000 people that are joining us right now. Over 1,000 people are watching. So if that is you, leave a like, hit the like button. It really is appreciated. I believe it does make a difference. And for these kind of big shows, we always try to get to 1,000. So it really is appreciated. If you haven't left that like, leave the like. It really is appreciated, as we're just waiting for them to stop talking, get to the action. We are seeing backstage. We are seeing Dillan Danis warming up backstage. We're seeing in his locker room right now. It's going to be dirty. You know that Dillan Danis is going to fight dirty. We know that he isn't going to have any kind of beautiful boxing skill. I feel bad for Salt Pappy, said End to End. When has Logan ever finished a fight, said Dark Horse Purge. Well, he hasn't, but he hasn't had that many fights, to be honest. I think that he's been probably inspired by his brother and putting the work into the gym. I think his brother has shown what has been like possible. He had that fight with Floyd. It was nothing but an exhibition. But really before that, you've only got the 2 KSI fights. So there hasn't been loads of opportunity for him to go and like get finishes. Chris Eubank said that he believes Logan is going to go out there and perform. This is the fight, man. Dillan Danis, Logan Paul. This is the fight. This is the one that everyone has been interested in. This is the one that the world has been talking about. So we've still got the pundits on the entrance stage at the moment. If Slim can actually adapt to all the fighters, he could beat KSI or Tommy, says End to End. Logan is going to pull out those brass knucks like SummerSlam, said Harold's. Sam, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Wonka said, I won't believe this fight is happening until the first punch is thrown. In my mind, Logan won against KSI, said Kervin. How long until Logan and the Dillan fight? Minutes. I mean, it's literally next. And all we're doing is, I don't know what we're doing. We've just got pundits on an entrance stage and we're literally just waiting for this thing to get going. Do you think that Cristiano Ronaldo will be at Crown Jewel? Yeah, I think there's a good chance of it. Been here for a couple of hours. The guy deserves the likes. Bogdan, shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words. Right, video package time. That's always a good sign. Let's go. Kervin said, I think that Logan is better than KSI. Wow, that massively jumped up, you know. Those likes massively jumped up. We just went from like 670 something to 706. We just jumped up by about 100. Like that. Went up by 100 like that. That is amazing. Again, if you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. I mean, you did an incredible job there of jumping up by 100. So we are sneaking our way towards 800 already. We've still got the Logan fight to go. We've still got the KSI fight to go. So very cool, man. Really appreciate it. A big thank you to everyone that just did that. Really do appreciate it. Let's turn this down as we've just got a 5 Night at Freddy's trailer right now. Thoughts on this? Put your thoughts in the chat. I want to know, what do you think is about to happen, right? Because if you call it, you can gloat about it. My thoughts are that Logan is going to get the victory. I think that he'll get the stoppage. I think that Dillan Danis is not a striker. I don't think he's a boxer. I think he's got a very limited skill set. I think that Logan is going to hopefully stay cool, calm, collected. I think the cut is very interesting. I think Dillan has definitely got something there that he can target. I think that if he can open that cut, then he might be able to get some success, because I think the more that this opens, the more it's going to panic Logan. The more it panics Logan, the more reckless Logan might get. Logan's not going to get panicked because this is opening up and he's worried about, I don't know, his face or whatever. He's going to be worried about a doctor looking at it and stopping the fight. Like, no, that's too bad. No. And he's not going to want that doctor stoppage. So, because he'll lose the fight. So, this is going to be a potential path to victory for Dillan, and Dillan will know that as well. Dillan is going to be getting in close, clinching. He's going to make it scrappy. We've seen loads of clinching in Salt Pappy and Slim. Saw loads of clinching in Anthony Taylor, King Kenny in particular. We may see loads of clinching here between these two as Dillan Danis tries to get in close, do a bit of work on the inside, open up that cut. What Logan wants to do is keep Dillan Danis away, jab, like, you know, do the work that needs to be done, win the rounds. And then as Dillan gets tired and wore down, that's when Logan can go for some of those bigger shots. So I think if Logan is going to win, I mean, unless he just smashes Dillan with something big in round 1, I think it's probably going to need a couple of rounds for him to wear Dillan down. I don't know if within that time frame, this cut is going to open up enough to be a problem. But we haven't got long till we find out. We haven't got long till we find out. People putting in their thoughts. Shannon says, Danis by decision. Not JPEG said, hope you've had enough to eat and drink. When it's over, get as much sleep as possible. Not JPEG, shout out to you. Top G said, Dillan took the money like all the others and will lose an uneventful charade. Logan wins by decision, says MMA Forever. Chris said, results so far. We can go through results. We're just at commercial break. Let me see if I can find. I've been jotting them down. So DTG wins by TKO round 1. Astrid won by majority decision. Tempo Arts won by split decision. Ed Matthews won by first round knockout. Wasabi, LMAO, and Los Pineda Coladas drew. My Mate Nate won by unanimous decision. Anthony Taylor won by unanimous decision. Dean the Great won by unanimous decision. Slim won by TKO. Salt Pappy was doing really well until he started fading, and then Slim managed to pick up the victory. So, yeah, we are, Tyson is in the room watching KSI having his hands wrapped. So we're just seeing KSI getting the hands wrapped. Tyson is in there making sure that it's all above boards. So it must be a bit weird having, if you're KSI, having Tyson Fury, the heavyweight champion of the world, watching as your hands are being wrapped. That must be a bit trippy. Here's Ariel Hawani. I think they're just stalling a little bit because they know this is one of the fights people are interested in. So they're just giving people an opportunity to buy the pay-per-view. I mean, there'll be plenty of people that have got no interest in the fights we've had so far. They'll just pay the money to watch what's about to happen and what's going to happen with KSI. So they're making sure they can pick up some of those last-minute sales, those last-minute purchases. Godfather So said, smoking Big Shamrock. Remember Ken, best UFC fighter, ref, and wrestler. Very dazed. Please answer as quickly as you can. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway. We're about to get the ring walks. Bogdan said it all plays into the mind games with Tyson being there. Okay, I think we've got Michael Buffer in the ring for the announcements. Tyson Fury is jokes, said Kervin. Time for the co-main. It is indeed. Michael Buffer is doing the announcing. Let's get ready. Right, here we go. Logan is going to do the ring walk first. Logan doing the ring. I'm surprised at that. I didn't think Logan would do the ring walk first. But it is going to be Logan who is making his way down to the ring first. Right, here he is. There's no entourage. He's got a red robe on. He's got that little cut on the side of his face. Jake Paul comes out with him. Jake Paul comes down to the ring with him. So he came out on his own, and then he looked to the side. He went like that, and Jake emerged. So all of these embracing Logan making his way down. Logan playing 50 cents. Right, okay. It's got a huge fight feel in it. Huge fight feel. So, Jake Paul is there in Manchester. So, Logan is inside the ring. The crowd have all got these light-up wristbands that are, like, flickering away. Let's go. Bruce Buffer was the guest ring announcer for the 2008 Royal Rumble. I am just saying. Is Connor there? They haven't shown Connor. Pep said, I am so hyped. Here's Dillan Danis. He's there. He's waiting to make his way down to the ring. He's got a big smile on his face. There's no running or hiding. Dillan Danis, let's go, says Internet Menace. Oh, that's a tune, man. Right. 50 Cent is what he scammed off everyone, said LA Fortnite. Hopefully, Logan steroid mixture is off tonight. It's Dylan's only hope, says Eds. Right, I tell you what, Danis, no messing around. Straight out, straight into the ring. So he came out to Freed from Desire, which is a tune. Unintensous purifier, freed from desire. Yeah, there is a lot of security in the rings. There is a lot of security in there. The crowd are bouncing away as Freed from Desire is playing. Do you know what? That would have been like, even Logan's like, tune, man, tune. Do you know what? That would have been the biggest heel move. If he'd have come out before that chorus played, if he'd turned the music off, that would have been the biggest heel move. Everyone loves that na 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 na. Imagine if he'd have built it up to that and then the music stopped. Oh, that's proper troll. That's next level trolling, that is. Right, both fighters then. Inside the ring. Connor is on his Lambo boat, says Jay. Ali said, what are your predictions for the rest of the cards? I've got Logan and Tommy. Who's this boomer? I don't think the American anthem's getting a great reaction in Manchester. I would like to apologise on behalf of the drunk British people that are in the venue at the moment. I mean, to be honest, like, we were more into Freed from Desire. I'm not going to lie. Stop clowning. What's going on right now? The American national anthem. It's war! Pappy couldn't move out the way of Taylor's right hand to save his life in the last fight. Of course, Slim catches him with a beautiful straight. No improvement defensively. Logan is a heel trying to be a face, and Dylan is a face trying to be a heel, said Wrestle with Andy. Why are people booing the national anthem? Because it's not their national anthem. And they're drunk. And they don't give a flip. Because most of them are kids. Coach has got his hand on his heart. We've got some American flags. It feels like we've been invaded. It's what you should have done is you should have done the national anthem first, and then you should have done Freed from Desire after, in all fairness. Because Freed from Desire is a jam, man. Right? You've got the crowd all kinds of worked up. Todd Gresham said that didn't go very well, did it? Well, not Manchester's finest moment, shall we say. Come on, Logan, said Justin. Slurp God said, we're coming for your oil. Joke's on you. I don't think we've got any. I think we might. Do we buy it from you? We might buy it from you. Brexit means Brexit, says Matt. Would they boo Hulk Hogan's theme song? I don't know, actually. I think they just want Freed from Desire back on. Na 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 na. Is that Coach? It is Coach, yeah? Yeah. Logan will win because his fights are not an actual boxing match. They are sports entertainment, if you get what I'm saying. I get what you're saying. LA Dark Knight said, I'm currently in Manchester, but I'm not booing. I did boo Earns a bit. Come on, Dylan, says Daz. We've had over 1,300 votes already. We are at 833 likes as well. So, again, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. As we are just moments away from this big fight starting. This is one that we've been waiting for. So Logan gets his intro. Dylan is about to get his intro. Logan is looking nervous. Hurry up and start, said Justin. Right, let's have a look at the poll. So 66% of you think that Logan's going to win. 34% of you think that Dillan's going to win. We might as well end that one now. We'll put up the KSI one. So that's where we are. People are thinking that Logan has got this. The time for talking is almost done. Yeah, Logan Paul just mouthed, "I forgive you." He's just stood there and said, "I forgive you," to Dillan Danis. Logan has gone back to his corner, but the referee wants him to come back again. I don't know that he wants to. Does he want to? He's got a mouthpiece in. He is coming back. He keeps saying it again, "I forgive you." I don't know if Logan's saying that to Dillan or if he's saying it to himself, to be honest. Touch gloves? No. Well, he doesn't really forgive him then, does he? Touch gloves? No, I hate him. I mean, I forgive him. I don't know. Right, here we go. Let's go. The time for talking is done. Dillan Danis said, "I don't care." Look at the cut. Look at the cut. And I tell you what, he's got a bruise on his eye as well. There's a bruise. All of that is actually bruised. He looks like he's already done a round. Boom, we are underway. Both guys come into the center. Straight away, Logan going to the body. Dillan with a high guard there. Smile on Dillan's face. Couple of body shots coming in by Logan. Logan trying to go upstairs, but it's just going onto the guard of Dillan. Logan is throwing out some jabs. He goes down to the body, tries to circle round. Dillan keeping a high guard into a clinch. Shots coming into the side of the body. We're seeing that Dillan is scrappy. It's messy. Referee just having a word about shots coming into the back of the head there. Jab coming in there by Logan. Dillan doesn't want to be giving Logan too much space. Again, that guard comes in quite high. Couple of words being said there by Dillan. Shot coming in there by Logan. Dillan again keeping that high guards. Dillan has not been able to get at that cut at the moment. Logan trying to get a little bit wild. Dillan again keeping the high guard, standing his ground in the center. At the moment, it's Logan that's throwing. Dillan keeping the high guards. Dillan just putting his hands behind his back momentarily. Getting through the guards. This is going to be quite an easy night's work here by the looks of things. A couple of shots coming in straight down the middle. Dillan not really offering anything at the moment. Logan is the one that's throwing all the shots. Round 1 of 6. Logan has just been tagging Dillan. Dillan, again, trying to find a way forward. He's keeping that high guard smile on his face again. Dillan again continues to move forwards. Logan going upstairs, going downstairs as well. Going to the body. Couple of shots coming in there by Dillan. Dillan finally letting his hands go. But it's Logan's round at the moment. We got a minute left to go. That was a lovely jab there by Dillan, in all fairness. Really nice, but again, still a Logan round into the clinch. He cannot open that cut at the moment. He cannot open that cut. Logan standing his ground in the center. Dillan continuing to edge forward. Jab coming into the body. You can see that Logan is feeling a lot more relaxed, more comfortable. I think he knows that as long as he keeps jabbing, he can keep Dillan at bay. Again, jab coming in upstairs. Dillan, again, trying to find a way forward. You can see a bit of red marking on the face of Dillan. Dillan, again, keeping that guard up quite high. Logan's been mixing up, going upstairs and going to the body. Logan circling round on the outside. We got about 10 seconds left to go in round 1. This is a Logan round. Dillan hasn't offered a great deal. Swing and a miss there by Dillan. Big hook shot, but he couldn't connect with it. And there we go. End of the round. That is a Logan round. Logan rounds. So it seems like Dillan's strategy is that he's going to cover up. He's going to cover up. He's going to try and find a way forward, and then he's going to unleash a big shot. So cover, 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 get forward, throw a big shot. I mean, if that's his plan, I mean, he's not winning rounds. I mean, I think he's going to look to try and land something big and hopefully win the fight, but he's going to take way too much punishment before he's going to be able to land anything significant. So first round to Logan. I think if I'm Logan, I'm feeling pretty good about that first round. I think I'm feeling pretty good about Dillan's game plan. Logan, Dillan Danis, round 1 in the bag. Tommy Fury is going to win later. Logan just has to try and not get carried away and keep his energy, says Mark. Here we go, round number 2. Both fighters in the center. A couple of shots coming in there by Logan. Again, more of the same here by Dillan Danis. He's keeping up that guard. 1-2 straight down the middle there by Logan. Again, going to the body. And we've got Dillan Danis edging forward. Logan staying on the outside. Dillan Danis keeping his hands up, moving forwards. We are seeing Logan getting back slightly into the corner, though. This could be a little bit of a problem if Dillan's going to let the hands go. But as soon as he does let the hands go, Logan explodes forward, gets into a clinch, takes away the threat of Dillan being able to land anything. Jab coming in there by Logan. Again, Logan going to the body. Smile on the face of Dillan. Dillan covering up. 1-2, couple of shots coming in. Another smile on the face of Dillan. Shots coming in on the guard. Again, Dillan just smiling. Shot coming into the body. Dillan trying to find a way forwards. Shots coming in there by Logan. As soon as he gets him up against the ropes, he tries to unload some, but he can't find anything significant. Again, all the time that he's backing up Logan, Logan is throwing in some jabs. Right now, Logan circling round on the outside. Dillan is stalking him. Dillan is the one that's driving Logan back a little bit, but and he's cutting off the space quite well. Logan trying to find a way forward. Dillan again covering up. Logan again trying to throw in some shots. Dillan like a punching bag. Logan unloading upstairs, trying to go to the body, trying to mix up the levels. There's a big hook shot that comes in there by Dillan. Logan keeping his hands down. He's trying to invite Dillan onto him. Risky. He's trying to invite Dillan onto him so that he can counter him. Right now, coming forward. Jab coming into the body. Dillan, big smile on his face. Couple of shots coming in there by Logan. We got just under 50 seconds left to go. It's been more of the same in this round. Jab coming in there by Logan again. Logan backing up a little bit as Dillan puts the pressure on. Logan going back against the ropes, but Dillan really not offering much. Big heavy shot there. That was good there by Logan. Big heavy shots coming in. He's really planting his feet. He's unloading to the body. He's smashing Dillan in the corner. 20-odd seconds left to go. Dillan gets out the corner. Now Logan coming forwards. Logan on the front foot. He's really unloading here on Dillan Danis. All of that anger, all of that frustration, going to the body, going upstairs. Dillan takes it, though. Dillan takes it. It's clearly a second round for Logan. Clearly a second round for Logan. Dillan just looks completely outgunned. He's got a strategy, and that strategy is cover up, come forwards, and try and land something big. But look at Logan here. Just all that frustration, man. You can see it just pouring out of him. Dillan couldn't do anything but be in the corner, just keep the hands up, and just try to weather the storm. In all fairness, he did weather it. He did weather it, but there is quite a few heavy blows that he's taken there. I mean, that is, there's around about 8, 9, 10, about 11 shots that land there from Logan. I would like to see Days commentate a Beard Meets Food challenge, says Ben. I like the Beard Meets Foods. Good channel. Danis should be a fire alarm. He can't handle the smoke, says Aubrey. Here we go then, round number 3. This, of course, is going to go 6 rounds. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We've got jab coming in there by Dillan Danis. I mean, I don't know what Dillan Danis's strategy is, but he really does need to make sure that it is different from the first 2 rounds, because this just ain't working for him. Logan going upstairs. He is just a punching bag here, Dillan. Dillan is flicking out a shot. There's Logan just walks away. He's laughing at him at the moment. Paul is just not impressed with what he's seeing here from Dillan Danis at all. 1-2. Straight down the middle there by Logan. And again, you can see a few marks on the face of Dillan Danis. Danis has not been able to open up that cut at all. He's not been able to get to that mark on the side of the face of Logan. It doesn't look any different from the start of the fight. And we are into round number 3 right now. Logan just jabbing away to the body as Dillan is coming forwards. Dillan again continues to come forward. Logan back in the corner, throwing out a couple of jabs. Dillan, that was a great opportunity for Dillan there. If Dillan had Logan in the corner, if he'd just slipped that jab then and really put in some big hooks or a big uppercut or landed something significant. I mean, his attack is Dillan. Dillan is kind of keeping his hand low and flicking out like this shot. Yeah, he started to, like, he laid down there, Dillan, and the crowd started to boo. I mean, that shows that Dillan is getting frustrated. Logan coming forward, throwing out a jab. Jab coming into the body there by Logan. I mean, I think we're at the point where we know that Dillan is just not going to win a round, right? He's not going to outbox Logan. But it's just, can he land something significant? Can he rock Logan? Couple of shots coming in there by Logan. Hook shot coming in by Logan as well. Dillan continuing to move forward. Logan trying to throw in a jab straight down the middle. That was a bit better by Dillan. Little bit better. He had Logan kind of trapped in the corner. Logan had to try and get out of there. And Dillan takes the mick out of him for running. Shot coming into the midsection there by Logan. Again, we've got Dillan edging forwards. Jab coming in there by Logan. We got 10 seconds left to go. Round number 3. It's a 3rd round for Logan. And really, there's just very little threat coming back from Dillan Danis. Very little threat. Miss Clown said he should be called Dillan Do Nothing. James said this is embarrassing. Yep. Say what you want about Dillan. He's never been rich and scammed poor people, says Ben. Channel said he's not a boxer. DeBosa said he couldn't fight his way out of a Greg's bag. Danis should go back to choking out women that ask for it. Danis literally just has to throw a straight right or cross. Logan's head is in the center line way too long whilst backing up. Yeah, that cut just doesn't look much different. It really doesn't. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway with round number 4. If you are just joining us, we're halfway in this fight, and it's been all Logan. Nice little shot there. Check shot, though, by Danis. And again, Danis getting through with some of these hooks. Right hook shots. Jab to the body. Couple of hooks there by Danis right at the start of this round have got through. Could that be a little bit of a change of strategy? Let's have a little look here. No, it would be the answer. Look, we're covering up again. We're trying to plod forwards. Couple of shots coming in. Body shot there by Dillan Danis, but he eats several just to land one. Danis, again, standing his ground in the middle and Logan bouncing around is too far out of range at the moment for Dillan Danis. Shot coming in. Yeah, he's got to take some more risks. He's trash talking Logan. Logan saying something back. Shot coming in there by Logan. Logan just looks a little bit bored. I think he's really struggling to get into a rhythm, actually, Logan, because Dillan's just not offering anything. There's nothing for him to, like, work off. Dillan, again, has got Logan kind of back against the ropes. Jab coming in. 1-2 straight down the middle there by Logan. Dillan covering up. Dillan just having a little word with the referee there. Logan, again, just bouncing around. Logan has thrown quite a few shots. I don't know if his might be starting to tire a little bit. I don't think he is. Dennis, again, has got Logan up against the ropes. Logan circling round on the outsides. All right, okay, well, that's really interesting. Ariel Helwani has just had a text from Alex Pereira's trainer, and that's who Dillan Danis has been training with. And they said the strategy was, and he's saying now on air, that the strategy was to gas out Paul, like walk him down, have him use up all of his energy in the first few rounds, then put the pedal to the metal. Like, but we need to see an example of that, and we're just not seeing that at the moment. It's still Logan in round 4 that is offering a lot more now. Whether Dillan is going to really go in the next round, but at the moment, he's just covering up as Logan is unloading. He's got Dillan back against the ropes. End of the round. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. I mean, that is 4 rounds to Logan. 4 rounds to Logan, but really interesting what Ariel Helwani just said. He just received a text. And apparently the strategy for Dillan is to get Logan to wear himself out. And then he's going to go for it in the later stages of the fight. Well, this is round 5, right? So if that is the strategy, and he's going to follow that strategy, I would expect to see something in this round. So, has it been a plan from Dillan Danis? Has it been a plan? Is he going to start going now? They're saying to him, you had a great first 10 seconds in that last round. You did so well in that first 10 seconds. Well done. Well done, you. Now, can you just do what you did in that 10 seconds for the next 3 minutes? Right, here we go then. Round number 5. Jabs coming into the body there by Logan. Again, a couple of shots coming in. Danis goes back into the corner. Danis trying to get into this fight. Jab coming in there by Danis, but falls short. It's more of the same here. Logan continuing to throw out some jabs. Danis is in the corner, covering up. He's inviting Logan onto him. Logan is teeing off on Danis. Again, shots coming in, going downstairs. Dillan trying to throw in some counters. Dillan right back into the center. Dillan has took a fair bit of punishment here by Logan. A couple of jabs coming in there by Dillan. Logan goes into the center of the ring. Dillan continuing to move forward, tries to throw in a jab. Logan resets. Dillan again standing his ground in the middle. Logan on the outside. Dillan continuing to move forward. Logan talking some trash to Dillan. Logan on the outside, swing and a miss there by Dillan. Logan looks for where that shot went. There's a little bit of showboat in between these two. Jab coming in there by Logan. Couple of shots coming in again there by Logan as Dillan continues to move forward. He's got a high guard. I'm not sure that Eddie Hearn, who is at ringside, is going to be massively impressed with what he's seen performance-wise here. From either guy, to be honest. Or Logan getting caught. up against the ropes momentarily. Logan goes back into the center. We haven't seen examples of Dillan really taking the fight to Logan. So if that was the strategy, it hasn't shown itself yet. Got a minute left to go in round number 5. Couple of shots going straight down the middle there by Logan. Dillan again covering up on the outside. 50 seconds left to go. Dillan continuing to move forwards. Swing and a miss there, and it's getting a little bit scrappy. 40-odd seconds left to go. Clinching up at the moment. Uppercut, massive uppercut misses by Dillan Danis. Danis again continuing to move forward. Jabs coming in there by Logan. Logan circling round on the outside. Danis again trying to find a way forward. Covering up. Body shot coming in there by Logan. Danis moving forward as Logan circles round, using that lateral movement. Good footwork there by Logan. Logan again going upstairs, throws a big right hook shot. Again trying to find a way forward, but he backs away as Dillan continues to put the pressure on and back pull into a corner. Dillan comes over and has a few words there with Logan. Logan pushes Dillan away. No sign of Dillan pushing the pace. 5 rounds to Logan. He needs a finish. Whatever it is, whatever the plan was, I don't know. Danis will recoup with a new Twitter feed about Nina after he loses, says Mark. Absolute garbage, said Harry. A. Jobson said, this is literally what I expected, and I am still disappointed. It is disappointing. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. We've on 887. We're trying to get to 1,000. So we just need another 100 and something likes to get to 1,000 tonight. Here we go. Last round. Last round. So we've got Logan in the center. Trying to jab to the body there. Dillan, I think, complaining to the referee that it was low. More jabs coming in there by Logan. Again, throwing in some heavy shots from Logan. Dillan standing his ground. Again, he's just offering very, very little here. He's offering very little. Do you know what? This just really seems to be a payday for Dillan Danis, doesn't it? That's what this looks like. It looks like a payday for Dillan Danis. So Ariel said the reason why he thinks that Dillan hasn't really gone for anything is because he doesn't want to get knocked out. Dillan standing his ground in the center, backing away. Really disappointing from Dillan Danis. He's just not offering a fight at all here. He's just got his hands down and he's backing away from Logan now. Crowd are starting to boo. Couple of jabs coming in by Logan. I think Dillan has decided that he's not going to be winning this fight. He's not going to... Oh, and he goes for a takedown. He looks for a takedown. He's grabbed a hold of Logan. Referee is looking to separate both fighters. Logan's security were ready to jump in then. Logan's security were ready to jump in. Referee, I think, is going to take a point off Dillan Danis. Logan just said that he was an all-state wrestler, so that ain't going to work against him. It's crazy, man. It is crazy. We've got one fighter in there, and we've got someone that just has turned up for a payday. That's what this is. Swing and a miss. Big swing and a miss there by Dillan Danis. 40-odd seconds left to go. Couple of shots coming in by Logan. Again, Logan unloading. Dillan Danis responds with a hook shot back. We got 30-odd seconds left to go here. I think Logan will be frustrated at the fact that he didn't put Dillan Danis away, in all fairness. I think that will be a frustration. But he's took all rounds. All 6 rounds. This is a mockery of boxing, said James. Danis is lame. Are you doing UFC 294? We are, yeah. That's next weekend. Right, we've got Danis in the corner. It's going to be interesting to see what gets said after this. Shots coming in. Danis, oh, man. Danis, it's kicking off a little bit here. It's kicking off now. Now we've got security jumping in. We've got a lot of security jumping in. This thing has kicked off. Dillan Danis grabbed a hold of... Oh, man, there's a riot. It's kicking off. Security are in the ring. We've got around about 30 security in the ring right now. Danis grabbed a guillotine on Logan. Danis slipped down to the ground. Logan then threw a shot as Danis was on the ground. And that was the spark needed to really set this thing alight. Really set this thing alight. We've got 30-odd security in the ring right now. I don't even know if we got to the end of that round. I mean, there ain't no one that's going to look to continue this fight. Big, big scenes. I mean, the ring is flooded with security. Jake's in there. Jake's doing a bit of pushing. There is a lot of security, man. That was all sparked by Dillan just getting like frustrated at the end of the fight, grabbing a guillotine on Logan. As Logan managed to push him away, Dillan was down on the floor and Logan threw this shot on Dillan as Dillan was on the ground. And that was it, man. People were up and they were in. Jake's shouting at someone. I don't know who Jake's shouting at. Jake is shouting his dad is in there as well. Looks like there are some security guards that are just having a word with each other. Mitchell said, this is one of the most embarrassing performances that I've ever seen. Listen, Mitchell, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best, Mitchell. Yeah. Explosive. This was lame. Dillan, you embarrassed yourself. Better than Griffin against Bonner, said Russell Andy. Okay, so we're just going to wait for the results. Do you know what? It's kind of really unsatisfying, to be honest. It's really unsatisfying. It's really unsatisfying because... It's really unsatisfying because we've got no finish. So there's nothing there for Logan to really gloat about. Apart from the fact that he won a fight that he was expected to win against someone that's not really a boxer. I mean, it's just a frustrating evening. That's the shot that really everything kicked off, man. There was a security guard that came in. Dillan then swung at the security guard. Jake got pushed around. Yeah, I mean, look at that. It just really goes from 0 to 100 really quickly. Rocky V's ending brawl would be more entertaining. Gavin, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate it. It's a shame that people paid money for this, said Stacey. Matt said it was a poor boxing match. It really was. I mean, Logan will be pleased that he gets the win. He'll be pleased that it's over. So, I think Logan has won by disqualification. So Logan Paul wins by disqualification. So I think they disqualified... I mean, in all fairness, in round, was it 5? He went for a double leg takedown, Dillan Danis. And in round 6, he went for a guillotine. Ariel Helwani is in there. The cut doesn't look any worse. Jake was going to end Dylan, said runners. So Ariel is inside the ring. He just wants to get a word with Logan. It is finally over. He's supposed to be good at jiu-jitsu, says Logan. I'm sorry I missed that hammer fist. He calls him a coward. He calls him a dirty human being. He's a true demon. I think the crowd are booing Nina. These past few months have not been easy, says Logan. Yeah, I think he says, like, had a word for Nina there, and I'm sure the crowd were booing. Trust the people around you, says Logan. So Jake Paul being there is quite interesting because, of course... Oh, he's fired up, man. I'm going to be nice. I forgave Dylan. Don't think he really did. Dylan is backstage looking disappointed. Yeah, I don't think he did forgive him. Yeah, to be honest, I forgave him before the fight. And then he just goes on a rant about how he beat him up and how he calls himself a real fighter. And he calls out Rey Mysterio. Logan wants the WWE US Championship. I feel like that is actually quite a big talking point for this channel. Because we do wrestling, and Logan calling out Rey Mysterio, using this opportunity to call something. I bet Rey Mysterio is eating whatever, and he's just spat it out. Of all the people to get called out in this moment, I bet Rey Mysterio was not expecting his name to get mentioned. In my mind, Rey is currently enjoying some lovely soup, right? Or he's drinking like some water, and he's like... I can't imagine he was expecting his name to get mentioned, but Rey Mysterio is called out. These MMA fighters can't keep up with us. That fight should never have been 6 rounds. That was cringe. It was cringe. So there we go. They said it's easy work against the MMA fighters. And there we go. Job done. Job done. Logan Paul picks up a convincing win. But I think he'll be disappointed that still he hasn't found that finish. I am sure the Ray thing was scripted by WWE for an upcoming storyline, said Joe. Could have been. Off Tom said, I thought Logan was going to make a diss track on Dillan. And would you box Tommy or Tyson? Who's Tyson? Who's Tyson? Logan Paul against Rey Mysterio at Crown Jewel. WWE needs to let Logan go, says LA Fortnite. Rage Mind said Jake Paul is like the annoying Juice Robinson. Imagine getting the scoop on a WWE match from Misfit Boxing. Logan Paul, Rey Mysterio at Crown Jewel. Right, well, there we go. Logan is getting out of the ring. I can't believe how late it is. In Manchester right now, it's 25 minutes past 11 at night, and we haven't even got to the main event. That is late, man. That is late. That is way later than I was expecting. Right, Sweet Caroline is playing. Matt says this is a poor boxing match. Mitchell said it has to be a major effort to get the crowd to chant for Logan. Dillan looked like an absolute tool in that match. He was so unprofessional. I agree. But equally, I don't think that we was expecting too much else from Dillan. The only chance that I thought Dillan had was to open up that cut, and he just didn't. He didn't even get close. Right, if you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. We are very close to 1,000 now, and we are at the main event. Absolute cringe. Logan clearly won a terrible match. Yeah, a big scuffle at the end. Dillan Danis was an embarrassment. He didn't do anything. He tried to take down Logan. He tried to choke him out. Okay, so it is time for our main event. That is true. We absolutely could end the show now. Right, we've had over 1,000 votes. Let's have a look and see what people are saying in regards to which way they think this is going to go. Really close. Oh my God. So close. Tommy Fury, 51%. KSI, 49%. Wow. Really, really close. I can't believe it's not a custard. Dillan Danis is an utter waste, said Black Leviathan. After this, imagine getting disqualified. Dillan, shout out to you, my friend. J-Man said he could not beat a non-boxer, never boxed before. This is a joke to all those losers who paid money. Not JPEG, shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words. Yeah, main event time. KSI against Tommy Fury. So, if you are just joining us, JTG won by TKO in round 1. Astrid won by majority decision. Tempo Arts won by split decision. Ed Matthews won by first round knockout. Wasabi, LMAO, and Los Pineda Coladas drew. My mate Nate won by unanimous decision. Anthony Taylor won by unanimous decision. Dean the Great won by unanimous decision. Slim amazingly won by TKO. He was in a bit of trouble in the early stages of that fight, but he came back. It seemed like Salt Pappy gassed out. Slim got the win. And then Logan won by DQ. Dominated all 6 rounds. And now it's time for KSI against Tommy Fury. Despite the knockdown, Fury makes Paul look like a real amateur, and if we take into account that Jake is technically better than KSI and the influencer bums that KSI faced twice on the same night. The lights have gone down. The wait is finally over. Right, video package plays. KSI, Tommy Fury. Get in your thoughts. Get in your thoughts for the main event fight. It really is an embarrassment to boxing. Modern boxers are just too boring, said John. Dillan Danis would knock out KSI. KSI could KO Dillan, says Mark. I'm going to put £1 on KSI elbow and £1 on John Fury being in a scuffle. Conor McGregor just tweeted he was impressed with Dillon Danis, did he? Man, there's so much trolling going on. It's amazing. Conor said he was impressed by Dillon. Brilliant. But do you know what? He didn't get knocked out, in all fairness, did he? Here we go. Look, these two girls are having fun. Oh, I don't know. KSI, Tommy Fury. Let's go. Let's go, man. Here we go. Get in your thoughts. Get in your thoughts. We still need 42 likes. If you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. KSI, Tommy Fury. Here is Tommy Fury. He's got a black robe. Black robe with orange writing. Tommy Fury looking to make his way down. There's Big John. There is Big John. So Big John is leading Tommy out. And there is Tyson as well. So he's got Big John by his side, Tyson behind him. It's coming out to Oasis. So, ring walk time. So, Tyson is behind Tommy. Big John is to the side. Tommy is wearing a black robe. Orange writing. I think he said before that he is, like, really into Halloween. And this has got, like, a bit of a Halloween vibe to it. Fury wins a boxing match. KSI wins a sports entertainment match, said the Beach Kevin. So many people are talking trash, but 100% of them have got zero accomplishments in life, says you know. I bet Big John wished this fight was in Saudi. Yeah, man. He loves Saudi. Dillan Danis is trending number 10 in Cambodia. Rey Mysterio, number 11. So, Tommy Fury making his way out first. And we've got not an empty seat in the house. So we're just waiting a moment. I got to send something. It's about WrestleMania 40 Night 2. It won't let me message you on Twitter. Why? Why won't it let you message me on Twitter? Drop it in the comments. Can you put a comment on this video? Right, here we go. Tommy getting introduced by Michael Buffer. Michael Buffer introducing Tommy. 19 likes away as well. Then we'll be at 1,000. We should surely do that. Surely. Surely. Okay, we've got a couple of people. What's going on? Is this like a health and safety thing? Why have we always got only a couple of people on stage? If you're going to do like some Thriller, wouldn't you put like 20 odd people on the stage? Instead, we got like four people from the local amateur dramatics. Here's Tommy. He's got a big smile on his face. And he's dancing away here as he's making his way out. Thriller playing. Halloween. The Nightmare. Tommy coming out to Thriller. How good is KSI? Well, we haven't seen him get tested against... I mean, he's been in there with Logan, and he managed to draw with Logan and then beat Logan. I mean, you've got to have respect for that. Logan has always been athletic. But, you know, since he's come back, I mean, he's just been facing influencers. He had a fight against Joe Fournier, but Fournier just looked really old. So, I don't know. I really don't think you can get too much from that. He has not faced anyone the caliber of Tommy Fury. Tommy making his way down. No entourage with him. He's on his own. Hashtag embarrassing is trending in combat sports, says Aubrey. 1,000 likes, is it? Punk Panda. Yeah, big thank you to everyone that has joined us this evening. There's Derek Chisora. JJ has worked too hard for this. He's not going to lose to Tommy, says Caleb. Minnie said, watch him from Coventry. Shout out to Coventry. Ashley said, not a good fighter, KSI. Ed said, my favourite song is the national anthem of Kazakhstan. Very disappointed that Tommy didn't come out to that. But no one bets DQs, said, what, do you think it's, do you think he had some money on a DQ? Well, if it turns out that Dillan Danis had put some money on him to lose by DQ, would anyone be surprised if that happened? I wouldn't. If it turned out Dillan Danis had bet on himself to lose by DQ, I wouldn't be shocked. KSI is in a very nice looking car. Very nice looking car. Lamborghini. Which is being dragged onto the stage. KSI is in black and green. He's sat in this car as this car, which is, it is beautiful. Stunning vehicle. Wow. That's like something from the flipping future, man. Never seen anything like it. Beautiful, beautiful vehicle, that. KSI gets out of it. Looks out around the arena. You can't bet by DQ, said Demolition. Oh, I just checked. Worth checking. Because honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he had put a bit of money on him to lose by DQ. But if you do not, I am just wondering your age, said Off Tom. 21, buds. 21 years old. I wouldn't be shocked if Logan was on that bet too. The whole fight seemed a bit scripted, said JB. KSI is coming out in a Lambo to his song Lamborghini. Oh, well, there we go. Right, KSI making his way down to the ring. I'm on the sports book right now. The only bet you could make was the DQ. Have you been streaming over 11 hours? Yes, 11 hours, 34 minutes, apparently. Right, here we go. KSI is making his way down to the ring. Okay, so apparently this is Lamborghini. Right, we're going to get the intros. We're going to get the national anthems. Joshua said, you can bet DQ. Most places won't take the bet, but some do. That's interesting. I honestly have never looked. I've never tried to bet by DQ. That's interesting. You say that some places won't take the bet. Well, either way, it would not shock me if Dillan Danis had bet losing by DQ. Because, to be honest, he covered up for that whole fight. Didn't really offer anything. And then, like, went for a double leg takedown. And when that didn't do it, he went for a guillotine. I mean, he was looking for the DQ. Okay, so KSI is in the ring. Depends on the sports book. Maybe some don't have DQ. I know, we're doing the whole flipping song here. Right, I think we finally got to the end of it. So, KSI is in the ring. Tommy Fury is in the ring. This is our main event. For many people, the last fight was the main event. Time for the national anthem. It would be really nice if the crowd were to boo this, just so, you know, we've got harmony with when they booed the US national anthem. Who's this boomer? I don't know who this boomer is. And they're singing along. Boo! I'll even it up for you. Boo! Right, Days has been 21 for the past couple of years. It's hard to say. I can't remember how long I've been 21. Forever Red said, this is located in Manchester, the home of the famous Manchester United. Ray just retweeted, did Logan call me out? I'm not hard to find, homie. SmackDown every Friday night. Dennis was going to choke out Logan, legendary. Corgus said, Days, acknowledge me. Jamie said, what's happening? Well, KSI is in the ring. Tommy's in the ring. And some boomer is singing the British national anthem, the UK national anthem, the English national anthem. And now there's going to be some intros. And then we will be underway. Let's go. Days secretly wants to be American. Howdy! Right, come on. When's it going to start? Yeah, I know. It's been a long evening. I mean, in all fairness, this card started 4 hours, 43 minutes ago, and that's just the main card. That's just the main cards. It's like a flipping AEW show. Where is this located in Manchester? In the arena. This is the same arena where the Manchester bombings happened for Ariana Grande. John Fury wins by riots. Let's go. Days, why, if you're 21, why do you look older in your oldest video? You was 14 at the time. Why do you look older in your oldest video? I don't know. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. I have been 21 for so long. Even in that video, I'm pretty sure I was 21. He is the nightmare. Off Tom said, I've been watching this stream since it started. That is the kind of dedication I expect from the whole community. Right, big cheer. Tommy getting a great reaction. He is from Manchester, though. Proud member of the Gypsy King fighting family. John Fury is in there looking very proud. Tommy Fury fighting out of Manchester. So Tommy gets his intro. Now KSI is getting his intro. KSI is in black and green shorts. John Fury will be pulled back by security after the fight. Days is 21, which means he missed out on the Attitude Era. That is true. Tommy is just better, in my opinion. Too much unknown about KSI for me to pick him overall. I got Tommy winning this and possibly finishing him, says A. Jobson. I was watching the stream before it started, said Newbie. Shout out to you, Newbie. Newbie's been here longer than me. KSI is going to lose for sure. Have you got Tommy or KSI? I got Tommy. Kevin said, start the damn fights. I know, man. We've all got places to be. Right. Let's end the poll. So we've had 1,400 votes. And you lot have gone 50% Tommy, 49% KSI. So that'll be like 50.2, KSI 49.8, something along those lines. Let's go. Let's go. Tommy in one corner, KSI in the other. Tommy is going to win, said Anis. Referee is calling both fighters in. Here we go. KSI gets down low. Tommy standing over at him, staring. Intense. Here we go. Touch gloves. Referee kind of forces them to touch gloves. Right, we're about to get going. Here we go. Here we go. Time for talking is over. Tommy. Here we go. Tommy goes right into the center, comes forwards. KSI tries to throw a big overhand already. He slips momentarily. Tommy trying to tie up KSI. Shot coming into the side of the body. And referee comes in and separates both. Again, KSI has his hands down. He's bouncing back and forth. Tries to throw in a shot to the midsection. Tommy coming forward. He's got KSI in the corner. KSI trying to throw in some shots. Tommy working the body. And again, KSI trying to go to the body, trying to go upstairs. Referee going to come in and try and separate both fighters. KSI again bouncing, trying to come forward. He connects. He connects. He lands a big shot on Tommy, but Tommy eats it. Tommy takes it. Tommy definitely felt that shot, but he ate it. Here we go. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. KSI landed that shot, and it didn't seem to affect Tommy at all. Tommy again coming forward. KSI circling round on the outsides. It's been an explosive start to this. KSI landing a big right hand in the clinch at the moment. KSI throwing in some shots. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. KSI staying on the outside. Now Tommy trying to settle into the fight. Ducks underneath a big shot there, and they're clinching up again. Already, this is so much better than Dillon Danis against Logan Paul. KSI is complaining about a shot to the back of the heads. Complaining to a shot to the back of the heads. KSI goes over to the other corner. We've had a couple of minutes in this round so far. So KSI in the one corner. Referee just telling him to take his time. KSI was complaining about a shot to the back of the head. It is a clear shot to the back of the head by Tommy. Yeah. They're not going to take a point off at the moment, but Tommy's going to have to be careful. Tommy's going to have to be careful. KSI again trying to explode into range. Bouncing back. Tommy again coming forwards. He's clinching up with KSI. Referee coming in again, separating both fighters. Tommy again trying to find a way forwards. And he slips that overhand right. That big overhand comes in by KSI, but it doesn't land. KSI again resets, bounces. Tommy trying to find a way forward, trying to throw in a hook shot. Into a clinch. Shot coming into the body there by KSI. They're in a clinch at the moment, and Tommy putting his weight onto KSI. Referee separating both fighters. Again, Tommy trying to find a way forwards. KSI again bouncing. He's got a lot of space to work. Tommy's giving him a lot of room to work. To be honest, I'm surprised that Tommy's giving him this much space. End of the rounds. End of the rounds. Interesting round, that. Interesting rounds. Which way would you go on that? It's close. I mean, I think the big shot is definitely landed by KSI, but I do think that Tommy was landing a few shots as well. It's one of those where I think if we actually looked at volume, it might have been Tommy, but I think it'd be really close. And I think that the KSI shot is a big shot. 1-0 JJ, KSI rounds. I'll go with the consensus. Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised at the room that Tommy has given KSI. KSI is bouncing like he's got all this room to operate, and then he lunges in with that big shot. But if he was to take that room away, he wouldn't have that room to operate. Again, Tommy trying to back KSI into the corner. Tommy is having to be on his toes. Couple of hook shots coming in there by Tommy. Couple of hook shots coming in. And he gets in close. KSI trying to throw in some shots to the side of the body. Referee going to come in. Separate both fighters. I think we've got Tommy chants that have broken out. Again, look at the room that KSI has got to work. Tommy, again, trying to find a way forward. He's got KSI backing up against the ropes. KSI is getting really frustrated at the shots coming into the back of the heads. He's getting really frustrated. It is a point deduction. It is big. A point deduction in this round. So Tommy has had a point taken away from him here. Tommy needs to put that in the back of his mind. Lovely right hand there by KSI, but he lands it onto Tommy, but Tommy doesn't budge. KSI putting that work in. Tommy looking over to his corner. That's another shot that KSI has landed, but Tommy doesn't back down. Tommy standing his ground in the center. KSI on the outsides. Now we've got a KSI chant breaking out. Tommy throwing in a shot. We've had a Tommy chant. We've had a KSI chant. We've got a split crowd in Manchester. KSI is doing well in the fight. We think he edged the first. Tommy's got a point deduction in the second. Right, here we go. We've got Tommy again, edging forward, jab coming in, leading him. We have that left. KSI clinching up. Referee coming in and looking to separate both guys. Tommy standing his ground in the middle. Tommy wanting to get at KSI. KSI staying on the outside. Couple of jabs coming in there by Tommy. Tommy going into the body as well. KSI trying to work the body. Both guys are doing a lot of work in the clinch. Referee coming in, separating them. We got 40-odd seconds to go here. It's going to be really important as to who wins this round as well, because we could be looking at a 10-8 round because of the point deduction. Again, KSI comes in. Shot coming into the side of the head there by Tommy. KSI throwing in some shots to the body. There we go, end of the round. You know what? I think you would give that round to KSI because of the point deduction as well. You might be looking at a 10-8 round. So first round would be 10-9. Second round would be 10-8. Tommy has got himself in a bit of a situation here that he's got to try and get out of. 2-0. JJ, I reckon, said City till I die. Tommy's going to come back, said Xavier. That and Tommy can tag KSI when KSI leaves wide open. I am disappointed in Tommy, said Cryro. Such a better fight than that last fight. I think Tommy is going to win, though I want KSI to win, says Galvanic Tank. Round 1, 10-10. Round 2, 9-9. Well, so far, I think that first round was really close. I would say that the big shots have certainly gone to KSI, but those big eye-catching right hands that he's been landing, they haven't seemingly done anything. You know, this is the power that KSI has spoken about. But Tommy just hasn't even flinched. Tommy is trying to find a way forward. KSI is back against the ropes. He tries to throw that big right hand again. Yeah, they're saying that if KSI did win those first 2 rounds and that second one by 10-8, then Fury is going to need to win the rest of them. Tommy standing his ground in the center. KSI on the outsides. Tommy trying to find a way forward. KSI keeping his hands down. Tommy coming in. It's sloppy. They're clinching up. They're throwing in some shots in the clinch. Tommy again throwing in some shots, and referee going to come in and separate both fighters. Obviously, the longer this fight goes on, Tommy is going to get more and more frustrated. Here we go. We've got KSI again, just going back to that game plan, bouncing back and forth, trying to throw that overhand right. KSI throws it, misses. Little shot comes in there by Tommy. Tommy again. Oh, lovely work by Tommy. That was good. That was good by Tommy. And throwing in some shots to the side of the heads. Yeah, some better work there by Tommy then. Some better work. Tommy again trying to find a way forward. KSI, he's back in the corner. Tommy with a lovely jab there. Tommy starting to get into the fight a little bit more. KSI is, again, backed over to the corner. Tommy Fury coming forward. KSI bouncing around. It's a real little scrappy affair into the clinch. Uppercut coming in there by KSI. Shot coming back there by Tommy Fury. They're having to do a lot of work in the clinch. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. You can see that KSI is taking some deep breaths. KSI is, I don't think he's gassing. Again, he tries to come forward with a big shot. Tries to come forward with a big shot, but he doesn't connect with it. He manages to drive Tommy up against the ropes. Tommy and KSI in a clinch again. There's a lot of work being done in the clinch. Again, shot coming into the side of the body there by Tommy. And KSI again over by the ropes. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. And Tommy standing his ground. KSI comes in. Hook shot there by Tommy. The hook shot seemed to look quite tasty. That feels like a Tommy round to me. It feels like KSI was still throwing those big shots, but not landing them. And I think that Tommy was able to land some of his. So I would say this is 2 rounds to 1 to KSI, but that point deduction means that KSI is in a good position as we head into the 4th. Tommy won round 3, said young Heath Ledger. KSI might gas, said Kervin. KSI is going to go in to win. Tommy is weaker, says Andrew. Yeah, look at some of them shots, man. There was some lovely strikes. I tell you what, though, KSI has already shown that he can take some shots because we just haven't seen what he... we haven't seen him be tested. We haven't seen anyone land any shots on him. Here we go. We've got round number 4. Tommy throwing in some jabs. So, Tommy said this would be done in 3 rounds. Here we are in round 4. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Okay, Tommy, again, just edging forward. KSI comes in. He didn't lunge in with the big overhand there. KSI coming in, and they go straight into the clinch, digging into the body, driving Tommy over against the ropes. Referee again coming in, separating both fighters. Tommy, again, having a little look at KSI. KSI bouncing around on the outside. Tommy trying to find a way forward. Hook shot there by Tommy. Again, trying to throw in some shots. They go into a clinch. It's real scrappy and messy. And the referee again coming in, separating both fighters. Tommy again trying to find a way forward. Couple of jabs coming in, but KSI ducks underneath the shots. They clinch up again. This fight has gotten so scrappy, really, really scrappy. Tommy has got just a very short window. So KSI keeps ducking down. Like, Tommy is throwing his shots. KSI is ducking underneath them and then going straight into the clinch. I don't know if it's a case that he's gassed. But again, ducking underneath. I mean, if I'm Tommy, I would be really tempted to look at the uppercut, because every time KSI keeps bending down, the uppercut has got to be there for him. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Again, KSI bouncing around. Tommy letting his hands go there, clinching up. Referee again coming in and separating both guys. Doing a little bit of work on the inside, both of them. Referee coming in. We got just over a minute left in round number 4. Just over a minute left. KSI again bouncing on the outsides. But Tommy, again, we're not getting much out of KSI now. We're not getting much out of him. We're not even seeing those big overhands. We're seeing a lot of work being done in the clinch. Scrappy, scrappy. KSI is trying to come in. Tommy letting his hands go. KSI trying to duck underneath some of the shots. He's over against the ropes. KSI... clinching up again as Tommy looked like he was about to unload. Tommy moving forward. KSI bouncing around on the outsides. Tommy really struggling to connect with KSI, but you can see KSI definitely sucking in the oxygen. Definitely feeling the effects of the fight. So Tommy, again, in the middle of the ring. Some shots coming in there by KSI. Tommy throwing in some shots to the side of the body as well. Tommy, again, trying to come forward, trying to throw in a jab, but KSI moves out the... end of the rounds. I think it's another Tommy round. I think it's 2 rounds each, but that's point deduction. That point deduction. T2. Fury using the Dillon strategy. Who do you think's going to win? I mean, if KSI is gassed, then these last 2 rounds could be very difficult for him. If KSI is gassed, I don't know if he's conserving his energy or what, but we know that Tommy can go 6 rounds. We know that Tommy can go more than that. So, yeah, we are definitely in. It's a very interesting fight. So much more entertaining than the last one. Here we go. Round number 5. Let's see. Tommy standing in the center, trying to edge forward. KSI looking for that right hand, but no joy. Into a clinch again, and KSI just throwing in some shots to the side of the head. Again, firing into the side of the heads. And these two just brawling away in the center of the ring. KSI digging his shots into Tommy. Referee coming in and separating both fighters. Tommy, again, trying to find a way forwards. He doesn't need to go chasing after the finish. He just needs to keep applying the pressure. Tommy does. I think he's had a decent couple of rounds. Nothing necessarily spectacular. But KSI, again, trying to get going. Tommy edging forward. Jab coming in there by KSI. Again, KSI is over by the rope, stuck underneath there by Tommy. I tell you what, KSI is lucky, man. He is lucky. He really got himself in a bit of a mess there, but we are back and again, clinching. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. We've got Tommy coming forwards. He's trying to, again, straight into a clinch there. Jab coming in there by Tommy. Little uppercut coming in by KSI. And referee's going to come in and look to separate these two. They're throwing in some shots to the body. Gotta say, both guys